Yunkui was acutely aware of her own uniqueness. From a vague morning when she awoke, she discovered that her dreams had transformed into windows through which she could spy on the private lives of others. Sometimes, it was the little eunuch from the imperial kitchen hiding his secret stash of coins in the rice bin. At other times, it was Dangui reveling in her newly made palace attire. The most absurd instance was when she dreamed of the Guard Qian stealthily hiding a piece of honey cake during training. Each vision was confirmed in reality. She kept this secret buried deep within her heart, like concealing a scalding copper coin. In the hierarchically rigid Forbidden City, possessing the ability to perceive the hearts of others was both a blessing and a curse. Especially after her transfer from the Imperial Kitchen to the East Palace, this copper coin felt increasingly searing. Rumors painted the Crown Prince Xiao Yi as a beautiful yet fearsome figure, a living embodiment of death who could silence children's cries. As Yunkui cowered in a corner of the kitchen, she watched bloodstains spreading from the direction of the Lanyue Pavilion, inhaling the persistent scent of herbs and blood in the air. The faint spark of her unusual abilities suddenly felt like a sword of Damocles hanging over her head. All she desired was to lead a simple life as a palace maid, relying on her dream-spying talent to find a suitable husband among the guards, hoping to marry and bear children by the age of 25. Yet fate relentlessly pushed her into the murky waters of the East Palace, thrusting her before the rumored bloodthirsty crown prince. Now, she lay on the hard couch in the hall, listening to the muffled sobs of the neighboring Xiangxing, her fingertips unconsciously brushing the pouch of coins given to her by Guard Qian. The moonlight outside was haunting, casting a cold frost over the glazed tiles of the East Palace, mirroring her current mood, a blend of fear and a flicker of hope, mingled with unease and a hint of future scheming. Little did she know, deep within the East Palace, the man riddled with arrows trembled slightly. In the darkness of his fading consciousness, a clear, jubilant voice suddenly echoed. "The Crown Prince looks like he won't survive. Can I return to the Imperial Kitchen?"
호라이, 샤오yi. Chapter birinci.
Akue, it's like this. My mother arranged a marriage for me last month. My betrothed is my distant cousin. You know my grandfather is aging and wishes for me to marry soon. I cannot wait for you to leave the palace at 25. I'm sorry, I truly cannot face you. This is my savings over the years. I implore you to accept it, otherwise I cannot find peace in my heart. Yunkui found herself with a bulging pouch of coins, weighing it in her hands and realizing it was quite a sum. Though she cursed inwardly 1,000 times, she maintained a facade of understanding, smiling as she offered her blessings. Brother Zhao, I understand your predicament. I hold no grudges. Congratulations on your upcoming marriage. The man gazed at her with lingering affection. The young girl, with her hair styled in twin spirals, adorned only with 2 cherry pink silk flowers, possessed an ethereal beauty, delicate features, a lovely nose, rosy lips, bright eyes and fair skin, exquisite and flawless. Even without makeup, dressed in a simple light apricot-colored skirt, she stood out amongst the crowd. Regrettably, he was about to marry another. Yunkui felt a pang of regret. She was reluctant to part with Guard Zhao's robust physique, his strong limbs and simple-mindedness. He was one of her carefully selected potential husbands. At 16, Yunkui was a maid in the Imperial Kitchen. Though she occupied the lowest tier, her sweet tongue allowed her to thrive. Even a mere morsel of food slipped from her master's hands could nourish her well, filling her with hope. As the saying goes, a well-fed person thinks of indulging under the guidance of her Aunt Baizan, who had married the captain of the honor guard. She was determined to follow suit. According to Aunt Baizan, girls trained in the palace are well-mannered and presentable. It adds to their appeal when seeking suitors. Marrying a guard is the best option. Decent family, handsome appearance, and with some military achievements, one can rise further, allowing you to be a respectable official's wife. In her youthful beauty, how could she remain in the greasy, mundane confines of the Imperial Kitchen? Thus, in her leisure time, she mingled with several unmarried guards. With good fortune, she would marry smoothly by 25. With ill fortune, she might end up like Guard Zhao, discarded after the initial affection. Yunkui, an orphan, had no parents to arrange her marriage. She was like a drifting reed, needing to plan for herself. While there were regrets, they were few without Guard Zhao. She still had Guard Qian, Guard Sun, Guard Li. Truthfully, there were very few unattractive guards in the palace. Most were tall and strong. However, human affections are fickle. Yesterday one might profess love, and tomorrow abandon her for another, necessitating multiple options to safeguard against such eventualities. Guard Qian was a decent man, and having provided her with some funds, she could allocate part of this money to treat Guard Sun's elderly and ailing mother, ensuring his gratitude and loyalty. Thinking of this, Yunkui felt a spring in her step. Yet, the very next morning, a dire rumor swept through the palace. The Crown Prince, known for his violent temper and bloodthirstiness, the one who could silence children's cries, was returning to the palace. The guard Feng, whom she had met a few days prior, hurried to inform her, "Little Kui, the border war has ended. The Crown Prince will soon return to the capital. With numerous affairs to attend to, I fear I won't be able to see you often for a while." Yunkui inquired, "The Crown Prince?" The mere mention of this title seemed to invoke a taboo. Even the stalwart Feng shuddered slightly. Casting a glance around to ensure privacy, he lowered his voice. "The Crown Prince achieved a great victory in the north, having slaughtered 7 cities of the northern way. Leaving devastation in his wake, he is referred to as the beautiful face, bloodthirsty demon. You must not know." Though Yunkui had never seen the Crown Prince, the description of him as a beautiful face suggested he was quite handsome. The news of the Crown Prince's imminent return quickly spread throughout the Forbidden City. However, when the curious young maids inquired of the elder attendants in the Imperial kitchen, they all chose to remain tight-lipped, fearing repercussions. Do not ask what you should not. When the Crown Prince returns, do not approach him otherwise. The speaker's face turned pale as they made a gesture across their throat. The others exchanged glances, no one daring to say more. Yunkui concluded that the Crown Prince was indeed formidable. Yet she continued her daily routine of eating and sleeping. After all, the Crown Prince was far away in the East Palace. What did it have to do with her in the Imperial kitchen? But within a few days, the head of the Imperial kitchen announced significant news: the Crown Prince was returning, and since the East Palace kitchen had been neglected for years, the Internal Affairs Office decided to transfer 10 cooks and dozens of eunuchs and maids from the Imperial kitchen to serve the Crown Prince's dining needs. It was rumored that the Crown Prince was not only violent but also particularly lascivious, with no regard for gender. Hence, all the young eunuchs sent over were soft and delicate, and the maids were all fair-skinned and tender, a diverse array of beauties, ensuring that no one would offend the Crown Prince's eyes. Unfortunately, Yunkui was one of those chosen. She couldn't understand why. If the Crown Prince was merely lecherous, having a kitchen full of beauties wasn't sufficient. Why must they select only the pleasing to the eye to cook? Was it assumed that beautiful people would prepare tastier meals? Observing her former companions with expressions of despair, as if she were heading not to the East Palace, but to the underworld, Yunkui felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon entering the East Palace, she found it far larger than she had imagined, with complete departments and hundreds of people performing their duties, complete with their own officials and attendants. There were over a dozen officials of the 7th rank and above, resembling a miniature version of the Forbidden City. However, due to the Crown Prince's years of military service, many of these positions were held by officials from the court, and once the Crown Prince returned, the East Palace would surely resume its operations. In contrast, the kitchen is merely a minuscule department, hardly ever catching the eye of the Crown Prince, who would never deign to notice it. The meals served to the nobility are meticulously curated through numerous levels of scrutiny. The Crown Prince, known for his lecherous nature, would surely indulge himself within the confines of his own palace. It is inconceivable that he would venture into the kitchen to seek solace. Yunkui exhaled a sigh of relief, adhering to the principle of making oneself comfortable in unfamiliar surroundings, and continued to eat and rest well. As the Crown Prince's return to the capital approached, the Eastern Palace was bustling with activity. Repairs were made, cleaning was conducted, and decorations were arranged. Within half a month, the entire Eastern Palace was rejuvenated, with even the glazed tiles on the roof gleaming brightly. Outside, the atmosphere was fervent, while the kitchen busied itself with the preparation of meals, the ingredients being managed by the Department of Imperial Granaries, rendering the work considerably less taxing than anticipated. However, the few guards she had previously befriended were wary of her current position in the Eastern Palace, and since it lacked the convenience of the Imperial kitchen, their encounters diminished, leaving Yunkui somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, there was no rush. Once the Crown Prince returned to the palace, she would establish her footing in the Eastern Palace and then deliberate on future plans. One evening, a maid named Dangui, who shared the same pavilion with her, suddenly suffered from abdominal pain and reluctantly sought her assistance. The meals from the Lanyue Pavilion have yet to be delivered today. If you are free, could you please run an errand for me and Sister Xiangxing? The Lanyue Pavilion, located at the southwest corner of the Eastern Palace, was said to be where a selection of beauties had been gathered by the court to welcome the crown prince's return, practicing songs and dances for his entertainment. Yunkui was more than willing to oblige. Rest while I shall go in your stead. It was a fortuitous opportunity for her, as she was still unfamiliar with the layout of the Eastern Palace. The well-organized environment ensured she wouldn't be allowed to wander aimlessly, making this trip to the Lanyue Pavilion a perfect chance to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Xiangxing was a veteran of the Eastern Palace, having worked in the kitchen since before the Crown Prince's expedition. Over the years, she had developed a timid disposition. Upon seeing the newcomer curiously gazing around, she hurriedly whispered a warning. "The Crown Prince is returning soon, you must be cautious." Yunkui leaned closer and quietly inquired, "Sister Xiangxing, could you tell me what the Crown Prince is really like? As we are new here, it would be wise to prepare ourselves." Upon hearing the mention of the Crown Prince, Xiangxing's face turned pale. She dared not speak ill of the formidable figure. Though she served in the Eastern Palace, as one of the least significant attendants in the kitchen, she had only caught a distant glimpse of the Crown Prince once throughout the years. She vividly recalled the day an assassin had infiltrated the Qingguang Hall, igniting the Crown Prince's wrath. The assassin and the eunuchs who colluded with him met a gruesome end. Xiangxing could still picture the Crown Prince emerging from the Qingguang Hall, sword in hand, his robe stained with blood, emanating an aura of menace akin to a vengeful spirit. Rising from the depths of hell, years later, the memory of that day still sent chills down her spine, her legs trembling at the recollection. The Crown Prince's reputation for brutality was well known. Even during his expedition to the northern border, it was said he executed several officials without hesitation, seeking to redeem himself in that desolate land. Just when she thought she could catch her breath and endure until she left the palace, she was met with the return of this fearsome figure who had conquered 7 cities in Northern Wei, his bloodthirsty nature unchanged. Who could remain unafraid? In the autumn air, beads of cold sweat formed on Xiangxing's brow, a chill creeping down her neck. In any case, listen less, ask less, and speak less. The Crown Prince would not hold a grudge against us mere kitchen attendants. Rest assured, Sister Xiangxing, I will not cause any trouble, Yunkui replied, unconsciously lowering her voice under Xiangxing's influence. In mid-October, news spread through the palace that the Crown Prince had been ambushed by bandits on his way back to the capital, struck by multiple arrows and gravely wounded. He was brought back to the Eastern Palace, where the Emperor and Empress expressed their deep concern. All the esteemed physicians from the Imperial Hospital gathered, and the pharmacy was bustling with activity. Even renowned doctors from the realm were summoned into the palace. Buckets of blood were poured out, and for days on end, the Eastern Palace was saturated with the pungent smell of blood, yet the Crown Prince remained unresponsive. The kitchen could only prepare medicinal dishes and light porridge to send to him, but the Crown Prince remained in a deep coma, unable even to take in soup, let alone solid food. Yunkui cautiously suppressed the surge of excitement within. If the Crown Prince appeared to be on the brink of death, might she return to the imperial kitchen? Oh, joy! In high spirits, Yunkui squinted her eyes, ready to indulge in a good night's sleep. Yet, she remembered that it had been 2 months since she arrived at the Eastern Palace, and she wondered whether Guard Qian had married. Perhaps she should seek him out in her dreams. Indeed, Yunkui had unknowingly begun to experience peculiar dreams after falling asleep, such as Dangui drooling over candied pork, Guard Qian rolling around on a mountain of gold, and the eunuch Xiao Lu discovering that his younger brother had miraculously returned all manner of bizarre occurrences. Why on earth had she dreamt of Xiao Lu? She had no interest in him whatsoever. It was only later, during a casual conversation with Dangui, that Yunkui discovered those strange scenes from her dreams were, in fact, reflections of other people's dreams. Chapter 2. In the dead of night, the Qingguang Hall was brilliantly illuminated. Delicate wisps of smoke rose from an intricately designed golden incense burner, the soft red candlelight filtering through heavy drapes, revealing a figure lying on a wangwali wood bed. His eyes were tightly shut, his brow furrowed, pallor enveloping his face to an extreme degree. Even in his unconscious state, an undeniable aura of menace radiated from him, deterring anyone from approaching. The Crown Prince's brow was furrowed deeply, the poisoned wound inflicting excruciating pain that penetrated to the marrow, his body feeling as though it were immersed in a furnace, only to be followed by the chilling sensation of being trapped in an ice cavern. Simultaneously, fragmented voices began to ebb and flow into his ears like a rising tide. Why hasn't he awakened yet? We can't even get him to drink the medicine. Is he truly on the verge of death? The borderlands have failed to claim him. Over the years, the poison arrows cannot bring him down. He truly possesses a hardiness of spirit. It was the voice of the Empress. However, this Empress, known for her duplicitous nature, was adept at feigning concern. Even if she secretly wished for his demise, she would never openly express such sentiments before others. Could it be that upon his return to the capital, she no longer cared to maintain her facade? Or perhaps he was lost in some peculiar dream. Retribution. This wretch has committed countless atrocities, inciting the wrath of heaven. Even the divine cannot overlook this anymore. Her Majesty the Empress has instructed us to devise a plan. What more can we do? The Crown Prince has suffered from chronic ailment since youth, and when his headaches strike, he is like a madman. Now, with multiple arrows lodged within him, his condition is truly beyond salvation. May heaven protect him. Regardless of life or death, I beseech the Emperor and Empress to spare us from blame. I have elderly relatives and young children. My grandson is waiting for me to bring home candied hawthorn. That must have been the voices of the old physicians from the Imperial Hospital. From several paces away, the Empress's anxious voice reached him. You lot, whoever can manage to feed the Crown Prince's medicine shall be rewarded with 10 taels of gold. A commotion of voices erupted around him, causing his head to throb painfully. 10 taels of gold are not worth more than our lives. Who would dare feed that devil? What if he suddenly awakens and kicks me out? I can barely hold it in. I ought to find a restroom. It will take at least a stick of incense to return from this pavilion. How long must I endure? What? 10 taels of gold. Feeding the Crown Prince medicine could earn me 10 taels? I could buy a house in the capital for that. That's far more than I could ever earn in a lifetime in the kitchen. I can do it. I can do it. I'm going to be rich. The clamor was unbearable. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow tighter, wishing he could rise immediately and strangle the loquacious maid. Moments later, a soft voice echoed within the hall. Your Majesty, I am willing to give it a try. It was effortlessly discernible that the recently heard cacophonous voice belonged to the same individual, albeit far more docile and restrained. As the words fell, a collective gasp resonated through the hall. The Empress stepped forward, directing her gaze towards the little maid prostrated on the ground. Do you truly possess a solution? Yunkui replied with utmost caution. I humbly dare to ask, may I request another grace from your Majesty? If His Highness the Crown Prince awakens and desires to execute me, could your Majesty possibly? The Empress scrutinized her enchanting visage, then glanced at her ample bosom and willow-like waist, astonished to discover such beauty among the palace maidens. After a brief moment of stupor, the Empress's heart harbored a cold sneer. Surely another who seeks to ascend the bedchamber. The Empress maintained a gentle demeanor. Rest assured, your service in attending to His Highness will be rewarded. I shall protect you. Who would trade money for their life? Surely, she does not intend to feed His Highness mouth to mouth. This little girl's ambitions exceed her fragile existence. The last one who sought to climb into bed now has grass growing over her grave. The Crown Prince, hearing these chaotic murmurs, felt the veins on his forehead throb painfully. Thank you for your kindness, your Majesty. Yunkui pressed her lips together, adding, I require something from the kitchen. The Empress suppressed her impatience, nodding, hurry and return. Yunkui rose to her feet and hurried back to the kitchen, first addressing her urgent needs, then locating an item among the ingredients, meticulously cleansing it before bringing it to the Chongguang Hall. The Empress fixated on the peculiar object in her hand, instinctively covering her face with her sleeve. What is this? Can it truly compel the Crown Prince to ingest the medicine? It looks rather unappealing. The Crown Prince, upon hearing this, felt. Yunkui explained, this is a common ingredient used in the kitchen, and I have cleansed it thoroughly. As she spoke, the eyes of the physicians and courtiers turned towards her. The palace attendants recognized the item, but presenting it uncooked to the Crown Prince felt utterly disgraceful. Most of the physicians also identified it, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue. The empress inquired of the head physician, "Is there anything amiss?" The elderly Zhang, with hair as white as snow, felt his face flush. After much internal conflict, he finally said, "It is worth a try." Yunkui felt a wave of relief wash over her. The empress nodded to her, then proceed. This maid is indeed audacious, daring to approach his highness in such a manner." Even in his unconscious state, the crown prince could still hear the various discussions echoing throughout the hall, some voices belonging to individuals who should not have been present. It was as if these were the murmurs of their hearts. Yunkui meticulously filled the sausage casing with the medicinal broth, securely tying both ends, transforming the filled casing into an indescribable shape, causing several physicians to avert their gazes in discomfort. "Oh dear, avert your eyes, avert your eyes. Ugh, it resembles a large sausage.
I used 2 of those just last night."
The crown prince felt a flicker of surprise. What was this item, and how would it be administered to him? What ingredient could be so distasteful, yet had been utilized by Physician Shin? Utilized, Yunkui requested a silver needle from a nearby physician, punctured a small hole in the casing, and slowly approached the man resting on the sandalwood bed, murmuring a silent prayer. "Please, please, ensure he swallows the medicine. Do not awaken at this moment. Heaven bless, I must successfully acquire those 10 taels of gold." The crown prince's eyes remained tightly shut, his jaw clenched. As her murmurs faded, his eyelids grew heavier, and the faint light that had penetrated through his eyelids was extinguished. Yunkui, filled with trepidation, felt her heart race as she drew back the curtain, swiftly covering the crown prince's face with a handkerchief, leaving only his mouth exposed for the medicine. This way, she could avoid confronting his fearsome visage. Even if he awoke suddenly, he would not see her face immediately, allowing her precious moments to seek assistance from the empress and preserve her life. "Little Kue Hua, you are exceedingly clever." Little Kue Hua, he would remember that. The crown prince gritted his teeth in silence. "Just wait, I will ensure your demise." Unexpectedly, a soft sensation brushed against his jaw, a gentle warmth belonging to a woman wafting to his nostrils. In an instant, the crown prince's mind went blank, his neck revealing faint veins as he lay unconscious. No one had ever dared to touch him. Yunkui grasped the crown prince's chin, her gaze falling upon his cool, jade-like complexion and sharply defined features, momentarily entranced. This chin, when observed closely, was remarkably handsome, though his lips were excessively pale, his skin devoid of color, feeling colder than the winter night snow. If not for the assurance of breath, the crown prince appeared more akin to a lifeless corpse. Yet, even blindfolded and in a deep slumber, the overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him, sending shivers down one's spine. Yunkui inhaled deeply. Ah, such a rosy tongue. The crown prince. Suppressing her inner anxiety, Yunkui held the crown prince's gaunt, pallid jaw, applying pressure to part his lips, and with a determined push, she forcefully injected the medicinal broth directly into his throat. The physicians. She truly managed to administer it. Her method is clever, but the process is rather indelicate. I find it quite embarrassing to witness. The crown prince felt a bitter, spicy sensation in his throat, instinctively jolting awake. Before he could react, he instinctively swallowed, rolling his throat to ingest the bitter concoction. Having held a position of power for years, he had always been vigilant about what entered his mouth. No one had ever dared to feed him indiscriminately. This was the first time. Yunkui remained oblivious to the fact that the man beneath her had awakened, attempting to push more medicine in, only to have her wrist seized. The transaction she had initiated felt perilous. Not only did her wrist throb painfully, but she was also rendered breathless, her entire being jolted, causing the casing to drop. From her hands, someone in the hall exclaimed, "His Highness has awakened." The Empress and the physicians hurried forward to assess. Yunkui, not having the time to ponder, swiftly broke free from the grip on her wrist before the crown prince could remove the cloth covering his eyes, obediently rolling onto the ground and kneeling, her head bowed. The Empress cast a glance at her, instructing the head palace maid, Qing Dai, take her away to receive her reward. Upon hearing this, Yunkui felt immense gratitude. Not daring to lift her head, she hurriedly expressed her thanks and exited. The crown prince lifted the cloth, slowly rising. Under the flickering candlelight, his pale face appeared grim and cold, devoid of warmth. Those bloodshot, Crimson eyes exuded a chilling aura that could freeze one to the core. With a mere glance, the Empress stiffly raised her lips, then revealed a warm and caring smile. "Crown Prince, you have finally awakened. Do you still feel any discomfort?" The Crown Prince, maintaining an impassive demeanor, raised his gaze towards the elegantly dressed woman before him. Years had passed, and the Empress had grown even more voluptuous and gracious. Her expression remained consistently gentle and affectionate. Yet, what the Crown Prince perceived was a voice starkly contrasting her benevolent facade. "Is he awake already? Did the substandard concoction they prepared yield such immediate results? God has truly turned a blind eye. Why did those arrows not kill him?" The Queen felt a shiver run down her spine under his intense gaze, nearly faltering in her composure. She quickly managed to conjure a smile and turned to the royal physician behind her, Director Zhang. Director Zhang stepped forward to take the prince's pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow. "The pulse is erratic. Poison has infiltrated the meridians. The residual toxins within His Highness have yet to be purged. He must continue to take the 7 parts powder, supplemented with acupuncture to expel the poison, along with external application of the wound ointment to prevent the toxins from entering the lungs and harming the heart. Then he is not fully recovered, which is excellent news." The Queen remarked, "If that is the case, I implore you, Director Zhang, to take great care. The prince must not encounter any mishaps." Yunkui was acutely aware of her uniqueness. From a vague morning awakening, she discovered that her dreams had transformed into windows through which she could glimpse the private lives of others. Sometimes she would see the hidden stash of a young eunuch from the imperial kitchen concealed within a rice barrel. At other times, she witnessed the quiet joy of Dangui admiring her newly crafted palace attire. The most absurd instance occurred when she dreamt of a guard secretly hiding a piece of honey cake during training, and all these visions found validation in reality. She buried this secret deep within her heart, akin to concealing a scalding copper coin. In the strictly hierarchical confines of the Forbidden City, the ability to perceive the thoughts of others was both a blessing and a curse. Especially after her transfer from the Imperial Kitchen to the Eastern Palace, this coin felt even more scorching. Rumors painted the Crown Prince Xiao Yi as a beautiful yet terrifying figure, a veritable reaper who could silence the cries of children. As Yunkui huddled in a corner of the kitchen, she watched the bloodstains spread from the direction of the Lanyue Pavilion, inhaling the lingering scent of medicine mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The slight, peculiar ability she possessed suddenly loomed over her like the Sword of Damocles. All she desired was to live a life of simple sustenance, relying on her dream-gazing trick to select a suitable husband among the guards, and to marry and bear children by 25. Yet fate insisted on thrusting her into the murky waters of the Eastern Palace, placing her before the rumored bloodthirsty Crown Prince. At this moment, she lay on the hard couch in the attic, listening to the muffled sobs of Xiangxing next door, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the pouch of coins given to her by Guard Qian. Outside, the moonlight cast a ghostly sheen over the glazed tiles of the Eastern Palace, mirroring her own emotions, a mix of anxiety tinged with a hint of hope and unease, intertwined with calculations for the future. Little did she know, deep within the Eastern Palace, a man riddled with arrows stirred, his long lashes fluttering. In the depths of a fading consciousness, a clear and jubilant thought suddenly pierced through. If the Crown Prince is on the brink of death, could I return to the Imperial Kitchen? Hooray, Xiao Yi. Chapter 1. Akue, here's the thing. My mother arranged a marriage for me last month, and the groom is my distant cousin. You know my grandfather is aging and wishes for me to marry soon. I can't wait for you to leave the palace at 25. I'm truly sorry. I cannot face you. This is my savings over the years. I implore you to accept it, or my heart will be unsettled. Yunkui felt a heavy pouch thrust into her hands, weighing it and realizing it held a substantial sum. Though she cursed inwardly 1,000 times, her face displayed a guise of understanding as she smiled and offered her blessings, saying, "Brother Zhao, you have your own burdens. I hold no grudge against you, and I extend my congratulations on your upcoming marriage." The man gazed at her with reluctance. The girl, with her hair styled in twin coils adorned with only 2 delicate pink silk flowers, possessed a beauty as radiant as spring blossoms, a delicate nose, cherry lips, bright eyes, and fair skin, her features exquisitely refined. Even dressed in the most ordinary pale apricot waist-length dress, she stood out remarkably in the crowd. Alas, he was about to wed another. Yunkui felt a pang of regret. She lamented the departure of Guard Qian, whose robust physique and simple-mindedness she cherished. He was one of her carefully selected suitors. At 16, Yunkui served as a maid in the imperial kitchen. Though she occupied a lowly position, her sweet tongue allowed her to navigate her way, as even the slightest morsel shared by her superiors nourished her well, filling her with hope. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, desires arise, and under the guidance of her Aunt Baijan, who had married the captain of the honor guard, she firmly resolved to follow suit. According to Aunt Baijan, girls trained in the palace possess both beauty and propriety, which enhances their prospects for marriage. Marrying a guard is the best option. They have a respectable family, are handsome, and can gain military merit to rise further in rank, allowing you to become a lady of status. In her youth and beauty, how could she endure remaining in the greasy and mundane imperial kitchen? Thus, in her leisure time, she mingled with several unmarried guards. With a stroke of luck, she could marry shortly after leaving the palace. At 25 with less fortune, she might face abandonment like Guard Qian. Yunkui, orphaned and without family, lacked formal matchmaking or engagements. She was a drifting leaf, compelled to plan for her future. Regrets existed, yet they were few. Without Guard Qian, she still had Guard Qian, Guard Sun, Guard Allied. In truth, few guards in the palace were particularly unattractive. They were almost all tall and robust. Yet, human hearts are fickle. Those who professed love yesterday might abandon her tomorrow for another. Thus, she needed to keep her options open just in case. Guard Qian was a good man and had given her a sum of money. She could use some of it to help Guard Sun's elderly and frail mother, earning his deep gratitude and unwavering loyalty. With such pleasant thoughts, Yunkui's steps became lighter. However, the next morning, alarming news spread through the palace. The notoriously violent and bloodthirsty crown prince, known for silencing children's cries, was returning to the palace. A few days prior, the recently acquainted guard Feng rushed to inform her, Xiao Kui, the border conflict has ceased, and the crown prince will return to the capital soon. The palace is brimming with affairs, and I fear I won't be able to see you often in the days to come. Yunkui asked curiously. The crown prince? The mention of his title seemed forbidden, causing even the robust guard Feng to shudder involuntarily. Looking around to ensure no one was listening, he lowered his voice. The crown prince achieved a great victory in the north, slaughtering 7 cities of the northern way. Wherever he went, there was mourning. He is known as the beautiful-faced reaper. You may not know, though Yunkui had never seen the crown prince, who had been away at war for years, the title of beautiful-faced reaper intrigued her. It implied he was quite handsome, unlike a ferocious beast. The news of the crown prince's impending return quickly spread throughout the Forbidden City. However, when the curious young maids inquired about him from the elder servants of the imperial kitchen, they were met with silence, all fearing to draw unwanted attention. Do not ask what you should not. When the crown prince returns, do not approach him, lest. The speaker's face turned pale as they made a gesture across their throat. The others exchanged apprehensive glances, no longer daring to speak. Yunkui concluded the crown prince was not to be trifled with. Yet, she continued her daily routine of eating and sleeping. After all, the crown prince was far in the eastern palace. What concern was it of hers? But just a few days later, the head of the imperial kitchen announced significant news. The crown prince was to return soon, and as the eastern palace's kitchen had been neglected for years, the Internal Affairs Office decided to transfer 10 chefs and several eunuchs and maids from the imperial kitchen to serve the crown prince's culinary needs. Rumor had it that the crown prince was not only fierce in temperament, but also particularly lustful, showing no distinction between genders. Thus, all the young eunuchs sent over were delicate and soft, while the maids were fair-skinned and tender, each more beautiful than the last, ensuring none would tarnish the crown prince's eyes. Regrettably, Yunkui found herself among them. She could not comprehend why. If the crown prince was merely lustful, having a house full of beauties to serve him wasn't sufficient. Why must the kitchen also be filled with attractive individuals? Did beauty somehow enhance the taste of the food? Observing her former companion's expressions of despair, as if she were heading not to the Eastern Palace, but to the underworld, Yunkui felt a flutter of trepidation. Upon entering the Eastern Palace, She realized it was even larger than she had imagined, with various departments fully equipped and hundreds of people fulfilling their duties. It had its own staff and subordinates, with over 10 officials of the 7th rank or higher, resembling a miniature Forbidden City. However, as the Crown Prince had been away at war for years, many of these positions were held by officials from the court, and once he returned, the Eastern Palace would inevitably resume its operations. In contrast, the kitchen is but a trivial department, where one would scarcely catch a glimpse of the Crown Prince, let alone attract his attention. The meals undergo numerous layers of scrutiny before making their way to the tables of the nobility. The Crown Prince, known for his licentiousness, would certainly indulge in his own chambers. It is unlikely he would venture into the kitchen to seek pleasure. Yunkui exhaled a sigh of relief, adhering to the principle of making the best of her circumstances, continuing to eat and sleep well. As the Crown Prince's return to the capital approached, the East Palace bustled with activity, undergoing repairs and cleaning, all in preparation. Within a fortnight, the entire East Palace was revitalized, even the glazed tiles atop the pavilion gleaming brilliantly. Outside, the atmosphere was charged with fervor, while the kitchen engaged in the simple task of meal preparations, the ingredients managed by the court of imperial banquets, rendering the work significantly more relaxed than anticipated. However, the few guards she had previously befriended now regarded her with caution due to her position in the East Palace, and their encounters became increasingly rare, leaving Yunkui somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, there was no rush. Once the Crown Prince returned, she would establish her footing in the East Palace, and then consider her next steps. One evening, Dangui, a maid sharing her pavilion, was suddenly stricken with abdominal pain and, unable to bear it, sought her assistance. The meals for Lanyue Pavilion have yet to be delivered today. If you have no other matters, could you run an errand for me and Sister Xiangxing? Lanyue Pavilion, located in the southwest corner of the East Palace, was said to house a selection of beauties chosen by the Imperial Music Bureau to entertain the Crown Prince. Upon his return, training in singing and dancing for the past 2 months, Yunkui was more than willing. Rest, well, I shall go in your stead. It was fortuitous, as she was still unfamiliar with the layout of the East Palace. With its orderly environment, she would not be permitted to wander aimlessly, making this trip to Lanyue Pavilion an excellent opportunity to familiarize herself. Xiangxing, having served in the East Palace for many years, had developed a timid demeanor. Noticing the newly arrived maid's fearless curiosity, she hastily cautioned in a whisper, "The Crown Prince is returning, you must be careful." Yunkui leaned closer and asked softly, "Sister Xiangxing, could you tell me what the Crown Prince is truly like? As newcomers, it would be wise for us to prepare ourselves." Upon hearing the mention of the Crown Prince, Xiangxing's complexion paled. She dared not speak ill of that formidable figure. Though she served in the East Palace, as one of the most inconspicuous servants in the kitchen, she had only caught a distant glimpse of the Crown Prince once over the years. On the day that an assassin attacked Qingguang Hall, the Crown Prince erupted in a fury, resulting in the assassin and the colluding eunuchs meeting a gruesome end. Xiangxing vividly recalled the scene. The Crown Prince emerged from Qingguang Hall, sword in hand, his robes stained with blood, exuding an aura of menace akin to a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Years had passed, yet the memory of that day still left her trembling with fear. The Crown Prince's notorious reputation for brutality was well known even during his campaign in the northern frontier. It was said that he executed several officials before he left, seeking to redeem himself in that harsh land. Just when they thought they might finally breathe easy, the harbinger of death was returning, having devastated 7 cities in northern Wei, his violent and bloodthirsty nature unchanged. Who would not be afraid? As autumn settled in, Xiangxing was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a chill at the nape of her neck. In any case, listen less, ask less, and speak less. The Crown Prince will not make trouble for us in this humble kitchen. Rest assured, Sister Xiangxing, I will not stir up trouble, Yunkui replied, subconsciously lowering her voice under Xiangxing's influence. In mid-October, news spread through the palace that the Crown Prince had been ambushed by bandits on his way back to the capital, struck by several arrows, his life hanging by a thread. He was soon brought back to the East Palace, where the Emperor and Empress were deeply concerned. The entire Imperial Medical Bureau convened, and the herbalists were busily working. Even renowned doctors from far and wide were summoned to the palace. Blood was repeatedly poured out in basins, and for several days, The East Palace was permeated with a thick, metallic scent of blood, yet the Crown Prince remained unconscious. The kitchen could only prepare medicinal meals and light porridge to send, but the Crown Prince had yet to regain consciousness, unable to even ingest the broth, let alone solid food. Yunkui cautiously suppressed the flutter of excitement within her. Was it possible that the Crown Prince was nearing death? Might she return to the court of imperial banquets? How delightful! In high spirits, Yunkui squeezed her eyes shut, intending to enjoy a good night's rest. Yet, she recalled her 2 months in the East Palace and wondered whether Guard Qian had married yet. Perhaps she could glean some insight from his dreams. Yes, Yunkui had come to realize that at some point, she began to see peculiar scenes upon falling asleep, such as Dangui salivating over candied pork knuckles, Guard Qian rolling in a mountain of gold, and the eunuch Xiao Lu discovering that his little brother had grown back. All sorts of bizarre occurrences. Why on earth would she dream about Xiao Lu? She had no interest in such matters. It was only later, during a casual conversation with Dangui, that she discovered those scenes from her dreams were actually the dreams of others. Chapter 2. In the deep of night, Qingguang Hall was ablaze with light. Delicate wisps of smoke rose from a gilded incense burner, and the faint crimson glow of candles flickered through heavy drapes, revealing a figure lying on a Wangwali wood bed. His eyes were tightly shut, shadows gathering around his brow, his complexion an ashen hue. Even in unconsciousness, a palpable aura of menace emanated from him, deterring any who dared approach. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow tightly, the agony from the poisoned wound penetrating to his very bones, his body feeling as though it were ensconced in a furnace, yet at times plunged into an icy abyss. Simultaneously, fragmented voices surged into his ears like a tidal wave. Why has he not awakened? The medicine cannot even be administered. Could he truly be on the brink of death? For years, the dangers of the frontier have failed to extinguish him. The poisoned arrows cannot kill him. Truly a resilient life. It was the voice of the Empress. However, the Empress of Dezhou was known for her duplicitous nature, adept at feigning concern. Even if she secretly wished for his demise, she would never dare voice such sentiments openly. Could it be that upon his return to the capital, she no longer wished to maintain the facade? Or perhaps he was caught in some bizarre dream. Retribution. This fiend has slaughtered the innocent, inciting the wrath of heaven. Even the heavens can no longer tolerate this. The Empress commands us to find a solution. What solution can we devise? The Crown Prince has suffered from ailments since childhood, and when his head troubles him, he is as mad as a wild beast now, with arrows lodged in him, the poison seeping into his bones. This time it truly seems hopeless. May the heavens protect him, regardless of life or death. May Your Majesty and the Empress not implicate us. I have elders to care for and young ones at home. My grandson is waiting for me to buy him candied hawthorns. It must have been the voices of the old doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau. From several paces away, the Empress's anxious voice pierced through. You lot, whoever can manage to get the Crown Prince to drink the medicinal broth shall be rewarded with 10 taels of gold. Then, a cacophony of voices erupted around him, causing his head to throb. 10 taels of gold is not worth a life. Who dares to feed that tyrant? What if it cannot be administered, and the Crown Prince suddenly awakens? I might find myself kicked out, that I can hardly breathe. I should have gone to the latrine first. This pavilion will take at least an incense stick's worth of time to traverse. When will I get to leave?
What?
10 taels of gold? Could I really earn 10 taels of gold for feeding the Crown Prince medicine? 10 taels of gold could buy a courtyard in the capital. That is far more than I could earn in a lifetime in the kitchen. I can do it. I can do it. Oh, I'm going to be rich. The clamor was unbearable. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow tighter, wishing he could rise immediately and silence that loquacious maid with a single hand. Moments later, a soft voice echoed within the hall. Your Majesty, I am willing to give it a try. It was easily discernible that the previously raucous voice emanated from the same individual, yet it was markedly more subdued and compliant. Upon the utterance of these words, a collective gasp resonated throughout the hall. The Empress stepped forward, directing her gaze towards the small palace made prostrated on the ground. Do you truly possess a solution? Yunkui cautiously replied. I merely dare to ask, Your Majesty, could you grant me one more favor? Should His Royal Highness awaken and wish to execute me, might Your Majesty. The Empress scrutinized the maid's enchanting visage, then shifted her attention to her ample bosom and willow-like waist, astonished that such beauty could be found among the Palace attendants, after a brief moment of astonishment, a cold smile crept into the Empress's heart. Perhaps yet another ambitious one seeking to ascend the bedchamber, she mused. Maintaining a gentle demeanor, the Empress reassured her, "Rest assured, your service during the illness of His Royal Highness will not go unrecognized. I shall protect you. Who would risk their life for mere coin? Surely, she doesn't intend to feed His Royal Highness mouth to mouth? That little girl's aspirations far exceed her fragile existence. The last one who attempted such a maneuver has grass growing atop their grave." Hearing the cacophony of voices, the prince felt the veins on his forehead throb painfully. "Thank you for your benevolence, Your Majesty," Yunkui murmured, biting her lip before adding, "I must return to the kitchen to retrieve something." Suppressing her impatience, the Empress nodded. "Hurry back." Yunkui swiftly rose and ran back to the kitchen, first attending to her urgent needs, then locating an item among the ingredients, meticulously washing it before bringing it to the Qingguang Hall. The Empress fixed her gaze on the peculiar object in Yunkui's hands, instinctively covering her face with her sleeve. What is this? Can it truly compel His Royal Highness to ingest the medicine? It looks somewhat repulsive. The prince, overhearing this, was taken aback. Yunkui explained, "This is a common ingredient in the kitchen, and I have thoroughly cleaned it." At that moment, the eyes of the physicians and those present in the hall turned towards her. The palace attendants were certainly familiar with the item, but to present it uncooked to His Royal Highness was quite demeaning. Most physicians recognized it as well, their expressions revealing a myriad of reactions. The Empress inquired of the head physician, "Is there any issue?" The elderly Zhang, his hair as white as snow, felt his face flush but, sensing Yun Kuei's intention, hesitated before saying, "It could be worth a try." Yun Kui breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress nodded at her. "In that case, proceed."
Oh dear.
This maid is exceedingly audacious, daring to approach His Royal Highness. Even in his unconscious state, the prince could hear the various discussions echoing in the hall, as if he were attuned to the innermost thoughts of those around him. Yun Kui meticulously filled the casing with the medicinal broth, securely tying both ends, transforming it into an indescribable shape, prompting several physicians to avert their gazes uncomfortably. "Oh dear, avert your eyes, avert your eyes. Goodness, it resembles a large sausage. I used to just last night." The prince was bewildered, pondering what this object was and how it would be administered to him. What ingredient could be so distasteful? Yet Dr. Shun utilized too? Utilized. Yun Kui, requesting a silver needle from a nearby physician, punctured a small opening at the end of the casing and slowly approached the man lying on the sandalwood bed, murmuring incantations in her heart. "Please, please, ensure he consumes the medicine. Do not awaken at this moment. Heaven above, grant me success in obtaining those 10 taels of gold." The prince, with his eyes tightly shut, clenched his jaw. As the girl continued her incantation, his eyelids grew heavier, and the faint light he had perceived through his closed eyes vanished. Yun Kui, her heart racing, pulled back the curtain and swiftly covered His Royal Highness's visage with a cloth, leaving only his mouth exposed for the medicine. This way, she would not have to confront his fierce countenance. Even if he were to awaken suddenly, he would not see her face first, allowing her time to seek aid from the Empress and preserve her own life. "Little Kui, you are simply brilliant." "Little Kui," the prince memorized. The prince gritted his teeth. "Just wait, I shall ensure your demise." Suddenly, a soft touch caressed his jaw, accompanied by a gentle, feminine warmth that wafted to his nostrils. In that instant, the prince's mind went blank. Even in his unconscious state, the veins in his neck throbbed. No one had ever dared to lay hands upon him. Yun Kui grasped the prince's chin, her gaze falling upon his cool, jade-like skin and sharply defined features, momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, his chin was exquisitely shaped, though his lips appeared excessively pale, his skin devoid of color, feeling colder than the snow of a winter night. Were it not for the faint sign of breath, the prince would have seemed more like a lifeless corpse. Yet, even blindfolded and in a deep slumber, the oppressive aura of his authority was palpable, sending shivers down the spine. Yun Kui inhaled deeply. "Ah, such a rosy tongue." The prince. Suppressing her growing anxiety, Yun Kui held the prince's gaunt, pale jaw, applying pressure to slightly part his lips, and with a determined push, she shot the medicinal broth into his throat. The physicians, She truly managed to administer it. The method is clever, but the process is undeniably distasteful. I can hardly bear to witness this. The prince felt a bitter, acrid sensation in his throat, and before he could react, instinctively swallowed the unpleasant medicine. Years of being in his position had made him acutely wary of what entered his mouth. No one had ever dared to force anything upon him. This was a first. Unaware that the man beneath her had awakened, Yunkui attempted to push more medicine into him, only to have her wrist seized firmly. What had begun as a precarious transaction turned into a painful grip on her wrist, startling her so thoroughly that she lost her grip on the casing. A voice in the hall exclaimed, "His Royal Highness has awakened." The Empress and the physicians rushed forward to assess the situation. Yunkui, with no time to think, swiftly broke free from the grip before the prince could remove the cloth covering his eyes, obediently rolling to the ground and kneeling with her head bowed. The Empress cast her gaze upon her and instructed the senior palace maid beside her, take her away to receive her reward. Upon hearing this, Yunkui felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, not daring to lift her head as she hurriedly expressed her thanks and exited. The prince lifted the cloth, rising slowly, eyeing the flickering candlelight. His pallid face appeared cold and forbidding, devoid of warmth. His bloodshot eyes, as red as rubies, sent chills through anyone who dared to meet his gaze. The Empress stiffly lifted the corners of her mouth, then revealed a tender and concerned smile. "Your Royal Highness, you have finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort?" The prince, with an inscrutable expression, raised his eyes to regard the elegantly dressed woman before him. Years had passed, and the Empress had become increasingly voluptuous and dignified. Her demeanor remained as gentle and affectionate as ever. Yet, what reached the prince's ears was a voice that starkly contrasted with her benevolent facade. "Is that all it takes to awaken him? Did they truly cut corners to concoct this 7,000s powder, achieving results so swiftly? Heaven's eyes are blind. Why didn't those arrows strike him dead?" The queen felt an unsettling chill under his gaze. Nearly losing her composure, she quickly forced a smile and turned to the physician behind her, saying, "Director Zhang." Director Zhang immediately stepped forward to take the Crown Prince's pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "The pulse is erratic, indicating the presence of toxins disrupting the meridians. The residual poison within His Highness has yet to be cleared. He must continue to take the 7-layer powder, supplemented with acupuncture to expel the toxins, and apply wound medicine externally, to prevent the poison from infiltrating the lungs and jeopardizing the heart's vitality." "Then he has not fully recovered. This is splendid news." The queen replied, "In that case, I implore you, Director Zhang, to exert yourself further. The Crown Prince must not encounter any mishaps." Chapter 3. Indeed, Yunkui had cleverly slipped away. Following Qing Dai to collect her reward, she noticed that the Empress had no further instructions, and the Crown Prince had already awoken. It seemed he could manage the medicine himself, with so many palace attendants at his service, rendering her presence unnecessary. And thus, she seized the opportunity to return to the kitchen. Clutching the gold ingot, Yunkui remained shaken. Truly, fortune favors the bold. The wrist gripped by the Crown Prince remained red and swollen, causing her to gasp in pain. She could hardly fathom how a gravely injured and unconscious person could possess such strength, nearly breaking her bones. Fortunately, she had the foresight to blindfold the Crown Prince and had the Empress's protection over her life, so today's incident should be behind her. The Crown Prince, burdened with state affairs, would likely forget about her existence. Before long, Dangui returned from the Qingguang Hall, trembling uncontrollably as she climbed into bed. Yunkui quietly leaned closer and asked, "Is the Crown Prince truly terrifying? You seem so frightened." "How could I dare to look?" Dangui replied in a pale voice. "However, the Crown Prince has proclaimed that if physician Chen cannot cure him within a month, he will have the man's family executed. That is too tyrannical. To kill someone simply for failing to cure him? Yet, this Crown Prince must value his life greatly. Otherwise, he would not threaten a physician's life so. Therefore, her act of serving him medicine today might be considered commendable, after all." Regardless, Yunkui's already limited courage had been pushed to its limits today. Having been so frightened by the Crown Prince, she would never dare approach him again. Recalling the events from earlier in the hall, Dangui felt a wave of dread. "How could you be so bold as to serve the medicine?" Yunkui shrugged her shoulders. "I was scared too." She had never anticipated that the Crown Prince would awaken so suddenly. Had he not been gravely wounded and on the brink of death? Why had he chosen to wake just as she was feeding him medicine? What a stroke of luck. Although she had a penchant for wealth, driven by the belief that fortune favors the daring, it did not mean she was unafraid of death. This transaction of 10 taels of gold could only be attempted once. A second chance might truly cost her life. Dangui, curious, inquired, "How did you come up with that method?" "I have never seen anyone use sheep intestines to administer medicine." Yunkui pondered for a moment before explaining, "I once saw my uncle do this for my aunt. She was lying in bed, looking quite ill, and refusing to take her medicine. I secretly observed my uncle filling the sheep intestine with medicine to feed her. At first, she shook her head and refused, but in the end, he forcefully made her take it. When she emerged from the room, her complexion appeared much improved. So it seemed the method truly worked." "I see," Dangui nodded. "By the way, I don't recall you ever mentioning your uncle's family." Yunkui reclined back onto her bed with a sigh. "I have been in the palace for 6 or 7 years now, and I have not seen them in ages.
They are likely dead by now."
Orphaned at a young age, she had been placed in her uncle's care, but her uncle was lecherous, her aunt greedy, and her cousin a gambler. None of them welcomed her. Her aunt, recognizing her beauty, begrudgingly raised her with the intention of marrying her off to wealthy old men in exchange for a substantial bride price. She had once met a Mr. Zhu, who, upon seeing her, always looked at her with lecherous eyes, his face as round as a pig's head, with a peculiar odor that could induce nausea. She had been under 10 years old at the time. That night, she dreamt of Mr. Zhu smiling as he reached for her hand, waking in terror. Unaware of her ability to enter others' dreams, she simply felt fear and fled her uncle's home that very night. After many twists and turns, she became a palace maid. And years had passed since then. Yunkui took a deep breath, banishing those unhappy memories from her mind. Before sleeping, she couldn't help but pray that the Crown Prince would forget about tonight's events and her altogether. Please, do not seek trouble with her. As she drifted into a heavy slumber, a vague figure loomed before her, clad in a dark golden robe, tall and imposing. More terrifyingly, this figure had a grip on another person's neck, lifting them off the ground. The girl being choked whimpered for mercy, her legs flailing in a desperate struggle. Yunkui had never dreamed of such a brutal scene. It was far more horrifying than falling downstairs or being chased. She felt as though an invisible hand was tightly squeezing her own neck, causing her chest to constrict painfully. Upon closer inspection, she realized the girl being choked was none other than herself. Awakening with a gasp, Yunkui breathed heavily. That was close. She had nearly met her end. But why would anyone want to kill her? Struggling to recall the appearance of the figure in her dream, she couldn't clearly see their face. But the exposed skin was unnaturally pale, with bulging veins and a pronounced Adam's apple visible on their neck. The dark robe was embroidered with intricate golden patterns resembling python scales. Python scales. Could it be the Crown Prince? This dangerous thought took root in her mind, constricting her breath. While Yunkui could enter others' dreams after falling asleep, this bizarre ability had never been definitively tested. For instance, whose dreams she could enter and how she could do so remained vague. She only knew that if she thought of someone frequently before sleeping, she might enter their dreams. However, not everyone was accessible. Figures like the Emperor or the Empress, who were far beyond her comprehension, were rarely seen and certainly not dreamt of. Could it be that her desperate prayers before sleeping to avoid the Crown Prince had led her into his dream? Did the Crown Prince now intend to take her life?
No.
Help. If only the Crown Prince were a just and benevolent ruler, she might not have to fear for her life. Yet, the reality was that he was a merciless tyrant, killing without a second thought, unconcerned with her innocence. What a miscalculation! She cursed herself for being blinded by the allure of 10 taels of gold, fearing someone else would seize the opportunity and acting impulsively. Hugging her knees, Yunkui let out a desperate sigh. Thus, she spent the entire day on edge until evening arrived without any summons. Yunkui finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to see a blood-soaked young palace maid being carried out from the Qingguang Hall. The cold wind in the corridor sent shivers down her spine, making every hair on her body stand on end, her limbs numb with fear. The meal sent to the hall remained untouched by the Crown Prince. and the head eunuch returned, visibly shaken. Someone nearby whispered, "What had that maid do to warrant being killed by the crown prince?" The head eunuch dared not inquire further. He had only heard the crown prince utter, "Who sent you here?" When the girl refused to answer, she was dragged outside and beaten to death. Passing by the scene of the execution, he had seen blood seeping into the cracks of the stones, the stench so overwhelming it churned his stomach, making him wish to purge his last meal. He gestured for silence, and no one dared to ask further, resolving to the queen cast a discreet glance at him. The folk healer invited last time had proven ineffective, and some had even returned, frightened by the prince's tyranny, stricken by illness. Emperor Chunming gazed at the dragon and phoenix motifs adorning the tent ceiling, and after a prolonged silence, remarked, "Regardless, we shall do our utmost." The queen nodded in agreement. Emperor Chunming ascended to the throne following the death of his brother, while the current crown prince is the son of the late Emperor Jingyu. Years ago, the late emperor had led a campaign to the northern borders, returning gravely wounded, only to confront insurrections from powerful feudal lords. It was during this tumultuous time that the pregnant Empress Huigong devised a scheme to sow discord among the feudal lords, resulting in their mutual destruction, thus stabilizing the realm. However, the strain of her efforts took a toll on her health. In a bid to ensure the continuity of the Zhao dynasty, the Empress endured a difficult labor to deliver the crown prince, tragically succumbing on the birthing bed. The late emperor, already in a precarious state due to his injuries and the sorrow of losing his wife, soon followed her into death. In the ensuing chaos, as the realm fell into disarray, the ailing Empress Dowager was compelled to assume control. A kingdom without a sovereign is rife with disorder. At that time, two factions emerged in the court, one advocating for the crown prince's ascension to the throne under the Dowager Empress's guidance, while the other contended that the crown prince, being young and inexperienced, coupled with the dowager's frailty, could not steadfastly govern amid external threats and internal rebellions. Thus, they proposed selecting a capable and virtuous member from the royal family to ascend. It was during this tumult that the esteemed Duke Rui, known for his wisdom, was recommended, now recognized as Emperor Chunming. At that juncture, Duke Rui was the sole prince residing in the capital, unassigned to a fief. During the late emperor's convalescence, it was Duke Rui who diligently attended to him, earning a reputation for fraternal loyalty. After much deliberation, the Dowager Empress made the decision. Duke Rui would temporarily assume the imperial mantle while the crown prince remained designated as such, with the intention of restoring the throne to the bloodline of Emperor Jingyu upon Duke Rui's passing. Over 20 years have elapsed since then. Under the governance of Duke Rui, now Emperor Chunming, Dezhao has enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. However, the late emperor's crown prince has suffered from congenital ailments since childhood, leading to a volatile temperament and ruthless conduct, inciting fear within the court and among the populace, earning infamy. As an uncle, Emperor Chunming found himself unable to discipline the crown prince as he would his own son. He could neither punish nor overly reprimand him, and turning a blind eye would only invite dissatisfaction from ministers and citizens alike. With the crown prince's recent return to the palace, calls for his removal and the establishment of a new heir have emerged. As a sovereign who ascended the throne through unconventional means, Emperor Chunming, who had vowed before the Dowager Empress to restore the throne to its rightful lineage, has spent many years as a benevolent uncle, seeking to placate the ministers through reason and sentiment. Conversely, the faction unwaveringly supporting the crown prince argued that he, having fought in battles for years and now approaching manhood, ought to marry and produce heirs to ensure the continuation of the Zhao dynasty, lest history repeat itself as it did with Emperor Jingyu, whose lack of heirs precipitated the rebellion of the feudal lords, ultimately benefiting his half-brother, Duke Rui. Contemplating this, Emperor Chunming furrowed his brow deeply and sighed. The crown prince's marriage can indeed be arranged. The couple exchanged a glance, a complex understanding flickering in their eyes. Over the years, in pursuit of lineage, Emperor Chunming had taken numerous consorts, siring 9 sons and 12 daughters, with the queen herself contributing 2 legitimate heirs. Chapter 4. In recent days, the Empress had dispatched numerous individuals from the Internal Affairs Court to the Eastern Palace, yet without exception, they were all turned away by the Crown Prince. Two of her carefully placed spies, whom she had intended to keep close to the prince, were reportedly dealt with harshly for their clumsiness in his presence. The empress was furious, yet beneath her wrath lay a thread of trepidation. Had the prince uncovered something he ought not to have? It seemed improbable. She reflected on her diligent efforts over the years. At least outwardly, she had conducted herself with utmost propriety, and none dared to speak ill of her. The two palace maids she had sent were particularly discreet. Nevertheless, the immediate concern was to placate the old ministers of the previous dynasty, to demonstrate that she, as a mother in this realm, had exhausted her benevolence, and the outcomes were beyond her control. Regrettably, the inept individuals she had previously dispatched could not even approach the prince, resulting in such a dismal fate. This realization gave the empress a pounding headache. It was then that Qin Mama, her confidant, offered a suggestion. In my humble opinion, that maid who served the medicine last time was quite audacious and clever, and her appearance was most pleasing. After all that transpired, the crown prince spared her life, indicating she possesses fortune. Perhaps she could be of service to your majesty. This reminder stirred the empress's thoughts, and she recalled the maid's charming visage, prompting her to command, "Fetch her for me." Yunkui was a woman with acute self-awareness. Sensing that the empress's summons to a lowly creature such as herself could not be inconsequential, even though she had already been rewarded for her service, she feared this new call was related to the crown prince. Indeed, when the empress, seated upon a gilded couch adorned with peonies, set aside her tea and smiled serenely, she remarked, "Had it not been for your adeptness in serving the medicine, the crown prince would not have awakened so swiftly." Upon hearing the mention of the crown prince, Yunkui felt a surge of anxiety, but she steeled herself to respond, "This servantess' skills are trivial and unworthy of mention." The empress regarded her with a knowing smile. She had encountered many women of ambition and greed. Such individuals were easiest to manipulate. "Rise," commanded the empress. "Dangui compliet." Expressing her gratitude, the empress appraised her with satisfaction. "Indeed, you are a beauty. It is a pity to confine you to the kitchen. Your boldness and attention to detail would be better utilized elsewhere." With the crown prince currently unwell, the palace staff are ineffectual, unable even to administer medicine. "I have thought of you." Yunkui's heart sank. The empress could not possibly intend for her to serve the crown prince directly, could she? The empress clarified her intentions. "I wish to promote you to a palace made to serve the crown prince. What say you?" "Serve? Serve in his chambers?" Yunkui gasped, momentarily believing she had misheard. The empress chuckled lightly. "What, do you refuse?" Yunkui was drenched in cold sweat, her voice faltering. "This servant is unworthy, only capable of menial tasks in the kitchen. I cannot serve in such a capacity." Though she longed for a sense of belonging, she understood the perils of being close to a man as ruthless as the crown prince. It would be akin to courting death. The empress asserted, "With your beauty, serving medicine is a waste of talent. As for matters of the bedchamber, I will arrange for your instruction." To be the crown prince's confidant is a path to boundless prospects. Despite the empress's seemingly benevolent demeanor, Yunkui detected an unmistakable undertone of command. Fearing the prince might disdain her clumsiness, she hesitated. Noticing her reluctance, the empress's expression darkened. Qin Mama, recognizing her mistress's displeasure, stepped forward with a stern countenance. "This is the Eastern Palace, a coveted honor sought by many. The empress's desire to elevate you is a fortune you have earned through many lifetimes. You should express your gratitude without delay." Yunkui recalled how fervently she had sought to impress during her previous service, yet now she found herself hesitating. Ultimately, she could not refuse, and she knelt to express her thanks. Before the empress, the matriarch of the nation, she understood that there was no room for negotiation. The dreadful reality she had feared unfolded in the most terrifying manner. The thought of the merciless crown prince and the bodies dragged from the halls sent chills down her spine. If he harbored murderous intent in dreams, her fate would be sealed upon entering the Eastern Palace. She would surely meet a grim end. Returning to the kitchen in a daze, she learned from the head matron that she was no longer to stay in the communal quarters, as she had been assigned a new residence. Internally, she mused that there was no rush to relocate. Her fate might already be sealed before she could settle into her new home. Dangui grasped her hand, tears brimming in her eyes. "Do not worry. I shall burn extra paper money for you, ensuring your time in the underworld is not filled with suffering. Yunkui felt tears welling up within her. Her 10 taels of gold had yet to warm her grasp. For the first time in her life, she comprehended the stark reality of earning wealth without the chance to spend it. Although the role of a palace maid was lowly, it still conferred a certain rank among the female officials. Alongside the ceremonial, gatekeeping, and accounting attendants, they resided in the supplementary quarters of the Eastern Palace, primarily tasked with menial duties such as making the Crown Prince's bed and assisting with his ablutions. Despite the differing titles, they all awaited the Crown Prince's favor, ever prepared to serve him. Under different circumstances, this would have been an opportunity for these lowly maids to ascend to greatness. Proximity to the prince could lead to a lifetime of wealth and honor. Yet, faced with this particular Crown Prince, the Eastern Palace felt no different from Yama's realm. Yunkui felt utterly despondent. The 3 maids accompanying her hailed from the Moonlight Pavilion, each skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while she was left with nothing but an empty facade. It was painfully evident that before the Crown Prince, even the most exquisite beauty was of little worth. The maids dragged from the halls had all been stunning. The Crown Prince showed no mercy when he chose to eliminate. In the afternoon, Qin Mama arrived with instructions on the palace's protocols, primarily concerning duties within the Eastern Palace, especially in light of the Crown Prince's grave condition. Grandma Wei had summoned skilled women to teach them how to bandage wounds, administer food and water, and to perform all manner of tasks, from serving tea to tidying the bedchamber, demonstrating until they were proficient. Your heart must be calm, your hands steady, and your demeanor proper. The Crown Prince favors tranquility. No noise is to be made within the palace, and not a speck of dust is to be found upon the bedding, the tables, or the curtains. Yunkui folded bedding over 20 times, her heart heavy with despair. Was there even a possibility she would live long enough to prepare the Crown Princess' bed? She feared that simply stepping into the Eastern Palace would lead to her demise. Yet, Yunkui was a dutiful fish, unwilling to rebel, even if her heart was unwilling. She was the type of person who would not strive for greatness, but would also not sink to the lowest depths, maintaining a compliant disposition before the matron. Performing her tasks with a lifelessness akin to a puppet, mechanically repeating actions. After all, these might be her final days. Even if they were grueling, they were worth cherishing. In the ensuing days, the 4 of them were utterly exhausted. The accountant maid could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Aunt Wei, when shall we attend to the Crown Prince?" The meticulous Aunt Wei cast a glance her way and replied, "What is the rush? The most crucial lessons have yet to be imparted." Thus, the 4 of them were handed a picture book. Aunt Wei explained, "The previous rules were merely to ensure your survival in the presence of the Crown Prince. What follows are the secret arts of the chamber that will earn you his favor." With intrigue, they opened the book, only to discover that Aunt Wei had shown them illustrations of amorous encounters. The maidens, particularly C-Men and C-E, blushed deeply at the sight of the intimate figures depicted, hastily shutting the book. Even C-Zhong, who usually exhibited a bold demeanor, found her cheeks flushed. Observing their embarrassment, Yunkui refrained from revealing her own keen interest, pretending to close the book as well. Aunt Wei continued, "The Crown Prince, having reached maturity, still finds his bed unoccupied. You are the finest selections from the palace, and it is imperative that you serve him well to win his affection. Presently, with his grave injury limiting his mobility, you must diligently study the arts of the chamber and alleviate his burdens. Do you understand?" The 4 nodded in unison. Later that night, when solitude enveloped the palace, Yunkui nestled beneath her covers and eagerly perused the small booklet. In truth, she was not a stranger to matters of the chamber. Her dreams occasionally revealed vivid scenes, albeit of a nature that offered her no tangible aid in her waking life. The protagonists of her dreams were often familiar faces, such as Aunt Baijian and the commander of the honor guard. Occasionally, due to certain positions, she would catch glimpses of bodies but only hear muffled sounds of pleasure. It was only later that she came to understand these experiences as the so-called spring dreams. Out of decorum, even within her dreams, she refrained from intruding, opting instead to observe with a sense of restraint, gradually cultivating an understanding of romantic entanglements. However, Her duties within the inner palace limited her interactions to maids and eunuchs, and those she encountered from the Hall of Grace and the guards of the outer palace were not often privy to such dreams, resulting in few opportunities for her to witness spring dreams up close. The dreams of young eunuchs held little allure, as she found the corpulent men unappealing. Yet, due to her limited experiences, a sense of longing stirred within her. As she flipped through the illustrations of amorous postures, she recognized their resemblance to the scenes she had previously encountered in her dreams, understanding at last the nuances of passion and intimacy. The myriad of mysteries unfolded before her, revealing that the pleasures of the human realm were unparalleled. As she continued to read, a wave of melancholy washed over her. No matter how much she yearned, she would soon be bereft of earthly joys. Aunt Wei was truly kind, providing her with this book before her demise, allowing her a brief yet delightful night. Yet, it seemed the skills she acquired would go unappreciated by the Crown Prince. Perhaps in the afterlife, she might engage with a few handsome spirits. She pondered whether the joys of the living differed from those of the dead. A sigh escaped her lips, and she felt an urge to weep. The following morning, Aunt Wei personally attended to their grooming and led them into the Hall of Radiance. Upon entering, a strong scent of blood assailed their senses, prompting them to collectively hold their breath. Yunkui kept her gaze fixed on the tips of her shoes, her palms slick with cold sweat. Chapter 5. As the saying goes, one must first observe a person's face before judging their character, and when capturing a thief, one must first seize the king. Yunkui is a connoisseur of beauty. Even in such a highly charged atmosphere, she cannot help but notice the countenance before her. Moreover, this visage is beyond the scope of her meager vocabulary. For a fleeting moment, she even questions whether this is merely a figment of her imagination as she approaches her demise. She fantasizes that the Crown Prince is not the fearsome figure he appears to be, but rather a gentleman of extraordinary grace and charm, who would ask her in the softest of tones, "Choose between 1,000 taels of silver or becoming my consort." Naturally, she would choose the former. Men are fickle, but the tangible wealth clasped in one's hands will never betray you. However, a chilling scoff swiftly shatters her reverie. "Was it you who administered the medicine to me last time?" Yunkui, startled, quickly lowers her head. It was this servant. The Crown Prince hears her thoughts clearly, and he cannot believe this girl still harbors such unrealistic fantasies, even as death looms. Is there truly no one left in the Empress's retinue to send such a fool? With her head bowed, she suddenly feels a chill at her neck, causing her to shiver. Then, the cold, pale fingers of the man gently lift her chin. The scene of being choked in a dream floods her mind. The Crown Prince leisurely caresses the area around her carotid artery, his touch both subtle and suffocating, sending shivers down her spine. She feels that even if he were gravely injured, snapping her neck would be as effortless as crushing an ant. His obsidian eyes fixed on her. He speaks in a low tone. "You have rendered service in administering medicine. Speak. What reward do you desire?" "I wish to live. Can you grant me that?" Yunkui internally sobs, yet her lips respond with subservience and respect. "To serve your highness is a blessing beyond measure. I dare not claim any merit, especially as the Empress has already bestowed her favor upon me." "The Empress is the Empress, and I am I," the Crown Prince smiles at her. "I am always clear about rewards and punishments. Feel free to express your desires, and I shall not refuse. You say you don't want it, yet it seems never-ending. Do you wish to see my muscles? Shall I show you?" The Crown Prince's composed expression finally undergoes a slight change. What are those two words? It seems he has been injured for too long, and even his hearing has dulled. Yunkui is at a loss for words. Her merit in administering medicine is not substantial enough to demand a life-saving token from the Crown Prince. After all, what is she? To seek a favor to leave the palace would clearly convey to the Crown Prince, "I fear death and cannot serve you. You should seek someone more capable." She is left with no choice but to glance pleadingly at Aunt Wei beside her. Aunt Wei forces a smile and quickly adds, "This girl is honest. She harbors no ulterior motives. For His Highness to allow her to serve him is already a great blessing." Yunkui obediently nods. The Crown Prince gazes at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Do you wish to serve me?" Yunkui is compelled to meet his gaze, struggling to swallow hard. This servant is willing. What nonsense! Could I possibly say I am unwilling? That would be courting death. But you are trembling. The Crown Prince ruthlessly exposes her. Indeed, she has been shaking since entering the palace. Perhaps it is the presence of this formidable figure that causes her anxiety. Despite the season still being autumn, the Hall of Eternal Light feels like an ice cellar, especially under the Crown Prince's scrutiny, which makes her so nervous that even her teeth are chattering. Particularly when those shadowy, ink-like eyes are fixed on her, the profound fear is utterly uncontrollable, just as it is now. She realizes she is trembling even more violently. Before she can react, the gasps of the onlookers pierce her ears. "Your Highness, you are bleeding." Simultaneously, she feels several warm drops of crimson liquid on the back of her hand. As for the spectacle before her, Yunkui can be certain that this will haunt her as a nightmare for a lifetime. The man chuckles softly, trembling all over, blood spilling from the corner of his pale lips, quickly soaking his broad chest. His large black robe makes him appear like a vengeful spirit come to collect a debt. Yunkui holds her breath, a fragment of rationality urging her to retreat swiftly and summon a physician. Yet she finds herself utterly paralyzed. Unable to move or even breathe, that blood-stained hand is slowly tightening around her neck.
And now?
The man's deep, hoarse voice cuts through the air. And now? What do you mean? Yunkui finds herself increasingly unable to comprehend his words. The Crown Prince gazes intently at her, asking again with persistent curiosity, "Do you still wish to serve me?" Yunkui is forced to lift her chin, beginning to struggle for breath. "Your Excellency, must you clutch my neck while you question me? I loathe you, Empress. I told you I cannot serve this ancestor, yet you insisted I come." The Crown Prince, hearing her unspoken thoughts, smiles with satisfaction. "You finally admit it." Yunkui. Is he truly conversing with her? What has she admitted? It seems she has said nothing at all. The pressure around her neck gradually intensifies, and Yunkui watches in horror as his veins bulge beneath his skin, the darkness in his eyes deepening. She is engulfed by an unprecedented fear, and just as she is about to suffocate, the grip around her neck suddenly loosens. The hand drops weakly to the bed, still dripping blood. Yunkui breaks free from her shackles, clutching her neck as she gasps for air, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The Crown Prince collapses, blood spilling forth, and the hall erupts into chaos as physicians and palace attendants rush forward. Yunkui scrambles away from the danger zone. Has she narrowly escaped with her life? Or has she merely postponed her inevitable demise? Aunt Wei gestures for her to step aside, asking, "Are you all right? Did the Crown Prince harm you?" The girl, her face streaked with tears, her neck and garments stained with blood, bears clear impressions of a handprint, appearing utterly disheveled. The terror of near death slowly ebbs away, and Yunkui struggles to clear her throat, touching the blood on her neck. The Crown Prince is fastidious about cleanliness, and the palace attendants must maintain impeccable tidiness from head to toe. Their garments must not bear a speck of dirt, nor should there be any unpleasant odors. This includes the cosmetics used by the palace maids. Their oils and soaps must not possess overly strong fragrances. Hence, the essence prepared by Aunt Wei for them is one of subtle elegance and tranquility. The food served is equally discerning. They must abstain from onions, garlic, and any food with a pungent scent, as any strong aroma could offend the Crown Prince, leading to dire consequences. Yunkui labored tirelessly, her hands nearly raw, until she successfully removed all traces of blood from the gown. After being frightened by the Crown Prince, she found herself unable to eat. Once her tasks were completed, exhaustion overcame her, and she collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate time, she felt her entire being shaken vigorously. Even in her slumber, her eyelids were forcefully pried open. Yunkui thought to herself, "Is this a murder?" Upon awakening, she realized the situation seemed even more dire than that. The one rousing her was Cui Xiong, a palace maid from the East Palace, whom she had encountered a few times in recent days. Cui Xiong hurriedly called out to her, "Sister Yunkui, why have you slept for so long? His Royal Highness requires a change of medicine and a body wipe. Aunt Wei has sent me to summon you." Yunkui, still groggy and disoriented, sat up and stared wide-eyed as the realization struck her. To change the medicine and wipe the Crown Prince's body, they wanted her to do that. Chapter 6. Yunkui attempted to inquire, who usually tends to His Highness the Crown Prince's wounds. Cui Xiang averted her gaze, hesitatingly replied, initially. It was the physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Later, it fell to the eunuchs of Qingguang Hall. However, due to their inadequate service, they were. She dared not finish, as those who had previously tended to the Crown Prince had either fled in fear or had been rendered ill themselves. One young eunuch had been kicked and spat blood by the Crown Prince upon awakening, for reasons unknown. Observing Cui Xiang's expression, Yunkui understood that it was best not to press further. Given the Crown Prince's temperament, even ghosts and deities dared not approach. Who would be willing to serve him closely? She recalled the corpse dragged out from Qingguang Hall days prior. A wave of nausea and suffocation washed over her, leaving her face pale. I have only been in Qingguang Hall for a few days and have not served the Crown Prince. Why is it me today? Cui Xiang pursed her lips and said, perhaps it is because Aunt Wei saw that you were adept at administering medicine and you have shown yourself before His Highness today, making you the most suitable choice. Yunkui sighed, her face a portrait of helplessness. She had ventured into Qingguang Hall twice, each time nearly losing her life. Just because she had survived by sheer luck, they could not pin all the blame on her. Was it possible that a fatal curse lay upon her, destined to meet her end today? Yet, the fortune-teller had assured her in her childhood that she was destined for great wealth and prosperity, or else her aunt would not have been so eager to match her with wealthy suitors. Alas, Yunkui's heart sank. As she prepared to leave after tidying herself up, Cui Xiang hurriedly stopped her, whispering, Aunt Wei wants you to dress up properly before going. Yunkui queried, why? Reluctantly, she acknowledged that she needed to spruce herself up. With a stroke of luck, perhaps the living Yama would take a liking to her and spare her life. If fortune did not favor her, she would directly meet the true Yama. However, the likelihood of good fortune was exceedingly slim. Of course, even meeting Yama required some semblance of decorum. Having lived in this world, one must depart with dignity. Yet, as a mere palace maid, even in death, there would be no mortician to arrange her remains. More likely, she would be wrapped in a straw mat and discarded at a mass grave. Such dignity was something she had to earn for herself. Yunkui seldom applied more powder, extravagantly used perfume, and finally gazed into the mirror, her smile more akin to a grimace. Upon arriving at Qingguang Hall, Aunt Wei promptly ushered her inside. Physician Chen Yi, seeing her as a savior, exclaimed, Miss Yunkui, you are most skilled at serving the Crown Prince. The wound ointment is ready. Shall we begin? Yunkui, forcing a smile through clenched teeth, replied, Physician Chen, I was merely a kitchen servant, never having served the Crown Prince. How could this be my forte?
Chen Yi chocolate hardly.
The Crown Prince's moods were unpredictable, and tending to him was a thankless task. Many physicians had already claimed illness to avoid the duty. Though Chen Yi had been promoted, the Crown Prince had given him a month to improve his performance, or else even the Empress could not protect him. The palace maids and eunuchs were timid and ineffective, fearful of inciting the wrath of this living Yama, leaving only Aunt Wei to select someone to serve. Aunt Wei, well aware of the Crown Prince's temperament, would not willingly send anyone to their doom. Conveniently, for beautiful maidens were available in the side hall, and since Yunkui had been personally appointed by the Empress, the opportunity was naturally hers. Yunkui silently cursed, as the cowardly physician had sought a scapegoat. Unwittingly, it was her who became the sacrificial lamb. As Aunt Wei approached, she was momentarily entranced by the young woman's radiant visage. Earlier, the corridor had been dim, but now, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, the young woman appeared ethereal. Her delicate features accentuated by a light dusting of powder and subtly arched brows, her deep, dark eyes slightly upturned, exuding a charming allure. Clad in a simple white and pink ensemble, she resembled a celestial being, ethereal and otherworldly. Even after spending over 20 years in the palace, the elder had rarely encountered such vivid beauty. Even the emperor's daughters would pale in comparison. Regaining her composure, she approached with a stern expression. Why are you dawdling? The Crown Prince's condition cannot be delayed. None of us can afford that. Yunkui, compelled by duty, dared not display her frustration. Yet she had never regretted anything so deeply as that moment when, lured by a trivial reward, she had recklessly approached to administer medicine. After washing her hands, a eunuch presented a tray filled with various porcelain vials, scissors, and gauze. The accompanying physician meticulously detailed the names and dosages of the medications, which Yunkui attentively noted, determined not to make a single error. Next came the delicate task of undressing the Crown Prince. Fortunately, he remained unconscious, yet with prior experiences weighing heavily on her mind. She dared not be careless, acutely aware that at any moment he could awaken and exact vengeance upon her. With a deep breath, she approached the bed with utmost caution, kneeling beside the man for the first time, scrutinizing him earnestly. Earlier, while administering medicine, she had covered his eyes. This morning, forced to meet his gaze. Overwhelming fear had clouded her perception, and the breathtaking beauty of his features had swiftly transformed into terror. Now, even with his eyes closed, an aura of cold menace radiated from him, sharp and chilling in the dim light. Yet it was undeniable, he was incredibly handsome, with sword-like brows and phoenix-like eyes. A high nose and thin lips, his jawline was clean and smooth, his features exquisitely sculpted. The candlelight accentuated his regal aura, rendering him almost divine. He's so beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful. Yunkui was momentarily transfixed, oblivious to the slight movement of the black jade ring on his thumb. Only when the physician beside her gently reminded her did she snap back to reality and hurriedly reach for the medicine bottle. Having observed others in their intimate moments, she had learned how to unfasten a man's clothing. With a delicate touch, she lifted the brocade blanket, her fingers brushing against his waist, finding the sash, and slowly loosening it. With a gentle flick, she parted the inner garments, revealing a torso as pale as jade, defined and chiseled. Yunkui's heart raced, her breath quickening in response. However, the multitude of wounds covering his body swiftly pulled her back to reality. The pristine bandages were soaked with blood, the metallic scent overwhelming her senses. She had never witnessed such severe injuries. It was no wonder he lacked the strength to harm her. Taking a deep breath, she cut away the bandages on his chest, retrieved a cloth, and moistened it with saline solution, steps she was familiar with, having been taught by the physician. Yet, the moment the cloth made contact with the horrific wound, the man's brow furrowed tightly. Yunkui trembled, nearly collapsing, but seeing him still lying there with his eyes closed steadied her nerves. Gripping the cloth tightly, she proceeded to cleanse the wound, though the skin was torn and raw. Blood clots adhering to the bandages, and several areas continued to ooze blood, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, yet no one was there to assist her, leaving her no choice but to press on. Please, do not awaken at this moment. It looks agonizing to behold. Is the Empress overly concerned? Can the Crown Prince's body withstand any more distress? Are we merely here as decorative figures, or are we destined to meet our demise? Engaging in such intimate activities can be exhausting. Even a man of slight constitution may find it overwhelming, let alone one who has sustained such grave injuries. I sincerely hope he does not meet his demise upon the bed. However, to be candid, the Crown Prince is undoubtedly the most handsome man I have ever encountered. Characters like Guard Qian, Guard Qian, and Guardly pale in comparison. His Adam's apple is alluring, his collarbone exquisite, and his pectoral muscles robust. Although the bandages obscure some of the view, it is evident that he possesses a remarkable 8-pack. Goodness, I hope I do not start bleeding from my nose. As Yunkui diligently cleans and applies the medication, she strives to suppress her restless and covetous heart. Due to her ability to glimpse into dreams, she has had the fortune of witnessing a few unclothed men, and the illustrations in the books provided by Aunt Wei are quite explicit. Yet, Yunkui has never encountered a sight quite like this. Of course, even with 100 lifetimes worth of courage, she would not dare to touch the Crown Prince's pectorals. Nevertheless, while bandaging his wounds, her hand inadvertently brushes against him, the firm and warm sensation, along with the smooth and profound lines of his physique, sends tingles coursing through her palms, creating ripples of excitement in her heart. The arrow wound on his chest is severe, the gash torn and ghastly. It is only with the meticulous guidance of Chun Yi that she finds the courage to clean the wound, allowing the poison blood to seep out before applying a thick layer of healing ointment. Yet, she cannot fathom why the Crown Prince's injury, having persisted for some time, has not yet scabbed over, let alone healed. Previously, she overheard in the hall that he had been poisoned. Could it be that the venom remains unneutralized? No wonder he appears so irritable. There is also an arrow wound on his waist. As Yunkui's hands venture downward, she realizes that she must lower his undergarments slightly to tend to this area. While she managed to maintain her composure when addressing the injuries on his upper body, this task feels far more daunting. Is it permissible to simply remove the Crown Prince's undergarments? She blinks, her gaze seemingly possessing a will of its own as it descends slowly. The man's waist and abdomen are taut, with pronounced musculature devoid of any excess. The prominent veins resemble mountain ranges, extending into unfathomable depths, exuding an unspoken power. Despite the multitude of eyes watching within the hall, she experiences an inexplicable thrill, as though she is engaged in something scandalous, secretly indulging in the allure of another. By the heavens, she is merely changing the dressings. With utmost caution, she unties the sash at his waist, her small hands reaching into the folds, ready to lower his undergarments. Suddenly, a pair of pale, yet strong hands reaches out, halting her actions with a firm grip that cows. Chapter 7. The Crown Prince grasped her hand and coldly uttered 2 words, audacious. From the moment the dressing began, he regained some consciousness. As the sting of the saline solution seeped into his wound, his mind slowly became alert. Initially, he did not open his eyes, as her movements were relatively gentle, far superior to those of the clumsy eunuchs. Sensing no immediate threat from her thoughts, he allowed her to proceed with her task. However, he was taken aback by her audacious thoughts, which were filled with improper intentions. He inhaled deeply. Finally, recalling her inner musings from the day he regained consciousness, she had expressed a desire to see his pectoral muscles. The Crown Prince found his emotions unexpectedly complex. In his 20-plus years of life, only the elderly attendants had remarked that he bore a resemblance to Empress Huigong, but no one had ever commented on his appearance otherwise. Since he began to hear people's innermost thoughts, he recognized the discrepancies between their words and intentions, as well as their ulterior motives. Yet, no palace maid had ever dared to openly speculate about his looks. It was not that he lacked handsomeness, rather, his notorious reputation for cruelty intimidated others, dissuading them from daring to look at him a second time. Even Emperor Chunming and the Empress prepared themselves mentally before meeting his gaze. This young girl was the first to boldly scrutinize him. Not only that, but she even harbored inappropriate feelings towards him. Her audacity was astounding. When Yunkui met his gaze, her blood ran cold. The hand he held trembled violently, and the porcelain vial she carried slipped from her grasp, falling onto his abdominal muscles and rolling down the defined grooves until it was obstructed between his legs. Their eyes inadvertently followed the trajectory of the vial, landing in an extremely awkward position. In moments of anxiety and fear, one is prone to clumsiness. Dangui flusteret hastily reached out to retrieve the vial from his body. Unfortunately, this led to an unavoidable encounter with the forbidden area. The warmth of his skin sent a rush of blood to her face, overwhelming her senses. Help! What did I touch? Instinctively, she cast a glance downward, but upon realizing the impropriety, she quickly averted her gaze, only to find the Crown Prince's ice-cold eyes filled with fury. Her heart raced, and just as she intended to kneel and beg for forgiveness, she discovered that her hand remained trapped beneath his grip, rendering her immobile. The previous time she managed to escape his hold was due to her sheer strength and the element of surprise when he was blindfolded. But today, such luck eluded her. Yunkui's heart pounded like a drum, her face paling with fear as she stammered, "This servant. I was changing your highness's dressing. I have offended you. Please forgive me." From a distance, Aunt Wei could not discern what had transpired with the vial. She only knew that the Crown Prince had awakened during the dressing and seemed to be in a foul mood. Although Yunkui had been sent out by her, she had trained her attentively for several days, and since she was favored by the Empress, it would be a pity if the Crown Prince were to execute her. Thus, Aunt Wei stepped forward to speak on her behalf. "Your Highness, you have awakened? This girl truly came to change your dressing. If there was any negligence in her service, I will punish her." The Crown Prince pinched his fingernail, his tone devoid of emotion. "It seems I have been away for too long. The East Palace is now under Aunt Wei's management?" Aunt Wei's face turned pale as she hurriedly knelt. This servant is at fault. I had no such intention. The other servants also knelt in unison. The Crown Prince closed his eyes, clearly out of patience. All of you get out. The crowd did not dare to linger, hastily crawling away, with the physicians escaping the storm as well. The most awkward of all was Yunkui, caught in a dilemma, anxiously fearing the executioner's blade hovering above her neck. The Crown Prince pressed his lips together, gazing at her for a moment before releasing his grip. Dangui, freed from his hold, quickly knelt on the ground in fright. However, the Crown Prince did not rush to pass judgment. He withdrew his gaze and instructed his personal guard. Qin go fetch Yuanlu for me. Qin immediately complied. Qiao Yuanlu, once the chief steward of the Qinguang Hall, had served the late empress and then the Crown Prince for many years. However, due to a mishap during the Qianyuan temple sacrificial ceremony in February of this year, he had been punished to the Imperial Horse Stable to serve as a footman. The Crown Prince wanted him back, and the Imperial Horse Stable dared not refuse. Qiao Yuanlu was soon brought back, weeping with joy as he knelt before the Crown Prince. Old servant greets your highness. You have finally returned. The Crown Prince cast a cool glance at him. During my absence, what have you done to fall to the position of a mere footman? Qiao Yuanlu wiped his tears, aware that the Crown Prince did not appreciate lengthy explanations, so he got straight to the point. This year's sacrificial rites were to be handled by Prince Qian. He claimed that I had presided over many sacrificial ceremonies with you, and thus requested my assistance. I did not expect that all the prepared cattle, sheep, chickens, and dogs would perish overnight, inciting the emperor's wrath. It was Prince Qian who punished me to the Imperial Horse Stable. Prince Qian was the eldest son of the empress, ranking second among the princes. Traditionally, the sacrificial ceremonies were presided over by Emperor Chunming and the Crown Prince. With the Crown Prince absent, it naturally provided an opportunity for other princes to gain experience. The Crown Prince inquired, have the reasons been investigated? Qiao Yuanlu responded helplessly. The transportation and care of the livestock were indeed arranged by me. I cannot escape responsibility. Qin interjected urgently. It must have been Prince Qian's scheme against you. The Crown Prince glanced at him, and Qin immediately clasped his hands. I will investigate this matter right away. The Crown Prince then cast another glance at Yuanlu, who remained standing there. Why are you still here? Change my dressing. At that moment, a pitiful voice echoed in the air. Help! Is there anyone who can save little Kuehua? Qiao Yuanlu followed the Crown Prince's gaze and noticed a small maid kneeling within the hall, sniffing softly, her eyes red and brimming with tears. Having served the Crown Prince for many years, he understood him better than anyone else. He knew that the Crown Prince had limited patience, and if he was displeased with someone, he would deal with them on the spot or order them out of the Qinguang Hall. At present, the disdain in the Crown Prince's eyes was unmistakable, yet he did not indicate how he would handle the situation. It was indeed peculiar that this little maid remained in the hall, still unscathed. Qiao Yuanlu cautiously inquired, who is this girl? Yunkui, hearing her name mentioned, hurriedly raised her head, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears. I am here to assist His Highness with the dressing. Qiao Yuanlu glanced at Yunkui, then at the Crown Prince. He was unaware of this maid's background, but he knew that if she were an infiltrator sent from the outside, the Crown Prince would have likely dealt with her ruthlessly, not allowing her to remain in the hall weeping. Could it be that he found her beauty appealing? That seemed improbable. The Crown Prince was not one to be swayed by appearances. The Crown Prince coldly remarked, heavily made up, with an unbearable stench. Yunkui instinctively touched her face. Her makeup was merely a slight enhancement compared to the beauties of Lanyue Pavilion, far from being extravagant. She then checked her fragrance. She had used perfume, but Aunt Wei had long advised that the Crown Prince disliked strong scents, providing only delicate and fresh fragrances for them. Was that not permissible? Qiao Yuanlu understood the Crown Prince's implication and instructed Yunkui, why are you not hastening to bathe and change into clean clothes to serve? Yunkui was taken aback. Was she truly spared? Seeing that the Crown Prince had not spoken further, Qiao Yuanlu made the decision. Hurry along. Yunkui quickly bowed her head, joyfully departing. Qiao Yuanlu turned his head and met the Crown Prince's gloomy phoenix-like eyes, trembling in fear. Your Highness? The Crown Prince stared at him coldly. Who permitted you to act on your own? The familiar demeanor of the crown prince had returned, and Qiao Yuanlu quickly forced a smile. This lowly servant noticed your highness had no intention of punishing her. The crown prince sneered. After years apart, you've grown bolder. It seems my decision to promote you from the imperial stables was unnecessary. Qiao Yuanlu bowed and begged for mercy, then added, Your highness lacks a personal maidservant. Perhaps she could remain? The crown prince remained silent, so Qiao Yuanlu boldly stepped forward, taking the towel and medicine bottle from the tray to continue dressing the prince's wounds. Upon seeing the crisscrossing scars marring the prince's body, Qiao Yuanlu's eyes reddened. Your highness has fought countless battles in the south, yet these people only seek your destruction, forgetting who granted them their positions. The crown prince cut him off. Keep babbling, and I'll send you back to 10 horses. Qiao Yuanlu fell silent, inspecting the wounds Yunkui had bandaged earlier. He couldn't help but praise. That little girl was quite diligent. She tended to the injuries well. The crown prince clenched his jaw, recalling her filthy, scheming thoughts, and shut his eyes tightly. By the time Qiao Yuanlu finished treating the prince's wounds, dusk had fallen. Beads of sweat dotted Qiao Yuanlu's forehead as he sighed. The imperial physicians are useless, and who knows who's pulling their strings to harm your highness. We can only wait for military doctor He to arrive from the northern border. Your highness's condition cannot be delayed any longer. An ordinary man struck by a poisoned arrow would have perished instantly, but the crown prince had carved open his flesh in time to drain the venom, preventing it from reaching his heart. Yet that was all he could do. Traces of the poison still lingered in his limbs. Unpredictable in its effects, should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. He Bailing, the prince's personal physician, had remained in the northern territories to treat the common folk instead of returning to the capital. No one had anticipated the prince's assassination attempt. Guards had been dispatched at full speed to summon him, but the northern border lay thousands of miles away. It would take time before he arrived. Until then, they had no choice but to endure. Yunkui returned to the side chamber and scrubbed herself from head to toe once more, ensuring no lingering scent remained, before collapsing onto the bed in relief. Earlier, she had inquired and learned that the eunuch in the hall was named Qiao Yuanlu. He had attended to the crown prince since birth. He seemed to have a favorable impression of her. Yunkui pondered. If he could plead for her before the prince, his words must carry weight. In contrast, Matron Wei had been scolded like a lowly servant with just one word from the prince. Their statuses were clearly worlds apart. If that was the case, she would align herself with eunuch Qiao from now on. As long as she made no mistakes, he could surely protect her life before the prince, making her movements within the eastern palace much easier. The thought brought her comfort. The heavens had spared her from death multiple times in the eastern palace. Surely, divine favor watched over her. Of course, all of this hinged on one condition she had not. Upon hearing eunuch Xiao's instruction to change into clean clothes and return to serve, eagerly rushed to Qingguang Palace that evening. Nor had she witnessed the bloody scene before her. A palace made in a pale yellow Ruchuan lay convulsing in a pool of blood, clutching a dagger tightly in her hand. Chapter 8. A rare distortion appeared on the face of the prince, marked by a sinister demeanor. Simultaneously, he could feel the surge of his vital energy rising within him, the veins in his neck bulging at an alarming angle. Particularly, an unusual heat radiated from below his waist, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. Having immersed himself in the cauldron of medicinal concoctions for years, he was well versed in various toxins. Upon realizing the cause of his discomfort, a glimmer of fierce murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Have you dared to poison me? Yunkui was taken aback, bewildered by the prince's intent. Instinctively, she denied. I did not. How could I have poisoned him after just entering the palace? Was the prince poisoned once more? The crown prince clearly did not trust her. Though this little maiden appeared docile and obedient, beneath that facade lurked a depraved and audacious rogue, her mind perpetually consumed with lustful fantasies of his body. Even without the empress's instigation, she was brazen enough to resort to drugging him in a desperate attempt to throw herself into his arms. He had been far too lenient, allowing her to live until now. He should have ended her long ago. Had he done so, he wouldn't have fallen into her trap today. Suppressing the restless heat coursing through his veins, his gaze swept over the young woman before him, his voice deceptively calm. Where shall I begin? If you desire solitude so fervently, why not allow me to flay your skin and fashion it into a lantern to hang within the hall as my constant companion? How does that sound? Yunkui trembled with fear, shaking her head fervently and exclaiming, Your Highness, please spare me. I truly have not. Others may say such things merely to frighten her, but the Crown Prince would not, for he would indeed transform her into a human lantern, quite literally. Yunkui felt tears welling up once more. At this moment, when her life hung by a thread, a voice filled with urgency pierced through the hall. Your Highness. Yunkui turned her head with a face full of joy, as if she had encountered a savior. Master Qiao, please save me. Qiao Yuanlu gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground and the dagger in the prince's hand, consumed by profound regret. How could he have left for but a brief moment, allowing the villain to exploit the opportunity and strike at His Highness? Such negligence on the part of the servants. Did His Highness sustain any injuries? He cast a cursory glance at the bloodstains on the Crown Prince's attire, realizing they all belonged to others. Yet upon observing the prince's crimson and feverish gaze, with restless fury etched between his brows, he feared a resurgence of the prince's chronic headaches. Hastily turning, he summoned the elderly physician Zheng. Grand Physician Zheng, please examine His Highness at once. The aged physician hurried in with his medical chest. Though long retired from service, he remained one of the few trusted imperial physicians. While not possessing the miraculous healing prowess of He Bailing, his medical skills were nonetheless profound, honed by decades of experience. He had attended to the Crown Prince since childhood, and Qiao Yuanlu had personally ventured beyond the palace walls to summon him back. With a single glance, Physician Zheng discerned the prince's unnatural pallor. He swiftly stepped forward to take his pulse, deliberating briefly before his expression darkened with concern. Your Highness has been poisoned with Huan powder. Yunkui's lips parted in astonishment. Though utterly unversed in poisons, the mere mention of Huan powder sent a violent tremor through her lashes. That aphrodisiac? She trembled as she lifted her head. The Crown Prince's dark eyes, as cold as a frozen pond, fixed intently upon her. Dangui. I am unjustly accused, my lord. What audacity she possesses to administer aphrodisiacs to the Crown Prince. She does not deny that the Crown Prince is remarkably handsome, tall and upright, with a strong and well-defined physique that indeed makes one yearn for his presence. However, even with tenfold courage, she would not dare to show any disrespect towards the Crown Prince. Does she wish to court death? The prince clenched the dagger tightly in his hand, the prominent knuckles producing a dislocated sound, clearly a sign of his extreme rage. Even though the Huan powder was not administered by her, the girl's blatant disrespect and disdain for him rendered her life unworthy of preservation. Just as Yunkui believed her life was once again in peril, the esteemed elder physician Zheng suddenly interjected, It is the handkerchief of this palace, made that has been infused with Huan powder. At the sound, the crowd turned their gaze to find elder physician Zheng crouched before the couch, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Having just examined the Crown Prince's pulse, Elder Zheng began to search the palace for the source of the Huan powder. He meticulously inspected the medicinal concoctions, incense burners, and even the candlesticks, ultimately detecting the scent of the powder on the handkerchief tied at the waist of a maidservant. Qiao Yuanlu, covering his nose, approached for a closer inspection and soon formed a conjecture. It was likely that this maid had laced the handkerchief with an aphrodisiac. Should the assassination attempt fail, she could use this drug to entice His Highness and seek another opportunity to strike. This woman truly harbored malevolent intentions. Just as plans were underway for a thorough investigation, the Crown Prince merely closed his eyes and declared, There is no need for an inquiry. Take him away. Qiao Yuanlu was taken aback. No need for an investigation? Certainly. There is no need for inquiry. As soon as the woman entered the hall, she proclaimed her lineage. The Duke has decreed that the Crown Prince cannot survive this month. Tonight is the opportune moment. However, he did not anticipate that the assassin had a contingency plan, tainting the handkerchief with poison. These unscrupulous fools will eventually face reckoning. Qiao Yuanlu, perplexed by the situation, could only clasp his hands in compliance, ordering the removal of the maid's lifeless body along with the poisoned handkerchief for proper disposal. Yunkui, having cleared her name, immediately swore an oath to the heavens, declaring, Your Highness, Bear witness, it was indeed not the servant's doing. I am utterly innocent and have never harbored any ulterior motives towards your highness." The crown prince breathed heavily, his eyes unnaturally red. Physician Zheng sighed, stating that the Hahuan powder had no antidote and that his highness was currently suffering from severe poison. He must not endure it, lest it endanger his very life. Chao Yuanlu's expression was complex as he glanced at the crown prince, then at Yunkui, yet he refrained from speaking. After a moment of hesitation, Physician Zheng directly inquired whether the crown prince had any concubines or maidservants to attend to him, as the Hahuan powder could only be counteracted through intimate union between a man and a woman. As soon as the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. "I am but a humble individual." Yunkui dazedly raised her head, only to tremble and withdraw once more. "But please, no. Absolutely not. Who knows if His Highness, while engaged in his tasks, might suddenly realize his inadequacies, becoming infuriated, and then seize me by the throat. He just mentioned turning me into a human skin lantern. Never mind, I shall refrain from wading through this murky water. Perhaps you should seek more capable assistance. Although it is indeed quite beautiful, it should also feel delightful to the touch. If I were the one administering the traditional medicine while His Highness lay unconscious upon the bed, I might not exercise restraint." The prince's expression darkened. His jaw clenched as he glared at the audacious individual. Yunkui lowered her head, realizing that she had been overly concerned. Given how much the prince detested her, he would likely not allow her to attend to him. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she overheard a cool, mocking laughter from above. "Very well. Excellent. What does this mean?" Yunkui trembled as she lifted her gaze, meeting those bloodthirsty eyes that seemed to freeze the very blood in her veins. The crown prince's lips curled into a sinister smile as he commanded, "The rest of you withdraw." His piercing stare remained fixed on Yunkui.
You stay. Dangui.
Chao Yuanlu exhaled a silent sigh of relief. For years, he had worried that his master remained indifferent to women, even under the influence of aphrodisiacs.
Yet now,
he had acquiesced so readily. Encouragingly, he glanced at Yunkui, only to find the girl looking as if mourning her own demise. He longed to offer words of comfort, but time was of the essence. The prince's urgent need for an antidote could not be delayed. With a final whisper, he urged, "Attend to His Highness well, and you shall be richly rewarded." Indeed, this maiden would be the first to share the prince's bed, relieving his desperate plight. Should she serve him well tonight, she might ascend to a position of honor by dawn. Though Chao Yuanlu knew the prince's temperament well and understood the maid's terror, he also recognized an unprecedented hesitation in his master's demeanor. Never before had the prince shown restraint when inclined to kill. This girl must possess some extraordinary quality that stayed his hand. With that, Chao Yuanlu ushered Physician Zheng out, even thoughtfully extinguishing the outer chamber's lanterns. As the candlelight dimmed, the hall was plunged into an eerie silence, leaving only the two figures enveloped in a deathly stillness. Yunkui felt her entire body tense up as the cold wind swept through the corridor and into the hall, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Her mind was a tumultuous mess. She never anticipated that the crown prince would choose to keep her. Nevertheless, she understood that his motives were devoid of affection or favor. He merely sought an antidote, one that could be discarded once used. The crown prince scoffed inwardly, thinking that she at least possessed some self-awareness. She ought to hurry to the bed. Yunkui bit her lip and spoke softly. "This humble servant wishes to serve your highness, pleading only for your mercy to spare my life, considering my loyalty." Yet, her heart was far from the meekness she portrayed. The crown prince was acutely aware of this, his expression twisted with disdain. "What right do you have to make such a request of me?" Feeling a pang of despair, Yunkui slowly rose to approach the intricately carved sandalwood bed adorned with gold and jade. Visions of her dreams flashed through her mind. She had a grim understanding of the predicament she was about to face, being pinned beneath the crown prince's weight, or tirelessly attending to his needs, only to be met with his merciless slaps. The crown prince remained silent. Suddenly, Yunkui recalled the teachings of Lady Wei from the past few days. She turned to the crown prince, hesitating before asking, "Your Highness, do you require assistance in changing your attire? He must only be wearing this inner garment. If he removes it, he shall be entirely unclothed." Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, she noticed the Crown Prince approaching with a dark expression, as if he intended to devour her whole. Once the Crown Prince lay down, she inhaled deeply, quickly shedding her garments until she was left with only a thin undergarment and shorts. She removed her shoes and cautiously climbed onto the inner side of the bed, pulling the covers lightly over herself for the Crown Prince's enjoyment. The air within the embroidered curtains was imbued with a warm, feminine scent, and the Crown Prince lay with his eyes tightly shut, veins bulging on his forehead. Yunkui reclined on the bed, her heart racing as she wondered why he remained so still. Wasn't he lustful? Wasn't he attracted to both men and women? Having consumed the medicine, what was he waiting for? Was he expecting her to take the initiative? However, it seemed she was indeed expected to be the one to act first, for the Crown Prince bore injuries to his abdomen, rendering him incapable of vigorous movements. If his wounds were to reopen, she, as the attending maid, would be equally doomed. Yet, without any sign from him, how could she dare to approach him? Perhaps it was best to await his command. "Your Highness, are you well?" she inquired tentatively. The Crown Prince's breath was hot, as he remained silent and focused. After a lengthy pause without a response, she cautiously continued. "The physician warned that the Hahuan powder is extremely harmful to the body if timely intimacy is not achieved." Before she could finish her sentence, a powerful force gripped her waist, and she gasped as she unexpectedly fell into the warmth of the man's firm chest. Chapter 9. The Maiden's Voice, soft and sweet as honey, trembled slightly under the influence of the aphrodisiac, each syllable dripping with temptation. The Crown Prince had initially intended only to teach her a lesson, keeping her in his chambers to humble her audacity and rid her of those unspeakable thoughts. Yet here she was, brazenly inviting his favor. Had it been any other man, they would have lunged at such beauty without hesitation. But the prince, relying on sheer willpower, restrained himself until restraint was no longer an option. With a sudden pull, he dragged her into his embrace. Her delicate fragrance, unlike the cloying perfumes of the day, wove into his senses, a scent reminiscent of sun-soaked sunflowers, mingled with the faint freshness of grass and the sweetness of ripened fruit, warm yet never cloying. When his broad, powerful hand settled upon the soft curve of her waist, his breath hitched. His fingers, long and commanding, could effortlessly encircle her slender frame. Clad only in a thin undergarment, her body pressed against his palm like warm silk, smooth and yielding. The delicate hollow of her waist as fragile as a willow swaying in the wind, too delicate to bear rough handling. For reasons unknown even to himself, he did not withdraw his touch. It was an unfamiliar sensation. Since leaving his wet nurse, he had scarcely allowed physical contact with another. People regarded him as a demon, too terrified to even meet his gaze, let alone touch him. As for those who sought his bed, one glance was enough to sicken him, much less lay a hand upon them. This girl, though her thoughts were impure and her intentions disgraceful, had at least the decency to fear acting upon them. Contemptible? Yes, but her touch was not unpleasant. His gaze darkened, smoldering with a fire that burned as his fingers traced idle patterns along her skin. Yunkui trembled, her shoulders quivering uncontrollably. It tickles everywhere. Not just her waist. Even the heat of his breath against her cheek sent shivers down her spine. Hot and maddening. Yet trapped in his arms, she dared not scratch, dared not breathe too deeply, much less ask him to move his hand elsewhere. Whimper, head bowed, ears burning. She refused to meet his eyes. But the prince, already dizzy with the whispers of her thoughts, found himself unable to look away. He had meant to scrutinize this shameless girl, yet when he lowered his gaze, he was met with eyes like dark pools shimmering with unshed tears. Her lashes fluttered like the wings of a startled bird, her cheeks flushed peach pink in the candlelight, lips parted and glistening, enough to steal a man's breath. The grip on her waist tightened, so much that Yunkui could scarcely breathe. "Why, Your Highness?" The Crown Prince tilted his head back, eyes shut tight, forcing himself to ignore the porcelain slope of her collarbone and the soft, tantalizing swell beneath. The aphrodisiac burned through his veins, her scent an intoxicating invasion. "Turn around." The command came low and heavy after a long silence. Yunkui had no desire to face him either. His presence was overwhelming, his heat unbearable. Turning away meant she wouldn't have to endure the storm in his gaze. But why did he want her to turn her back? Could it be that he prefers it from behind, or perhaps the side? The Crown Prince remained silent. Yunkui had perused the illustrated manuals before and was no stranger to such positions. Her body instinctively tensed as she slowly turned around, exposing the flawless expanse of her jade-like back to the man's gaze. Drawing a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her thin garment, her knuckles widening from the force. It was so cold. Though the brocade quilt was warm and the man's body radiated heat, she still trembled with an inexplicable chill. She could feel the weight of his stare upon her back, like the slithering caress of a venomous serpent. Her shoulders hunched slightly, the delicate wings of her shoulder blades rising like fragile butterflies poised for flight. The Crown Prince's gaze darkened. He had thought turning her away would spare him the sight of her bewitching face, yet the blinding purity of her bare back only tightened the heat in his abdomen. The aphrodisiac's potency was undeniable. Else how could he have succumbed so easily? Now, with the silken canopy trapping the rising warmth and a beauty in his arms, desire surged uncontrollably within him. If he were to treat her as the antidote to his torment, who could fault him? He remained still. Yet he could hear the girl's anxious heart beating. Damn it, will it work or not? What are you waiting for? Don't hold it in, and then blame me. If you don't go soon, I shall take the initiative. Giggle, I wouldn't dare. Perhaps I could casually turn around and pretend to accidentally brush against the Crown Prince's chest muscles, asking if he's all right. Or, under the pretense of concern, check the current state of his lower abdomen. Yunkui was enthusiastically contemplating when suddenly a warm, large hand grasped the nape of her neck.
Ah.
She trembled in fear as she heard the Crown Prince murmur ominously in her ear, "If you dare to entertain such thoughts again, I shall sever your head and offer it to the dogs." Dangui. But how could he possibly know she was lost in such thoughts? Yunkui stood frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe as the man's scorching breath drew nearer, washing over the nape of her neck like a feverish tide. When something warm and moist first touched her skin, an electric shiver ran down her spine, leaving her rigid with tension. The sensation was strange and unsettling, a slow, deliberate pain that unraveled her composure, like the sharp fangs of a beast sinking into flesh, only to be soothed moments later by the gentle caress of a tongue. Yunkui remained motionless, her mind blank with shock, unable to process what was happening. The alternating rhythm of deep and shallow pressure sent waves of mingled pain and something else, something indescribable, rippling through her, tangling her thoughts into knots. She gasped, struggling to steady her breathing, yet the damp heat behind her ear persisted. Clamping down on her finger with her teeth, she fought against the overwhelming sensations coiling inside her. So unbearable that she nearly cried out. Was this a kiss? Or was he simply devouring her? Are you gradually approaching her out of fear that a single bite might prove fatal? In her dreams, she has witnessed others sharing kisses. Yet she has never experienced it firsthand. The women in her visions oscillate between joy and sorrow, even pleading for mercy at times. This only deepens her confusion. What, after all, is the sensation of a kiss? Would it render her as uncomfortable as she feels in this very moment? Upon hearing her innermost thoughts, the prince could not help but furrow his brows. This girl has witnessed others engage in a kiss. What on earth has she been occupied with all day? Could it be that she previously emerged from a brothel? The Crown Prince paused his actions and could not help but inquire, before entering the Eastern Palace. Where did you serve? The damp warmth at her neck faded as Yunkui's body relaxed like a taut string suddenly released. After steadying her breath, she replied softly. This humble servant previously served in the Imperial kitchen and before that, spent a year in the Embroidery Bureau. Pressing her lips together, she added with quiet resignation. My skills were inadequate, and the matrons disapproved of my hearty appetite, so I was transferred to the Imperial kitchen. The Crown Prince found it unlikely she would dare to fabricate tales, yet puzzled over how a mere palace maid could possess such worldly knowledge. Had the palace descended into such debauchery during his absence that secret trysts and illicit affairs had become commonplace among the servants? The prince caressed her delicate, snow-white neck. His gaze deep and somber, his voice slightly husky. How did you feel when I kissed you just now? How should she respond?
Yet.
Men are generally fond of flattery and enjoy praising others, particularly in intimate settings, especially someone of royal stature like His Highness, a true paragon among men. Yunkui felt a chill at her neck from his ring, and daunted by the situation, she emulated the tones of the women from her dreams. Carefully choosing her words of praise, "Your Highness, so commanding and majestic, I find great comfort." With such words, he must surely be pleased. Strictly speaking, a kiss should be mouth to mouth. The few nibbles he delivered against my neck were more akin to bites. The prince's expression grew cold as his fingertips danced over a small patch of skin behind her ear, exuding a sense of casual indifference. How should I punish you? Why must there be a punishment? The man's heavy breath lingered near her ear, sending shivers down Yunkui's spine. Feeling helpless and on the verge of tears, she tentatively suggested, "Perhaps I could serve your highness?" The prince scoffed. "Is that not precisely what you desire?" Yunkui's cheeks betrayed her, flushing crimson as she stammered, "I do not comprehend your highness's intent." The prince raised his gaze, pressing down with slightly more force. Pain shot through Yunkui, causing her to bite her lip. His voice was devoid of warmth. "What did the Empress convey to you?" Yunkui answered truthfully, "The Empress merely instructed me to attend to your highness." Do you not grasp the literal meaning of being a palace maid? As for ambitions of a bright future, she harbored no such greed. She would be grateful merely to survive. The prince responded with a nonchalanto, continuing to caress the skin behind her ear. "What do you intend to do in serving me?" Yunkui felt like a rabbit ensnared by a ferocious wolf, her body instinctively curling into a ball. She had no inkling of his intentions. He seemed neither eager to kill nor uninterested in teasing her. Yet, the dread of an impending blade hovered above her like a specter, cold sweat trickling down her brow, making each breath exceedingly laborious. Without much thought, driven by instinct, she seized his large hand pressed against her neck, guiding it to the soft, ample area just below her collarbone. "Please, do not squeeze my neck any longer. It is truly terrifying." She offered him a more pleasurable spot, one that any man in the world would relish, allowing for unrestricted kneading. Most importantly, it posed no risk of her demise. Chapter 10. Had Yunkui not been overwhelmed by fear, had she been one to think twice before acting, she would never have acted so impulsively. Had she been a proper enchantress, she ought to have addressed him with honeyed words, swaying her waist like a serpent beneath him, not with such crude defiance. By the time she realized her mistake, it was too late. She heard the man's breath grow heavier, more erratic, until the chamber fell into a deathly silence. The quieter it became, the more acute and unbearable the sensation against her chest. No longer did she feel cold. Instead, fire licked up her spine, searing through her until her thoughts blurred. She considered, of course, pretending nothing had happened, casually moving his hand away as if it had merely strayed by accident. But she tried twice, to no avail. His palm was broad and heavy, the sinewy forearm beneath it taut with strength. She prodded lightly, only to be met with unyielding resistance. His grip tightened, pressing deeper into the softness until it ached. Biting her lip, Yunkui pleaded in a whisper, "Your Highness, this lowly one admits her fault. Please, release me as you would a passing wind." A cold laugh was his only reply. When the Crown Prince had been forced to touch her, he had indeed frozen for a moment. Never before had a woman dared to be so brazen. Recalling her previous shameless confessions, one cannot help but question whether such behavior merely serves to gratify her own selfish desires. After all, in her mind, his physique must still be considered quite robust. He sometimes found himself perplexed, pondering whether the young lady was truly foolish or possessed a profound intellect, charting her own unconventional path. Undeniably, when she seized his hand just moments ago, there was a fleeting instant when he truly felt the stirrings of lethal intent. Yet, as his hand enveloped the soft, warm silk of her garment, feeling its rounded, supple curves, he began to reconsider. Perhaps her demise was not an absolute necessity after all. For many years, the Crown Prince had been plagued by a debilitating malady, existing in a state of mental disarray, unable to engage in rational thought or maintain stable emotions, possibly due to congenital deficiencies from premature birth or other undisclosed factors. Even the most skilled physicians could not unravel the mystery of his condition. However, this affliction endowed him with a ferocity of strength surpassing that of ordinary men, accompanied by a beast-like instinct for sensing impending danger. Once he detected a threat, he would act decisively, leaving no room for mercy. She was the sole individual who had, time and again, evoked his murderous wrath, yet remained unharmed. With his palm resting against such softness, his long-simmering fury and anxiety unexpectedly transformed into a gentle calm, akin to the soothing embrace of spring rain. Reason dictated that it was not merely her beauty that captivated him. After all, he had been unmoved by other alluring visages that had dared to approach him. Perhaps it was the tender, velvety sensation beneath his hand, or the warm, pure aura that surrounded her. His palm, seemingly possessing a will of its own, began to knead gently, while his lips brushed lightly against the delicate, pearl-like skin behind her ear, deepening the shadows in his gaze. At last he understood why. Despite her seemingly slim form, she had been expelled from the Needlework Bureau for consuming too much. It appeared she was not as emaciated as he had presumed. Her flesh had merely settled in all the right places. The effects of the Hahuan powder coursed through him, gradually undermining his will. Yet he was determined not to let the aphrodisiac dominate his mind entirely, hence he refrained from rushing to the next step. Meanwhile, Yunkui was tensed and quaking with anxiety, fully aware that his leisurely caresses would undoubtedly reveal the chaotic rhythm of her heartbeat. For reasons unknown, she still felt as if death awaited her, a sensation akin to struggling for breath in scarce air. Though she had never experienced it, she was certain that being caressed by the Crown Prince could not possibly evoke the same feelings as being embraced by a husband who was wholly devoted to her. He resembled a wolf on the brink of fury, soothing the prey that would soon be devoured, for when one is overly tense, the flesh tends to be tougher. Serving the bedchamber truly is not a task for the faint-hearted. I am frightened, Kue. So, how much longer must you linger? Will you partake or not? If it truly cannot be avoided, one should not capture this single opportunity. Esteemed individual, at the very least, consider relocating to a different venue. Silently lamenting, that hand actually came to a halt. After a brief moment, it shifted to the other one and continued. Yunkui. He wouldn't know what I'm thinking, would he? Perhaps not, merely a change of posture after some fatigue. It must be said, men truly possess an innate talent in this regard. It is often remarked that the prince is quite the libertine, and it appears there is no falsehood in that assertion. Such skillful manipulation surely suggests ample experience.
Ouch.
The prince's countenance darkened. Over the years, he had indeed become notorious, even having his lecherous tendencies fabricated. It's over. Utterly finished. Dangui, initially disoriented and lost, suddenly sensed an unusual sensation beneath her, causing her to open her eyes wide in alarm. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, his voice slightly hoarse. What is it now? Yunkui instinctively clasped her hands together, her mind a tumultuous mess. The servant girl might, perhaps, need to visit the esteemed chamber to seek the prince's gracious permission. The Crown Prince released the snowball in his hand, irritably shutting his eyes. Leave, he commanded. Yunkui cast a quick glance at the bedding, relieved to find it unsoiled, and hastily began to dress. As she maneuvered past the prince's legs, she accidentally stumbled, her knees striking the footboard, causing her to gasp in pain. Yet, she paid little heed to her discomfort as she hurriedly donned her attire from the rack and dashed towards the back chamber. It was unnecessary to mention that she was merely a palace maid. Even if she were not, she lacked the privilege to enter the esteemed chamber of Qingguang Palace. The biting cold wind made her breathless, and fearing discovery, she dared not run too freely. Chao Yuanlu had never witnessed a maid leaving in the midst of her service, and seeing her odd behavior led him to suspect she might have stolen something from the prince's quarters or offended him and fled in disarray. Uneasy, he hurried into the palace to investigate. Upon seeing the prince seated at the edge of the bed, his expression dark and brooding, Chao Yuanlu felt a wave of fear wash over him. Your Highness, just now Yunkui. The prince, rubbing his fingertips together, felt the lingering warmth gradually dissipate, and his countenance turned icy. As a eunuch, Chao Yuanlu could not discern whether the Hahuan powder had taken effect, but he sensed his master's displeasure and, contemplating, inquired, Did the girl serve poorly? Shall I summon a few more bedchamber maidens? The Crown Prince lifted his gaze, coldly inquiring, have you also been bribed? Why the urgency to thrust those women upon the solitary? Qiao Yuanlu's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly denied, this humble servant is utterly loyal to your highness. If there is to be any suspicion, it must not be cast upon me. This humble servant is concerned for your highness's well-being. The aphrodisiac may harm your constitution. Before the words fully dissipated in the air, hurried footsteps approached. Yunkui had returned. Moments ago, she had felt an unsettling warmth between her thighs and, mistaking it for her monthly courses, had nearly stumbled in her haste to reach the privy, fearing she might soil the Crown Prince's bed. Indeed, a small patch of her undergarments was damp, but not with menstrual blood. She had seen such dampened sheets in her dreams before, yet it perplexed her. How could this happen when she and his highness had yet to share a bed? There was no time to dwell on it. Fearing the prince's impatience, she merely dabbed herself clean with soft paper before hastening back to resume her duties. What consequences await for interrupting his highness's pleasure? Adjusting the folds of her robe, Yunkui stepped cautiously into the chamber. The sight of the man seated upon the carved bed inexplicably parched her throat. Your highness, forgive this lowly one. Do you wish to continue? The Crown Prince, seemingly disinterested, wore an expression of impatience and uttered a terse command. Leave. Yunkui, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, suppressed the corners of her mouth that threatened to rise in a smile and replied, this servant shall take her leave. Once she departed, Qiao Yuanlu became anxious anew. Has his highness's Hahuan powder been resolved? The prince offered no response, casting a cold glance at him. You may leave as well. Qiao Yuanlu was left with no choice but to withdraw. The long night stretched on, and although the prince's eyes were tightly shut, sleep eluded him. The emptiness beside his pillow intensified the fiery pangs of his condition, as if two ferocious beasts were engaged in a vicious struggle within him. To endure the torment, he resorted to slicing his forearm with a blade, seeking to alleviate the unbearable duality of icy fire and searing heat through pain. His lord did not summon him throughout the night, and Qiao Yuanlu dared not disturb him recklessly. At dawn, accompanied by others, he entered the hall, preparing to assist the prince with his morning routine, only to be horrified to find the prince lying beside the bed, his forearm marred by conspicuous lacerations, hanging limply at the edge of the bed. Blood dripped from his fingertips onto the floor, tracing a path across the ornate carpet adorned with cloud patterns, some areas already dried. Your Highness! Qiao Yuanlu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly dispatched someone to summon Physician Zheng, stumbling toward the bed, his fingers trembling as he reached out, only to be halted by a suddenly raised hand. The prince did not open his eyes, his voice tinged with fatigue. What is it? Have you come to see if I am dead? Joy surged on Qiao Yuanlu's face, though his voice trembled uncontrollably. Your Highness, it is truly a relief that you are not dead. Is it the headache that has returned? Or is it the spring medicine that you cannot endure? The prince kept his eyes shut, fingertips resting against his brow, his expression indifferent, offering no reply. The sight of those bloodied marks evoked memories from years past for Qiao Yuanlu. Since childhood, the prince had suffered from debilitating headaches, enduring sleepless nights, during which Qiao Yuanlu often witnessed him resorting to self-inflicted wounds to alleviate the agony. As the prince matured, the affliction showed no signs of abating, leading him to bouts of madness, which he sought to quell through violence and bloodshed, ultimately taking to the battlefield. Thus he rose to prominence, inflicting relentless defeats upon the soldiers of Northern Wei, his actions marked by extreme ruthlessness, earning him the notorious title of jade-faced Azura. With a sigh, Qiao Yuanlu pulled his thoughts back to the present, focusing once more on the prince's scarred forearm, tears streaming down his face. The palace maid accompanying him hesitated, fearful to approach, prompting Qiao Yuanlu to wipe his tears and take the copper basin from her hands, commanding, "Fetch bandages, scissors, and some wound medicine." The maid, trembling, complied, while Qiao Yuanlu personally tended to the wounds, the maid standing by, scarcely daring to breathe. Her hesitance was understandable. These attendants had been personally selected by the Empress, including those in charge of the palace affairs, none of whom were timid by nature. Yet, in the presence of the ominous prince, composure was an unattainable feat. The wounds from the previous night, coupled with the retreatment of prior arrow injuries, lingered for a considerable portion of the day. During lunch, Yunkui was dispatched to serve dishes to the prince. The prince's health fluctuated, but he was not as frequently in a stupor as before. The kitchen had begun preparing meals in the past 2 days. Each meal consisted of 16 dishes, with 4 soups as a foundation, and palace servants gradually filled the hall, soon laying out an entire banquet. Having heard of the events that transpired in the Chengwang Hall, and seeing the physicians laboring for half the day before departing, Yunkui surmised the prince had suffered another episode the previous night. With her head bowed, she stood by, too apprehensive to meet the prince's gaze. Only when the prince took his seat at the table did she dare to glance up, hoping to catch a glimpse of the dishes before her eyes collided with the prince's, now bloodshot and filled with torment, sending a shiver down her spine. Chapter 11. The young eunuch stood by, his hands trembling as he retrieved the silver needles and chopsticks, preparing to test the food for poison. Suddenly, the Crown Prince spoke up. "Yesterday, I heard you mention that you previously served in the Imperial kitchen?" Yunkui, caught off guard by his inquiry, hurriedly nodded in compliance. The Crown Prince cast a glance over the table laden with sumptuous dishes and declared, "From now on, you shall taste the food for me. What do you say?" Yunkui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the bountiful spread before her.
Me?
With so many dishes, just sampling a few bites from each would leave her utterly satiated. Back when she served in the Imperial kitchen, she had envied the palace attendants who tasted the delicacies meant for the nobles, especially the Crown Prince's meals, which were replete with exquisite ingredients and meticulously prepared through numerous intricate processes. Just the sight of them was enough to make one's mouth water. Could such fortune truly fall upon her? The trial food eunuch happily handed her the silver chopsticks, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The perilous atmosphere of the Chengwang Hall was palpable, especially after the assassination attempt the previous night. The Crown Prince's meals were the easiest targets for sabotage, and the silver needles could not detect every poison. The food testers faced the greatest risks, consuming each bite with trepidation, fearing that one morsel could be laced with deadly toxins, leading to instantaneous demise. Relinquishing this duty brought the eunuch a great sense of relief. Yunkui learned how to test for poison, but as she dipped the silver needle into a bowl of chicken slices, she withdrew it only to find the tip was pitch black. Stunned, she nearly discarded the poison needle in shock. Her mind was a chaotic whirl. The very first dish she tested was tainted. Had she tasted it first, she would have surely met her end on the spot. While others might find fortune in surviving calamity, hers seemed to suggest that further misfortunes awaited her, a name already inscribed in the ledger of the underworld. Before she could gather her thoughts, the kitchen staff and several palace attendants had already knelt, pleading for mercy. With a cold expression, Zhao Yuanlu stepped forward, gritting his teeth. "Today, everyone involved in the preparation, cooking, and serving of this meal will be detained and interrogated. I refuse to believe that the 18 tortures will not extract a single truth." Due to the Crown Prince's numerous assassination attempts over the years, the Eastern Palace had established a specialized torture chamber where the severity of punishment surpassed even the palace's own punitive department. Those who entered often left with a layer of skin shed. The Crown Prince's face was as cold as ice, revealing no emotion as he surveyed those kneeling before him. Yunkui's heart raced with dread as Zhao Yuanlu's words sent chills down her spine. The seemingly benevolent eunuch had a ruthless side. The individuals before her were familiar faces from the kitchen, including the matron who had once served her extra meat. Now they knelt in disarray, wailing and begging for their lives. As she followed the Crown Prince's gaze, her heart clenched tighter until it landed on a familiar face, Kaiju. She had seen her outside the side hall last night, hurriedly picking up something that had fallen, leaving without a word. This, in itself, was not peculiar, but Yunkui had dreamt of her that night. In her dream, events unfolded systematically, with Kaiju appearing mysteriously at the boiling pot in the kitchen, then lurking amidst the tea-serving attendants, glancing around suspiciously. Suddenly, a vivid memory struck her. Kaiju had pulled a small paper packet from her sleeve, quietly sprinkling a white powder into the soup bowl. Yunkui trembled. The Crown Prince had approached Kaiju, seemingly poised to stop. Yunkui's instincts kicked in, and she shouted, "Your Highness, be careful." At that moment, Kaiju produced the paper packet, intending to hurl it at the Crown Prince. Qin, standing beside the crown prince, heard Yunkui's warning and swiftly fixed his hawk-like gaze on Kaiju, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling 3 paces away. She fell to the ground, spitting blood, unconscious, while the paper packet slipped from her grasp, scattering the fine white powder across the floor. Qin stepped forward, taking a sample with his handkerchief, and reported, "Your Highness, it is arsenic." Chao Yuanlu, visibly shaken, rushed over to inquire, was the lady able to harm the crown prince? The crown prince's expression turned icy as he shook his head. He had approached to discern their intentions, and while the crowd cried out in innocence, only this woman had plotted against him, realizing that the poison had been uncovered. Seeing him approach, she had devised a plan to blind him using the toxic substance. Unfortunately for her, her scheme had failed. The crown prince turned to Yunkui, who had just shouted in alarm, and walked closer. Terrified, she stumbled back 2 steps before kneeling. Once on the ground, she recollected that she had indeed alerted the crown prince to the danger, which could be construed as a service worthy of acknowledgement. His sharp, dark eyes fixed on her, a cryptic smile playing at his lips. "It was you who warned me." "Yes." Yunkui swallowed hard, sensing an unsettling aura in his smile. The crown prince raised an eyebrow, his gaze scrutinizing. "I am curious. How did you know she intended to harm me?" Her heart raced, and she carefully replied, I saw her reaching into her sleeve and surmised she meant to do harm, and in a moment of panic, I blurted it out." She could hardly confess that it had been a dream. "Dream?" The crown prince narrowed his eyes. "You discovered the poison in the first dish. Was that mere coincidence?" Yunkui's gaze blinked. Was it not? Did the crown prince suspect that she and Kaiju were in cahoots, aware of her plans and even participating in them, only to betray Kaiju in a bid to curry favor? Defeated, Yunkui sank to the ground. "I am weary. Let it all come to an end. This wretched palace, maid can do as she pleases. I must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of misfortune to be assigned to serve this ungrateful prince. If he wishes to die, let him die already." However, the anticipated punishment did not come. Instead, a light laugh echoed above. The hall fell silent, and Yunkui hesitantly lifted her head. The crown prince's typically frosty demeanor was graced with a rare, faint smile. "Fear not. I hold no grudge against you." Yunkui's teeth chattered. "Thank you, Your Highness." The crown prince intended to offer her a reward but recalled her earlier comment about wanting to see his muscles and swallowed the words back. "In that case, continue to taste the food for me." Yunkui. Surely not again. Was her life truly so expendable? The crown prince returned to his seat while Kaiju was dragged away by Qin and his men to the torture chamber. Though the kitchen staff had temporarily escaped death, they could not evade the ensuing interrogation, following Chao Yuanlu out. Yunkui steeled herself and continued testing the dishes with the silver needle. Fortunately, none of the samples showed signs of poisoning, but that did not guarantee safety. The next step would involve tasting the food. With good fortune, she would enjoy fine delicacies. With bad luck, she might lose her life.
Ha!
She was not mad. The crown prince sat nearby, sipping tea, when he suddenly noticed her casting a furtive glance in his direction, followed by her reckless thoughts. "If I discover poison in a dish, I shall leap forward, press the crown prince to me, kiss him, and then regurgitate the tainted food into his mouth.
Ha!
Let us all perish." The crown prince. He should have dragged that wench out to be fed to the dogs long ago. Each bite tasted like sawdust to Yunkui. The exquisite delicacies that would never have graced her palate in ordinary times now held no allure for her. "I'm still so young. I haven't even married a tall, imposing guard yet. Woo-woo. I've never kissed a man, never touched those chiseled abs. Damn it all, to be poisoned like this, I refuse to die with such regrets." The crown prince's head throbbed violently from the hysterical wailing echoing in his mind. Just as he was about to erupt, Yunkui had already finished testing the last dish, shark fin with osmanthus. She closed her eyes, steadied her breath, and confirmed she was still alive. Only then did she exhale sharply in relief. "This shark fin is truly divine. No wonder the nobility adore it. Pity I won't get a second bite. The honey-glazed pork tenderloin and candied water chestnuts were my favorites, and the roasted goose was splendid, just needed a bit more spice." Food tasting followed strict protocols. No more than 5 qian, no less than 1 qian per dish. It wasn't up to her whim to indulge or abstain. Moments ago, she had been petrified, fearing a single bite might spill her blood on the spot.
Now.
Though her life was spared, the lingering flavors of the delicacies she had hastily devoured danced on her tongue, leaving an intoxicating aftertaste. The Crown Prince, still weakened from illness, had little appetite. His indifferent gaze swept over the feast before he remarked coolly, "Since it's harmless, this meal is yours." Yunkui was stunned. Had these dishes not been tested for poison by her own hand before being bestowed upon her, she might have been overjoyed. But she was merely a lowly palace maid. Even if her master struck her before offering a sweet, she could only kneel obediently and express her gratitude. When Qiao Yuanlu returned and saw her sullen retreat, he chuckled. That girl isn't the brightest. If there were poison left in these dishes, Kaiju wouldn't have staked everything on assassinating your highness. The Crown Prince cast him a frosty glance. Qiao Yuanlu promptly straightened and reported, "Kaiju is dead." The Crown Prince showed no surprise. She had taken the 7-day powder in advance. Qiao Yuanlu continued. No doubt her master set a deadline for the assassination. Today was the final day. Having failed to kill you, she couldn't obtain the antidote. Death was inevitable. Your Highness, any suspicions as to who orchestrated this? The Crown Prince twisted the obsidian ring on his finger and smirked coldly. Too many in this world desired his demise, and now was the perfect opportunity. Yet in the capital, those capable of brewing the 7-day powder were few. A handful of names swiftly crystallized in his mind. Upon returning to the side chamber, Yunkui found servants filing in with trays of food. Between the poison testing, the terror, and witnessing an assassination attempt, she was drenched in cold sweat and thoroughly shaken. She hadn't expected her dream to stumble upon the assassin by sheer accident. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Just as she often dreamed of dressing, washing, and heading to the kitchen when oversleeping, only to wake and find herself still curled in bed. Perhaps Kaiju, too, had been so consumed by nerves before the assassination that, even in sleep, she rehearsed the poisoning, and Yunkui, unwittingly, had glimpsed it in her dream. So dreams could serve such a purpose. She had assumed the heavens, pitying her dull existence, had granted her a fleeting indulgence. Who knew they'd also help catch an assassin? Chapter 12. Yunkui had already lain down when she was unexpectedly summoned. If it were any other master, she would not have been so anxious, but this was the Crown Prince, and one could never tell when he might fall ill. She constantly worried for her own life. Sighing internally, she hurriedly donned her attire and made her way to the Qingguang Hall. Upon her arrival, Qiao Yuanlu handed her a tray containing medicinal wine and bandages, stating that His Highness had sustained a knife wound to his arm and requested her assistance in changing the dressing. Yunkui felt a surge of surprise but dared not inquire further. Having witnessed Qiao Yuanlu's ruthlessness during the day, she was still haunted by it and obediently agreed. Qiao Yuanlu, with a gentle demeanor, reassured her, saying, "Do not fear, my lady. Our prince is not a man-eating tiger. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, he would not indiscriminately harm the innocent." Yunkui inwardly scoffed at his words, questioning whether he truly believed them. If the Crown Prince were indeed a good person, why would he instill such fear? Why did so many wish to assassinate him in the name of justice? Moreover, rumors circulated that he had slaughtered 7 cities in northern Wei. Were those innocent lives not deserving of pity? Qiao Yuanlu, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose, acknowledging that the prince's fits of rage could indeed cause harm. He advised her that if she noticed His Highness becoming suddenly irritable, she should call for him without hesitation. Yunkui pursed her lips. She found it hard to shake the feeling that the prince was perpetually volatile. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master Qiao." Qiao Yuanlu lowered his voice, revealing the fresh wound on the prince's arm was inflicted by none other than himself, fearing he might lose control and harm others. Yunkui was taken aback. This revelation was even more terrifying. Qiao Yuanlu continued, "His Highness has never favored women, and in his current condition, intimate relations are ill-advised. However, should he express such desires, I ask that you accommodate him to spare him undue distress, lest the wound reopen." This was an implication for her to take the initiative. Yet, was it not commonly said that the Crown Prince was lecherous and indiscriminate in his affairs? How could it be that he had never taken a lover? After some contemplation, Yunkui decided to speak candidly. To be honest, master, His Highness did not touch me last night. Qiao Yuanlu was not surprised. When he treated the prince that morning, he had not found any signs of intimacy on the bedding and had come to understand that the prince preferred to inflict harm upon himself rather than be swayed by aphrodisiacs or fall into an outsider's trap. However, her summons today could hardly be for mere conversation. He encouraged her, "Go on in, do not keep His Highness waiting." Yunkui nodded and entered, holding the medicinal supplies, only to receive a disapproving glare from the steward on duty. As she stepped into the hall, she found the crown prince clad in dark garments, seated on a couch, sipping tea. Taking a deep breath, she approached and respectfully bowed, stating, "Master Qiao has sent me to attend to your wound." The crown prince gazed at her, responding with a slight nod. As she drew nearer, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass filled the air, evoking the image of sunlit sunflowers glistening with dew after a rainy spell. The prince's brow relaxed as he observed her, and she cautiously began to unwrap the bandages. Upon seeing his battered arm, her lips parted in shock, and her pale face reflected her fear. He tapped his fingers on the table, and after a prolonged silence, remarked nonchalantly, "There are still uncertainties regarding the kaiju case. I require you to recount every detail you know." Yunkui had not anticipated that the prince's summons was not merely for addressing change, but rather an interrogation. Yet, what more was there to say? His suspicions seemed excessive. She clenched the bandage tightly, affirming, "I only spoke out of concern for His Highness's safety, having witnessed it firsthand." The prince raised an eyebrow. "You are worried for me?" Yunkui's mind raced as her gaze lingered on the prince's slender waist, unbidden thoughts of his bare torso flashing through her mind. The prince's complexion darkened as he returned to the topic at hand, his penetrating gaze revealing a desire for the truth regarding kaiju. "Dangui hastili repliet. I would not dare to deceive your highness, even if I had 10 lives. Help. What does he truly wish to hear? The truth is I saw kaiju's suspicious actions and instinctively spoke out. What exactly is he suspecting? If I had known, I should have kept silent. True, I did see kaiju poison someone in my dream, but how can I explain that? If the prince does not believe the truth, how could he trust that I saw kaiju's actions in a dream?" The prince caught her unspoken thoughts, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, it was a dream. He had not misheard. This girl truly possessed the ability to glimpse into dreams. Given that he himself could hear the thoughts of others, no matter how strange,
It meant little to him.
his task now was to extract words from her. After a moment of contemplation, he casually inquired, "I have heard that you can dream of future events?" Yunkui trembled, her fingers quivering, causing the scissors in her hand to clatter to the ground. Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead as she knelt quickly. "Your Highness, forgive me. I do not possess such abilities." The prince toyed with his obsidian ring. Speaking indifferently, "You may not be aware, but the Eastern Palace's torture chamber employs 18 forms of cruel punishment, flaying, bone dislocation, lighting a lantern with your flesh, each designed to make you deeply regret your failure to speak the truth sooner." As he spoke of torture, a chilling smile crept upon his lips, his tone casual, yet laced with a terrifying undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. Has the prince uncovered something? How could he know about my ability to enter dreams when I have never disclosed it to anyone? Could it be that I inadvertently let it slip to Dangui? She trembled uncontrollably, her face ashen. "If I speak, can your Highness show mercy and forgive my transgression of silence?" The prince replied coolly, "First, tell me what you know." Yunkui swallowed hard, replying honestly, "Last night, I indeed dreamt of kaiju poisoning someone, but I do not possess the power of foresight. I can only occasionally glimpse the dreams of others. Last night, I happened to encounter kaiju in the corridor and saw her secretly administering poison in a dream. I only recalled this when I noticed her actions during the day. I speak nothing but the truth and do not dare to deceive your Highness. I implore you to discern." The prince, seeing her earnest oath and comparing it to her thoughts, recognized her sincerity. He asked, "You can enter dreams?"
Indeed.
Compared to his mind-reading abilities, this power was quite extraordinary. Yunkui nodded, fearful that the prince might wish to exploit this humble talent of hers, and hastily added, "I stumbled upon kaiju's secret by accident. Ordinarily, I can only observe trivial matters among those around me, unable to glean anything of significance." The prince's gaze sharpened. "You merely encountered kaiju once, Yet you could enter her dream. Now that you serve daily in the Qingguang Hall, would you not also be able to enter mine? Yunkui clenched her fingers nervously. Could I mention that? I dreamt you were trying to strangle me. Yet she knew she could never reveal this to the prince, for he might very well silence her forever. The Crown Prince mused, dreams are ephemeral and chaotic. Often, a mere turn of the body leads to their forgetfulness. Has he ever dreamt of strangling her? Yet, on that fateful night when she administered medicine to him using sheep intestines, he truly harbored murderous intent, wishing to rend her into countless pieces. Yunkui pondered for a moment, but refrained from speaking the truth, thinking to herself that her meager skills were unworthy of mention. For the prince was a person of unparalleled nobility. How could she dare to offend him? The Crown Prince, however, remained unconvinced. You shall stay in this palace tonight. I am determined to see if you can enter my dreams. Should you utter nonsensical words that mislead, I shall not be lenient. Yunkui defended herself. I have never spoken of this matter to anyone. I do not engage in misleading discourse. The Crown Prince retorted, You mislead me. Yunkui exclaimed, Do you not comprehend human language? I have already stated that I cannot enter anyone's dreams. It is not as if I desire to invade anyone's subconscious. It is exceedingly difficult. The Crown Prince feigned indifference, casting his gaze downward and instructing, Continue bandaging. Yunkui felt tears welling up, silently gritting her teeth as she tended to his wounds, her heart swelling with indignation. Her grip inadvertently tightened as she wiped the injury, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from the man. Meeting his cold, piercing gaze, she felt flustered. Noticing that he did not escalate the situation, merely fixing his icy stare upon her, she begrudgingly offered her apology, Your Highness, forgive me, and resumed her task. The lacerations on his arm crisscrossed grotesquely, each one a gruesome testament to pain. Yunkui felt a chill run down her spine, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. The sight of even a single wound upon her own body would likely induce unbearable agony. She had endured beatings before, first from her cousin prior to entering the palace, and later from the matron in charge. However, her aunt had shown her favor, ensuring that her cousin could vent his frustrations upon her, yet never to the extent of disfiguring her, lest it jeopardize her future prospects. As for the palace, the discipline was measured. As long as one did not commit a grave error, slaps were seldom delivered, and unsightly scars were avoided to preserve the aesthetic for the nobles. In her lifetime, she had never witnessed anyone inflict such harm upon themselves, especially a crown prince, who should be afforded the utmost privilege and comfort. In truth, she had been fortunate to catch glimpses of other princes from afar. The second prince, His Highness Chen, exuded grandeur. The fourth prince, born of a favored concubine, embodied charm and elegance, while the ninth prince, at merely 5 years of age, was robust and boisterous, delighting in riding palace attendants like steeds. Although the dragon may have 9 sons, they were all resplendent and unattainable. Yet the crown prince's eastern palace was rife with turmoil, a far cry from the serene abode one would expect of a future sovereign. It resembled the hall of the king of hell. Yunkui mused to herself as she bandaged his wounds, entirely oblivious to the darkening expression on the crown prince's face. After tending to his injuries, she looked up to respond, only to find his demeanor restored to its usual indifference. The crown prince regarded her for a moment before suddenly inquiring, How might one enter a dream? Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Yunkui quickly replied, It requires someone with whom I have crossed paths. Alas, I encounter countless individuals by day, and whose dreams I may enter depends on fate. Moreover, this person must occupy my thoughts day and night, tossing and turning. She embellished the tale, endeavoring to convey the immense difficulty of the situation, hoping to dissuade the crown prince from further probing her. Chapter 13. The crown prince's determination. The crown prince has firmly set his sights on her, insisting that she enters his dreams. Should fortune not favor her, and she fails to dream of him, it would only serve to validate her fanciful tales and enigmatic behavior. However, if she indeed dreams of him, it is conceivable that the prince, recognizing her unique talent, might choose to spare her life for the time being, anticipating a future moment when her skills could prove advantageous. Just as it was this time when she inadvertently uncovered the poison within the chrysanthemum. The bright eyes of Yunkui sparkled, instantly dispelling her gloom as she placed her hopes upon the dreams of the night. Perhaps, after this night, she too could emerge as a remarkable talent under the prince's command. Suppressing the fluttering in her heart, she rose to tidy the tray. Upon returning, she found the crown prince already seated by the bedside. Yunkui recalled how last night had unfolded similarly, though matters hadn't progressed to their ultimate conclusion. The prince had certainly taken his liberties, leaving faint fingerprints upon her bosom that lingered even now. The prince fixed her with a smoldering gaze. "Must you dawdle so?" he demanded sharply. Compressing her lips, Yunkui murmured assent. Based on last night's experience, she likely needn't disrobe completely. After all, even under the influence of aphrodisiacs, the prince had restrained himself. She harbored reasonable suspicions. Perhaps he was physically incapable, or gravely injured, and thus powerless. Or perchance he feared exposure of his inadequacy, too proud to bear such humiliation. The prince's eyes darkened dangerously as they met hers, startling her with their sudden ferocity. How swiftly his temper flares. She thought uneasily. Does my deliberation vex him so? Do you still perceive my reluctance to shed my garments through the discontent reflected in my gaze? Enough. I shall disrobe then. After all, he can do nothing. The crown prince remained silent. Yunkui took a deep breath, then swiftly untied her sash and shed her outer skirt, leaving only a delicate crimson undergarment embroidered with pomegranate motifs. As a chambermaid, her attire had changed from before. The Imperial Household Department had prepared several sets of new autumn and winter garments for the four of them, each layer crafted from the finest fabrics, vibrant in hue and exquisitely stitched. Though not as lavish as the consorts and concubines of the palace, they were far more refined than the plain robes of ordinary maids. Naturally, all this was done to please the crown prince, a testament to the empress's meticulous attention to his intimate affairs. The hall was aglow with flickering lanterns, casting a luminous sheen over the maiden's jade-like skin. The drapes swayed gently against the floor, their shadows dancing softly upon her slender, delicate silhouette. The early winter night was bitterly cold, enough to make one shiver. Yunkui suppressed her trembling, slowly wrapping her arms around herself as if to shield something from view. She was still unaccustomed to having her body so blatantly exposed. How she wished the lights would be extinguished. Yet the hall remained brightly lit, meaning she would have to endure the crown prince's piercing gaze for a long while. How dreadful it was. It was akin to being abruptly awakened in the dead of night by the chilling grip of a serpent, coiling around one's body, poised to strike with lethal intent. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down the spine. The prince, maintaining an air of composure, averted his gaze from her delicate, alabaster neck and, in an uncharacteristic display of mercy, commanded, "Extinguish the lights outside," leaving but one. Yunkui felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and she proceeded to extinguish the lamps one by one, ultimately allowing only a single glass lantern by the bedside, ensuring that the darkness did not engulf her entirely. Having completed this task, she exhaled softly, cautiously crawling toward the inner side of the bed, careful not to brush against the man's long, sturdy legs. As she lay down slowly, she steadied her breathing and stole glances at the figure beside her, then at the neatly arranged brocade quilt at the foot of the bed. She mused to herself that the prince, indeed, possessed a resolute spirit. Even in such frigid weather, the palace remained unheated, and he wore only a thin garment, seemingly untouched by the cold. "My lord, I feel a bit chilled," she ventured to whisper, taking advantage of the prince's relaxed demeanor. He turned to her with a complex expression, his gaze momentarily pausing. The dim light within the curtain cast a soft glow on her, the crimson fabric of her attire accentuating her skin that rivaled the purity of frost and snow. Her cheeks bore a delicate blush, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently, while the slender neck revealed two graceful collarbones, resembling flawless jade bridges. The flickering candlelight fell upon her rounded shoulders, and the garment, with its sumptuous curves and exquisite pomegranate pattern, seemed to overflow with softness, reminiscent of the pristine snow under the moonlight. Such a natural beauty. Yet her eyes held an innocent timidity, effortlessly stirring a man's desire. The empress certainly knew how to select her favorites. Were he an ordinary man, upon hearing her express her chill, even the hardest heart would soften, drawing her into a warm embrace for comfort. Alas, He was not one to indulge in the allure of beauty. Yunkui felt that his gaze lingered far too long enough for her limbs to grow somewhat numb. And she sensed a faint undercurrent of irritation rising within him. Was he unwell again? It seems she has done nothing at all, hasn't she? She merely wishes to cover herself with a blanket. To cover with a blanket? The prince's cold and sharp features softened slightly as he averted his gaze. Speaking in an indifferent tone, if you're cold, pull the blanket over yourself. Yunkui responded hastily with a yes, scrambling to reach for the covers. As she rose, her slender, snow-white back once again swayed into the man's line of sight. The prince shifted his gaze away, his breathing imperceptibly heavier. Closing his eyes, deprived of sight, his other senses grew acutely heightened. The faint rustling of the bedding against her skin whispered in his ears, while the delicate fragrance of sunflowers mingled with the sun-dried scent of the sheets drifted into his nostrils. This warm, fresh aroma filled his mind, and the maddening pain within him began to unravel and dissipate like silk threads being pulled apart. The closer she was, the more soothing his mind became. By the time the prince realized it, he already held someone in his arms. The maiden's delicate and exquisite face was now mere inches away, her dark, doe-like eyes wide with shock and panic. Equally astonished by his own actions, the prince hesitated, yet chose to let the mistake stand. After all, this was his palace, his bed, and the woman beside him was his chambermaid. Was she not his to touch? Yunkui blinked nervously. Just a moment ago, the crown prince had coldly instructed her to pull the blanket over herself. Yet, as soon as she lay back down, she found herself enveloped in the warm, solid embrace of the man. Was this a ploy of desire? A game of feigned restraint? I had long yearned to embrace her, yet pride restrained me. Outwardly maintaining a frosty demeanor, inwardly my heart stirred restlessly until I could bear it no longer. Seizing an unguarded moment, I finally drew her into my arms. As my thoughts wandered freely, a hand suddenly reached out, gripping the nape of her neck. Like a serpent seized at its vital point, Yunkui's defiance evaporated instantly. Your Highness, let us speak reasonably. The Crown Prince's voice lowered in warning. This is merely to facilitate your entry into the dream. Banish all improper thoughts, lest you incur my severe displeasure. So that was it. Previously puzzled by His Highness's insistence on sharing a bed, she had even foolishly shed her outer garments. Only now did she understand. This was merely an interrogation, relocated from the torture chamber to the prince's bed. She ought to entertain no distractions, focusing solely on entering his dream. Burying her face against his chest, Yunkui inhaled the faint medicinal fragrance clinging to him, silently repeating his title like a mantra. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Ah, must dreamwalking truly require such closeness? It's stifling. I can scarcely breathe. If I attempt to push him away, might I incidentally brush against those sculpted pectorals? The prince's expression darkened gradually, feeling as though he were holding a scalding hot potato. He wished to cast her aside, yet his body seemed instinctively drawn to the warmth of her presence, rendering him incapable of pushing her away. The finger he had raised ultimately did not dismiss her, but instead, with a soft thud, tapped gently against her forehead.
Ouch.
Startled by a sudden flick on the forehead, Yunkui couldn't suppress a yelp of surprise. Upon realizing her outburst, her voice melted into a docile murmur. Your Highness. Why did you strike this humble servant? The Crown Prince naturally wouldn't reveal his ability to read minds to outsiders. To silence her indecent thoughts, he merely retorted sternly. If you don't sleep, I'll knock you unconscious myself. Dangui. Since when was forcing someone to sleep acceptable?
Besides,
she had been lying still with her eyes obediently shut, not daring to make the slightest disturbance. Was even that not enough? Truly, he was impossible to please. Fearing another strike, she sighed inwardly, banishing her wandering thoughts and dutifully closing her eyes once more. As her breathing gradually steadied, the Crown Prince studied her for a moment before lowering his gaze to his slightly parted robes. This was an area he rarely paid attention to. In the past, he had only known that a woman's bosom might hold some allure for men, but could the reverse also be true? His brow furrowed, his eyes darkening. At any rate, this foolish girl could not stay. As for the scent that clung to her, he would have to devise another method. Closing his eyes, The Crown Prince drifted into an unusually deep slumber, lulled by the warm, pure fragrance of the girl in his arms. Yet his dreams were far from peaceful. In fact, they were infuriating. He dreamed of her, but unlike her timid, submissive self in reality, she was bold enough to lay hands on him. Saliva dribbling, her palms kneaded his chest without restraint. He awoke in a fury. At the same moment, Yunkui also stirred, jolted awake in terror. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was the Crown Prince's icy, stormy glare. What had she just dreamed about? Heaven help her. Chapter 14. How should she explain to the esteemed figure that this is merely a dream? She has never harbored any impure intentions towards him. Well, in truth, she has entertained such thoughts more than once. Yet, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is why the Crown Prince would have such a dream. Upon entering the dreamscape, Yunkui initially mistook it for her own reverie, assuming her frequent yearnings had finally manifested in slumber, granting her the audacity reality denied. Yet as she observed, an unsettling realization dawned. She was merely a spectral bystander, powerless to interact or alter the unfolding scenes. The chilling epiphany that this was the Crown Prince's dream jolted her awake, where she found herself staring into his frost-laden visage, confirming her suspicion. Had she masked her initial shock, she might have feigned ignorance. After all, who could prove she'd glimpsed his private visions? But now, her astonishment, fluster, mortification, and the telltale blush staining her cheeks lay bare before him. No words were needed. The prince's grip remained vice-like upon her shoulder, the crushing weight threatening to splinter bone. Yunkui fought despair. Your Highness, wait. Allow this lowly one to explain. I swear I never intended disrespect, nor do I know why such dreams. Her voice faltered, the plea dissolving into helpless silence. Dreams frequently stand in stark contrast to reality. In dreams, a servant may display insubordination. Yet this paradoxically attests to the unwavering loyalty of the servant towards your Highness. If the Crown Prince were devoid of the ability to read minds, he might have been deceived by her tearful visage, yet after having listened to the whispers of his heart for so long, how could he remain oblivious to her cunning intentions? She is nothing short of a seductress, and it was her heartfelt whispers that influenced him before slumber, leading to this absurd dream. The prince pushed her away, feeling a tightness in his chest, overwhelmed with irritation. Undoubtedly, the embrace of sleep he shared with her last night surpassed any previous elixir, making it a lamentable loss. Setting aside the peculiarities of the dream, it indeed confirmed her uncanny ability to peer into the dreams of others, akin to his newly acquired telepathic skills, both astonishing manifestations of the mysteries of existence. He pondered whether he bailing, with her extensive knowledge and experience, might provide him with answers. While sparing her life could serve his purposes, the prospect of letting her go left a bitter taste in his mouth. The prince shot a glance at the timid maid beside him, rubbed his temples, and with a hoarse voice inquired, "Tell me, whom else did you dream of?" Yunkui, this time, dared not fabricate any more lies. Her mind raced like a revolving lantern, swiftly recalling and enumerating. Aside from His Highness, there were also the previous figures such as Kaiju, Dangui, Gontang, the steward Hao from the Imperial Kitchen, the esteemed Aunt Baijian, the eunuchs Fu Gui, Ji Xiang, and Xiao Fuzi, along with her fellow townsmen, Guard Li, Guard Zhao from Dusheng Gate, Guard Qian from Xiana Gate, and her good brother, Guard Sunday. The Crown Prince coldly interrupted. Enough. He had no desire to recognize every individual surrounding her. Yunkui murmured softly, I have stated that I can only dream of those familiar to me. Aside from dreaming of His Highness tonight, I hardly dream of any significant figures. Oh, indeed, there was a notable figure. One day, while delivering meals past the Bahua Hall, I dreamt of Lady Yu. In my dream, I saw her lying intimately with the heir of the Ningda Marquis, quite affectionate. The Crown Prince's previously icy demeanor finally flickered with a response. You still recognize the heir of the Ningda Marquis? Initially unfamiliar with the name, Yunkui recalled the dreamlike scenario, finding it somewhat too intimate to articulate. Yet in the throes of passion, the young Marquis had insisted the consort Yu open her eyes to gaze upon him, compelling her to cry out his name over a dozen times before relenting. Only then did this humble servant realize the man was none other than the heir of Marquis Ningda. The Crown Prince let out a derisive chuckle. an uncharacteristic flicker of amusement crossing his features. Marquis Ningde happened to be the elder brother of the current empress, the imperial uncle. His heir, Xia Huichuan, was thus the empress's nephew. As for Consort Yu, to his knowledge, she had once been betrothed to Xia Huichuan by a prenatal arrangement. However, after Prince Rue ascended the throne, the Xia family rose in prominence as the empress's maternal clan, their newfound status inflating their arrogance. Deeming the humble Yu family unworthy, they employed both overt and covert means to sever the young lovers' bond, ultimately dissolving the engagement. The Xias then secured a new match for Xia Huichuan, the granddaughter of Duke Lingua. Humiliated by the broken betrothal, the Yu family could scarcely swallow the insult. Consort Yu's father resolved to have his daughter enter the imperial selection, seeking loftier connections. During Emperor Chuming's reign, hundreds of young women were chosen to populate the imperial harem in hopes of expanding the royal lineage, Consort Yu among them. The emperor distributed his favors evenly, and for a time, she enjoyed his attentions, even bearing him the 9th prince. 7 years within the palace walls, who could have imagined her dream lover remained the same childhood sweetheart, now clandestinely cuckolding the emperor himself? Noting his sudden interest, Yunkui ventured cautiously, "Does your highness enjoy such tales?" The crown prince composed his expression and remarked impassively, "I find this displeasing." Yunkui thought to herself, how mercurial his temperament is, shifting as swiftly as turning a page. The prince fixed her with an icy stare and cautioned, "The matter of entering dreams must not be mentioned to anyone. Should word spread, you alone shall bear the consequences." Yunkui nodded vigorously, like a pestle pounding garlic. This humble servant shall obey. In truth, she had never spoken of it before and certainly would now. What puzzled her was how the prince had come to know of it. Having dealt with the prince's summons, with half a day remaining before the noon meal tasting, Yunkui intended to retire to the side chamber. Yet before she could rest, the empress summoned her to Cunning Palace, forcing her to hasten there immediately. Unbeknownst to her, though no carnal relations had occurred, news of her attending the prince's bedchamber for 2 consecutive nights had spread through the palace. For a prince notorious for his lustful reputation, yet never having actually indulged, this unprecedented favor shown to a woman naturally drew the empress's keen attention. The journey to Cunning Palace attracted countless prying eyes. Feeling uneasy under their scrutiny, Yunkui kept her head lowered until she finally entered the palace and could breathe freely again. The empress received her with customary graciousness. "You've labored diligently these past days. How fares the crown prince's health of late?" Yunkui recalled that he had coughed up blood the previous day and had even resorted to self-harm due to the Hehuan powder, which could not bode well for his condition. Thus, she reported the crown prince's physical state truthfully. The empress's spies, embedded within the Eastern Palace, had already conveyed the news. Her inquiry was merely a test to ascertain whether the girl would speak the truth. Upon finding that her account aligned with the information provided by the spies, the empress felt quite satisfied. She inquired, "I have heard that there were attempts on his life the day before yesterday and yesterday?" Yunkui nodded and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, the individuals have already been dealt with by His Highness." The empress smiled and replied, "I have heard that the crown prince captured the assassin. And you played a part in this endeavor. Is that so?" Though she is attentive to every move of the crown prince, she seldom ventures into the Eastern Palace, particularly after the prince's awakening. Firstly, the crown prince, being the son of the late emperor, does not address her as Mother Empress like his siblings. He even refrains from calling the Chunming emperor father, referring to himself as in their presence, which indicates his disregard for them. The empress, intent on maintaining her fade, is reluctant to subject herself to ridicule. Secondly, the Eastern Palace is shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, with the Qingguang Hall being particularly ominous, and the empress fears the possibility of malevolent spirits taking hold of her. Thus, she always prepares herself mentally before setting foot in the Eastern Palace. Dangui, unwilling to take credit, merely states, "I was merely an accidental participant. It is hardly worth mentioning. Your Highness possesses keen insight. Regardless of my presence, the poisoner would not escape your grasp." The empress silently scoffs at this. Over the past 2 decades, she has placed numerous individuals within the Eastern Palace. Yet the crown prince remains unharmed, which does not seem coincidental. Despite her inner discontent, The Empress maintains a facade of benevolence, remarking, "Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Your beauty, eloquence, and exceptional intelligence have undoubtedly endeared you to the Crown Prince." As she speaks, a palace maid enters, bearing a crimson lacquered tray adorned with gold, upon which rests a cloison-covered bowl. The Queen remarked, "You have diligently served the Crown Prince, partaking in the tasting of meals and attending to his nightly needs. It must have been quite arduous. Therefore, I have ordered a nourishing tonic for you, the Taiyuan drink, to be consumed while warm." Yunkui was taken aback. Taiyuan drink? The presence of the character suggests it is a form of remedy for maintaining pregnancy. She waved her hands, hastily clarifying, "Your Highness, you misunderstand. I truly do not." Before she could finish, the elderly Qin interrupted, "Your Highness has bestowed a gift. You ought to express your gratitude. This Taiyuan drink is an excellent supplement, beneficial for those with child to secure the pregnancy, and for those without, it can replenish energy and vitality, addressing various deficiencies in preparation for conception. The Queen is merely showing consideration for your hard work and service. Why do you linger?" Yunkui dared not delay any further, and quickly knelt in gratitude. "It is my ignorance that has led to this misunderstanding. I humbly thank your Highness for this precious tonic." With the Queen's watchful gaze upon her, she bore the bitterness and slowly consumed the entire bowl of Taiyuan drink. She pondered the Queen's unusual concern for her. Perhaps it was due to the Crown Prince's precarious fate, and in the event that he did not survive the month, as his first confidant, she might be thought to carry on his lineage. Yet, she feared she would ultimately disappoint the Queen. Just as she contemplated revealing the truth of her lack of favor, the Queen spoke again, "Your service has been commendable. In the coming days, I shall discuss with His Majesty and the Crown Prince to determine your position." Yunkui's eyes widened in astonishment once more. The Queen smiled. "What? You do not desire it?" Yunkui stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. She had never envisioned herself as a consort. Throughout her years in the palace, her greatest hope had simply been to leave and marry a guard, a fate deemed respectable and rare for someone of her lowly status. Following a turn of events that led her to the Eastern Palace, her expectations plummeted to their lowest. Merely surviving was sufficient. Serving in the Qingguang Hall had felt like balancing on the edge of a knife, filled with anxiety day and night. She wished to live, to flee, yet had never contemplated becoming a concubine to the Crown Prince. His temperament was unpredictable and volatile. He would not treat her gently because of her position, at most offering her a dignified end. Of course, it was possible that before she met her demise, the Crown Prince might succumb to his injuries first, leaving her, as a mere serving maid, to face an uncertain fate. Qin remarked, "You are the Crown Prince's confidant. The Queen values you and seeks to elevate you. This is an unprecedented honor." Yunkui understood she ought to express her gratitude, yet the words stuck in her throat. As she exited the palace, Qin followed her, calling her back and leading her to a secluded spot beyond the palace gates. "Your concerns are understood by the Queen. Since she has taken notice of you, how could she allow you to come to harm?" With that, Qin discreetly produced an exquisite porcelain vial from her sleeve. Lowering her voice, "It is merely a matter of intimacy. This is a long-lost secret remedy from the harem. Just a small dose for the Crown Prince will ensure he becomes utterly devoted to you, consumed by thoughts of you. This potion is infallible." A secret remedy? Yunkui was astonished, momentarily forgetting to reach out for it. Chapter 15. Granny Qin gently placed the porcelain vial into her palm, gradually curling her fingers around it. With the prince's favor and the empress's support, securing a position as a side consort was indeed within reach. Yunkui was rendered speechless by the shock. A side consort? Madame Qin chuckled, saying that winning the gamble would bestow a lifetime of wealth and honor, while losing would still result in the empress acknowledging your service to the Crown Prince, imposing a minor punishment, yet allowing you to continue your duties. After all, as a concubine of the Crown Prince, one could only imagine the splendid future that awaits. No further elaboration is necessary. Yunkui grasped the object in her hand, hesitatingly inquired, "Might your Highness require me to undertake any tasks?" "Indeed, the Empress did not misjudge you," Granny Qin said with a smile. "Since you have inquired, I shall speak plainly. His Highness is not of the Empress's blood, and with his aloof and indifferent disposition, he has harbored misunderstandings towards her over the years. The Empress merely wishes for an intermediary to ease the mother-son relationship. You are a perceptive individual, and in the future, you will be able to advocate for the Empress.
Will you not?
Upon returning to the palace, Qin Mama found the Empress delicately manipulating the incense ash within the censer with a pair of bronze chopsticks. Has she accepted the vial of medicine? Old Madame Qin chuckled. The little girl must feel as if she has been struck on the head by a pie falling from the heavens, utterly bewildered by her joy. With just a few words from the Empress, she truly believed she might soar to the heights and transform into a phoenix. The Empress sighed. I wonder if she is truly capable of achieving anything. After years of intricate schemes, even the Empress found herself somewhat disheartened. Old Madame Qin hastily offered her comfort. Your Majesty possesses a discerning eye for talent, and you have recognized this girl's potential. The Crown Prince has been known to keep ordinary individuals at bay for years. Yet she has managed to attend to him for 2 consecutive nights. She must possess some skill. However, she likely understands her lowly status, for the Crown Prince merely regards her as a fleeting diversion. Otherwise, why would he allow her to taste the poison at the dining table? Now that the Empress has bestowed upon her an opportunity to ascend to greatness, should this girl not strive with all her might to climb the ladder of success? Your Majesty, please observe closely. I believe good news will arrive in the next few days. The Empress sighed softly, hoping that would indeed be the case. Granny Qin remarked, in my humble opinion, the miscarriage medicine is utterly unnecessary. Not to mention that the Crown Prince shows no interest in women, even considering his frail state. How could he possibly indulge in intimate relations? The Queen sighed, expressing that it is not the multitude of fears that daunts one, but rather the singular, unforeseen possibility. Whether or not to share her bed is a matter solely of their own discourse. Once the door is closed, who can truly discern what transpires within? The Crown Prince is the sole heir. Had he not been so young at that time, matters would have unfolded differently. At this juncture, the Empress's gaze sharpened with intensity. This realm belongs to His Majesty, and in the future it will also belong to the 2nd and 6th princes. After years of arduous planning, how could the position of Crown Prince be allowed to rest in another's hands? Moreover, it is imperative that his progeny not be allowed to linger, coveting the throne of Your Majesty. Nanny Qin hastily replied, Your Highness is indeed farsighted. Yunkui returned to Qingguang Palace with a heavy heart. The final warning from Nanny Qin echoing in her mind as she left the cunning palace. Remember this. Within these palace walls, it is not the Crown Prince who can protect you, but Her Majesty. The Empress had instructed her to use a secret potion to win the Crown Prince's favor, an absurd and utterly overestimated task. With the Prince's vigilance and keen perception, not to mention the protection of guards like Qin Ge constantly at his side, how could she possibly slip such a concoction into his food or drink? And if she were discovered, could the Empress truly shield her from the consequences? The Crown Prince harbored profound disdain for those who sought favor through carnal means. Before the news could even reach the cunning palace, such individuals might meet their untimely demise. The fate of the palace maid who had previously administered aphrodisiacs to the prince served as a cautionary tale. Yet refusal would be deemed as ingratitude and defiance of Her Majesty's imperial decree. Lost in contemplation, Yunkui suddenly felt a dull ache in her lower abdomen. Rubbing the spot absent-mindedly, she realized it was neither the time for her monthly courses nor accompanied by the usual dampness. She resolved to rest upon the couch when a faint knock interrupted her thoughts. Upon opening the door, an unfamiliar palace maid stood before her, bearing a rosewood case and a palm-sized black lacquer box inlaid with mother of pearl. Do not be alarmed, young mistress, the maid spoke softly. I come bearing my mistress's message. Stepping inside, the maid unveiled the contents of both boxes in turn. Should you adorn your lips with this rouge and attend to His Highness this evening, regardless of the outcome, my mistress shall ensure your safe departure. These banknotes are but a token of goodwill. A far greater reward awaits upon completion. Yunkui cast a fleeting glance at the thick stack of banknotes within the case. Unfamiliar with their denominations and unable to discern the imprints clearly, she could only note their considerable thickness. Her palms had begun to perspire, and she could not help but inquire, May I ask who your master is? The palace maid evaded the question, merely stating, "My lady need not concern herself with that. Simply carry out your duties, and in due time, the benefits to you shall be plentiful." Before she could recover from her astonishment, the maid had vanished without a trace. Yunkui opened the box, only to discover that the silver notes within were all of the denomination of 50 taels, and there were as many as 20. Taking a deep breath, just a deep breath. It was merely a minor affair, nothing to worry about. Yunkui felt slightly dizzy, her body somewhat lightheaded. She opened another box of lip balm, its vibrant crimson hue shimmering with a subtle pearlescence. Instinctively, she reached out to test the color, but suddenly halted her fingers as a thought crossed her mind. Earlier, she had mentioned applying this lip balm before attending to the Crown Prince. Yunkui recalled the arsenic that Kaiju had added to the Crown Prince's meal, and the night she had been enveloped in the fragrant powder of the Hawan. Could it be that this lip balm too was tainted with poison? Her mind was instantly thrown into turmoil. After gathering her scattered thoughts, she belatedly realized that she must have been bribed. The palace maid's mysterious master had given her 1,000 taels of silver notes, undoubtedly intending to use her as a pawn against the Crown Prince, for she was now the only maid permitted such intimate proximity to His Highness. As for why poison had been placed in the lip rouge, they must have been counting on the Crown Prince nibbling her lips at night, thereby ingesting the lethal cosmetic. If her suspicions proved true, this method was even more cunning than lacing handkerchiefs with aphrodisiacs. And 1,000 taels. What fortune! If she were a competent assassin, she would undoubtedly be eager to take action at this moment. It remains uncertain what the established rules are. She should have sought clarification earlier. If the attempt to poison fails, or if there is simply no opportunity to strike, will this 1,000 taels still be reclaimed? A person of considerable stature, capable of effortlessly producing 1,000 taels of silver notes, surely possesses greater vision than to be limited by such trifles. Poisoning was most likely unfeasible. Firstly, the Crown Prince detested such garishly colored rouge and overpowering cosmetic fragrances. The moment she stepped into his chambers, she'd probably be ordered to leave immediately. Secondly, there was no chance the prince would kiss her lips. Even under the influence of aphrodisiacs, he had restrained himself, let alone in a sober state. Of course, not all hope was lost. She could seize the opportunity when the prince was unconscious and forcefully kiss him. Yunkui found herself inappropriately recalling the prince's pale, soft lips, her cheeks warming at the thought. The paleness was obvious, but as for how she knew they were soft, it was because while feeding him medicine through a sheep's intestine casing, her fingers had accidentally brushed against them. She had even glimpsed his delicate, moist tongue. Generally, she paid little attention to men's lips, unless they left a lasting impression. Like her cousin's, for instance. She could barely recall his face now, but she remembered how, as a child, he would stick out his tongue at people. His lips were always chapped and peeling, often blistered, with a thick coating on his tongue, an unforgettable sight from her youth. But the prince's lips were different, a soft, pale pink, thin and immaculate, undeniably alluring. They would probably taste tender and sweet. There was just one flaw. The flaw was that she couldn't taste them. Yunkui ran her fingers over the thick stack of banknotes again. So substantial, so plentiful, so utterly delightful. 1,000 taels of silver notes left her in a dizzy haze, causing her to forget the discomfort in her lower abdomen. As clarity gradually returned, the pain surged back like a relentless tide. On her way to the honor room, she pondered how to deal with the silver notes, only to encounter a slender little eunuch in the corridor. He discreetly beckoned her behind a rockery and, without a word, pressed a vial of medicine into her hand. "My master requests that you find an opportunity to poison the Crown Prince's food. Should you succeed, he will arrange for you to escape the palace and reward you with 1,000 taels of gold and 100 acres of fertile land." "Ah, I cannot." Before she could decline, the eunuch had vanished without a trace. Yunkui was left speechless. What auspicious day was it that everyone sought to buy the Crown Prince's life with money? The terms they offered were undeniably tempting, ensnaring her in a bind. Yet, did they truly believe that assassinating the Crown Prince was so simple? Step 1. Infiltrate the Qingguang Hall. Step 2. Administer the poison. Step 3. Witness the Crown Prince's demise and make her escape, thereafter basking in wealth. Even she, no matter how naive, understood the improbability of this scheme. The only likely outcome would be failure, leading to a fate akin to that of the maid who had previously been punished, or to Kaiju, who, before help could arrive, would find herself gruesomely dispatched by the Crown Prince. Yunkui exhaled deeply. The last time, her greed for 10 taels of gold had taught her a harsh lesson, and this time, she was determined not to act foolishly. Although the prospect of untold riches was indeed alluring, she had never been one to be led astray by wealth. If she were to become affluent, she would indulge more than anyone else. In the end, she devised a compromise. Should she sense that the Crown Prince intended to harm her, she would prepare herself in advance, whether with lipstick or poison. Oh, and there was also the secret medicine gifted by the Empress. Regardless, she would do everything in her power to drag him down to hell with her. Yunkui visited the honor room, finding no signs of moisture on her undergarments. And fortunately, the pain was not overwhelming, so she paid it no mind. As she glanced at the sky, ready to head to the Qingguang Hall for the meal trial, a disciple of Chao Yuanlu, named Deshun, arrived with a message. The Crown Prince was in a deep slumber, and there would be no need for her to attend the meal trial at noon. Yunkui welcomed the respite, having grown weary from the relentless allure of gold and silver that had beset her throughout the day. Leaving her head spinning as if in a dream, during the evening meal, she partook of the dishes previously bestowed upon her by the Crown Prince. It must be said that even the leftovers were the finest cuisine imaginable, far surpassing the portions allocated to the palace maids. However, her appetite was lackluster that day, and she ultimately settled for a bowl of hot soup, which alleviated the discomfort in her abdomen considerably. She had thought she would not need to serve in the Qingguang Hall that night, but just as she lay down, Aunt Wei summoned her. Even smiling at her in a rare display, the Crown Prince will be visiting the Tangguan Palace for a medicinal bath tonight. Be prepared to accompany him. Fortune had shifted. No one could have anticipated that this girl would become the Crown Prince's favored maid. Aunt Wei was, of course, polite on the surface. Yunkui nodded. Yet the words medicinal bath echoed incessantly in her mind. Did that mean she would be privy to everything? Chapter 16. The Crown Prince fainted once more. Old Dr. Zheng specially prepared the medicinal herbs required for his herbal bath. Although it could not completely detoxify him, it would certainly alleviate his headache and relieve heat and pain. The Crown Prince dismissed everyone and elaborated on the fragrance emanating from Yunkui's body to old Dr. Zheng. Having practiced medicine for decades, old Dr. Zheng had never encountered such a rare phenomenon. Nonetheless, it was a pleasant surprise that this woman could ease the Crown Prince's headache. The Crown Prince then inquired if there was a way to formulate a fragrance similar to that of the lady. Old Dr. Zheng paused for a moment, contemplating the feasibility of this approach, and replied, I have a disciple who is quite knowledgeable about fragrances. He happens to be on duty tonight. Let him accompany me to the Tangguan Palace. We can also invite that young lady to come, allowing him to perceive her scent firsthand in order to determine which materials to select and how to blend them. The Crown Prince nodded slightly, requesting that he keep this matter confidential. Old Dr. Zheng promptly assured him, Your Highness, rest assured. The Eastern Palace was fraught with peril. If word got out that this girl could alleviate the Crown Prince's headache, her safety would surely be at risk. As soon as old Dr. Zheng left, Chao Yuanlu entered the palace. After hesitating for a moment, he reported the news he had just received. This morning, Yunkui was summoned to the Kunning Palace. A servant of mine returned with news that the Queen's confidant, Granny Qin, seemed to have slipped something to her. It was undeniable that Chao Yuanlu held a fondness for the girl and could perceive that the Crown Prince treated her differently, even if it was not romantic. There was some quality about her that attracted the Crown Prince. Otherwise, why would he allow her to serve him closely? Chao Yuanlu also knew that the 4 palace maidens sent to accompany the Crown Prince had undergone special instructions, particularly those favored by him, making them vulnerable to manipulation and scrutiny. The Crown Prince had been away from the capital for several years, and Chao had suffered a setback, being punished to care for the royal horses. Others in charge had either been suppressed or bought off, and the guards could not manage internal affairs, leaving the Eastern Palace riddled with spies. Aside from a few trusted old acquaintances, there were hardly any trustworthy individuals. Having managed to find a docile and charming girl to attend to him, if she were truly swayed by external temptations and posed a threat to the Crown Prince, She would not be allowed to remain. The Crown Prince pinched the ring on his finger, his expression dark as he closed his eyes. If she truly harbored ulterior motives, he would know at a glance. The Tangguan Palace lay in the northwest of the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince traveled there in a sedan chair, accompanied by Chao Yuanlu and a group of guards and servants, including Yunkui and the accountant. Nobility often required numerous attendants for bathing, carrying water, maintaining the cleanliness of the hot springs, undressing, drying, massaging, and even trimming nails. The Crown Prince, having spent many years in the military, was not as meticulous as other nobles, but due to his injuries, Chao Yuanlu feared he might lack proper care and thus brought additional attendants. However, the Crown Prince specifically requested Yunkui to accompany him, which surprised Chao Yuanlu. In the past, the Crown Prince would swiftly eliminate any spies without hesitation. Was he perhaps intending to ensnare someone tonight during the bath? Regardless, Chao Yuanlu would ensure the safety of his lord that night and would not let anyone succeed in their schemes. Of course, if the girl were kind-hearted and remained loyal to the Crown Prince, he would not harm the innocent. The accountant felt ambitious that night. The Crown Prince could not possibly have only one attendant, and after the medicinal bath, he was likely to favor one of the bathing maidens. Would that maiden be her? Initially fearful of the Crown Prince, the accountant began to feel a sense of eagerness after witnessing the Crown Prince not only spare Yunkui, but also favor her for 2 consecutive nights. Yunkui was lost in thought, preoccupied with the matter of the silver notes. She had locked the poison and lipstick in a chest to avoid accidental consumption. And as for the 1,000 taels of silver, it had been on her mind since she left home. What a substantial sum. Not only could I marry a guard with it, but I could also hire 10 strong young men as bodyguards. Since they were not far apart, the Crown Prince, sitting in the sedan chair with his eyes closed, could hear her musings. I wonder if such thick silver notes are safe hidden in the old coat at the bottom of the chest. The Crown Prince thought to himself. There was no need for him to probe or interrogate. A simple search of her room would yield immediate evidence. Such a naive little spy, devoid of any cunning, he could easily crush with a mere flick of his finger. Had it not been for her potential usefulness, he would not have allowed her to see another day. Meanwhile, old Dr. Zheng arrived early at the Tangguan Palace with his disciple, Liang Jin. Due to the sensitive nature of Yunkui's case, old Dr. Zheng instructed his disciple, when the lady arrives, do not ask too many questions. Find an opportunity to approach her and discreetly take a whiff. Liang Jin nodded in agreement, naturally not wishing to offend the Crown Prince's favored maid. Old Dr. Zheng's words led him to believe that the Crown Prince was infatuated with the fragrance of this woman, hence the desire to replicate it. Such matters were merely the whims of nobility, and Liang Jin could comprehend that. The 2 men, accompanied by the physician, prepared the herbal medicine by the hot spring, and as the Crown Prince departed from the Qingguang Hall, the palace attendants began to bring water buckets to fill the pool. Upon reaching the Tangguan Palace, the chief eunuch led the way for the Crown Prince, with Yunkui and the accountant following closely behind. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Yunkui felt as though Eunuch Chao had stolen several glances at her throughout the night. Did he perhaps know that someone had slipped her silver? Before she could ponder further, as soon as she stepped into the hall, she was taken aback by the immense hot spring. The room was as warm as spring, and the pool was grander than her quarters, truly magnificent. The white surface of the pool was shrouded in mist, and the amber-colored water wafted a fragrant aroma, making one feel utterly at ease. She could scarcely imagine how delightful it would be to bathe in such a vast pool. How wonderful it must be to be a crown prince. I wish I could be one for a few days. The Crown Prince scoffed, his face cold as frost. If one were to truly consider it, her rebellious thoughts were deserving of severe punishment. He turned to survey the attending maidens, his gaze passing over Chao Yuanlu, Deshun, and finally landing on Yunkui, as he instructed, "You 3 remain. The rest may withdraw." Yunkui, having served closely in recent days, was not surprised. However, the accountant was perplexed as to why the Crown Prince had chosen her again. The bathing process was intricate. Could just these 3 manage? She shot a resentful glare at Yunkui, only to find herself momentarily stunned. Throughout the journey from the Qingguang Hall, although the palace attendants had illuminated the path with lanterns, visibility was limited at night. Now, upon closer inspection, she noticed Yunkui's delicate face. flushed and radiant from the warm mist of the palace, clad in a deep red embroidered dress adorned with intricate patterns, which accentuated her fair complexion. The sight of the alluring curves beneath her collarbone was unexpectedly captivating, causing a flush to rise in the accountant's cheeks. It is understandable that the Crown Prince favors her, but is bigger always better? There is charm in petite and exquisite beauty. Does the Crown Prince not wish to try someone else? The Crown Prince. The palace maidens dutifully lowered their heads, unaware of who had spoken. Yet he could discern the identity of the voice. Instinctively, he looked at Yunkui. The Crown Prince's gaze was sharp and heavy, bearing down on her like a tangible force. Yunkui seemed to sense it, lifting her head only to meet his dark, penetrating eyes, leaving her feeling anxious and flustered. "What are you staring at? Look again, and I shall poison you." Then, to her astonishment, she saw the Crown Prince smile, a grim, foreboding smile. His dark eyes sharp as blades, capable of dissecting any secret buried within one's heart. Yunkui felt a chill run down her spine, her head dropping even lower. Liang Jin approached at an opportune moment, bowing respectfully to the Crown Prince before thoughtfully addressing Yunkui. "I have prepared a medicinal oil for your highness that soothes the muscles and invigorates the joints. Might I request the young lady to accompany me to the side chamber to retrieve it?" Yunkui first sought the Crown Prince's approval. Sensing Liang Jin's ulterior motive, the Crown Prince replied with a hint of indifference, "Go ahead." Yunkui inclined her head in acknowledgement, and Liang Jin led the way to the adjacent chamber. The aroma of medicinal herbs was dense within the pool chamber, making it difficult to discern the unique scent of the palace made amidst the emlang. Moreover, as she was the Crown Prince's personal maid, Liang Jin deemed it inappropriate to draw too close. It would be more convenient to call her out privately, allowing for a more thorough investigation. As they made their way to the side chamber, Liang Jin's mind began to form a clearer picture. This was indeed the medicinal oil intended for the Crown Prince. He retrieved a white porcelain bottle from the treasure cabinet and instructed her on its application. Warm it in the palm of your hand and gently massage it onto the Crown Prince's shoulders, neck, chest, abdomen, back, and thighs in circular motions until fully absorbed. As he spoke, he noticed the lovely maid's delicate, rosy complexion subtly blooming with warmth. Chapter 17. Upon returning to the hot spring, Deshun was assisting the Crown Prince in undressing. Yunkui could not resist glancing over, just in time to see the prince remove his last garment. Under the ethereal veil of mist, the man's tall and robust figure gradually came into view, his body tightly wrapped in bandages. Though his waist was narrow, every muscle was well-defined and strong, the prominent veins resembling taut strings, making one's heart yearn to pluck at them. It seemed the prince sensed something, quickly submerging himself in the steaming pool, his form disappearing beneath the swirling vapor. Yunkui regretted being called away by Dr. Liang earlier, otherwise, it should have been her who assisted the prince in undressing. Although she had tended to his wounds and even shared slumber with him, she had seen none of his bare form, fearing for his well-being. Each time they were together, she took off her outer dress, allowing him to benefit entirely, and the only time she tasted sweetness was in the prince's dreams. She had touched nothing, nearly losing her life over that very dream. Who could she turn to for justice? Yunkui clenched the medicinal oil in her hand, grateful to still possess it. "Once the prince finishes bathing, I shall diligently apply the oil, leaving no corner unattended."
Heh.
The prince, seemingly hearing her thoughts, felt the tension in his forehead tighten. Standing idly by, Yunkui, not having heard the summons, eagerly approached to offer her assistance. Unexpectedly, the usually polite eunuch Chao was reluctant to let her intervene. Providing a grandiose reason, His Highness enjoys tranquility. There is no need for excessive attendance during the medicinal bath. Deshun and I are sufficient. You may rest, my lady. The prince was, after all, in a state of undress. If an assassin were to stealthily poison the water or harm him with a poisoned blade, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. Yunkui felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, sensing that eunuch Chao's warmth toward her had waned. Previously, he had been keen to place her near the prince during such occasions, yet today he seemed to avoid her at every turn. Had he discovered something?
Yet.
The queen's secret medicine was given to her discreetly by Granny Qin, and the two palace maids and eunuchs who attempted to bribe her had done so very covertly. So, it was unlikely they had been noticed. Moreover, if it were discovered that she harbored poison with the intent to harm the prince. Given the prince's and eunuch Chao's methods of dealing with assassins, she would not be standing here unscathed. If they do not require me, so be it. She had walked a considerable distance from the Qingguang Palace in the biting cold, and her abdomen was beginning to feel uncomfortable. She peered longingly into the pool, where the prince sat quietly with his eyes closed, arms stretched out to either side, the amber water rising to his chest, the mist obscuring all that it could. Such stinginess. Fine, let us observe something else. His Adam's apple is quite masculine, and those fingers are so long. No wonder he can grasp me so easily. His arms are so strong. One can easily tell he is a man of martial prowess. The prince's expression shifted several times, and he submerged deeper into the water, retracting his arms. Finally, unable to tolerate any longer, he barked, "Leave at once."
Eunuch Gao,
who was about to assist the prince, was startled into a tremor by this sudden command. The three individuals in the chamber exchanged glances. Since eunuch Xiao and Deshun were there to attend to the prince's medicinal bath, it was evident that the idle people the prince referred to could only be. Both eunuch Xiao and Deshun turned their gazes toward Yunkui. Yunkui thought, "Very well, I shall take my leave. But if she left, who would apply the medicinal oil for the prince?" Realizing this, eunuch Xiao approached with a predatory smile, taking the oil from her hands. "My lady, allow us servants to handle this task." Yunkui felt a tinge of disappointment. Even if she were to apply the oil, this miserly man would likely not allow her any indulgence, making her serve him while enduring a reprimand. Retreating to the corridor, the accountant watched her with glee, whispering, "Isn't His Highness quite fond of you? Why not allow you to assist in the bath?" Yunkui was not inclined to engage, muttering that the prince preferred solitude. The accountant smirked inwardly, realizing that the treatment was similar for all. The prince did not favor her more than others, merely finding her presence bothersome. Yunkui could not be bothered by her petty thoughts. Not having to serve someone was a relief. However, the corridor was chillier than the warm, humid interior, and the cold wind made her discomfort in her abdomen more pronounced. Yet, she could not leave her post by the prince's side, and with eunuch Qiao busy inside, there was no one to grant her permission. She had no choice but to endure. After an hour of soaking in the medicinal bath, the prince rose. And when eunuch Qiao approached with the oil, the prince coldly rejected, "No need, let us change." The medicinal oil was merely a ruse by Liang Jin, of little effectiveness, more symbolic than anything. Hearing the commotion in the chamber, the accountant straightened her posture, readying herself. The prince emerged from the hall clad in a dark robe, not glancing to either side, when suddenly someone stumbled directly into him. Though injured, the prince's reflexes remained sharp as he grasped the person's wrist, holding them firmly before him. Eunuch Xiao, unable to discern who it was, let out a panicked cry. "An assassin! Protect His Highness!" The guards below, including Qin Ge and Luo Zhang, swiftly drew their swords, confused by the situation, but upon hearing eunuch Qiao's warning, they scattered in alarm. Only the accountant, closest to Yunkui, recognized the unfolding events. Her eyes narrowed in fury as she glared at the girl who had thrown herself into the prince's embrace, nearly popping out of her sockets. This vixen only knows how to employ such vile tactics to entice His Highness. The soft sensation of the person before him and the faint fragrance of flowers and grass were familiar to the prince. He initially thought she had chosen this moment to strike him, but when he lowered his head, he was met with a pale, fragile face, delicate eyelashes shielding tightly closed eyes, and lips devoid of color. She had fainted. Qin Ge, a martial general, reacted swiftly, positioning his sword at Yunkui's neck, a thin line of crimson appearing on her flawless skin. At that moment, a soft groan escaped from the prince's embrace.
Eunuch Gao Bonli Stipet Gerlo.
Finally recognizing the would-be assassin, Yunkui, the prince gazed down at her ashen visage and commanded in a low voice, "Step back." This was directed at Qin Ge. Obeying, Qin Ge sheathed his weapon, yet his gaze remained fixed on the young woman, wary of the possibility that she might feign unconsciousness to strike. The prince continued, "Summon Dr. Liang." Eunuch Qiao hesitated for a moment before signaling two young eunuchs to approach, intending to carry the fainted girl back to the palace. After all, she still posed a threat as a suspected assassin, and thus, this was her due treatment. However, Before the two eunuchs could reach her, the prince had already lifted Yunkui into his arms and entered the hall. As night fell, the aged Dr. Zheng had already left the palace, while Liang Jin and several other physicians remained in the hot spring palace to attend to any unexpected situations during the prince's bath. Now that the prince had finished bathing, Liang Jin was preparing to depart when he was unexpectedly summoned. Alarmed, he hurried over, fearing something had gone awry, only to find that the prince's favored maid had fainted. Following the prince's orders, Liang Jin dared not delay and swiftly stepped forward to check Yunkui's pulse. After careful consideration, he furrowed his brow. The prince inquired, "What is it?" Liang Jinxin harbored reservations, unable to meet the prince's obsidian-like gaze. With her eyes cast downward, she replied, "If I may report to your highness, if I am not mistaken, this young lady has consumed a significant quantity of cooling medicine and subsequently stood in the corridor for an extended period, resulting in her body succumbing to coldness and unbearable abdominal pain, leading to her fainting." The prince's countenance darkened. Cooling medicine? He was unaware of certain uses of such remedies. But Qiao Yuanlu, who had witnessed the intrigues of the inner palace, possessed some knowledge of those methods employed for abortion. Upon hearing Liang Jin's words, Qiao Yuanlu cast a complex glance towards the bed. "Your Highness, the cooling medicine within the palace is predominantly used for miscarriages." As these words fell, the atmosphere in the chamber plummeted. The prince's expression turned icy in an instant, a glimmer of ruthless intent flickering in the depths of his shadowy eyes.
Today,
She had only visited Kuan-Ning Palace. The abortifacient could only have been administered by the Empress. Yet, the prince remained oblivious to any complaints she may have harbored against the Empress, and was likely unaware that she had ingested the abortifacient. She was an instrument of the Empress, who wished to utilize her but would not allow her to bear a child for the Eastern Palace, even if she had not received the Emperor's favor. To guard against any eventuality, the abortifacient was a necessity. Suppressing the fury in his eyes, the prince coldly commanded, "Take her back to the Chengwang Hall." Yunkui experienced a dream, or rather, she should say she witnessed a vision. In the dream, a battlefield filled with smoke and blood unfolded before her, arrows raining down like a tempest, aimed directly at a general clad in dark iron armor upon his steed. In an instant, the general was pierced by countless arrows, collapsing to the ground amidst a cacophony of blood and dust, the air filled with cries, cheers, the clash of battle, and the sound of weapons meeting. In the chaos, Yunkui caught a glimpse of the fallen man's face. When she finally opened her eyes, she was greeted by the dim glow of lantern light. Perhaps due to her long absence from candlelight, her eyes felt slightly sore. After blinking to adjust, she realized that she was beneath the canopy of a bed adorned with a cobalt blue and gold bat pattern. It was indeed the prince's chamber. Yunkui struggled to recall the events leading to her fainting. She had been expelled from the main hall by the prince, retreating to the corridor. The abdominal pain that had plagued her throughout the day was exacerbated by the cold wind, overwhelming her to the point of cold sweat, until she could bear it no longer and succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh yes, it seemed she had struck someone just before losing consciousness. Gazing up at the canopy, her heart raced, and after steadying her breath, she slowly turned her head to the side. Indeed, she found herself not only in the prince's bed, but also at his side. Chapter 18. So, was it the Crown Prince who rescued her? The faint flicker of candlelight within the curtain danced gently, outlining the chiseled contours of the man's face, his high nose, thin lips, and a jawline that was resolute, resembling a sword radiating a chilling glimmer in the dark night. Even in his stillness, an overwhelming aura surrounded him, compelling one to hold their breath instinctively. Yunkui recalled the Crown Prince in her dream, pierced by 1,000 arrows. Even amidst the chaos and carnage, she remained an observer, aware that this was someone else's dream, yet oblivious to whose it was, where the scene of the prince's death in battle unfolded. Could it be the prince's own dream? Indeed, she shared no bond with him. In fact, she feared him, terrified that a moment of inattentiveness in her service could lead to her execution. Yet, when confronted with the reality of such a living person facing a brutal demise, it seemed impossible for anyone to remain unaffected. She did not know how long she had been lost in thought when the man silently opened his eyes. He sensed the dream resonating within Yunkui's heart. Yet it was not his dream. It could only be said that many sought his demise, even in their dreams. Under the weight of the girl's frightened gaze, the Crown Prince fixed his eyes upon hers and spoke gravely. You have shared my bed for 3 nights now, and you have more opportunity than anyone else to take my life. Why do you not act? Yet another inquiry regarding death. Yunkui instinctively bit her lip. I dare not, Your Highness. Had he discovered the medicines and silver in her room? Why then did he rescue her? Or did he harbor a distrust of everyone, believing all to have ulterior motives? Yunkui found herself at a loss for words. After all, she could not refuse the queen's secret medicine, and the evidence of her transgressions lay within her chambers. Had she possessed a resolute will, she should have summoned others to apprehend the spy, rather than allowing those benefits to be thrust into her hands. Uncertain whether to kneel and plead for forgiveness, her body felt paralyzed under his icy gaze, trembling uncontrollably, rendering her unable to rise.
Dare not?
The Crown Prince scoffed coldly. Was your courage not ample when you fed me the medicine? Who could resist the queen's generous rewards that compelled me to take such risks? She retorted. Furthermore, though I was bold, my intention in serving Your Highness with medicine was solely to save you, never to cause you harm. I assure you of this. The Crown Prince scrutinized her with his dark, piercing eyes. If assassinating me were an easy task for you, and the conditions offered by others were sufficiently enticing, would you choose to live in constant fear within this eastern palace, or would you rather kill me and thereafter live in peace, basking in wealth and honor? Yunkui was ensnared by his deep, chilling tone, timidly lifting her gaze, her eyes inadvertently sweeping over the taut fabric of his chest beneath the gauzy covering, rising to the pronounced Adam's apple, the sharp line of his jaw, and the thin, moist lips. She could not help but swallow hard. A series of incongruous images flashed through her mind, scenes from the prince's dreams, from the illustrated albums, from the bathing pool in the Tangguan Palace, and her own imaginings of applying medicinal oil to his skin. Yunkui's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The Crown Prince barked. I am asking you a question. Yunkui, overwhelmed with nerves, felt her mind clouded. Indeed, the prince had just spoken a lengthy string of words, but she was so engrossed in the movement of his lips that she had not comprehended a single word. Oh no, this was disastrous. The Crown Prince. Yunkui, on the verge of tears, thumped her forehead against the bedding, kneeling in utter submission. Your Highness, I am but an inconspicuous maidservant, wishing only to tend to my trifling duties and live my life in peace. I have never wished to harm anyone. Please see it clearly. The Crown Prince chuckled coldly, a dagger appearing in his hand at some point unbeknownst to her, its icy blade lifting her chin. Either you kill me, or I shall kill you. How does that sound? Yunkui trembled uncontrollably, her words faltering. Why, Your Highness, spare me. The Crown Prince declared, since you wish to live, then come kill me. If you succeed, there will be those to ensure your wealth and nobility. He even benevolently placed the dagger into her hand. Yunkui's grip on the dagger shook even more violently.
Vous wait, I am encountered a madman.
Though she had served in the kitchens, she had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. Please spare me, Your Highness. But the Crown Prince was relentless. The knife is in your hand. I am gravely wounded, powerless as a chick. You may do as you wish. Powerless as a chick? What a joke. Would you dare to show me your muscles? Yunkui scoffed inwardly, while outwardly, she maintained a semblance of timidity. I cannot, Your Highness. If you truly require someone to kill you, you should seek someone more capable. I am not up to the task. The Crown Prince replied, I only wish to give you the opportunity. Dangui. She could only imagine how delighted those wishing to poison the Crown Prince would be upon hearing this, and she could even raise her price. She blinked, audaciously saying, I can truly do as I wish? You truly will not fight back? The corners of the Crown Prince's lips curled slightly. You may attempt it. With no way to escape, Yunkui tightened her grip on the hilt then. Could you close your eyes, Your Highness? The Crown Prince's gaze darkened slightly, an almost imperceptible hint of danger flashing through, yet he responded with a sardonic smile. Very well. His words were softly articulated, with a rising inflection that made them sound oddly pleasant, as if he welcomed her dagger at any moment. Yunkui's breath quickened, her mind buzzing, oblivious to the prominent veins in the Crown Prince's arm beneath his flowing sleeves, resembling a predator fixated upon its prey, ready to pounce and tear apart any momentary lapse in her actions. Yunkui's hand trembled, and she dropped the dagger, swiftly leaping from the bed to flee towards the door. If not now, then when? However, only a few steps into her escape, a deep, resonant voice echoed behind her. Thinking of running away again? The night she served medicine, she had received a reward of 10 taels of gold and had vanished without a trace. Yunkui tightly shut her eyes, turning around with a whimper. "Your Highness." With a clatter, the dagger landed before her. Yunkui felt her heart drop. Above her, a mocking laugh resonated, and from the corner of her eye, she saw that strong hand casually patting the bedding, the Crown Prince's deep, magnetic voice urging, "Get on the bed." Yunkui, thrilled yet cautious, lowered her head. "I dare not." The Crown Prince's expression darkened, his tone growing serious. "I command you to come up." Yunkui's shoulders trembled in fright. "Please spare me, Your Highness." Yet, her plea went unanswered. She felt a chilling breeze at her neck, the air around her turning icy. She could scarcely recall where she had found the courage to deceive the Crown Prince into closing his eyes and escaping beneath his very nose. In retrospect, she deemed herself utterly reckless. But the Crown Prince commanded her to join him on the bed. Yunkui dismissed her thoughts, discarding the dagger far from her, then swiftly sprang up, using all her agility to slip into the interior of the rosewood bed, hastily clutching the bedding. Once her breathing steadied, she turned to the pillow with an ingratiating smile. "Your Highness, I have come up." The Crown Prince gazed at her for a moment before coldly instructing, "Turn around." No longer compelled to stab the Crown Prince, Yunkui exhaled in relief and obediently turned her back. After a considerable time, she heard a deep, measured breath behind her as the man gradually approached, his warm body pressing against her back. Yunkui's heart raced, and she secretly rejoiced at having donned her nightgown, sparing herself from utter embarrassment. Wait, a nightgown? Had she not collapsed in the Tangguan Palace? Was this garment a result of the Crown Prince's orders to change her? Instinctively, Yunkui touched her lower abdomen, feeling a gentle warmth there. The pain she had experienced while standing in the corridor had completely dissipated. She bit her lip and softly spoke. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." "You are a good person." The Crown Prince silently scoffed. In this world, she was perhaps the only one to deem him a good man. Yunkui inquired, "Might I know what illness I have suffered?" Her health had always been robust. She could eat, sleep, run, and jump without issue. Even when occasionally exposed to the cold, she would swiftly recover, never having experienced pain so severe as to cause her to faint. The Crown Prince was about to mock her inability to discern right from wrong, but then recalled that the Empress had pretended for 20 years, deceiving the world with her hypocritical facade of kindness. How could a Na'vi little palace maid possibly see through it? He suppressed the fury in his gaze and offered no reply. Yunkui dared not press further. For the living Yama to summon a physician on her behalf was already more than she could have hoped for, should she irritate him. She feared she might lose such privileges in the future. The warmth of his breath against her neck intensified, and Yunkui found herself unable to resist scratching at the spot. However, just as she began, the itch vanished, replaced by a sharp pain from the place where the blade had grazed her, causing her to draw in a sharp breath. As she attempted to touch it again, her fingers were seized by a firm grip. "Do not move." Yunkui flinched, her shoulders tightening as his scorching breath brushed against her earlobe, sending tingling sensations deep within her heart. Chapter 19. The delicate skin at Yunkui's neck was grazed by Qin Ji's sword, though the injury was not grave enough to necessitate a bandage. After prescribing her medicine for abdominal pain, Liang Jin left her some ointment for external use. She lifted her fingertips, slowly reaching under her nose, and caught a faint medicinal fragrance reminiscent of the ointment she had used on the Crown Prince. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that after fainting, her neck felt as though it had been bitten by an insect. It turned out she had indeed sustained an injury. Fortunately, the pain was minimal, merely a scratch that did not draw blood under her nails. Thus, she chose to dismiss her worries and lay quietly. Having slept soundly after her fainting spell, she now felt wide awake. Yet, she was in the Crown Prince's chamber, not her own modest wooden bed, where turning over was a matter of personal whim. Yunkui dared not move restlessly. As the presence of the crown prince behind her was overwhelmingly palpable, his breath brushed against her nape, igniting an inexplicable warmth that enveloped her back. The crown prince's gaze lingered on the wound at her neck, and he was momentarily transported back to that night when the trace of her vulnerability had left 2 faint bite marks. A sense of longing stirred within him. The faint scent of verdant grass lingered in the air, and he closed his eyes, attempting to quell the unnameable restlessness that coursed through him. In early November, the Eastern Palace underwent its first major purge since the Crown Prince's return. Hundreds of palace attendants were summoned to the interrogation room, overseen by Qiao Yuanlu, with those harboring ill intentions either executed on the spot or subjected to severe torture, while others were expelled from the palace. The atmosphere in the Eastern Palace became akin to purgatory, with everyone living in dread. The charge of harboring ill intentions was nebulous. What did it truly mean? And how could one determine it? Most attendants had never even approached the Crown Prince, let alone committed any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, those spies embedded within the palace merely observed, biding their time without taking rash actions. Yet, within mere days, over 10 had been executed, and some dragged away could very well have been a lowly cleaning maid from the outer court. The wind outside the interrogation room was biting and cold, chilling to the bone as dozens of people shivered in line, awaiting their turn. Guards at the entrance called out names in groups of 5, not far from the scene of the executions, where people were occasionally dragged out and beaten to death. The cacophony of anguished cries echoed, instilling fear in all who heard it, each person acutely aware that they could be next. Inside the interrogation room, the stench of blood was pervasive, with various implements of torture hanging from the walls. In the center, a long table displayed an array of knives, iron pincers, and needles, while a branding iron hissed ominously in the coal furnace. Qiao Yuanlu sat in a sandalwood chair, flanked by Qin Go and others, questioning each incoming maid and eunuch one by one. In such an environment, many could not help but retch upon entry, overwhelmed by dizziness and paralyzing fear, which often betrayed their innermost thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, behind an unremarkable partition sat the true arbiter of their fates. Previously, the Crown Prince, burdened by chronic ailments, had paid little heed to such matters, often allowing those with ulterior motives to approach him, leading to increased audacity from those eyeing the throne. If one were to scrutinize closely, none could escape his watchful gaze. Moreover, with the advent of mind-reading techniques, even the most cunning could be laid bare before him, as easily as parchment before flame. Therefore, when these suspects were subjected to interrogation, their seemingly flawless responses only served to reveal their guilt more readily. Standing beside the partition, Qin Go observed his master's gestures. A rap of the index fingers signified an immediate execution, a rap of the middle finger indicated severe interrogation, while a rap of the little finger meant expulsion from the Eastern Palace. Should there be no signal, the individual was deemed innocent and allowed to remain. To be candid, after a decade of service to the Crown Prince, Qin Go had never witnessed such a thorough cleansing. Though both he and Qiao Yuanlu were skilled in interrogation, often they could glean little from the palace attendants, with some barely uttering a word before decisions were rendered by their master. Although Qin Go had moments of hesitation, he ultimately trusted the Crown Prince's judgment, resulting in an exceptionally efficient interrogation process, with nearly 100 individuals examined in a single day. Among them, assassins, spies, and informants constituted about 1/10 or 1/12 of the total. Those who were double agents, vulnerable due to familial ties or easily swayed by wealth were numerous, with many fainting at the mere sight of torture devices. This group made up about 60 to 70% of the attendees, and they were subsequently reassigned by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The remaining 1/10 or 1/12 were relatively honest and not excessively fearful, thus allowed to stay and observe. As days passed, the number of individuals in the Eastern Palace dwindled sharply, with several corpses delivered to the shadowy masterminds behind the scenes. Even the Empress received the body of a young eunuch, sending her into a state of terror that caused her to faint. The uproar reached such proportions that it drew the attention of Emperor Chunming, who felt compelled to check on his nephew. When the Crown Prince emerged from the interrogation room, the faces of those present were marked by undisguised fear. None had anticipated that he had been in the interrogation chamber all along. This meant that their lives rested solely on the Crown Prince's whims. Even Emperor Chunming, upon witnessing the fresh blood on the Crown Prince, paled visibly.
Before his subjects.
Emperor Chunming was a wise ruler who balanced benevolence with authority. Yet, before the Crown Prince, he took on the demeanor of a humble uncle. The Crown Prince, tall and imposing, exuded an aura of princely dignity combined with the cold ferocity of one accustomed to the battlefield. His eyes, which seemed to command submission, were reminiscent of a natural-born leader. Emperor Chunming, already shorter than the Crown Prince, appeared even smaller in stature as he lowered himself, diminishing his own presence. Crown Prince, I have heard that the Eastern Palace has discovered an internal spy. Have you confirmed the mastermind behind the bodies you sent out? With no witnesses to the deaths, Emperor Chunming chose to feign ignorance. The Crown Prince, with his steely countenance, offered no response. Emperor Chunming sighed. The Empress has always cared for you. How could she place spies near you? There must be some misunderstanding. She has been so frightened that she has been unable to sleep for several nights and has fallen ill. Is that so? The Crown Prince smiled, casually wiping the blood from the back of his hand. It mattered not whether one acted without acknowledgement. If one dared to act, he would eliminate them until no one remained near the Empress. What do you think, Your Majesty? Emperor Chunming felt a chill at the sharpness in those black eyes, reminiscent of Empress Huigong, yet the inherent dominance evoked memories of the late emperor. Whereas the late emperor embodied valor and heroism, the Crown Prince bore an unsettling, brooding intensity akin to a deep pool of icy solitude beneath a snow-capped mountain, or a bloodied sword in the hands of a fallen warrior, fierce and unhinged. Particularly in his statement about eliminating all until none remained, Emperor Chunming distinctly perceived a ruthless determination to obliterate all obstacles in the Crown Prince's path. Such a gaze, even if it signified an impending act of regicide, would not surprise Emperor Chunming in the least. After 2 decades on the throne, he swiftly regained his composure and continued to feign benevolence. The mismanagement of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is also my oversight. The Eastern Palace must be thoroughly cleansed, however. Given your current injuries, it would be wiser to leave the investigation to the Yunui No. Before he could finish, the Crown Prince interrupted with a smile. He was the first in history to openly defy the Emperor. There is no need to trouble Your Majesty's guards with matters of the Eastern Palace. Who knows if there are not traitors among the Yunui? The expression on Emperor Chunming's face shifted repeatedly as he heard the Crown Prince chuckle. So, Your Majesty doubts my capabilities, believing I cannot even manage a mere Eastern Palace? Emperor Chunming sighed. That is not the case. The Crown Prince continued. Then you think my days are numbered, and that any upheaval at this time is futile? The Emperor quickly waved his hand, saying, Nonsense. My concern lies with your health. I fear you may overexert yourself. At present, your recovery is paramount. The matter of cleansing the Eastern Palace can be entrusted to me or the Empress. The Crown Prince laughed. If Your Majesty has that much time, it would be better spent in the harem. I have heard that last year the harem welcomed 72 new ladies, all eagerly awaiting your favor. A trace of embarrassment finally flickered across Emperor Chunming's otherwise impassive face. While it is not uncommon for an emperor to expand his harem to ensure the royal lineage, the number of concubines does not define a ruler's character. Yet, before the world, Emperor Chunming was merely a regent, not needing to ensure the stability of the realm through progeny, for after a century, he would still need to return the throne to the Crown Prince. Regrettably, the Crown Prince was not the benevolent ruler that the people envisioned, making it difficult for the populace to place their trust in him. In contrast, Emperor Chunming, having reigned for over 20 years, though not perfectly balanced in civil and military affairs, had endeavored to govern diligently and care for his subjects, earning widespread acclaim both in the court and among the people. If he could fulfill the role of an emperor so well, why would he relinquish the power he held to his notoriously tyrannical nephew? His willingness to do so would not resonate with the common folk. Over the years, he had broadened his harem to ensure a worthy successor, avoiding the path of the late emperor, who had left behind a single offspring with a cruel disposition. The late emperor had fathered 9 sons, each remarkable. And compared to his predecessor, it was this line that was truly destined to inherit the imperial throne. The Crown Prince was acutely aware of his uncle's ambitions. even without the ability to read minds. However, after years of debilitating illness and subsequent military campaigns, he had been unable to address many matters. Now that he had returned, perhaps with his time limited or a chance of recovery, it was essential to rectify what needed correction and seek vengeance where it was due. The Crown Prince remarked, "If the Jinyui are indeed idle, it would be better for them to assist me in investigating a certain individual." Emperor Chunming immediately inquired, "Who?" The Crown Prince seemed to smile, yet his dark eyes revealed a hint of scrutiny. He sought to uncover the truth about a famed deputy general who had perished in the encirclement during the battle at Wolf Mountain, leaving no trace behind. His current expedition to the northern frontier was not solely for pacifying the border and reclaiming the lands occupied by the Northern Wei, but also to uncover the truth from that fateful year. He needed to understand why his invincible father had succumbed to grievous injuries and died in his prime, ultimately having to cede the throne. Indeed, he was on the verge of uncovering the key figures from that battle. Before the Crown Prince could reveal the name of the person, the slight tremor in Emperor Chunming's pupils spoke volumes. What does he know? Why has he suddenly mentioned this individual? Chapter 20. The Crown Prince exchanged a cold glance with Zhao Yuanlu, who pondered the absurdity of the inquiries. Previously, most questions had revolved around where the women had served before and whom they had encountered prior to entering the Eastern Palace. However, considering that several of them were palace maids in attendance, distinct from ordinary palace servants, the interrogation method naturally varied. Out of personal concern, Zhao Yuanlu wished for the prince to avoid excessive solitude. The bond between the late emperor and Empress Huigong was profound. Had they known their son remained a solitary figure, they would surely be troubled from beyond. Among these beautiful women, if any were unafraid of authority, possessing gentleness and propriety, and desired to accompany the prince, he would welcome it. After all, the late emperor's progeny were scarce, and Zhao Yuanlu hoped for the prince's good health and a multitude of heirs. He did not desire a court filled with an abundance of consorts, as seen in the case of Emperor Chunming, but rather a few gentle companions could bring solace to one's heart. Moreover, after several days of questioning, it became apparent to Zhao Yuanlu that the prince had an astute eye. Anyone harboring ill intentions would not escape his notice. Thus, the nature of the inquiries mattered little. A few exchanged words would reveal the truth. The Crown Prince lowered his gaze and sipped his tea, refraining from further involvement. One by one, the four women began to answer in succession. The first, the ceremonial maid, poured forth her praise. "Your Highness, your esteemed position is beyond my reach, and serving you is a great fortune." The second, the gatekeeper, declared, "Your Highness, a valiant warrior, commands respect as you expand the realm of Dezhao. I revere you as a deity." The third, the accountant, blushingly professed, "Your Highness possesses the grace of a dragon and the beauty of a celestial being. I willingly serve you." With each compliment, Yunkui's heart sank further. Their words had exhausted the flattery she could muster.
What could she possibly add?
Was she to confess her desire for the prince's embrace? The prince frowned, casting a discontented glance in her direction. The young maid, sneaking a peek at him, quickly averted her gaze when their eyes met. The Crown Prince's voice, deep and commanding, broke the silence. "Next question." Complying with his directive, Zhao Yuanlu hastily proceeded with the next inquiry. "What skills do you possess that could serve the Crown Prince?" Once again, the ceremonial maid took the lead, internally lamenting her predicament, and cautiously replied, "I have a modest knowledge of poetry and can compose verses, with your Highness." The gatekeeper, following suit, asserted, "I am adept at playing the pipa and can entertain your Highness with music." The accountant chimed in, "I can sing and dance, providing joy to your Highness." Yunkui, feeling increasingly marginalized, thought to herself, "I seriously suspect everyone here is conspiring against me. While I may lack significant talents, I am fragrant, soft, and beautiful. Your Highness enjoys my presence. Can I even say that?" The prince's hand holding the teacup stiffened, and his expression darkened. He prompted the next inquiry. This time, all eyes turned to the kneeling Yunkui on the far right. Why is it that she does not need to respond? The Crown Prince's favoritism is too apparent. It was only when they caught sight of the prince's grim countenance that they averted their gazes once more. Zhao Yuanlu smiled at Yunkui, clearing his throat as he commenced the third question. According to the principle of courtesy preceding coercion, he had refrained from applying pressure during the first two questions, as he recognized their special status. The answers given were merely flattering pleasantries, and he discerned no discrepancies. Unlike the previous interrogations, where the prince had swiftly judged others' fates, he now began to delve into serious matters. Ladies, do you have any ulterior motives for remaining in the Eastern Palace? After days of relentless questioning, Xiao Yuanlu noted that such inquiries were most likely to reveal the truth to the prince. Under the prince's penetrating gaze, the ceremonial maid quivered and replied, I wish only to serve the crown prince and have no other intentions. If it pleases your highness, I wish to earn your favor and seek permission to bring my father and brother back from their exile in a distant land, so that my brother may have the opportunity to attain distinction and restore our family's honor. The ceremonial maid's family had fallen from grace due to the wrongful appropriation of their assets by an unscrupulous uncle, leading to her father's exile and her own relegation to the brothel. She entered the Eastern Palace hoping to remedy her family's plight. Yet the Crown Prince's volatile nature left her too intimidated to approach him. The Crown Prince, hearing her heartfelt plea, remained impassive and tapped his little finger. He was no saint, compelled to be sympathetic to every individual. The law had its rationale. And who could ascertain whether her father was unaware or willfully concealed his actions for wealth and status? Furthermore, the law treated all equally, even for his own kin. He would not easily show leniency based on fleeting sentiments. Xiao Yuanlu turned his attention to the gatekeeper. The atmosphere grew tense as she clenched her fingers, nervously declaring, I feel the same. The Duke wishes for me to seduce the Crown Prince, yet I have no opportunity to approach him. The Crown Prince tapped his middle finger, and Qingge understood the implications. When it was the accountant's turn, she boldly expressed her aspirations. I only wish to remain by your highness's side and earn your affection. Though your highness is gravely injured, you are still a prince. If I were to gain your favor, I could aspire to be a concubine in the future. The Crown Prince paused, his gaze lingering on her. This moment was not for any particular reason, but rather a fleeting thought. Could it be that this voice had once echoed in his mind, questioning, what makes her so special? Is it merely her beauty, her ample bosom, her slender waist? The accountant, having caught the prince's gaze, struggled to suppress her delight. However, the prince's attention quickly shifted to the woman beside her, lingering for a longer moment, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within the accountant. Why is he looking at that little hussy again? Yunkui felt the prince's chilly gaze, causing her shoulders to tremble involuntarily. With so many deaths in the Eastern Palace in recent days, she too felt a sense of unease. If anyone harbored guilt, none felt it more acutely than she. The poison, lipstick, and silver notes still lay hidden in her quarters, and while she sought a place to dispose of them, fear of discovery loomed large. She contemplated returning the items to the individuals who had approached her, but they had not appeared again, perhaps having perished in the recent purges. As for the secret medicine given by the Empress, she lacked the courage to return it. Yet, if she were to confess, would the prince believe in her innocence? It would only hasten her demise. If one were to accuse her of ulterior motives, certainly, she was guilty of greed and lust. But should that warrant death? A wave of sorrow washed over Yunkui. The Crown Prince, sipping his tea, listened with composure to her muffled cries. Should she sincerely repent, he might consider sparing her life. Is it a crime to be greedy and lustful? Had I not coveted those 10 taels of gold, the prince would not have awakened so swiftly. As for lust, who among us is devoid of such desires? Yet I have only ever entertained them in my heart, never once overstepping the bounds. Oh, except for that one time I brazenly presented myself. Xiao Yuanlu waited in vain for her response, only to witness the Crown Prince's expression darken further, prompting him to interject. Miss Yunkui? Startled, Yunkui recalled the gatekeeper's response and hastily echoed, I feel the same. The accountant silently seethed. Who permitted you to say that? Once the four had ostensibly finished their responses, their internal dialogue continued. The ceremonial maid pondered. I wonder why the Crown Prince poses such questions. Could there be an informant among us? Sir, was the Crown Prince just looking at me?
Does he know something?
Dangui muset. In truth, I would prefer to live a tranquil life until the age of 25, saving enough silver to marry a strong and handsome guard. and live out the latter half of my life without shame or restraint. Ideally, he would be tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, much like His Highness, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and let out a cold, sardonic laugh, rising from his grand chair. He cast a dark glare at the oblivious girl before striding away without a backward glance. Seeing that the Crown Prince had no further instructions, Qingge turned to Chao Yuanlu and said, "The ceremonial official shall be returned to the Imperial Music Bureau, and the siren will remain under scrutiny. The other two beauties shall stay for now." The siren's face turned ashen, and she immediately knelt, crying out for mercy, while the other three were also greatly frightened. After all, until today, the siren had been a companion with whom they shared laughter. There had been no sign of any abnormality, and none had anticipated that she would be detained by the Crown Prince, unaware of what fate awaited her. Although the ceremonial official felt a sense of loss at being sent back to the Imperial Music Bureau, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Returning there was preferable. For given the Crown Prince's temperament, there was no guarantee of affection, and one could easily lose their life on a whim. While the siren felt fear, there was also a sense of secret delight. She had believed that the refined and graceful ceremonial official and the enchanting siren would be favored by the Crown Prince. And yet it was she who remained. Yunkui broke out in a cold sweat, unexpectedly escaping yet again. However, each time the Crown Prince looked at her, it felt as though he wished to devour her whole. Heaven bear witness, she had done nothing wrong. Chao Yuanlu had initially felt anxious for her, given that the girl was surrounded by ample evidence of collusion with outsiders to harm the Crown Prince. He wondered if His Highness intended to observe her for a while longer or if he was biding his time, waiting for her to reveal her hand, so he could capture her all at once. In the Qingguang Hall, Liang Jin selected aromatic materials overnight and, after several days of effort, finally concocted a fragrance closely resembling that which lingered on the body of the palace maid. He promptly sought an audience with the Crown Prince. The aromatic cake was lit in the intricately designed golden incense burner on the table, releasing wisps of fragrant smoke as a warm and gentle scent wafted through the air. Liang Jin explained, "This humble official has blended sunflower, pear blossom, xuanlu, bamboo leaves, osmanthus, and horse hoof fragrance repeatedly to achieve this combination. I wonder if it bears any resemblance to the scent of that young lady?" The Crown Prince focused intently, soon offering his critique. "The fragrance is overly strong, with excessive bitterness and insufficient sweetness." Liang Jin felt a pang of despair. Capturing the essence of a person with incense is inherently challenging, especially as he had only briefly encountered the young lady. Achieving even 70 to 80% similarity was no small feat, Your Highness. Please forgive my shortcomings. Allow me to return and refine it further. The Crown Prince replied coolly, "Very well." That evening, he did not summon Yunkui to share his bed, instead opting for the scent concocted by Liang Jin. In truth, Liang Jin was correct. It bore a resemblance of about 70 to 80%, but having shared countless nights in embrace with Yunkui, he was far more attuned to her unique fragrance and could easily detect the subtle differences. Particularly since he intended to use this scent in place of Yunkui to alleviate his persistent headache, he had to be even more meticulous in his formulation. However, as the night passed, the conclusion was clear: an infinitesimal error could lead to a monumental misjudgment. Chao Yuanlu entered to assist with the Crown Prince's ablutions, only to be taken aback by his lord's pale complexion, bloodshot eyes, and the evident signs of a sleepless night. With deep concern, he approached. "Your Highness, has your headache flared up again?" The Crown Prince remained noncommittal, his finger pressed to his temple, his voice hoarse and laced with fatigue. "Summon Yunkui to come in." Chapter 21. In mid-November, the military doctor, He Bailing, finally returned to the capital under the protection of the Crown Prince's personal guards. Compared to the elder physician Zheng, He Bailing not only possessed profound medical knowledge and extensive experience, but also had a wealth of insight from his time in rural areas, where he encountered various perplexing ailments and became well acquainted with a multitude of herbs and poisons. His years of service in the military had honed his remarkable skills in healing. After examining the arrow wound that had troubled the Imperial Medical Bureau, He Bailing formulated a plan in his mind. The treatment, however, was rather intricate. It involved cutting flesh to drain the wound, applying his unique detoxifying ointment externally and complementing this with acupuncture to gradually expel the toxic blood, culminating in stitching the wound. Before making the incision, He Bailing hesitated for a moment. Qin Go promptly inquired, "What concerns do you have, doctor?" He Bailing replied, "The pain of bloodletting is unbearable for most, yet the mandrake, which has both medicinal and toxic properties, may temporarily alleviate pain. However, it also induces symptoms such as headaches, dizziness, and mental disarray, potentially exacerbating the prince's existing head condition. For other ailments, I am confident in my ability to manage. However, this head affliction has eluded a definitive cure, and I can only offer temporary relief through acupuncture." Without a moment's thought, the Crown Prince declared, "Then we shall forego the mandrake and proceed directly." The understanding in He Bailing's gaze mirrored the camaraderie between a general and his physician who had fought side by side. As the surgical blade passed through the flame, slicing through skin and flesh, the prince closed his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The process of healing was a monumental task. The arrow wound had festered for far too long, with toxic blood spreading throughout the body. Despite He Bailing's adeptness, the bloodletting and detoxification continued until the following evening. The prince lay upon the bed, his complexion devoid of color, the flickering candlelight casting an aura of desolation and stillness, with only the faintly pulsating veins in his neck betraying a flicker of life. A mountain of blood-stained gauze accumulated beneath the bed, and basin after basin of blood was discarded. It was not until the last silver needle was withdrawn that He Bailing wiped the sweat from his brow. Xiao Yuanlu brought in ginseng soup, preparing a bowl for He Bailing as well. After consuming the broth, the prince's expression finally softened, acknowledging the military doctor's efforts. He Bailing sighed, "It is your steadfast will, your highness, that enables you to endure what most cannot. Had this wound been delayed further, even a deity could not have restored you." Xiao Yuanlu inquired, "May I ask, doctor, when can we expect the prince to recover?" He Bailing replied, "Arrow wounds typically heal within half a month. However, this severe injury has aggravated the head condition. I was initially quite concerned, but it seems your highness is faring much better than I anticipated." The prince pressed his lips together in silence, just as Deshun reported from outside. "Dr. Liang requests an audience with your highness." The news of He Bailing's entrance into the palace had not been made public, or else there might have been interruptions. Naturally, Liang Jin was unaware. Xiao Yuanlu was about to instruct Deshun to respond when he heard the prince's low, muted voice command, "Let him in." Liang Jin had come to check on the prince's injuries as per routine and to improve upon the previous fragrance formulation, bringing a new scent to present to the prince. Upon entering the Qingguang Hall, Liang Jin was taken aback by the overwhelming scent of blood, fearing something had gone awry. As he approached the inner chamber, he noticed bloodied handkerchiefs still scattered on the floor, his heart racing as he asked, "Has the arrow toxin manifested?" He glanced at the unfamiliar figure within. A gaunt man with a long beard that fell to his chest, exuding an otherworldly aura. He dared not linger his gaze, retracting it after a brief moment. The prince, uninterested in elaborating, simply stated, "It is of no consequence. Let us discuss the fragrance." Liang Jin promptly placed the aromatic mixture in the incense burner and lit it. Wisps of blue smoke unfurled, releasing a subtle herbal fragrance that gradually filled the air. Following the prince's previous suggestions, Liang Jin had added gardenia and honey, creating a fresher, sweeter scent, which he hoped closely resembled that of the chambermaid who attended to the prince. He awaited the prince's evaluation with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The prince maintained a neutral expression, offering a faint nod of approval. "You have done well, Dr. Liang." That solitary acknowledgement sufficed for Liang Jin. He bowed and continued to take the prince's pulse, discovering that the residual toxins had been expelled. A smile spread across his face as he turned to He Bailing and hesitantly remarked, "Is this the renowned doctor he famed throughout the land?" Although Liang Jin had never met He Bailing in person, he was aware of the esteemed physician's remarkable skills and the tales of his miraculous abilities. Recognizing the distinctive features often attributed to him, it was not difficult to identify the man before him. He Bailing stepped forward, offering a polite bow in humility. Liang Jin exclaimed joyfully, "With Dr. He present, my master can rest easy." Once the visitors departed, only He Bailing and Xiao Yuanlu remained in the chamber. He Bailing had been paying close attention to the fragrance and, after careful inspection, remarked, "This scent is sweet and calming, warm yet not overwhelming. It may indeed benefit the prince's head condition and poses no harm." Xiao Yuanlu felt an inkling of familiarity with the aroma, though he could not quite place it. The prince, not one to keep secrets, revealed, "This is the fragrance of a chambermaid who attends to me." Both men were taken aback. "Is it Yunkui?" Xiao Yuanlu asked. The prince nodded, admitting that having shared the same bed with her for several nights had indeed alleviated his head condition. He had instructed Liang Jin to create a fragrance reminiscent of hers. Yet, despite the similarity, it could not compare to her presence, which had brought him comfort and tranquility. Xiao Yuanlu, suddenly enlightened, realized why the prince, typically indifferent to beauty, had summoned only Yunkui to his side and had spared her life. The evidence of her presence was overlooked, not as a test, but because her unique scent could ease the prince's affliction. Xiao Yuanlu felt a mix of joy and concern. The prince's long-standing ailment finally had a remedy, yet the chambermaid belonged to the empress and shared the prince's bed nightly. The potential for temptation or threat loomed large, making it difficult to guard against. He Bailing took the remaining fragrance cake and examined it closely. While the scent was lifeless, the essence of a living person was irreplaceable. He stroked his beard and added, "Furthermore, what brings comfort to your highness may not solely be her fragrance, the intimacy of skin against skin, the closeness of lips, and the unity of their beings could also be factors in alleviating your condition." The prince's brow furrowed deeper, unable to restrain himself from interrupting, "Doctor, I urge you to tread carefully with your words." Chapter 22. The fire cannot be concealed. The news of He Belan returning to the capital to treat the crown prince's injuries quickly reached the ears of those who were vigilant. In Kunning Palace, the empress, furious, shattered 2 vases and sent the medicine brought by the maid crashing to the ground. "Summon Chen Yi to me at once." Chen Yi had been experiencing significant distress lately. The last places he wished to visit were Kunning Palace and the Eastern Palace. The empress had been particularly frightened by a corpse delivered to her doorstep, the orchestrator being none other than the crown prince.
Now,
With He Belan's silent return to the capital and the crown prince's condition improving overnight, the empress erupted in rage. Naturally, she could not vent her fury on the crown prince, so all her wrath was directed at the Imperial Medical Bureau and the servants of Kunning Palace. As soon as Chen Yi entered the hall, he was met with a torrent of invective. "A bunch of useless fools. You cannot even finish off a bedridden invalid. What use do I have for you?" Chen Yi felt helpless. The crown prince had previously issued a death command. If his condition did not improve within a month, his entire family would face execution. The crown prince was no ordinary man. He was merciless and cruel, as evidenced by his ruthless methods in purging palace personnel. If the crown prince desired his head, death was assured, and such threats were not mere bluster. However, the empress's demands were pressing. Lacking the means and courage to poison the crown prince, he could only navigate between the two, surviving day by day. Chen Yi resolved to place the blame on physician Zheng and He Belan, as most of the medical duties in the Eastern Palace had been entrusted to the elderly physician Zheng and his apprentice. Chen Yi wished to intervene, yet the crown prince did not trust him, and with He Belan's return, there was little Chen Yi could do to deter the situation. The empress, having lost much sleep in recent days, now bore dark circles under her eyes, her once gentle demeanor replaced by a fierce glare. "He has elevated you to the position of head physician. Why can you not take action? Can an elderly retired physician truly supersede you? If you had acted sooner, how could the crown prince still be alive today?" Chen Yi thought bitterly to himself that the empress had orchestrated matters for 2 decades, yet the crown prince continued to thrive. The empress shouted, "Now that He Belan has returned, the crown prince is on the verge of recovery. What do you propose we do?" Chen Yi, trembling and with little conviction, replied, I will think of another way." The empress, detecting his evasive tone, furiously hurled a porcelain cup at him, exclaiming, "Get out." Chen Yi paid no heed to his drenched robes as he hastily took his leave. The empress felt a pang of pain in her chest and turned to the waiting Qin Mama, asking coldly, "Has that girl made any move?" Qin Mama promptly responded, "I will find an opportunity to urge her." With the empress still in a fury, Qin Mama did not dare to delay and entered the Eastern Palace that afternoon under the pretense of bestowing rewards upon Hebelan. In the aftermath of the purge, only two beauties remained, Xizhang and Yunkui. The Crown Prince now suspected the Empress of placing spies in the Eastern Palace, and in such turbulent times, Qin Mama could not openly bring anyone into Kuanning Palace to speak. To demonstrate her generosity, the Empress specifically instructed Qin Mama to retrieve 1,000 taels of silver and a fox fur cloak as rewards for Hebelan, who could not refuse and had to express his gratitude. After rewarding Hebelan, Qin Mama proceeded to the side palace, bestowing a box of jewelry and 4 bolts of brocade to Xizhang and Yunkui. The two personally escorted Qin Mama out, and she seized the opportunity to speak with Yunkui alone. Why has the secret medicine not yet been used? Yunkui instinctively understood Qin Mama's purpose and dared not openly reject the Empress's goodwill, so she replied, "The Crown Prince is cautious and suspicious. I have yet to find the right opportunity." Qin Mama interjected, "The Crown Prince is currently investigating potential spies in the Eastern Palace. Should your secret medicine be discovered, you will inevitably face severe torture during interrogation. The Empress is merely a mother eager for a grandchild. Her actions will not affect her relationship with the Crown Prince. But you, on the other hand, know his temperament all too well. He has already dismissed many people and executed countless others in recent days. How do you think he would treat you? Once you enter the Eastern Palace's interrogation room, innocence will turn to guilt. Enduring the torture, you may very well lose your limbs.
Can you withstand that?
Or do you wish to meet the same fate as those spies, beaten to death?" Yunkui's face turned pale, her mind conjuring images of palace servants being dragged away, bloodied and lifeless. Seeing she had successfully intimidated her, Qin Mama warned, "Use the secret medicine soon. Not only will wealth and nobility be at your fingertips, but the Empress will also support you. If you do not act, she cannot guarantee your safe return from the interrogation room." After Qin Mama left, Yunkui stood alone in the cold wind for a long time, her eyes stinging from the chill, her fingers trembling within her sleeves. Was this what it meant to be caught in a predicament? She could either use the secret medicine to entice the Crown Prince and risk being caught, or face the possibility of the medicine being discovered, leading her to the interrogation room. As a last resort, she considered throwing the secret medicine and the poisoned lip balm into the fire to destroy the evidence. As for the 1,000 taels of silver, although she was reluctant, could money be more important than her life? She should have realized that keeping such items in her room posed a danger. Even buried underground, the Eastern Palace guards would unearth them. It would be better to burn everything cleanly and live without worry from then on. Just as she prepared to return to her quarters and dispose of everything, a eunuch suddenly appeared, pulling her behind a rock formation. Before she could scream, her mouth was forcefully covered, and a pill the size of a fingernail was shoved down her throat. By the time Yunkui regained her senses, the pill had already slipped down her throat and into her belly. She struggled to swallow, tears streaming from her eyes as she gasped for air. "Who are you? What have you given me?" The eunuch's eyes were wide and menacing, his voice cold as ice. "Your master offers you wealth, yet you refuse. Do not blame him for being ruthless. You have just ingested the 7-day powder. You have 7 days to poison the Crown Prince, and your master will provide the antidote. If you fail, prepare to die a slow and agonizing death. What does your desire to kill the Crown Prince have to do with me? I have wronged you in no way." Yunkui's face turned ashen, tears blurring her vision. The eunuch vanished before she could grasp even a corner of his robe, leaving her powerless on the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks. Desperately, she pressed her fingers into her throat, attempting to induce vomiting, even bringing up blood, yet nothing came forth. Dazed, she returned to her side palace, sitting in a stupor for a while before retrieving the lip balm and poison hidden in the bottom of her chest. The Empress's coercion was one thing, but who were these people? It was ridiculous. She did not even know who the master they spoke of was. Yet she was being forced to kill someone whom she could never kill. Why had such misfortune befallen her? She had never done anything wrong, yet here she was, staring death in the face. 7-day powder, 7-day powder. Did she truly have only 7 days left to live? Yunkui clutched the porcelain vial tightly, tears soaking her face. That night, a messenger from the Qingguang Hall summoned her to attend to the Crown Prince. Yunkui wiped her tears, striving to compose herself. attempting to appear as though all was normal. But her red-rimmed eyes could not deceive the Crown Prince, and the grievances she harbored felt like a multitude of vengeful spirits, crying out for justice above the Qingguang Hall, causing the Crown Prince a splitting headache. I do not wish to kill, nor do I wish to die. I have but 7 days left. I have not yet lived enough. Who seeks to harm me? I hold no grudge against you. In death, I will not even know whom to hold accountable. Despicable, cowardly, filthy swine. You are covered in sores, unable to kill the Crown Prince. You force me to do it. I will kill your mother. I hate you all. I hate you all. I hate you all. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, unable to contain his frustration. Yunkui, still immersed in her grievances, Yunkui snapped back to reality upon hearing the prince's furious bellow. Your Highness, what is your command? The Crown Prince's large hand pressed against her waist as he commanded in a deep voice, If you do not sleep, I shall have you thrown out. Yunkui longed to weep. Tears had already begun to flow silently. Fearing that her tears would dampen the prince's embroidered pillow, she tucked her hair behind her ear, allowing the tears to cascade down her temples. She pressed her lips tightly together, and the more she tried to hold back, the harder it became, ultimately resulting in a few stifled sobs. After all, she was destined to perish. What harm could crying do? Would they execute her? She had braced herself for rebuke, yet strangely, the Crown Prince seemed oblivious to her weeping, turning instead to lie flat on his back, perhaps already asleep. Was he so easy to converse with? Yunkui stared blankly, suddenly recalling the secret potion the Empress had given her. Granny Qin had mentioned that the potion would cause the Crown Prince to be utterly devoted to her, his heart and gaze solely focused on her. Was that truly the case? Yunkui was acutely aware of her predicament. The Crown Prince had always regarded her merely as a source of amusement, a somewhat comfortable pillow to hold, certainly not a beloved companion. Yet, if she were to use that secret potion, the Crown Prince would become deeply infatuated with her. And with the Empress backing her, she could then plead for an antidote to the 7-day powder, thus maintaining a glimmer of hope for survival. Yunkui gradually ceased her sobbing, her earlier pessimism dissipating. This matter could not afford delay. Administering the potion and seeking favor required time, and concocting the antidote might take even longer. But how could she go about successfully administering the potion to the Crown Prince? While pondering this, she remained oblivious to the fact that the man beside her was not in deep slumber. Rather, he was keenly aware of her every thought. The so-called secret potion was nothing more than a ruse. The Empress had long harbored intentions for his demise. Now that he had overcome the poison, the Kunming Palace could not remain idle. Having finally found a woman close enough to him, the Empress would certainly not let this golden opportunity slip away. This bold girl had been coveting his body, and now, with the 7-day powder coursing through her, her life hung by a thread. The Empress's secret potion was indeed her only chance at survival. The Crown Prince clenched his fist, slowly closing his eyes, an unmistakable intent to kill flickering within his phoenix-like gaze. Yunkui, having endured a whole day of sorrow, finally found a glimmer of hope, and her anxious heart began to settle. She decided to sleep for the night and devise her plan with the secret potion the following day. However, her slumber was far from peaceful. She dreamt once more, this time featuring herself as the protagonist. In the dream, she witnessed Granny Qin handing her the secret potion, and in a desperate bid for survival, she stealthily slipped the drug into the Crown Prince's tea. He accepted the cup without suspicion, drinking it down in one gulp. Just as she believed the man would shed his cold and sinister demeanor, gazing at her with affection, the teacup clattered to the ground. The Crown Prince suddenly coughed up blood, his visage contorted in agony, collapsing lifelessly to the floor. Yunkui awoke in a fright, drenched in cold sweat. She had seen herself poison the Crown Prince, using the very secret potion bestowed by the Empress.
Whose dream was this?
Her mind was a tumult of confusion as she reflected on everyone she had encountered during the day. After much contemplation, it seemed only Granny Qin, or perhaps the Empress, whom she had been thinking about before falling asleep, could be the source of this troubling dream. Chapter 23. Yunkui, with a heart resigned to her fate, mournfully awaited the 7th day. She approached a familiar kitchen servant, requesting a drink, hoping to dull her pain before death claimed her. Sensing her distress, the servant, concerned that alcohol might impair her duties, especially as she was to serve the prince, kindly prepared a bowl of sweet rice wine with glutinous rice balls to satisfy her cravings. Having lost her appetite for days, her stomach was empty, and the bowl's contents left her feeling slightly intoxicated. In the haze of drunkenness, one might typically boast, act foolishly, or reminisce about the past. Unfortunately, with no one to listen to her tales, she could only weep while reflecting on her sorrowful existence. As a child, she resided with her uncle, bereft of parental love, tormented and ridiculed by neighbors who mocked her mother's lack of virtue and her father's abandonment. Later, upon learning that her aunt intended to marry her off to a man over 50, she fled home, sinking to depths lower than even the beggars on the street. Her fortunes shifted when she entered the palace, believing she would finally have enough to eat and wear. Yet, she soon became the object of desire for a hunchbacked eunuch, who sought to make her his concubine. Had it not been for Aunt Baijian's timely intervention, she might have been lost then. Eventually, she found herself in the kitchen department, where her life began to improve. Despite the hardships she endured, she persevered, clinging to the hope of one day escaping the palace and marrying a respectable man, freeing herself from a life of dependency and turmoil. However, ever since entering the Eastern Palace, everything changed. She frequently felt the chilling terror of walking on the edge of a blade, witnessing death up close, as those in power treated lives as mere trifles. To them, she was no more than a tiny ant, caught in a web of control with no means to resist. Obeying orders led to death, and disobedience led to the same fate. After weeping to her heart's content, she pondered her options. She had never killed a chicken in her life, let alone poison someone, especially not the Crown Prince. Before him, she wouldn't even have the chance to act. And even if she did, her fate would surely be more tragic than that of a withering chrysanthemum. Yet, she could not swallow her indignation. The one who forced her to consume the 7-day powder was not the prince himself, but he was undeniably connected to it. Her tragic life began the moment she entered the Eastern Palace, and it was due to this despicable prince that she found herself in such dire straits. Why should she bear the brunt of his actions, becoming an innocent victim? Why should the true instigators hide in the shadows while they thrust innocent palace maids into danger? She felt she had not lived enough, never experiencing a single joyous day, her dreams of marriage dashed, and she had never even savored the beauty of a man. If she were outside the palace, she would have used her 10 taels of gold to buy a strong and handsome man for some enjoyment. Wealth is but an external possession, coming with life and departing with death. She would not leave it for anyone, determined to save her life before her end. But what could she do within the palace? There was no escape from the Eastern Palace, and consorting with guards would lead to death too. She was resigned to her fate, yet could not drag others down with her. After much contemplation, the only man within reach was that despicable prince. What did it matter if he was noble? What did it matter if he was untouchable? They were all destined for death. Either he would kill her, or she would perish in his bed, leaving him horrified. The prince had previously embraced her, caressing her chest. She had never dared to respond. But why should she be forbidden from touching him? Seizing the moment, she resolved to do what she had long desired but never dared to attempt. She would seduce the prince. She would press him down and kiss him fiercely. She would explore his muscular chest and abdomen, savoring every inch. Otherwise, all her readings and the fantasies that danced through her dreams would have been in vain. She could not take her knowledge to the grave. Having cried enough, she borrowed courage from the sweet rice wine and hurried to the prince's chamber. Upon seeing the man reclining there, regal and majestic, she impulsively lunged forward to kiss him. In that instant, meeting the prince's dark eyes, she faltered momentarily, but intoxication soon clouded her hesitation. His stunning appearance captivated her, and urgency propelled her forward. There was no time to waste. However, her nerves got the best of her, especially as her lips met his. Blood rushed to her head, and even her eyelashes trembled with anxiety. The prince anticipated that she might plead with him, or perhaps attempt to poison him for the antidote to the 7-day powder. Yet he never expected such audacity from her. Unlike the women who had previously tried to entice him, who always presented themselves with delicate charm and alluring grace, she charged at him with reckless abandon. You are quite audacious, he remarked, grasping her neck and forcing her to meet his gaze. At that moment, a single tear fell from the corner of her eye, landing on his hand. He paused, momentarily stunned. Yunkui noticed that tear, her head spinning. Her attention was captivated by his large, beautiful hand, long and well-defined, with veins that suggested strength. Such a hand could easily control any part of her being. Driven by an impulse, she wiped the tear from his hand and tremblingly took his hand, guiding it to her slender waist. The prince stared into her glistening eyes. Though he complied, his expression remained cold and intimidating. Your Highness, she nervously swallowed, foolishly attempting to negotiate. Could you pretend this never happened? He smirked. I am but a dead man. Yunkui lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, but there was no turning back. She had already kissed him. Even if she begged for mercy now, she would still meet her doom. With that in mind, what was there to fear? Gritting her teeth, she leaned in and kissed him once more, recalling the saying, "What is learned from books feels shallow." As a child, she had lived next to a scholar who recited verses daily, and she had been fortunate enough to hear a few lines of scripture. This particular verse perfectly described her current situation. Although she had studied the art of seduction thoroughly, when it came to her own actions, she felt clumsy and inexperienced. She tried to ignore the prince's piercing gaze. Even a fleeting glance would make her falter. Yet, the heat of his breath was unmistakable, radiating an aura of danger she could not ignore. Her breath became erratic, her chest rising and falling chaotically. Even her teeth, pressed against his lips, trembled. Why was it so easy for Aunt Baijan to kiss the lips of the commanding officer in her dreams? They had always ignited like dry tinder, igniting with the slightest touch. The more anxious she became, the more her lips quivered. Realizing this path was futile, she grew frustrated and sought to loosen his belt. First, she would feel those abs. Although she had no idea why the prince did not resist, she had no time to ponder. She was like a thief in a hurry, recklessly tugging at his waistband, desperate to delve deeper. To her surprise, there were layers upon layers within. The prince, having recovered from his injuries, no longer wore the loose garments of a sick man. His attire was far more elaborate than that of ordinary guards. In her nervousness, she had forgotten the dressing techniques Aunt Wei had taught her. She tugged and pulled, but the fabric would not yield. Frustration mounted as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The crown prince could endure no more, seizing the wandering little hand with a sudden jerk. Yunkui let out a startled cry before realizing she had been flipped beneath him, her mischievous hands pinned above her head, forced to meet his smoldering, piercing gaze. Are you not afraid I might kill you? His grip was unyielding, effortlessly restraining her beneath him. Yunkui couldn't even twitch a finger. The thought of her rebellion ending before it even began filled her with bitter indignation. Then kill me. Better a clean slash across the throat than a slow, agonizing death. What is so great about being the crown prince? If I were emperor, I'd have you all executed. If you're so formidable, then go ahead, kiss me to death. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than his cool, damp lips descended upon hers. Yunkui's eyes flew wide. Wait, he is serious? He couldn't possibly know what I'm thinking. The kiss was far from tender. It was punishment for her audacity and recklessness. The prince, seething with cold fury, crushed her soft, rosy lips beneath his own, forcing her mouth open with ruthless dominance. Though she had seemingly come for this very purpose, the sheer intensity of his assault left her trembling in instinctive panic. His hold was ironclad, allowing no retreat. Every breath was stolen by his relentless invasion. Her cheeks burned crimson, a flush of surging blood spreading from her ears down to her neck. Her limbs melted beneath his onslaught, dissolving into helpless weakness. She had glimpsed his tongue before, soft and delicate, yet now it felt heavy, as though it sought to grind her into submission. MMPH. It doesn't taste good at all. Hearing her silent complaint, the prince bit down sharply on her lip. Outside the chamber, Chao Yuanlu, hearing no conversation within, feared Yunkui might act rashly in desperation and provoke his highness. Worried for his lord's safety, he dared a glance inside, only to freeze at the sight of the prince pinning her to the couch in a fierce kiss. Flushing, the old eunuch hastily retreated. The prince's eyes flicked open at the sound of footsteps, taking in the pitiful sight before him. trembling lashes, tear-filled eyes, a face flushed with distress. Something within him stirred inexplicably. After a long silence, his grip loosened slightly, the brutal conquest softening into alternating licks and gentle sucks. Beneath him, the girl gasped for breath between their joined lips, her hair disheveled, the corners of her eyes tinged red. Her slender wrists, trapped in his grasp, looked unbearably fragile. So bold, yet so pitiful. And the more pitiful she appeared, the more he wanted to torment her. To bite down hard, to make her whimper in pain. To ensure she regretted her impudence today and never dared such insolence again. His fury flared, and his mouth grew rougher, refusing to relent even as she struggled for air. Finally, Yunkui could bear no more. Tears spilled freely as she sobbed, "Why, Your Highness? I can't take it." She truly felt on the verge of death, breathless, boneless, her lips aching and numb, her entire body paralyzed. Even without his restraint, she couldn't have lifted a finger. Chapter 24. A frosty morning. On this wintry morning, as icicles formed from dripping water, Qiao Yuanlu personally guided Yunkui to the Eastern Gate. The Eastern Gate, situated along a lengthy palace path on the western side of the imperial city, was flanked by various governmental offices, including the 6 ministries and the 5 temples. This path, once a shortcut for court ministers to reach their offices, had become less frequented, as many were intimidated by the Crown Prince's oppressive aura, preferring to take longer routes rather than face the risk of being spotted outside the Eastern Palace. However, a handful of loyal old ministers who supported the Crown Prince, as well as those utterly devoted to their duties and the curious souls eager to glean news from the Eastern Palace, still traversed the Eastern Gate. Qiao Yuanlu made a brief appearance before the guards stationed at the gate to clarify their purpose, ensuring that no one inadvertently offended her. After all, she was the first woman to receive a kiss from His Highness, and Qiao Yuanlu treated her with utmost reverence. The lead guard, Luo Zhang, stood tall and imposing, offering a slight nod to Qiao Yuanlu without glancing at Yunkui, maintaining his steadfast posture like a stone lion at the palace entrance. Grateful, Yunkui thanked Qiao Yuanlu and sought a sunny spot to stand, basking in the gentle breeze. The Eastern Palace guards, all selected by the Crown Prince, adhered to strict military discipline. During military campaigns, indulgences such as alcohol and women were strictly prohibited, and any violations were met with severe punishment, leaving no room for favoritism. Thus, despite their curiosity, none dared to gaze indiscreetly at the palace made assigned to guard the gate. Yunkui tilted her head, attempting to strike up a conversation with a robust guard beside her to inquire about the minister's passing times, as well as to learn about his background and marital status. Yet, he remained as unyielding as a statue, ignoring her attempts entirely. Disheartened, she resumed her idle stance against the palace gate, soaking in the warmth of the sun. The biting cold made the difference between sunny and shaded areas stark, yet she felt cozy in her thick attire, a silver-red embroidered dress adorned with begonia flowers. If not for her punishment, she would have relished the simple pleasures of lounging and knitting. As the day progressed, officials began to pass by the gate, prompting Yunkui to straighten her posture and greet each one. Her primary task in this judgment was to uncover the identity of the person behind the poisoning. If she failed to make progress, given the Crown Prince's penchant for torment, she might find herself guarding this gate for eternity. It was uncommon for a striking beauty to appear outside the Eastern Palace, drawing the curious gazes of younger officials who whispered among themselves, some staring unabashedly, while others, perhaps recognizing her identity, displayed expressions of disdain or pity. What were they disdainful of? Did they think her a seductress leading the Crown Prince astray? She felt unworthy of such titles. As for the younger officials in the past, she might have caught their eye more than once. But her current predicament rendered her hopes of leaving the palace dim. Perhaps she would remain in the Eastern Palace or be sent back to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In the future, would respectable families overlook her past as a palace maid? Whatever the case, she resolved to accept her fate, grateful to be alive. While the future remained uncertain. After 2 days of guarding the gate without any leads, a group of elegantly dressed princes arrived on the 3rd day. Dressed in similar garments, their robes adorned with unique python patterns, they exuded the grandeur of their noble birth. Luo Zhang happened to return from his rounds and saluted the princes, prompting Yunkui to follow suit as their gazes swept over her. The Crown Prince, clad in a purple robe with an aristocratic presence, greeted them with grace. I have come today with my brothers to visit our dear Crown Prince. Is he available? Luo Zhang replied, Please wait a moment, Your Highnesses, while I report this inside. The Crown Prince responded courteously, Thank you, Commander Luo. In truth, he had attempted to visit twice before, only to be turned away by the Crown Prince, who cited his serious injuries. Other princes typically regarded the Crown Prince with respect, and no one dared to risk embarrassment by seeking an audience with the Crown Prince, especially since he had shown little regard even for the Crown Prince's face. However, upon hearing news of the Crown Prince's recovery, the group resolved to visit as a gesture of familial duty. Alongside the Crown Prince were the usually reclusive First Prince, the ailing Third Prince, and the absent Fifth Prince, while the remaining princes accompanied the Crown Prince. As Luo Zhang entered to deliver the message, the princes waited, their attention naturally drawn to Yunkui, who stood guard. The fourth prince, strikingly handsome, remarked, The Crown Prince truly lacks appreciation for beauty. How could he send such a lovely maiden out to endure the cold? If it were me, I would cherish her presence. Unsure of how to respond, Yunkui could only say, This maid is erred and must accept her punishment. Curiosity piqued. The fourth prince inquired, What transgression did you commit? Yunkui pressed her lips together, contemplating a response she could share. I spoke disrespectfully and offended His Highness. The gathered princes were taken aback. Rumors painted the Crown Prince as ruthless and bloodthirsty. How had this girl escaped unscathed? The Crown Prince pondered for a moment before addressing Yunkui. You are often by the Crown Prince's side. Could you share his condition with us? Though the Crown Prince and the Emperor's sons were cousins, they had not seen one another in years. Even during the Crown Prince's brief time in the capital 3 years prior, they had scarcely met. The youngest, the ninth prince, had never laid eyes on the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince only heard snippets of information from the Empress. He wished to witness the truth for himself. Yunkui hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge the full truth. She had witnessed numerous spies being dealt with and had received several mysterious poison deliveries herself. If the Empress's secret medicine was indeed lethal, would the Crown Prince's close kin, the Crown Prince, pose a threat to him? Among these princes, one could easily be the mastermind behind her poisoning. Reflecting on this, she replied vaguely, I am but a simple maid, unversed in medicine, and usually tasked with serving tea. As for the Crown Prince's condition, you may discern it for yourselves upon entering. The seventh prince muttered. The Crown Prince previously refused to see even second brother. Today, he may not be inclined to see us either. A flicker of displeasure crossed the Crown Prince's gaze at the seventh prince's words. It was as if they suggested he was of lesser rank, unworthy of seeking an audience with the Crown Prince. What made a notorious madman more esteemed than him? Meanwhile, the sixth prince remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Yunkui, unable to mask his astonishment. He found her bright eyes, fair skin, delicate nose, and cherry lips even more dazzling than the blooming peach blossoms under the spring sun. The sixth prince, also the Empress's son, had reached an age where he could appreciate the allure of companionship, yet his mother disdained such distractions, fearing he might succumb to indulgence instead of focusing on his studies. It was rumored that the eldest brother, the esteemed Prince Jing, was born of a maidservant who had once served the Empress. After the Emperor ascended the throne and expanded his harem, the Empress's ire only grew, yet she found herself powerless. Still, the Emperor's indulgence had no bearing on him. He sought not a harem, but merely a charming companion to warm his bed. Yunkui was truly exquisite, with skin like snow and a countenance as delicate as a blooming flower, her delicate voice softer than honeyed cakes, sweet enough to melt one's heart. Such a tender and lovely beauty, yet the Crown Prince had punished her by assigning her to guard the palace gates. What a waste! He had stared for far too long, making it impossible for others not to notice. In the end, it was Prince Qian who cleared his throat as a discreet reminder, snapping the sixth prince out of his daze, who then awkwardly averted his gaze. The ninth prince, the youngest and rather plump, was already panting from the long walk from his quarters. Now, faced with an indefinite wait in the biting wind, he whined impatiently. Had he known? He wouldn't have come at all. What did he care about the Crown Prince? He had never even met him, and they weren't blood brothers anyway. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Zhang finally emerged with a reply, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence. Prince Qian nodded courteously.
We are obliged.
Luo Zhang then turned to Yunkui. His Highness also asks the young lady to escort the princes into the hall. Yunkui was taken aback. No more guarding the gates? Or was this an opportunity the Crown Prince had arranged for her to observe these princes, perhaps for later dream infiltration? The journey from Donghua Gate to Qingguang Hall was long, and the deeper they ventured, the more solemn and heavily guarded the surroundings became. The group instinctively straightened their demeanors, careful not to make even the slightest misstep. The 9th prince, with his stubby legs, trudged along, huffing and puffing, and soon began pestering the 7th prince to carry him. But the 7th prince was still a slender youth himself. How could he possibly bear the 9th prince's weight? When the 7th prince refused, the 9th prince turned to the 4th prince instead. The 4th prince glanced at his chubby younger brother and whispered, I was just tested on archery and horsemanship by His Majesty this morning. My arms are still sore. Spare your elder brothers, will you? Frustrated, the 9th prince called out to Prince Qian. Second brother, none of them will carry me. Prince Qian, equally exasperated, adopted the stern authority of the eldest. 9th brother, cease this nonsense. This is the Eastern Palace, not your Bahua Hall. What of the Eastern Palace? The 9th prince retorted boldly. They're all afraid of the Crown Prince. Are you scared too, second brother? The moment the words left his mouth, Prince Qian's usually unshakable composure darkened. The others averted their eyes, not daring to intervene. Sensing the shift in mood, the 9th prince stuck out his tongue and hid behind the 6th prince. Noticing how the 6th prince kept stealing glances at the palace maid, the 9th prince suddenly marched up to Yunkui and commanded imperiously, Get on your hands and knees. You're going to be my horse. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Though the 9th prince was the youngest, he was Emperor Chunming's favorite and had grown accustomed to throwing his weight around. Eunuchs and maids in Bahua Hall had often served as his makeshift mounts. But this was the Eastern Palace. Who would dare treat the Crown Prince as personal attendant so disrespectfully? Even if this woman had been punished with gate duty and fallen out of favor, she had once shared the Crown Prince's bed. The Crown Prince, though ruthless, was fiercely protective of his own. Who would dare lay a hand on anyone under his roof? Everyone remembered how Chao Yuanlu, previously exiled to the imperial stables, had been summoned back without warning. Yunkui froze, her face paling. This little terror wanted her to crawl on the ground as his horse. He was so heavy he'd probably break her back. It was the 6th prince who stepped in. 9th brother, she is the Crown Prince's consort, not some lowly servant from your palace. Besides, riding a person is improper. The 9th prince shot back, Isn't that what consorts are for? To be ridden like horses? The moment the words left his mouth, the entire group stiffened. No one had expected such vulgarity from a child of 5. Chapter 25. As the two reached the palace gates, before the prince could speak, Yunkui obediently said, Your Highness, it's best you return to rest. I shall continue to guard the palace gates. The prince cast a cold glance at her. Are you not yet embarrassed enough? I have yet to uncover the identity of the poisoner. How could I return empty-handed? The prince's gaze swept over the torn fabric on her knee, and he asked in a frosty tone, Why have you not attended to the Qingguang Hall lately? I did not summon you, yet you should know to come at night. Yunkui murmured softly, I stood at the palace gates all day. When I returned to the side hall, I collapsed into sleep, fearing I might not serve you adequately and thus displease you. Moreover, I previously overstepped and believed you did not wish to see me, which is why I was sent away. The prince scoffed quietly. Yunkui stole a glance at his expression, realizing he was not truly angry. She thought he had disdain for her. The prince replied indifferently, It is only because you can be of some use in my dreams. The corners of Yunkui's lips curled up. Now she understood. Then I shall attend to you in the Qingguang Hall tonight. Please await my arrival. The prince's expression darkened. Her words sounded less like a service and more like a royal decree for him to await her favor. Before he could reprimand her, the girl had already dashed away. In the imperial study, Emperor Chunming was discussing crucial matters with high-ranking ministers, including several cabinet elders and the prince's father. A personal eunuch entered to convey urgent news from Dashun, the prince's attendant. What could be so urgent from the prince? A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Emperor Chunming as a thrilling thought crossed his mind. Could something have happened to the prince? Mid-discussion, disregarding the presence of the ministers, he exclaimed, "Quickly summon him." Deshun entered the hall unhurriedly, first bowing to the emperor and the cabinet elders. Emperor Chunming dismissed his greeting, urgently inquiring, "What has happened to the prince? Has a physician been summoned?" Deshun replied, "It is not His Highness the Prince. It is the 9th Prince." "What concern is this to the 9th Prince?" Emperor Chunming asked, bewildered. Several officials looked on, particularly the heir of the Ningde Marquis, who pricked up his ears upon hearing the mention of the 9th Prince. Deshun proceeded to recount the events outside Donghua Gate, revealing, "The 9th Prince insisted that the palace made meal and serve him as a horse, and even boasted." Emperor Chunming's expression shifted slightly, and he interrupted with a smile, "I still have pressing matters to discuss with the cabinet elders. Perhaps we should." Before he could finish, Deshun interjected, "The prince wishes to convey that among the cabinet elders present, there is a teacher of the 9th Prince. Your Majesty might consider allowing me to complete my report." Shun Xiaohua, the Minister of Rites and a scholar of the Lanyue Pavilion, stepped forward and clasped his hands, stating, "If the prince has erred, I cannot absolve myself. I should be informed and provide further instruction." Emperor Chunming clenched his fists, suppressing his displeasure, and replied to Deshun, "If that is the case, speak the truth." Deshun continued, "The 9th Prince has declared that concubines are meant to be ridden by men." At this, the faces of all present, including Emperor Chunming, paled. They had thought the 9th Prince, though somewhat spoiled, was still endearing, but never expected him to speak so recklessly. Deshun elaborated. "Prince Chen wishes to take the 9th Prince back to Baohua Palace for your Majesty to discipline him. Yet the 9th Prince firmly believes he is in the right and demands your Majesty's judgment." The cabinet elders exchanged glances, and Emperor Chunming's face turned a shade darker. Deshun added, "The prince could no longer tolerate it, hence he spoke of taking disciplinary action on your Majesty's behalf." The previously silent heir of the Ningde Marquis suddenly spoke up. "How does the prince intend to discipline the 9th Prince?" The Ningde Marquis shot a disapproving glance at his son. The emperor had yet to speak. So why did he rush to voice his opinion? Was it merely because the boy was the son of the favored concubine? The cabinet elders grew anxious as well. The prince was known for his ruthless methods, and if he caught anyone in error, regardless of their noble status, he would employ severe measures without hesitation. The 9th Prince was but 5 years old. How could he withstand such discipline? Deshun remarked, "Before I left, I heard the prince say he would take the 9th Prince to the horse grounds to teach him riding, to temper his arrogance." Emperor Chunming was taken aback. Was it just this?
Deshun nodded affirmatively.
This incident stemmed from the 9th Prince's initial wrongdoing. Thus, it was not improper for the prince to fan the flames and use rhetorical art to obscure the truth. If it came to scrutiny, he had not spoken incorrectly. The heir of the Ningde Marquis smirked. "Is the prince genuinely so benevolent?" Deshun responded, "His Highness has always been clear in matters of reward and punishment, and he does not withhold guidance from the princes. Does the heir truly see him as a wicked tyrant?" The Ningde Marquis could no longer restrain himself and glared at his son. Emperor Chunming and the ministers were equally surprised. The prince did not seem like one to easily overlook matters. With the cabinet elders present, even if Emperor Chunming was worried about the 9th Prince's safety, he could not show it. He sighed, lamenting, "It is only to blame my indulgence over the years that the 9th Prince has become like this. I truly..." The Ningde Marquis immediately clasped his hands in council. "Your Majesty need not be overly self-critical. The 9th Prince is still quite young. It is natural for him to be mischievous. He can be guided properly in the future. Your Majesty has diligently attended to state affairs while also managing the education of nearly 20 children. With so many responsibilities, some oversights are to be expected." His words eased the previously displeased expressions of the cabinet elders, who nodded in agreement. Every parent faces challenges in raising their children. Even the highest-ranking officials of Dazhao cannot guarantee that every child will excel in virtue and achievement, let alone Emperor Chunming, who is inundated with duties and has many offspring. The 9th Prince is the youngest. It is only natural to indulge him a bit more and gradually guide him. Seeing Emperor Chunming burdened with guilt, Shun Xiaohua also bowed and took responsibility. Lax teaching reflects poorly on the teacher. The ninth prince's mischief is due to my inadequate instruction. Your Majesty entrusted me with the princes, yet I have failed in my duty. I am truly ashamed and implore your Majesty to punish me. As the atmosphere shifted, Deshun timely remarked, the prince's intention is that, although your Majesty is occupied with state affairs, you should set an example and embody virtuous conduct. While Shengong's teaching is valuable, it is crucial to also focus on the moral education of the princes and princesses. The ninth prince's foul speech today warrants the prince's admonition, and in the future, both your Majesty and the cabinet elders should pay more attention to encouraging virtue and correcting faults. These words left Emperor Chunming and Xin Qiuhua's faces alternating between red and pale. The implication was that the emperor could not even manage his own son and needed the prince to step in for discipline. Moreover, one could not help but ponder whether the prince was using this incident to express dissatisfaction with Emperor Chunming's temporary reign and to assert his desire for governance. After the meeting, the Ningde Marquis and his son returned to their official residence. The Ningde Marquis, now serving as the Minister of Revenue, found pride in his son, Xia Huichuan, who had recently been promoted to the position of Deputy Censor of the Left in the Deziyuan. This was a testament to the family's resurgence. Having witnessed the events in the imperial study, both father and son bore expressions of unease. The Ningde Marquis rebuked his son, "You are far too impatient today." Although Xia Huichuan had maintained composure in public, his father knew he harbored secrets. Last year, at a palace banquet, Xia Huichuan had been utterly intoxicated, leaning against his wife while calling out the name of the favored concubine. It was then the Ningde Marquis realized that despite being married for years and having a pair of children, his son still harbored thoughts for the emperor's woman. Fortunately, only Lady Meng, the wife of the heir, and Marquis Ningde were privy to this matter. Marquis Ningde, seething with anger, managed to pacify his daughter-in-law and subsequently delivered a severe reprimand to Xia Huichuan. Today, in the imperial study, Xia Huichuan audaciously spoke ill of the crown prince in front of the esteemed ministers, all for the sake of the ninth prince, born of concubine Yu. The ministers, well aware of the crown prince's character, found it utterly inappropriate for the emperor's nephew to engage in such reckless discourse. What would others think? Had the empress's family long harbored discontent towards the crown prince? Or perhaps Emperor Chunming also harbored intentions to usurp the throne? Xia Huichuan, burdened with anxiety, pondered how the crown prince would intimidate the ninth prince, yet he could not approach Baohua Palace at this moment, leaving him restless and agitated. "Father, I recognize my mistake." It was a moment of desperation. Marquis Ningde coldly interjected. Fortunately, the discussion in the hall was regarding the ninth prince's upbringing, diverting attention away from you. Otherwise, even His Majesty might harbor doubts about you. Regardless of what transpires with the ninth prince, you must remain focused and refrain from inquiring further. Remember, everything concerning Baohua Palace is no longer your concern. Do not unwittingly provide others with leverage. Xia Huichuan pressed his lips together and nodded in acquiescence. Unbeknownst to them, they had already approached the vicinity of Dangui Gate. Just yesterday, a colleague mentioned that the crown prince had punished a palace maid to guard the gate, and today, it was likely her who had clashed with the ninth prince. The father and son exchanged glances, and indeed, they spotted a young woman clad in a silver and red gown standing outside the palace gate. The soft, gentle sunlight bathed her face in a delicate golden glow, accentuating her porcelain-like skin, which was stunningly beautiful. Upon hearing their footsteps, the young woman, with her clear, lustrous eyes, turned to look at them. In that instant, Xia Huichuan recognized her as the palace maid he had sentenced to 7 days of confinement in the sleeping quarters. Although her accomplice had perished in the East Palace's torture chamber, he had been described her features in such detail that she matched precisely. Moreover, she was greatly favored by the crown prince, who seemingly summoned her every night. Xia Huichuan could not fathom any other visage that could capture the crown prince's affection. But how could she be here when she was supposed to be dead? Had the crown prince released her from the poison? Was he, in fact, personally reprimanding the ninth prince today for her sake? Yunkui also recognized Xia Huichuan. After all, she had been forced to witness the entire encounter between this heir and the palace concubines in her dreams, where he had been drenched in sweat and uttering flirtatious remarks, making it hard to forget. But why did he regard her with such an expression? For a fleeting moment, Yunkui almost felt as though she had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Could he be the one who poisoned her? As she sought to confirm her suspicions, she noticed that he had discreetly masked his unusual reaction, as if the brief shift in his gaze had merely been her imagination. Both high-ranking officials turned their attention towards her, and after a moment of hesitation, Yunkui bowed respectfully. Ordinarily, palace guards like those of the Luo chapter were not required to salute every passing official unless there was a specific matter at hand. Otherwise, she, being a lowly palace maid, would be forced to kneel all day at the gate. Fortunately, Marquis Ningde merely cast a complex glance her way before shifting his focus. However, his son, the heir, regarded her with greater scrutiny. These high-ranking officials were all astute individuals, adept at concealing their emotions, something beyond her ability to decipher. Thus, Yunkui resolved not to dwell on it further. Even if suspicions lingered, she lacked concrete evidence. Perhaps it would be prudent to delve deeper into the matter during her dreams that night. Chapter 26. Her mind was often tainted with impure thoughts, frequently uttering ambiguous phrases that the Crown Prince had long grown accustomed to. Turning away, he steadied his breath before speaking in a slightly deepened voice. "Apply the ointment and come up." Yunkui nodded in acknowledgement, dipping her fingertips into the medicinal salve and applying only the thinnest layer. Fortunately, the scent of the remedy was not overpowering, something the Crown Prince could likely tolerate. The lesson from last time still lingered vividly in her mind, filling Yunkui with such shame that even the mere recollection made her wish to vanish into the earth. What a wretched sin! Yet she had her reasons. Had she not believed herself on the brink of death, she would never have dared such audacious actions, nor spoken those brazen words. Thankfully, neither of them broached the subject of that awkward encounter, allowing it to dissipate like a wisp of smoke, dismissed as a mere misunderstanding. Rather than being the Crown Prince's favored concubine, she much preferred standing as a capable and extraordinary figure under his command. With quiet resolve, Yunkui made a decision. She would abstain from temptation for a time, ensuring the Crown Prince forgot every transgression from that night. What nonsense about coveting him, counting his abs, or peeking at the little prince. None of that ever happened. She intends to employ her unique dream infiltration skills to uncover the spies lurking in the shadows, capturing the masterminds who conspire against the Crown Prince, thereby achieving remarkable merit and earning a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. A cold smirk crept upon the prince's lips as he enveloped her delicate form in his embrace, his obsidian gaze fixed intently upon her. The man's strikingly handsome visage loomed larger before her, causing Yunkui's heart to race uncontrollably, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. Resist temptation, resist temptation, resist temptation. Little Kuehua, you must persevere. She tried to ignore the man's warm body and the scorching palm resting on her waist, tightly closing her eyes to calm herself before finally drifting into slumber. Hazily, she found herself immersed in someone else's dream. Yet this person deviated from the shadowy mastermind she had envisioned. To her astonishment, she dreamed of herself and the sixth prince. The sixth prince arranged to meet her by a secluded gate of the Eastern Palace, gazing at her with tender affection as he clasped her hands. Yunkui, I cannot bear to watch you suffer in the Eastern Palace. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall plead with His Highness the Crown Prince to release you to me. I will treat you well. Moved to tears, she responded with delicate trust and anticipation, whispering softly, I shall await your highness. Yet the sixth prince's plans did not unfold smoothly. The scene shifted abruptly. Dark clouds loomed over the city, the thunder of hooves filled the air, and an oppressive Deep in the wilderness, a troop of black-clad riders surged through the wild grass and jagged stones, pursuing a fleeing couple who were eventually cornered at the edge of a towering cliff. Yunkui tensed, her breath catching, until she realized with a start that the desperate lovers on the precipice were none other than herself and the sixth prince. The figure clad in black pursued relentlessly to the edge of the precipice, the leader perched majestically upon a grand steed, his chilling, obsidian eyes glistening with an icy malevolence, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The sixth prince, breathless and in utter disarray, resolutely positioned himself before her, undaunted by the looming threat. Dear elder brother, if you so desire, The world's fairest beauties shall be yours for the taking. You possess everything, yet all I desire is a cloud sunflower. I implore you to show mercy and spare us." The Crown Prince drew his bowstring taut, his countenance icy and unyielding. Suddenly, amidst the howling wind, a sharp sound pierced the air as a glimmering silver arrow shot forth, hurtling directly towards the two of them. At the precipice, with no retreat in sight, the sixth prince locked eyes with her, tears shimmering like dewdrops in his gaze. "In heaven, may we be birds flying wing to wing," she echoed through her own weeping. "On earth, may we be branches intertwined as one." Thus, Yunkui bore witness as these doomed lovers plunged together into the abyss. Yet, this was not the end of their tale. Beneath the cliffs lay a fathomless pool, where fortunes spared their lives. By the jade-green waters, veiled in ethereal mist, their drenched yet fervent forms entwined. Dangui. Just how many romantic tales has the sixth prince devoured to conjure such a dream? Unable to bear the unsightly scene before her, Yunkui compelled herself to awaken from her slumber. To her astonishment, it was only today that the sixth prince laid eyes upon her for the first time, appearing most earnest, despite being perhaps no older than herself. And yet he harbored such sentiments towards her. She lifted her gaze to the Crown Prince, only to find that he too had awakened. His obsidian eyes subtly revealed a simmering anger, reminiscent of the Crown Prince who had forced them off the cliff in her dream. Dangui. Why so fierce? Who has provoked him? The prince, known for his light slumber, was roused from his sleep by her incessant and clamorous thoughts, a surge of restless anger rising within him. What had he witnessed? His voice remained relatively calm, yet Yunkui felt a chill creep up her spine. Just as she was about to fabricate a lie to brush it off, she heard the Crown Prince's cold voice. "I want to hear the truth." Startled by his frigid tone, she retorted, "What truth or falsehood? I haven't even revealed what the dream was yet. However, this dream is indeed absurd. If I were to reveal the truth to him, I wonder if it would bring harm to the sixth prince. After all, the sixth prince has done nothing but entertain such thoughts in his dreams. I cannot possibly take this trivial matter and escalate it to the point of reporting to the Crown Prince. Perhaps the Crown Prince would not even care, after all. It is quite common for princes to exchange favors with a mere palace maid. If the sixth prince were to genuinely seek me from him, would he acquiesce? The sixth prince appears quite amiable. Today, he even defended me in front of the ninth prince, hardly the type to casually punish servants. Yet, as the Empress's son, even if he surpasses the Crown Prince, Her Majesty would never permit it. If the Empress discovers I never administered that secret medicine to the Crown Prince and even surrendered it, I wonder how she would deal with me. At this thought, Yunkui felt a restless unease. Was it grief over her lowly status, leaving her at the mercy of being gifted away like an object? Or dread over how to account for herself before the Empress? Even now, the Crown Prince coldly interrogated her over a mere dream. Silently turning away, Yunkui felt her nose sting with unshed tears. Hearing her inner turmoil, the Crown Prince's initially stern expression softened imperceptibly. Yunkui, back still turned, she bit her lip. "It truly wasn't a pleasant dream, Your Highness. Please don't ask further." The Crown Prince lay silent, gaze fixed on the canopy above. After a long pause, he murmured, "Sleep." Yunkui exhaled softly and closed her eyes. Yet her mind stubbornly circled back to that dream, the Empress's ruthless cunning, Prince Chen's dignified gentleness. But the sixth prince? Before she could unravel the puzzle, the man's detached voice cut through the darkness. If it was no good dream, why dwell on it? Yunkui. "My lord, you overstep. This person must have awakened a celestial vision. How is it that he always knows when I am lost in thought?" Yunkui mused to herself for a moment, as drowsiness gradually enveloped her. She had anticipated a night devoid of any revelations, yet unexpectedly, she found herself dreaming of peculiar scenes once more. In a resplendent hall, glimmering with golden hues, sat the young ninth prince, whose feet barely touched the ground, upon an ornate chair adorned with dragon carvings. Below him, a throng of ministers knelt in reverence, exclaiming their praises. The 5-year-old prince, brimming with confidence, raised his hand and, with a voice still tinged with childhood, commanded, "All rise, my lords." Yunkui observed this spectacle in astonishment, rendered speechless. Although she lacked a deep understanding of court affairs, she was aware that the Crown Prince was the designated heir. Even if the Crown Prince did not ascend the throne, the ninth prince was preceded by several elder brothers. And being a non-primary son, it seemed implausible for him to become emperor. Could it be that this was the dream of the ninth prince? He is still so young, yet he aspires to be an emperor? In the scene, the ninth prince hurriedly made his way to the Sinang palace after court, greeted by the enchanting beauty adorned with jewels, Consort Yu. Upon closer inspection, the man standing beside Consort Yu was none other than the heir to the Duke of Ningda. The ninth prince ran between the two, lifting his chubby face with glee as he called out father, mother, and cheerfully recounted the day's courtly affairs. Witnessing this, particularly when the ninth prince addressed him as father, her eyes nearly popped out of her head in shock. The ninth prince was actually calling the Marquis of Ningda's heir his father. Yunkui jolted awake from the dream, her heart pounding relentlessly. It seemed she had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. But whose dream was this? If it belonged to the ninth prince, did that mean he already knew his true father was not the current emperor, but the Marquis of Ningda's heir? Yet if it were the Marquis's dream, perhaps this was merely his delusional fantasy. After all, in his dreams, he dared to covet the emperor's concubine, so having his lover's son call him father might not be far-fetched. Now fully unable to sleep, Yunkui turned excitedly and nudged the man beside her. Your Highness, are you awake? The Crown Prince had long been roused by the clamor of her thoughts. They lay so close that her inner voice, so starkly different from her usual timid demeanor, pierced his ears with intermittent exclamations. As she shook his arm, a throbbing ache pulsed at his temples. He opened his eyes, dark and bloodshot. Seeing the crimson in his gaze, Yunkui's initial eagerness to share her dream withered considerably. But having already disturbed him, she feared reprimand and instinctively nestled closer. Her tone meek. Your Highness, guess what I dreamed of? The Crown Prince's head pounded mercilessly, leaving him disinclined to speak. Yunkui, never one to keep things to herself. Didn't he wait for his response before whispering excitedly, remember how I told you before that Consort Yu was secretly involved with the Marquis of Ningda's heir in my dream? Just now, I dreamed that the ninth Prince isn't actually the Emperor's son. He is the Marquis's child. Her thoughts had been loud enough for the Crown Prince to hear long before she spoke. This dream likely belonged to the Marquis. A 5-year-old couldn't he conceal such knowledge. If the ninth Prince truly knew his parentage, chaos would have erupted long ago. If he were indeed the product of their affair, even without the Crown Prince's intervention, Emperor Chunming would never let it stand. Matters of imperial dignity demanded nothing less than the execution of the Ningda household. Noticing the faint curl of his lips, though exhaustion still shadowed his eyes, Yunkui recalled Xiao Yuanlu's earlier warnings and grew concerned. Has your Highness's headache returned? The Crown Prince shut his eyes, his brow tightly furrowed. Yunkui murmured, shall I summon military physician or have eunuch Chao attend to you? With a cold scoff, the Crown Prince retorted, didn't you boast unwavering loyalty? Now that I suffer, you seek to flee? Of course not. Yunkui hastily denied. I only fear my incompetence may fail to serve you adequately. The Crown Prince smirked. Is that so? What if I insist on your service? Yunkui's cheeks puffed in indignation. Does he not realize how terrifying he is? Fine, if I must serve, so be it. He likely want to kill me, but if his temper flares and he decides to take me harshly, I wonder if I can endure. The Crown Prince. The memory of that night, when his kiss had nearly suffocated her, sent a shiver down Yunkui's spine. Chapter 27. Yunkui's breath hitched abruptly. Feeling all the blood in her body surge violently to her head, instantly robbing her of the ability to think. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? Her lips tingled from the kiss, her mind foggy, unable to string together even a single coherent thought. Though his movements were gentle, her entire body trembled as if bewitched, numbed and pliant. Before she could react, the warmth of his lips and tongue pressed against her parted teeth, the faint medicinal fragrance swirling in as her tongue was coaxed into meeting his softness. Unlike the domineering force of that night, he now savored her like a delicate piece of sweet pastry, slow, deliberate, methodically exploring and consuming, luring her into surrendering all reason. Dazed by the kiss, she forgot to breathe, only gasping desperately when his lips finally withdrew, like a drowning soul breaking the water's surface. Clutching his shoulders, she inhaled sharply, her face flushed and disoriented. The Crown Prince eyed her pitiful state with disdain. Pathetic, like a weak-legged crab. Yunkui's lashes fluttered weakly, her body boneless. Am I dreaming? The King of Hell kissed me again. Is this my dream? Or his? The Crown Prince remarked nonchalantly, "It is your dream." Yunkui was utterly astonished. Such a delightful occurrence exists within dreams? The Crown Prince, after the initial astonishment, she silently screamed within her heart, "Little sunflower, you are utterly useless. Even in dreams, you cannot stand tall. Why is it that every time we embrace, you become so feeble? Where is your fighting spirit? Where is your courage?" Her fingertips trembled as she realized that she was still clinging to his shoulder. Beneath a delicate layer of fabric, she could feel the smooth, firm contours of his muscles, even the throbbing veins pulsating against her fingertips. Yunkui was moved to the point of tears. It is so much better to be dreaming, where I can freely touch him. This man is usually so stingy, and heaven knows how difficult it is to find a bit of sweetness in him. Last time, she took the initiative to approach him, yet was compelled by his overwhelming presence to swallow her feelings whole, akin to Zhu Beiji consuming the ginseng fruit, without comprehending its essence. In retrospect, every aspect is tinged with regret. Particularly at that delicate tip, it was almost a fleeting touch, leaving no opportunity for lingering appreciation. In dreams, such splendid opportunities should not be easily forsaken. As for abstaining from desires, let that be set aside for the moment. A fleeting touch in dreams hardly constitutes indulgence. She clung to his arm with a feverish touch, her fingertips tracing every contour with meticulous care, savoring the raw power emanating from those hardened muscles. A dizzying heat flushed through her, leaving her mouth parched. No wonder he is so strong, effortlessly pinning me down with just a grip. With arms this sturdy braced against a bed, he could hold out for ages, couldn't he? That so-called Marquis of Ningda was nothing special. Yet even the jade consort wailed like a banshee for him. The Crown Prince. He had long known the dreams she wandered into were brazenly explicit, practically live debauchery. But the thought that she had scrutinized those worthless men just as clearly, that even he, the imperial heir, was reduced to nothing more than an object for her shameless appraisal, it ignited a restless fury in him, a need to punish her thoroughly. Yunkui continued her delicate exploration until she felt the weight of his darkened gaze pressing down. Her fingers stilled. A sudden realization struck her. Could a dream ever feel this vividly warm? In my dreams, when I touch his shoulder, does he also gaze at me intensely? Yet, she seemed to have just heard him utter, "It is your dream." Yunkui was utterly taken aback. As her mind replayed that moment, the clarity of his words resonated deeply. Far removed from mere fantasy. Could it be? Realizing the strong possibility that this was not a dream, Yunkui's once restless heart instantly cooled. She took a deep breath, gradually restoring her composure. Do not panic. After all, I have already spoken such audacious words before. Even throwing myself upon him and kissing him forcefully. What scene could possibly warrant such astonishment? She nonchalantly brushed the fabric of his shoulder, awkwardly managing a smile. Your Highness, it seems your nightgown has gathered some dust. Allow me to assist you. The Crown Prince pressed his lips into a thin line, coldly swatting her hand away.
Well,
it certainly was not a dream. Yunkui retracted her hand, cautiously retreating, realizing that she could not afford to provoke him. Beyond the bed curtains, the flickering candlelight dances, and the sound of the dripping hourglass resonates softly. The Crown Prince's expression stiffens slightly as he suddenly inquires, "Are you still asleep?" Dangui pauset. Uncertain as to why he had suddenly posed such a question. Did he still wish to invite her into someone else's dream?
indeed.
Entering the realm of dreams can be quite exhausting. One finds oneself immersed in the experiences of those within the dream, akin to spending an entire day observing a play from the front row. The mental fatigue is certainly less restorative than indulging in a peaceful slumber to rejuvenate one's spirit. The prince remarked, "If you do not sleep, then I shall change my clothes." Yunkui, taken aback, responded, "Your Highness, are you rising?" The sky outside remained shrouded in darkness. As they spoke, he had already lifted the quilt and sat up, for today he was to attend the court. Yunkui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and hurried to follow him into the inner chamber. Within the vast Qingguang Hall, the prince's ceremonial robes, court attire, everyday garments, and various ceremonial outfits were displayed. Yunkui, having never set foot in this place before, gazed in awe at the neatly hung black robe embroidered with golden dragons. It then struck her that Aunt Wei had previously mentioned how the prince's everyday attire was often adorned with patterns, yet for significant occasions such as sacrifices, visits to the mausoleum, and court greetings, the dragon robe was of paramount importance, a special grant from the emperor. What merit did she possess to witness the dragon robe in her lifetime? Once, she spent a year in the Needlework Bureau, during which she was fortunate enough to witness the opulent and solemn garments worn by the nobles in the palace. The sight of such extravagant attire struck her with immense visual impact, especially as she had endured a childhood outside the palace, where she often suffered from hunger and inadequate clothing. It was then that she realized that even the most unassuming pearl adorned upon a crown could be worth more than the lives of an entire household. After several years in the palace, her horizons had broadened significantly. She had observed the noble offspring and high-ranking officials adorned in resplendent robes and jewels during their audience with the emperor. Yet, none of these spectacles could compare to the awe-inspiring scene before her now. The grand robes, resplendent with 9 ceremonial embellishments, the dark garments paired with crimson skirts, and the jade ornaments coupled with leather belts created a dazzling display. Everywhere her gaze fell was illuminated by shimmering golden threads, interspersed with a variety of precious gems, each intricately woven design a testament to the formidable authority of the Crown Prince. It had been a month since the Crown Prince returned to the capital, and aside from the recent vigorous purging of the Eastern Palace, he seemed to oscillate between unconsciousness from blood loss and resting in bed to recuperate. Initially, she had been gripped by extreme fear, hesitant to approach him. Yet now, she found herself sharing a bed with him, jesting and even daring to touch him, momentarily forgetting both his elevated status as the Crown Prince and her own humble position. Yunkui exhaled softly, cautiously removing the heavy ceremonial dragon robe. She struggled to recognize the various accessories and jade tablets, and when it came time to assist him in changing garments, she found herself somewhat clumsy and awkward. The Crown Prince glanced down at her flustered demeanor and could not help but furrow his brow. "Has no one taught you these things?" Yunkui candidly remarked. "Aunt Wei has indeed provided instruction, yet most of it pertains to serving your highness with medicine and attending to your chambers. As for the ceremonial attire, we have merely glanced at the design sketches." Aunt Wei offered a brief demonstration, but did not elaborate further. The Crown Prince smirked. "Did you truly think I would not survive to attend court?" Yunkui found herself momentarily paralyzed by the icy tone of his words, her legs trembling slightly beneath her. The maid had indeed spoken out of turn, yet her words bore truth. When the Crown Prince had been gravely injured by multiple arrows, none had anticipated his swift recovery. As for those maids who had served him closely, who among them had dared to hope they would still be alive today? Even Wei Gugu, who had taught them, had been dismissed. The Crown Prince cast a fleeting glance in her direction before summoning Qiao Yuanlu to enter. Qiao Yuanlu, accustomed to serving with utmost respect, assisted the Crown Prince in donning his ceremonial dragon robe, meticulously explaining the finer details of the official attire to her. Finally, he instructed Miss, "Please style His Highness's hair and crown him." Yunkui was momentarily taken aback, her gaze tracing the imposing dragon pattern emblazoned across the Crown Prince's chest. Rising to meet his deep, cold eyes, her heart quivered softly at the sight. Typically, she encountered the Crown Prince dressed in a simple dark robe, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. Today, clad in the dragon robe, his presence was even more formidable, eclipsing his previous coldness, his features strikingly pronounced, embodying an innate princely dignity that inspired awe. Behold the Crown Prince, born of nobility, a man exuding divine grace. Yet I dared to treat him with such a reverence in the night. Oh, how could you, little Kui? She recalled a dream wherein Bai Zhan Gugu seemed quite fond of her husband's attire when he donned the flying fish robe while on duty, a garment befitting only the most elite of guards. The vibrant red brocade and the elegant black gauze adorned his body, accentuating his muscular arms and slender waist. Leaving by Dangui utterly enraptured. The Crown Prince, undeniably more handsome and imposing than the commander of the guards, radiated a regal magnificence that was unparalleled. Upon hearing her compare him to mere guardsmen, his expression darkened once more, only to be further provoked by her audacious imaginings. This is the dragon robe. If he were to pin me beneath him in this attire. Oh, I must not think such thoughts, or I shall surely bleed. Refrain, refrain, refrain. The Crown Prince's gaze deepened with turbulence as he swallowed hard, scandalously stirred by her impure musings. He recalled the tear-streaked face of the timid girl who had wept after but a fleeting kiss. He scoffed inwardly at her audacity. Such a timid creature could only revel in her fantasies, for if he truly acted upon them, she would likely scream in terror. He averted his gaze, striving to suppress the tumult within. Fortunately, the ceremonial garb was sufficiently loose, allowing him to maintain an air of authority. Yunkui, dazed, accepted the ivory comb from Qiao Yuanlu, only to realize she could hardly reach the Crown Prince's crown. His towering figure enveloped her entirely. Qiao Yuanlu chuckled, "Miss, wait until His Highness is seated before you style his hair." Only then did she comprehend, glancing up to find the Crown Prince regarding her as if she were a simpleton. Yunkui, though she had indeed learned the art of hairstyling, her innate clumsiness, coupled with her fear of the Crown Prince's imposing presence, rendered her fingers quivering. The hairdo she fashioned was either too loose, too tight, or left stray strands, and in an unfortunate moment of distraction, she inadvertently tugged at the Crown Prince's brow, causing a frown to form. She lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Your Highness, spare me." The Crown Prince, adorned with the hairstyle she had attempted, found it increasingly peculiar. Qiao Yuanlu, too, had not anticipated that this girl possessed such limited skill. Her clumsy hairstyling would have drawn punishment in any other court. Yet he had intentionally allowed her this moment with His Highness. Chapter 28. The Crown Prince's first audience after returning to the capital. Upon the Crown Prince's return to the capital, his presence at court not only astonished the entire assembly of civil and military officials, but even took Emperor Chunming by surprise. Aware of the Crown Prince's arrogance and disdain for the throne, the emperor did not expect him to attend such an important court meeting uninvited, without so much as a greeting. The previous night, Emperor Chunming had visited the 9th prince, a small child who had suffered dislocation of his arm due to the Crown Prince's cruelty, nearly terrified to the point of collapse. Upon awakening the next day, the child cried uncontrollably, having vomited all his meals. Consort Yu wept profusely, and the emperor's heart ached. He comforted both his beloved concubine and the child, enduring the turmoil until late into the night. He could only resent the Crown Prince's mercilessness. A mere slip of the tongue from the young prince warranted such severe punishment, and the Crown Prince even used it as an opportunity to berate his father's officials for their failure in child-rearing, causing the emperor to lose face before the court. Yet today, despite his inner dissatisfaction, Emperor Chunming suppressed his anger for fear of giving others a handle against him. Welcoming the Crown Prince with a smile and inquiring about his well-being, adopting the pose of a loving uncle, Prince Chen glared at the 5-clawed dragon emblem on the Crown Prince's court attire, feeling an unusual discomfort. In the entire Dezhou, only 2 individuals had the privilege to wear the dragon robe, the emperor and the Crown Prince himself. Initially, both princes and kings were entitled to don the royal dragon robes, but by the time of Emperor Jingyu, all princes and dukes were required to wear the python robes, leaving these princes to don only the 4-clawed python robes. Yet, to display his magnanimity, Emperor Chunming had granted the Crown Prince the privilege of wearing the dragon robe. All this honor ought to belong to him. The civil and military officials, having not seen the Crown Prince for a long time, were either fearful, curious, or intimidated by his formidable presence, not daring to meet his gaze, while some harbored guilty consciences, anxious that the Crown Prince might, like 3 years prior, ensnare them in accusations. Rumors in the outside world suggested that the Crown Prince's campaign in the northern frontier was a means of atonement, but the truth was far different. Before his departure, he had personally dealt with a group of corrupt officials who had been derelict in duty, both to eradicate these malignant tumors harming the state and to serve as a warning to others, ensuring that no one would dare to misbehave during his absence. However, the methods he employed back then were exceedingly harsh, leaving a lingering chill in the hearts of those who recalled them. In the past, when he was away at war, people could breathe a sigh of relief, but now, with his return to the capital, they had to tighten their nerves once more. Just the sight of him standing with his hands clasped behind his back radiated an intimidating aura that sent shivers down their spines. Wasn't he grievously injured? How is it possible for him to stand here in good health? With his return, how many will suffer? The late emperor was wise and valiant, benevolent and gracious. Who in the court does not revere him? How can his son be so? Listening to the murmurs from all around, the crown prince curled his lips into a cold smirk. Some matters required no excessive explanation, nor did he care to offer them. Just as the common folk claimed he had slaughtered every living soul in the 7 cities of Northern Wei, much of it was due to natural disasters and epidemics, while the few thousands he had ordered to be executed were those who refused to surrender. The Northern Wei had long engaged in militaristic provocations, infringing upon the borders of Dezhou. Even the valiant and skilled late emperor had ultimately fallen to the northern frontiers, and during his 3 years leading troops there, he had faced countless brutal battles, with heavy casualties among Dezhou's soldiers, achieving victory at a great cost. He did not deny that he possessed a certain inclination towards violence and bloodshed, often leaning towards extreme measures, particularly against the soldiers of Northern Wei, leaving no room for mercy. This was partly due to his own uncertain longevity. His head ailment tormented him day and night, surrounded by wolves, and during countless dark nights. The pain brought him to the brink of death. He was unwilling to wait any longer, nor did he have the luxury of time to squander. Thus, he preferred to eradicate any future threats decisively and thoroughly. This applied not only to the Northern Wei enemy, but also to corrupt officials. Now that he had returned, he would not allow such individuals to evade justice. Those who served unjustly would be eliminated one by one. Those who did not fulfill their duties were unworthy of standing in the grand court, easily misled by rumors, incapable of discerning truth from falsehood. How could one expect them to seek justice for the common people? He cared little for his own notorious reputation. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Yuanlu took Yunkui to a back room of the palace to learn hairstyling from Granny Yan. Granny Yan was an elder of the Eastern Palace, having once served by the side of Empress Huigong. Now in her old age, she managed some trivial tasks within the Eastern Palace and resided in a small room, living out her golden years in peace. Granny Yan was delighted to have visitors, and Xiao Yuanlu made it a point to mention, "This is a palace made by the side of our crown prince, who is greatly favored." Granny Yan's gaze toward Yunkui was filled with surprise and affection. Yunkui felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, longing to explain but finding it difficult to voice. With Xiao Yuanlu having matters to attend to, he departed, leaving Yunkui at ease in the back room, learning hairstyling from Granny Yan. Despite her advanced age, Granny Yan's hair was neatly arranged, her attire tidy, and the room immaculate without a speck of dust. In their casual conversation, Yunkui learned that Granny Yan had styled the hair of Empress Huigong during her wedding to the late emperor, and had often been responsible for hairstyling during important occasions such as rituals and palace banquets. Yunkui remarked, "The crown prince is so handsome. Surely Empress Huigong must have been the most beautiful woman in the world." Granny Yan agreed, but was taken aback that this young girl would choose such words to describe the crown prince. Having served the crown prince since his youth, she knew well that he had been afflicted with a chronic illness from birth, leading to a volatile temperament, causing everyone in the palace to keep their distance. When noble daughters entered the palace, few dared to even gaze upon him, let alone grow close. This girl, however, was quite remarkable. Granny Yan brought forth a red lacquer tray adorned with various combs, hairpins, and crowns, examining them before deciding to demonstrate hairstyling using Yunkui's hair. The girl's long hair flowed like satin, cascading over her shoulders and highlighting her fair, translucent complexion. As Granny Yan styled her hair, the delicate skin of her ears appeared almost transparent, resembling pure jade. Granny Yan gazed at the pair of clear, shimmering eyes in the mirror and couldn't help but smile. Truly a beauty in the making. No wonder the crown prince favors you. Yunkui quietly explained, "Please do not mind what Qiao Gonggong said. The crown prince does not dote on me that much. He simply keeps me by his side to serve him. I am quite afraid of him, and I tread carefully with every response." Granny Yan chuckled. "Dislike you? He would keep you close for that?" Yunkui's face turned crimson, but she hesitated to clarify to everyone that the Crown Prince had never touched her. Upon reflection, aside from sharing the bed at night, he had kissed her twice and saved her twice, and just yesterday, he had been willing to stand up for her in front of the other princes. It seemed there was little else. After all, he merely saw her as loyal enough to keep her warm at night, should she ever provoke his wrath. Her life would be at stake. Yunkui observed Granny Yan's skilled hairstyling technique and softly inquired, "Granny, having served the Crown Prince for many years, you must understand his preferences and temperament better than anyone else. Could you offer me some advice? It would help me be more astute in front of him in the future." Granny Yan, having been ill for many years and absent from serving in the Qingguang Palace, recalled that the Crown Prince had once been a melancholic youth, always shrouded in a deep gloom. At the tender age of 3, the Empress Dowager passed away, leaving the young prince in profound silence, refusing to partake of even a drop of water as he knelt at the morning hall for a full 3 days. By the age of 5, he was poisoned by a trusted confidant, resulting in a night of bloodshed that nearly cost him his life, and from that day forth, his once bright eyes became shrouded in caution and wariness towards all. When he turned 7, an episode of his chronic ailment led to an accidental death. That evening, he sat in a desolate corner of the grand hall, his crimson gaze fixed on her, uttering, "Mama, how fortunate it would be if it were I who had died." Reflecting on these past tribulations, Yunkui could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Torn between sorrow for his solitary plight and the prolonged suffering that had rendered his temperament increasingly twisted and dark. Yet, she also felt a sense of solace in witnessing his relentless ascent to power as he eradicated treachery from the court and endeavored to fulfill his late father's unaccomplished ambitions. The prince, once a recluse, now had a suitable companion by his side. The preferences of those in power are seldom shared openly, and the prince, characterized by his icy demeanor and self-restraint, had never expressed particular enthusiasm for anything. Even if he harbored some fondness, such sentiments were buried deep within his heart, never to be disclosed in public. However, after years of devoted service, Yunkui was privy to certain nuances unknown to others and was inclined to share a few words with the young lady. "Your Highness, there exists a little-known fondness," she whispered. Yunkui's eyes sparkled with interest. "Pray, do tell." Yunkui chuckled softly. "When your Highness was but a child, he steadfastly refused to consume longevity noodles on his birthday, opting instead for sweet confections. Sometimes it was a morsel of pine nut candy, other times a piece of osmanthus cake. He did not indulge much, yet I sensed he had a certain liking for them." Yunkui was incredulous. "The prince enjoys sweets." Yunkui nodded with a sigh, however. "As he ages and engages in warfare, with burdens aplenty upon his shoulders, my own frail condition prevents me from serving him as I once did, and I have been absent from the palace for some time. I wonder if he still retains that preference." Yunkui quietly took note of this. Having come from the imperial kitchen, despite never wielding a ladle herself, she had assisted the confectioner and absorbed the art of sweet-making. If she could win the prince's favor through such treats, perhaps he would show her kindness in return. After all, one is often beholden to those who provide. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Mama, are you aware of the prince's ailment?" Yunkui sighed. "From birth, the prince cried more than the average infant. Initially, we thought him weak due to premature birth, especially given the tragic demise of Empress Huigong during childbirth. Perhaps a connection existed between mother and son. Yet, the prince continued to weep nightly, and despite the Empress's efforts to summon esteemed physicians, none could discern the cause. Physician Zheng had some remedies for his head ailment, but the prince was too young for medication, and they resorted to a minimal amount of soothing incense to aid his sleep. Later, when Physician He entered the palace, he remarked that the prince's condition was peculiar and unlike the ordinary, yet a definitive cure remained elusive, enduring for 2 decades. Yunkui's gaze dimmed, recalling the prince's scarlet eyes upon awakening the previous night, unable to fathom the agony he must endure. Yunkui reassured her with a smile. "There is no need for excessive worry. The prince possesses discernment and can endure what others cannot, rarely causing harm to those around him. Otherwise, how could this old woman have lived to see this day?" Yunkui withdrew slightly, murmuring, "That is due to your esteemed reputation. He naturally cherishes you, but he can be quite fierce with me." Yunkui could not suppress her laughter. In all her years, she had never encountered such a sentiment. While many spoke of the prince's ruthless nature, none had ever referred to him as fierce. Chapter 29. The steward wandered in the kitchen for a while before realizing that Yunkui intended to prepare the pastries herself. For whom could she be making these delicacies? It was evident that they were for His Highness, the Crown Prince. Being in close proximity to His Highness, she naturally had a better grasp of his preferences. The steward glanced at her unfinished warming soup and decided to temporarily abandon it. Seizing the opportunity, she discreetly set aside a few water chestnuts, washed and peeled them, and swiftly put them in a pot to simmer, while Yunkui was still busy arranging the pressed water chestnut cakes into the steamer. The steward hurriedly poured the boiling water chestnut soup into a bowl and sprinkled some dried osmanthus flowers on top, completing a bowl of water chestnut and osmanthus soup. In the Choming Hall, where the Crown Prince was convening a meeting with the Crown Prince's tutor, the chief minister, and officials from the Zhanshi. He was briefed on the various personnel changes in the court over the past few years. The deputy minister and the left minister of the Zhanshi had both been demoted and exiled from the capital due to their own misdeeds. The Crown Prince's tutor, Pei Zhi, and the chief minister, Kai Heng, had been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the late emperor and empress before their passing. The current emperor, Chun Ming, was reluctant to overtly suppress them, yet was determined to elevate his trusted ministers and relatives, thereby sidelining Pei Zhi and Kai Heng. Both were honest and forthright advisors, not blindly supporting the Crown Prince, but wholeheartedly assisting the bloodline of Emperor Jingyu, encouraging virtue and correcting wrongs, dedicating themselves to their duties. After the meeting, the Crown Prince returned to the Qingguang Hall just in time to spot the steward waiting with a tray. Upon seeing him, she quickly bowed and greeted him. "Your Highness, may you have peace." The Crown Prince furrowed his brow in contemplation and finally recalled who she was. "What are you still doing here?" In his recollection, he had only retained one of the 4 concubines. One had been returned to Marquis Ningde today, while the other 2 should have been sent back to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The steward was perplexed. This was her first time bringing soup to the Crown Prince in the Qingguang Hall. How could he assume she was no longer in the East Palace? De Shun, standing nearby, quietly reminded the Crown Prince, "Since you did not give instructions that day, the servant left her here along with Miss Yunkui." The steward realized that the Crown Prince had forgotten to dismiss her, thinking she had already left the East Palace. "Your Highness, I am willing to serve you. Please do not send me away." She clenched her hands around the tray, forcing a smile. "I am skilled in culinary arts, and this water chestnut and osmanthus soup is made by my own hand. Might you try it?" The Crown Prince detected no suspicious intentions in her earnest appeal. She merely sought to win his favor. However, in the next moment, he overheard her inner thoughts. The Crown Prince does not seem to favor her much. Otherwise, why would he have punished her to stand at the palace gate? Today, she specifically made pastries, likely to curry favor with him. If the Crown Prince tastes my soup, he surely would not wish to eat hers again. As these thoughts lingered, footsteps echoed from the corridor, and the Crown Prince saw Yunkui approaching with her own tray. The 2 women exchanged glances, a silent exchange of thoughts between them. "Dangui muset. She insists on delivering food before me, making me wait longer in this cold wind." The steward retorted silently, "I knew she was making these for the Crown Prince. She pretends it is for herself. With such mediocre skills, how could His Highness possibly enjoy it?" The Crown Prince's gaze swept over the plump pastries in Yunkui's hands, but then his eyes were drawn to her delicate, creamy cheeks and the supple curves beneath her pristine collarbone. She was as beautiful as the pastries she crafted. Hearing the Crown Prince snort dismissively, Yunkui glanced at her pastries with an awkward expression. The water chestnuts were white, and the milk was also pale, resulting in a soft, tender dessert that, while large in size, lacked the intricate designs of the more colorful pastries. Nevertheless, they melted in the mouth, sweet and fragrant. Far from unpleasant. The steward pressed on. "Your Highness, please warm yourself with a taste of the soup I prepared." Yunkui muttered softly, "On such a cold day. Surely the soup has cooled by now." The steward shot her a glare but persisted. "I shall reheat it for you, Your Highness." Yunkui smiled slightly. "I also made milk water chestnut cakes, Your Highness." The Crown Prince was put off by her obsequious demeanor and replied coolly, "I do not wish to eat. You may all leave." With that, he turned and entered the hall. Yunkui felt a twinge of frustration. Does His Highness no longer enjoy pastries? Has he outgrown his childhood fondness for sweets? The Crown Prince halted momentarily at her words. When had he ever been fond of sweets? Had Yunshe told her this? His brow furrowed further. Yunshe had never been one to speak frivolously. Could this girl have charmed her into revealing his childhood secrets? Outside the hall, the steward was incensed, stamping her foot. However, upon reflection, if the Crown Prince did not eat Yunkui's pastries, it was not so distressing that he would refuse hers as well. Yunkui regained her composure and shot her a glare, eavesdropping. The steward rolled her eyes. What do you mean by eavesdropping? Why is it acceptable for you to make water chestnut cakes, while I cannot? What sense does that make? Yunkui retorted, but you did not report to Chief Zhang. Which makes it theft. Either you confess, or Chief Zhang informs Lord Chao, and soon everyone in the East Palace will know that the steward stole from the kitchen.
You.
The steward's face flushed crimson, speechless with rage. Deshun followed the Crown Prince into the hall, cautiously observing his expression. Miss Lianrui seems quite attentive to the Crown Prince. Since you have chosen to keep her, perhaps you might let her alternate with Miss Yunkui in serving you, to spare her from undue toil. Toil? The Crown Prince smirked. She dined lavishly in the Qingguang Hall each day, slept soundly beside him at night, and awoke with the energy to chat with him. Was that what one called toil? Except for the moments he kissed her, it was she who bore the burden. The Crown Prince's expression darkened. He realized he had been overly indulgent with her and should find an opportunity to teach her a lesson, lest she become overly confident. Deshun, unable to discern the Crown Prince's meaning, ventured, Your Highness, what of the steward? The Crown Prince replied as he walked. Did you not hear her stealing from the kitchen? Deshun was bewildered. He indeed had not heard anything. The Crown Prince, being a martial artist, possessed keen hearing, and even from a distance, he could discern the whispers in the corridor. Leave it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to handle. I have no particular impression of that stewardess. One turmoil is enough. I do not wish to add more to the mix, with them squabbling and bickering. Besides, I am not Chunming. I do not take pleasure in such matters. Deshun complied, leading the two women to the side hall for their duties. The steward wept, fearing punishment and the disgrace of being expelled from the East Palace, leading to a bleak future where she might end up in the laundry bureau performing menial labor. In desperation, she offered Deshun silver, hoping for an audience with the Crown Prince. Deshun, however, dared not accept and ordered her to be dismissed. In the Qingguang Hall, Qin Ge and Chao Yuanlu reported back, stating they had traced the livestock that had died from illness before the spring sacrificial rites. The sacrificial animals were selected and transported by Chao Yuanlu from the Qingfeng Division under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Those responsible for overseeing the animals, including the stable master and miscellaneous workers, would be dealt with according to their crimes. Qin Ge could only begin investigating the feed used at Qianyuan Terrace, the veterinary officers who treated the animals, and details along the transport route. Upon learning that the veterinary officer who diagnosed the animal illness had left the capital and was now engaged in livestock farming in Hunan, Qin Ge immediately sensed something amiss and dispatched covert agents to Hunan to apprehend him for questioning. The physician insisted that the feed was contaminated with the feces of diseased rats. However, both the Qingfeng Division and the Qianyuan platform enforce stringent regulations regarding the feeding of sacrificial livestock. Cattle, sheep, chickens, and dogs could not possibly be fed the same kind of feed. Under severe interrogation, the physician finally revealed the truth. The notion of rat feces was merely a ruse. While it indeed had some effect, it was not lethal in the short term. The real cause of death was a venom from a snake known as Bai Chao Ming, which had poisoned the fodder consumed by these animals, leading to their sudden demise overnight. Chao Yuanlu then stated that the physician had named the mastermind behind this incident. It was none other than the trusted eunuch Deng Kong, close to Prince Chen. Qin Ge nodded, revealing that he learned from the physician's brother-in-law that this man had come into a large sum of money earlier in the year, promptly resigning from his position as a veterinarian to invest in breeding enterprises back in his hometown in Hunan. Following a minor confrontation over financial disputes with his siblings, his elder brother divulged everything under slight pressure. The Crown Prince, his expression austere, inquired about the physician's whereabouts. Qin Ge responded, stating that he was in the interrogation chamber, still alive. That will suffice, the Crown Prince declared, rising. Take him to the Yongyan Hall. The Yongyan Hall served as the residence of Prince Qian. After reaching adulthood, he established his court outside the palace, yet due to frequent visits for scholarly pursuits, discussions, and daily greetings to the Empress at Koan-Ning Palace, he often stayed at Yongyan Hall. As Zhao Yuanlu felt vindicated, his prince even intended to seek justice personally, tears streaming down his face as he followed closely behind. Upon reaching the corridor, the Crown Prince noticed Yunkui, a palace attendant outside the hall, and after a moment of silence, commanded her to follow. He did not expect her to glean Prince Qian's next plans through dreams, but exposing her to the spectacle would bolster her courage, making her aware that as the heir apparent, he could eliminate anyone at a whim, and she ought to consider how many lives she had before acting recklessly. Indeed, the bloodied body of the physician was soon brought forth, causing Yun Kuei's face to drain of color, leaving her frozen in horror. The Crown Prince withdrew his gaze. Chapter 30. Yun Kui was somewhat taken aback by his sudden mention of the sixth prince. Could it be that the sixth prince had been secretly observing her in the palace and was discovered by him? Therefore, does he wish for me to acquiesce? Or does he not? Yun Kui blinked her eyes and inquired, Does His Highness wish to keep this humble servant? The Crown Prince coldly remarked, I am inquiring. Yet you evade a direct response and choose to pose a question to me instead. This is a sign of disrespect.
Ah, disrespect? Sharaplia.
Laughter bubbling forth inexplicably within her. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's countenance darkened. Was I respectful when I touched your pectorals? When you pin someone down on the couch? Do you show respect? Do you exhibit reverence when engaging in a forceful kiss?
Haha.
The Crown Prince fixed his gaze upon her intently. Yun Kui pondered for a moment, and the laughter within her abruptly ceased. Surely, His Highness the Crown Prince does not harbor disdain for me, wishing to cast me away. This simply won't do. If the Empress were to discover my incompetence in handling matters and that I intend to bring harm to her son, she would undoubtedly see to my demise. Forget it. Better cling to His Highness the Crown Prince for now. The Crown Prince. So he was merely the lesser of two evils, a reluctant choice after all, with honeyed words of loyalty on his lips, yet in truth, nothing but a treacherous little ingrate. The Crown Prince turned away with a frosty expression. Seeing his darkened countenance, Yun Kui hastily scurried after him.
Ah.
This humble servant wishes only to follow your highness. From beginning to end, the Crown Prince did not cast a single glance in her direction. Upon returning to the Qingguang Hall, Yun Kui stood helplessly outside the interrogation chamber, watching as the two were dragged inside for questioning. With no further instructions from the Crown Prince, she could only wait in the dimly lit corridor. Within those walls, the sounds of torment echoed mercilessly, a cacophony of anguished cries that seemed to transcend the limits of human suffering. The wails bore an eerie resemblance to the desperate sounds of a trapped beast, slowly being torn apart and devoured inch by inch. Although she had not experienced it firsthand, the chilling and harrowing sounds sent shivers down her spine. The sky had long since darkened, and the wind that swept through the corridor chilled her to the bone, leaving her spine drenched in a cold unease. Was this cruelty? Indeed, regardless of whether that manager Deng sought to entrap the esteemed eunuch Chao or, as he claimed, to unleash his personal grievances upon others. The countless palace attendants of King Fengxi and Qianyuan Terrace have tragically met their demise due to his machinations. He is undeniably in the wrong. She clenched her fists and inhaled deeply. Fear not, fear not. She had committed no wrongdoing. Inside, time slipped away unnoticed, and the anguished cries of men faded into silence. When the Crown Prince emerged, his towering figure was shrouded in the intricate interplay of light and shadow beneath the corridor, his emotions obscured. Yet the lingering scent of blood clung to him. Yun Kui obediently stood to the side, and the Crown Prince cast a glance her way, his gaze profound. Yet he remained silent. Upon returning to the hall, Zhao Yunlu served him a bath, and after his cleansing ritual, Deshan arrived to report that the evening meal was prepared. The Crown Prince, lacking appetite, contemplated silently before responding, I shall go shortly. As was her custom, Yun Kui sampled the dishes first. Having dined at Granny Yan's during lunch, she had deliberately refrained from eating excessively to maintain decorum. Though she had been hungry for some time, The events of the afternoon and the lingering scent of blood outside the torture chamber left her feeling somewhat nauseous at the sight of meat dishes. She tentatively tried some vegetarian options, completely avoiding the meat, especially since the Crown Prince was known to prefer a plant-based diet. Indeed, whether due to his poor appetite or a recurrence of his ailment, the Crown Prince ultimately consumed only a modest amount of broth. As night fell and they shared the bed, Yunkui quietly gazed at the face beside her, perpetually distant and indifferent, aware that she should remain compliant and avoid provoking him. Yet, as the night wore on, an overwhelming hunger suddenly enveloped her. She placed a hand on her stomach and couldn't help but lament inwardly. Alas, I am so hungry. Fortunately, the Crown Prince is a feast for the eyes. From this angle, his profile is simply exquisite, akin to a finely carved sculpture. His eyelashes are so long, and his nose so high. How can one be so perfectly formed? Pray tell, little sunflower, where shall you commence your feast upon this most delectable Crown Prince? Shall you begin with his nose, his eyes, or perhaps his lips? Perhaps we should indulge in a delightful morsel of cheek, savoring each delectable bite. The Crown Prince. He was truly vexed. Summoning her to his chamber was intended to alleviate his headache. However, it seemed she encountered some sort of predicament every night. Whether it was due to overindulgence in food, hunger pangs, an urgent need to relieve herself, or the compulsion to express her thoughts and sentiments about dreams that had haunted her, not to mention her insatiable desire for his beauty. In short, there had not been a single peaceful night. As Yunkui observed, she noticed his slightly pursed lips begin to move, startling her into a sudden tremor. Was he still asleep? Should you choose not to sleep, then begone, you solitary one. Yunkui was rendered speechless, astonished. How could his highness know that I have not slumbered? Could it be that he possesses the divine eye? She could ensure not a single sound escaped her. Even her breath was barely audible. Gurgle, gurgle. Dangui. Stupid stomach. Must you choose this exact moment to growl? The prince pressed his temples with a weary sigh. Yunkui offered an awkward smile. Your Highness, I barely ate this evening, and now hunger keeps me awake. Oh, how I yearn for my milk and water chestnut cakes, so pristine and tender, so delicately sweet. Woe unto those who have never tasted such bliss. The prince's temple twitched slightly as he spoke in a hushed voice. If you're hungry, then go and eat. Yunkui pursed her lips and replied, that plate of milk and water chestnut cake is still here, but it was made for your highness. How could I possibly indulge in it alone? The prince paid her no mind, and Yunkui nestled closer to him. Pondering that his highness had consumed merely half a bowl of soup that evening, he must surely be quite hungry by now. May I present this tray of delicacies for your highness to savor together? The Crown Prince remarked, I am not hungry. You may dine alone. Yunkui, failing tishärtenet, replied. If your highness does not partake, then neither shall I, for I have gained weight of late. Gazing upon the alluring beauty of the Crown Prince as he drifts into slumber, I find my hunger somewhat diminished. The Crown Prince sighed deeply. Bring the food, then. Upon receiving the command, Yunkui rose with a smile, exclaiming, I shall attend to it at once. She hastily changed her attire and returned indoors to reheat the plate of pastries in the kitchen before rushing back. The Crown Prince had already risen and seated himself on the divan. Yunkui placed the bowl and plate on the Kong table, lifting the lid to reveal the fragrant, soft pastries still steaming with warmth. She gently nudged them toward him. Your Highness, please try them. The prince eyed her skeptically before finally picking one up and taking a deliberate bite. The texture was indeed tender. The delicate sweetness of rice mingling with the rich aroma of milk, each mouthful yielding the crisp sweetness of water chestnuts. Yet, both the craftsmanship and presentation were undeniably rustic. Finishing the entire piece without a change in expression, he offered a simple verdict, passable. Yunkui, secretly pleased by the faint praise, thought to herself, as expected. He still has a fondness for sweets. The prince scoffed coldly and declined further indulgence. In the past, a servant who dared presume their master's preferences so carelessly would have been caned. Lifting his gaze, he studied her. Aren't you going to eat? Should this servant refrain? Then, Yunkui licked her lips, her gaze filled with sorrow. Every day, I partake in your highness's meals, and my figure has grown rounder. Do you not think I have become plump, your highness? In a fleeting moment, the prince's attention was drawn once more to the slightly parted neckline of her garment, revealing a delicate allure akin to warm jade, with a fragrance that was both subtle and enticing. The vivid sensation from that evening lingered at his fingertips. He recalled his youth spent in the snowy expanse of the northwest, where a whimsical impulse had led him to mold a snowball the size of a palm. He also remembered the tender softness of milk and horse-hoof cake. With an impassive demeanor, the prince lowered his enigmatic gaze, fully aware of his own corpulence. Yet he inquired, "What is it that you wish from me?" Yunkui rested her chin on her forearm, her lustrous eyes gazing at him. "Your Highness, do you prefer your servant to be plumper or leaner?" The prince calmly remarked, "I prefer you to be more tranquil." Yunkui smiled with a gentle curve of her lips, saying, "Then I shall have a peace. Otherwise, I might find myself too hungry to sleep later," disturbing His Highness's peace. After the two enjoyed some snacks and rinsed their mouths, Yunkui contentedly nestled into her bed. At last, tranquility enveloped her side. The crown prince closed his eyes and found himself dreaming of a moment from his 13th year, amidst the snow of the northwestern encampment. In that harsh and frigid frontier, he had never witnessed such a heavy snowfall in the capital. Overnight, the snow had accumulated over a foot deep. Outside the tents of the generals, someone had built 3 snowmen, resembling a family of 3 from a distance, perhaps a soldier longing for his wife and children after prolonged battles. Having lost both parents at a tender age, he had never experienced a moment of familial bliss, nor had he known the joys of childhood or crafted a snowman. On that day, perhaps spurred by a whimsical impulse, he had bent down to gather a handful of snow, rolling it into a snowball the size of his palm, intending to attempt building a snowman. However, upon noticing soldiers moving about outside, he discreetly set it down and returned to his tent to continue studying military texts, never again indulging in the snow. The scene shifted, revealing the girl presenting a plate of delicate, white pastries before him, milk and horse-hoof cake, crafted by her own hands. She urged, "Your Highness, do try." He sampled 2 pieces, finding them indeed fragrant, soft, and sweet. "Your Highness," the girl with a mind full of mischief asked with a beaming smile, "which is sweeter, the pastries or I?" He did not respond, yet somehow found himself drawn to the bed, his hand being guided to the soft, snowy skin beneath her collarbone. With shyness and trepidation, she winked at him, "Your Highness, do you not always doubt my loyalty? My heart lies here. Feel for yourself. Does it harbor another?" As his palm brushed against the warm, tender flesh, the crown prince was jolted awake from his dream. How could he be dreaming such absurd dreams? He rubbed his temples, realizing something felt amiss, and instinctively turned to the girl beside him, who lay with her back to him, her shoulders gently trembling. Simultaneously, he heard her inner cries. "Oh, dear. Hold on. Hold on, little Kuehua. Pretend nothing has happened. See nothing. Stay composed, stay composed. As long as I act oblivious, the only one who will feel awkward is him." The crown prince was taken aback. Indeed, she had intruded into his dreams. Yet, he could not discern whether it was his own thoughts manifesting in dreams, or if her presence had cast such a shadow that, even in slumber, she stirred his desires. His fingertips still lingered with the warmth from the dream, the delicate and supple skin pressing against his roughened palms, sending ripples through him. He sensed a growing awareness of his own body as response. The crown prince closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Clearly, this girl could not conceal her feelings. Upon waking, her gaze held a peculiar significance. "Is His Highness attending court today?" He averted his gaze. No need. The court convened every 3 days, and Emperor Chunming had intended to showcase his diligence. He had even contemplated holding court on alternate days, but often found himself lingering in the inner palace, lacking the stamina to pursue such a notion. Yunkui leaned closer, smiling. "I learned to style hair from Granny Yen yesterday. May I try it on you today, Your Highness?" She was so near that her warm breath brushed against his neck, her expression one of eager anticipation. Chapter 31. Yunkui observed that his gaze grew increasingly profound, even bordering on terrifying. "Calm down, my esteemed one. The dreams you conjured are of no concern to me. I have renounced worldly desires, kind benefactor, please." Before the thought could fully form, the man's palm abruptly tightened its grip. Yunkui had no time to react before she was pulled forward by the shoulders, her limpid eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed up at him. "Your Highness." The Crown Prince's gaze darkened, his eyes leisurely drifting downward. The moment his calloused fingertips brushed against the delicate flesh, soft and dewy as lychee fruit, the maiden beneath him trembled violently. Biting her lip in distress, Yunkui blurted out in panic, "Your Highness, last night I truly did not dream of you." The Crown Prince scoffed derisively. Yunkui's muddled mind slowly cleared, only to realize her words were a blatant admission of guilt. The prince, in no hurry now, leisurely traced the expanse of snow-white skin, watching as delicate pink bloomed across its surface. The lavish pomegranate motifs embroidered upon her undergarments undulated with each breath, their plump fruits swaying as if beckoning to be plucked, their juices savored between eager lips. "How audacious you've grown," he murmured. "Tell me, how long have I indulged your impudence?" Yunkui pouted with grievance, but in the dream, it was your Highness who... Before she could finish speaking, the tender flesh was pinched hard by the prince's knuckles. Yunkui instinctively bit her lip, yet failed to suppress a delicate moan that escaped. The sound was so soft, it instantly disrupted the man's steady breathing. Their breaths mingled intimately as Yunkui's lashes fluttered uncontrollably. The prince's gaze burned dark and intense upon her. "Didn't you say," he murmured, voice thick with desire, "that you wish to take advantage of me every single day? Why does it seem like a paper tiger at this moment?" Had she not recklessly pinned him down last time and spoken so boastfully, she might have still feigned the innocence of a naive little rabbit. However, all her facets have been laid bare, making every gesture appear as if she were coyly resisting yet secretly inviting. Perhaps it would be better to simply yield to him? In dreams, everyone appears so joyful. Have you not longed to experience it as well? Perhaps His Highness the Prince is even more formidable and exceptional. Aren't you also quite tempted? Stand tall and assert yourself. Do not allow others to underestimate you. Contemplating this, Yunkui gritted her teeth, puffed up her chest like a leaping carp, and forcefully struck his muscular chest. The Crown Prince. Yet, with that collision, it seemed as though something unusual was sensed in front of him, striking her lower abdomen with a near clarity. Upon realizing what it was, her entire face flushed crimson. "This commotion is rather excessive, isn't it? They say the more prominent a man's nose bridge, the more extraordinary his talents. Goodness, it seems to be true." A muffled chuckle resonated above her. The maiden's dewy almond eyes fluttered, their gazes intertwining. As he inclined his head downward, Yunkui's hand moved faster than her thoughts. Instinctively, she pressed her fingertips to her lips. The Crown Prince regarded her with a smoldering intensity, yet made no move to remove her hand. His dark eyes drifted lower, and his cool lips descended upon the delicate hollow beneath her collarbone, where the sheer fabric of her undergarments barely contained the softness beneath. Yunkui had never imagined he would kiss her there. A shiver of electricity raced through her, her body trembling violently at the unfamiliar sensation. His lips lingered against the fragrant warmth of her skin before, without warning, he bit down, sharp and punishing, just below her collarbone. A whimper escaped her, tears glistening in her eyes as her ears burned crimson. The hand that had shielded her lips now dropped, pushing weakly against him, only for his mouth to claim hers in a sudden, breath-stealing kiss. Having endured this before, Yunkui had believed herself prepared, capable of facing him with composure. Yet her body betrayed her once more, melting, quivering, her pulse a frantic flutter. Her hands, lost and seeking anchor, wandered until they settled upon the firm plane of his lower back, fingers curling hesitantly around him. Such a fine waist," she murmured. Her slender arms, like delicate vines embroidered upon silk, wound tightly around him. His breath grew ragged, the kiss deepening from tentative exploration to something far more consuming, as if he sought to claim every corner of her mouth. Fearful of reliving the discomfort of their first encounter, Yunkui tentatively responded, her movements shy yet earnest. Where their lips met, his kiss was searing, a wildfire in her veins, sparks igniting beneath her skin. Those unseen embers took flight like butterflies, lifting her, cradling her, until she drifted weightless among the clouds. His technique has improved so suddenly, she thought hazily. A soft whimper escaped her. The cunning palace. Today marked the occasion when the imperial consorts paid their respects to the empress. Emperor Chunming's harem was so abundantly populated that, even excluding those who routinely claimed illness to abstain, the procession of attendees formed an impressive spectacle. Though protocol dictated daily courtesies, the empress, unwilling to endure their presence, yet desiring to project an image of magnanimous sovereignty, had graciously reduced the requirement to quinquennial audiences, a concession that earned her widespread praise for benevolence and harmony. The consorts entered in clustered groups, offering obeisances before seating themselves according to strict precedents. The recent commotion at Yongyan Hall involving the Crown Prince had become whispered knowledge among them. How the New Year's sacrificial incident at Qianyuan Terrace was orchestrated by Prince Chen's trusted eunuch. Now imprisoned in the Eastern Palace, with his fate unknown, maintaining perfect decorum, none dared voice opinions openly. Though privately they recognized Prince Chen's likely culpability, an attempt to replace the Crown Prince's retinue during his military campaign, thereby infiltrating the Eastern Palace with his own agents. Yet this remained a conflict between princes, mere spectators. They refrained from commentary before the Empress, lest they invite displeasure. Most still oriented themselves by the Empress's lead. With the Crown Prince foremost and 2 other legitimate heirs in reserve, none dared covet the succession despite Emperor Chunming's prolific progeny. Harem intrigues served familial ambitions, maternal aspirations, or personal advancement, yet with the ultimate victor between Emperor and Crown Prince still uncertain, premature maneuvering proved futile. Moreover, the Emperor distributed his favors with impartial regularity. Even those of modest lineage or beauty could expect royal attention if they observed propriety, maintaining an uneasy peace amidst the blooming rivalry. The imperial selections served dual purposes, binding powerful clans to the throne and ensuring dynastic continuity. The Empress understood this political calculus perfectly, yet such understanding did nothing to mitigate her visceral loathing for these women who diluted her privileges and whose ceremonial assemblies rivaled the Emperor's own courtly audiences in scale. On the other hand, it is also due to the years spent in a battle of wits and courage against the Crown Prince, during which she faced repeated failures that left her disheartened. Her son has yet to ascend to his rightful position, and now the Crown Prince has uncovered the truth behind the death of the sacrificial offering, striking a severe blow to Prince Chen. The ladies of the harem have likely long since taken on the demeanor of spectators, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama with a sense of detached amusement. Upon contemplating the future when Emperor Chunming firmly establishes his reign, the thought of these individuals reaping the benefits incites a simmering ire within the Empress. It is one matter to harbor such disdain internally, yet she must maintain a facade of cordiality. The Empress glanced past several concubines, her gaze ultimately resting upon a somewhat pallid woman. Yupin, how has the 9th prince been faring these past few days? Upon hearing this, Yupin rose gracefully and stepped forward to offer a courteous bow. The once radiant and beautiful maiden now had reddened eyes, her voice slightly hoarse as she spoke. In response to your majesty, Shoer's wounds have all formed scabs, yet his arms still ache severely, and he cries every day. The queen did not feel any sympathy for the son of others. In fact, she believed that the 9th prince should have been taught a lesson long ago. The emperor's excessive indulgence had emboldened Yupin, allowing the 9th prince to act recklessly and speak without restraint, providing the crown prince with an opportunity to exploit the situation and causing the emperor to lose face before the court officials. It was a relief that the queen did not scold her. Instead, she admonished sternly that having learned from this experience, one must be even more cautious and reserved in the future. Yupin bit her lip and bowed in acknowledgement. The queen harbored a particular disdain for Yupin, who, despite her humble origins, possessed a beguiling charm that had captivated her nephew, Xia Huaichuan, nearly causing a rift within his family. Had it not been for her persistent counsel, her nephew would not have returned to his senses and willingly married the granddaughter of the Duke of Ling. The Yu family should have abandoned their ambitions, yet they foolishly sent their daughter to the palace to serve as a courtesan, now sharing the affections of the same man as her. The queen could not fathom her nephew's thoughts. She felt deeply unsettled, but the more discomfort she felt, the less she could allow it to show on her face. If the emperor were to discover that his favored consort had once been betrothed to the Xia family and they had shared a mutual affection, it would not only lead to Yupin's downfall but could also jeopardize the Xia family as standing. After the concubines had paid their respects and exchanged pleasantries in Kuan Ning Palace, the queen permitted them to take their leave. Yupin walked through the crowd with a despondent expression when unexpectedly, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Their eyes met, and she immediately lowered her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. By the palace path, the heir of the Duke of Ningda, Xia Chuan, stole a glance at her, suppressing his emotions of longing before finally averting his gaze. He could not go to Baohua Palace to see the ninth prince. Instead, he had deliberately chosen this moment to enter the palace to pay his respects to the queen, knowing that the concubines would visit Koan-Ning Palace today, hoping to catch a glimpse of her from a distance. However, upon seeing her in such a forlorn and pale state, a profound ache surged within Xia Chuan.
Aunt.
Upon entering the grand hall, Xia Chuan bowed respectfully to the queen. Seeing him arrive, the queen slightly furrowed her brow. Yupin had just departed, and his arrival so soon raised suspicions about his intentions. Once the crowd was dismissed, the queen was about to inquire further. But Xia Chuan spoke first. Has the secret remedy my aunt provided been given? He deftly shifted the topic, prompting the queen to momentarily set aside her concerns and shake her head in response. It has been given, but she is timid and fearful, or perhaps has not found the opportunity, and thus has yet to administer it to the crown prince. Certain matters could not be openly discussed with the emperor. Some forbidden potions and poisons were best kept away from prying eyes, entrusted instead to her nephew. As he was the cousin of the second and sixth princes, he was family. The Xia family's rise and fall were interconnected, having stood at the pinnacle of power for 20 years. None wished to descend from their lofty heights and become mere dust beneath others' feet. Thus, they were compelled to devise every possible means to overthrow the crown prince and support the Qin prince in taking the throne of the Eastern Palace. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chuan inquired, "Is it the sole maid of honor remaining in the Eastern Palace whom my aunt has given the remedy?"
Indeed.
The queen confirmed. "Is there a problem?" He then recounted the matter of the 7-day powder truthfully, stating that she had no means to neutralize the poison and could only rely on the crown prince's command to He Bai Ling for the antidote. The queen's complexion paled slightly, her grip on her handkerchief tightening. "Are you saying that the crown prince, fully aware that she had been poisoned, still went to great lengths to save her?" Xia Chuan nodded. "Yes. This wretched girl truly possessed some skill, managing to elicit the crown prince's intervention." Suddenly, a thought struck the queen, and a wave of panic washed over her. That secret remedy she had given her, she couldn't have already surrendered it, could she? Chapter 32. Yunkui lowered her head and noticed that the bite mark had indeed become visible. It was neither too high nor too low, and despite her attempts to cover it with powder, some had been rubbed off by her clothing. Seeing her blushing face, Mama Yen couldn't help but chuckle. Choosing not to tease her about it and instead inquired, "Did you prepare some pastries for His Highness yesterday?" Yunkui nodded, albeit he only consumed a small piece. Mama Yen then asked, "What did His Highness say?" Yunkui fidgeted, responding, "He merely remarked that it was acceptable. I suppose my culinary skills are lacking." However, Mama Yen countered, "If His Highness truly disliked it, he wouldn't have even cast a glance at it, let alone tasted it. Saying it was acceptable is indeed a compliment." Yunkui chuckled softly. "His Highness is rather strict." Mama Yen agreed. "Indeed, His Highness never indulges in gluttony. One could say he is quite fastidious. The kitchen prepares over a dozen exquisite dishes for each meal, yet he only selects 3 or 5 to sample, which is already commendable." Yunkui mused that such a discerning person had, after a bit of coaxing last night, accompanied her to enjoy some pastries in the middle of the night. She twirled a loose strand of hair around her finger, recalling the enchanting dream he had last night, and the scene of him pinning her to the bed and kissing her this morning. She felt uncertain, was he truly angry or... The esteemed crown prince, embarrassed by having his intimate dream discovered, must have been flustered, hence the fierce bite to signify punishment. But if it were punishment, surely a slap would suffice. Why resort to biting there? A single bite would serve as a lesson, yet he lingered to kiss her lips, and for so long that her lips nearly lost all sensation. Remembering that moment, a wave of inexplicable excitement surged within Yunkui, her cheeks flushing deeply. It was no wonder that the characters in her dreams reveled in kissing. It seemed genuinely delightful, especially when the partner was the aloof yet noble and exceedingly handsome crown prince. When she accidentally opened her eyes during the kiss, she found herself gazing upon an enlarged, exquisitely sculpted handsome visage, rendering her breath nearly suspended. This was far more pleasurable than tasting any delicacy in the world. How could someone be so breathtakingly beautiful? Such a stunning person would kiss her. Even when she took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his slender waist, he remained focused on kissing, not uttering a word to deter her. The sensation of his waist was indescribably exquisite. With the bandages removed, her palm rested on the gentle curve of his waist, caressing the defined contours, making her feel as if she might float away. She even thought that if he were to bite her again, she might not mind. Before departing, Mama Yen styled her hair into a delicate hanging bun, securing it with a jeweled flower and letting 2 strands cascade down to her ears. As she walked, they swayed gently, resembling 2 adorable drooping rabbit ears. Utterly charming. In the past, there had been female officials in the palace who favored this hairstyle, and it had once been all the rage. As a palace maid, she was of a lower status, so sporting this hairstyle was not considered improper. Noticing Mama Yan's persistent smile, Yunkui felt a bit shy, asking Mama, "Do you think this hairstyle suits me?" Mama Yan replied cheerfully, "Not at all. I merely thought His Highness might appreciate it." Yunkui's ears flushed slightly. "How do you know His Highness would like it?" Mama Yen recalled an old story while styling her hair. When the Crown Prince was a child, he was once reading in a pavilion when a tortoiseshell lop-eared rabbit, raised by some noble, hopped quietly into the garden to graze, unexpectedly leaping onto the stone table where the Crown Prince was studying. Despite his tender age, the Crown Prince was not fond of small animals. When Princess Wenchang gifted him a snow-white ferret to play with, he didn't even glance at it and immediately sent it back. It could be said that the Crown Prince had little interest in anything beyond studying, practicing martial arts, and treating his headaches. At that time, Chow Yuanlu stood nearby and was about to shoo the rabbit away, yet the Crown Prince, while reading, unconsciously began to stroke the rabbit's ears. The rabbit, in turn, nestled contentedly beside him, creating a rare moment of harmony between man and creature. When the attendants arrived with tea, the Crown Prince seemed to finally realize that a rabbit was at his side and quickly withdrew his hand, instructing someone to carry it away. Later, Mama Yen asked if he wanted to keep a lop-eared rabbit as a pet, but the Crown Prince simply replied that he did not like it, seemingly having forgotten about the time he had absent-mindedly stroked the rabbit's ears for quite a while. Mama Yen speculated that the Crown Prince might not even be aware of his unconscious inclination towards soft and adorable creatures. Rationally, he may not allow himself to indulge in anything outside of his duties, yet it was undeniable that everyone has innate preferences. Yunkui touched her hairstyle, suppressing a smile. Deng Kong had died, insisting before his demise that the Qianyuan Terrace sacrificial case was a scheme born of selfish desires to harm others, merely to clear his master's name. In the imperial study, Prince Chun knelt, seeking forgiveness, with Emperor Chunming, the Minister of Justice, and the chief of the Dali Temple present. Emperor Chunming handed over the evidence, and Deng Kang's confession to the chief of the Dali Temple, his face dark with fury, stating, "Prince Chun's governance was lax. I decree a year's salary forfeiture, a 3-month suspension from office, and confinement for self-reflection. Do you have any objections?" Prince Chun immediately bowed his head. This son accepts the decree. Emperor Chunming assigned each of his adult sons to departments suitable for their training, and Prince Chun was placed in the personnel department, directly influencing the appointment and evaluation of officials, facilitating his networking and closeness to court officials. It was a thoughtful arrangement. The chief of the Dali Temple, a trusted minister of Emperor Chunming, stepped forward and said Prince Chun was unaware. It was merely a eunuch by his side who committed the offense. Is this punishment not a bit excessive? Emperor Chunming snorted coldly. I only regret that the punishment is too lenient. After 2 ministers departed, Emperor Chunming, infuriated, swept the memorials off the table, scattering them onto Prince Chun, exclaiming, "These are the good deeds you have done." Prince Chun knelt on the ground, a cold sweat breaking out, his eyes filled with boundless resentment. All those involved in the case had been sentenced to death, and even the veterinary officer had been dispatched far from the capital. Yet unexpectedly, the Crown Prince unearthed the matter with relentless pursuit. Now that the Crown Prince had uncovered the truth and personally brought witnesses to confront them, The incident had become widely known. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could not fail to deduce that this was instigated by Prince Qian. Fortunately, Deng Kong had not betrayed his master until death, and the only victim within the Eastern Palace was a mere eunuch beside the Crown Prince, not the Crown Prince himself. What others thought was beyond Emperor Chunming's control. This time, he could only impose severe punishment on Prince Qian to silence the rumors and demonstrate to the subjects' stance. The Crown Prince was the sole heir, and Emperor Chunming valued and protected him, allowing no one to infringe upon the Crown Prince or those around him, not even the Empress or the princes. Any maneuvers from the Empress and the maternal uncle were typically met with Emperor Chunming's blindness, for they all shared a common objective. However, the issue was that once he decided to act, he must do so decisively, without leaving any room for misinterpretation, lest he inadvertently harm himself in the process. While it was permissible to place spies within the Eastern Palace, it was unacceptable that these individuals were swiftly uncovered by the Crown Prince in just a few days. Emperor Chunming was at a loss whether to commend the Crown Prince for his intelligence or to scorn the Empress and her brother for their foolishness in failing to cultivate even a useful spy, thus easily exposing their master. The Crown Prince had intentionally returned those two spies to the Empress and her brother, leaving them with the dilemma of how to handle it and how the court officials would perceive the situation. The Empress could still present her trusted aides as caring for the Crown Prince's well-being, but the Crown Prince had misconstrued her good intentions. Yet what could be said about the maternal uncle? Once, the Crown Prince, still afflicted by the lingering effects of poison, managed to feign clarity while grappling with the venom coursing through his veins. After all, there were moments when his mind was indeed clouded. However, in the present, fully recovered from his grievous wounds, engaged in the thorough cleansing of the Eastern Palace and the meticulous re-examination of past cases, he stood resolutely and with an air of authority in the court, a stark contrast to his former deranged and bloodthirsty demeanor. The Emperor Chunming sensed, perhaps with a hint of trepidation, that the Crown Prince's malady might have nearly been vanquished. Could this be attributed to Hebelan's influence? The Crown Prince had even dispatched the Imperial Guards to investigate Fenghu's whereabouts, leaving one to ponder how many discrepancies he had unearthed from that fateful battle 2 decades ago. Since the Crown Prince's return to the capital a month ago, events seemed to have spiraled towards a direction beyond control. The Empress was anxious, yet the Crown Prince shared in that urgency. Ultimately, the one seated upon the dragon throne was he. More than anyone else, he yearned to firmly grasp the supreme authority within his hands, to be revered by ministers and adored by the populace, to become the singular sovereign of this vast realm and its people. With a heavy heart, Emperor Chunming closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Instructing a messenger to convey an edict, the Empress was to transcribe 100 volumes of scriptures as a prayer for the Crown Prince, while the Duke Ningda was to be suspended from duty for 3 months and face a 6-month penalty. Like the Prince of Qian, only through severe punishment could the tide of rumors be stemmed. The higher the Crown Prince was elevated, the more solidly the Emperor could secure his own position atop public opinion. News of this decree reached the Eastern Palace, where several officials from the Zhanshi Bureau convened to deliberate strategies in response to the Emperor's actions. The Emperor and Empress were adept at distorting the truth, manipulating the narrative of rumors to tarnish the Crown Prince's reputation, thereby enhancing their own virtuous image, a fact well understood among them. Zhuo Zhanshan proposed that they should emulate their tactics, placing confidence within the Eastern Palace to support the Empress and Duke, while letting the rumor of the Prince of Qian's deliberate framing of the Crown Prince's close associates circulate to alter the public perception of the Crown Prince. Zhuo Zhongyun, however, feared that such actions might backfire. After all, in the eyes of the people, the Empress was viewed as a benevolent and virtuous figure, while the Crown Prince was seen as a malevolent entity. The uninformed populace would undoubtedly cast blame upon the Crown Prince. As discussions ensued, the Crown Prince absent-mindedly picked up a delicate, flaky pastry, took a bite, and then set it aside. He had never been fond of such crumbly confections. In contrast, the milk and horseshoe cake from the previous night, though unassuming in appearance, was sweet and soft, a rare delight to his palate. Suddenly, his thoughts drifted to a similarly sweet and tender young girl. He recalled the intricate pomegranate design adorning her garment and her soft, fragrant skin. How curious it was that everything about her exuded softness, even her voice, which could evoke a sense of longing. Not to mention, with his newfound ability to read minds, he could not only hear the sounds she made in response to his kisses, her breath quickening and uncontrollable murmurs, but also the tender whispers of her heart, sometimes playful, sometimes wistful, and more explicit thoughts that stirred a primal urge within him, desiring to leave his mark upon her delicate skin. As his thoughts returned to the present, he realized he had crushed the pastry in his hand. The officials exchanged bewildered glances. Perplexed by the Crown Prince's sudden act of destruction, unaware of the life he was contemplating in that moment. With an impassive demeanor, the Crown Prince took a silk handkerchief to wipe his hands and coolly stated, "Let us attend to the matters at hand. The rest is of no concern." The officials bowed, timidly acquiescing. Upon returning to the Qingguang Hall, he heard a lightness in the footsteps echoing through the corridor. Chapter 33. The Crown Prince inquired, "Is this hairstyle also styled by Mama Yen?" Yunkui nodded. "What do you think, Your Highness?" Under the warm sunlight, the girl's pair of grape-like eyes sparkled with clarity, and her delicate, flawless cheeks bore a faint blush, resembling the blooming begonia in spring. A smile graced her lips, revealing a pair of shallow dimples, while the hair by her ears swayed gently with her movements. The remaining dark tresses cascaded down her chest, adding an air of lively innocence. The Crown Prince scrutinized her silently for a moment, raising an eyebrow. "This hairstyle is commonplace. Do you critique everyone you see?"
Dangui replied.
Does he not like it? A flicker of doubt and disappointment crossed her mind. She had harbored a subtle expectation, but now it felt as though a small flame within her had been extinguished, and her lips gradually drooped. Noticing her unspoken sentiments, the Crown Prince felt a tinge of annoyance. He did not wish to see her, like those other women seeking his favor, presumptuously conjecturing his preferences and adorning herself in a manner she believed would please him. As was customary, the evening's meal involved tasting dishes. Yunkui, feeling stifled, lost her usual appetite and barely touched her food, only sampling a few bites before standing quietly aside. "I detest the Crown Prince." She suddenly cursed him in her heart, relishing a rare moment of silence. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow and glanced at her. Yunkui kept her head down, her lips drooping like the hairpins on either side of her face, oblivious to his gaze as she continued her silent grievances. "One moment of affection, and then you turn your back. What harm is there in a kind word? Your lips are harder than a duck's and more toxic than a crane's red crown. I shall never kiss you again, nor will I nibble your flesh.
Begone.
You wicked prince." Before she could finish her internal tirade, the Crown Prince abruptly rose, his towering figure casting a shadow that engulfed her in darkness. A chill swept over her back. She shuddered, her rabbit ears twitching. "Your Highness? What has prompted this sudden outburst?" The Crown Prince, with a somber expression, fixed his gaze upon her for a moment before striding towards the study. Qiao Yuanlu specifically approached her, inquiring, "What is wrong with the Crown Prince? He has hardly touched his dinner." Yunkui was equally perplexed. She had merely styled her hair differently, behaving no differently than usual. Yet the atmosphere felt distinctly off. However, she was accustomed to his capricious nature and thought to herself, could it be that his headache has flared up? Qiao Yuanlu shook his head. That should not be the case. She remained unaware that she could alleviate the Crown Prince's headaches if such an ailment were to strike. He would not distance himself, but rather summon her to attend to him. His cold demeanor earlier was evidently due to something else that had roused his ire. The young girl, in her naivety, had unknowingly provoked the Crown Prince. Yet, since he forbade discourse on his headaches, the fewer people who knew, the safer she would be. Qiao Yuanlu, pondering, remarked, "His Highness has eaten little this evening. Yesterday, he did enjoy some pastries personally made by you, which I observed he found quite to his liking. Perhaps you could prepare some more?" Yunkui recalled the Crown Prince's frigid gaze and hesitated. The kitchen has many skilled chefs whose culinary skills far surpass mine. If the Crown Prince does not eat their creations, what reason would he have to appreciate mine? She was resolute in not wanting to make him pastries.
Gao Zuan.
Unable to persuade her otherwise, gently reassured, "Your creations are undoubtedly unique." Reluctantly, Yunkui made her way to the kitchen. Fortunately, preparing pastries served as a therapeutic process, especially when rolling the dough. She imagined the dough as the irksome Crown Prince, easily molded and shaped under her hands, which lifted her spirits. She kneaded the dough into small, fist-sized pieces, marking them with the back of a knife and shaping them into peach forms. A thin layer of rose jam adorned the tips, and small amounts of green dough soaked in vegetable juice were pressed into leaf shapes for decoration. The charming little peach-shaped dumplings were ready, steamed to perfection, resulting in a basket of steaming celestial peach buns. Though not as exquisite as those crafted by the chefs, she considered them delightful enough, at least resembling peaches without being grotesque. She did not prepare them solely for the Crown Prince. She ate 2 herself, set aside 2, and presented the remaining 5 to Chao Yuanlu. Upon seeing the delicate pink buns, Chao Yuanlu displayed a rather complex expression. Yunkui blinked in surprise. Is there something wrong?
Cao Gong Gong.
These buns are perfectly fine. They're not longevity peaches. They can be enjoyed on any day. Or perhaps, does the Crown Prince not eat buns? Chao Yuanlu's expression grew troubled, hesitating to speak, yet considering that the young lady's choice of pastry might carry deeper significance, he took the basket straight to the study. The Crown Prince was reviewing recent intelligence reports from the secret guards. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Yuanlu approached. Your Highness, you have eaten so little tonight. Might you indulge in some pastries? Without lifting his gaze, the Crown Prince replied, No need, remove it. Chao Yuanlu tightened his grip on the tray, but ultimately placed the basket of celestial peach buns in the Crown Prince's line of sight. Look over here, look over here. Do take a glance. The Crown Prince, unaccustomed to such persistent noise in his mind, furrowed his brow and retorted, I said to remove it. Before he could finish, the sight of the delicate pink buns captured his attention. His pupils constricted, momentarily taken aback. Yet, realization dawned on him. These pastries were likely the handiwork of that spirited girl. Was she attempting to curry favor? Or was there a hidden message? The Crown Prince closed his eyes, striving to regain his focus, intending to resume his perusal of the reports, but his mind was already clouded with distractions, rendering the words meaningless. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice low. Did she make these? Chao Yuanlu promptly affirmed, Indeed. The Crown Prince's gaze fell upon the delicate tips of the buns, and he could no longer resist reaching out to take one, uncertain of where to begin. Finally, he took a bite from the tip of the peach bun. The rose jam brushed atop the bun was unmistakably her signature. Surprisingly, it was not unpalatable. The texture was sweet and fluffy, with a subtle hint of rose fragrance lingering on his palate. The softness of the bun tempted him to squeeze it.
Yet,
that single squeeze brought forth memories of the wild escapades from the dark nights, especially given the shape of the celestial peach. The Crown Prince's expression darkened, the veins on his pale hand bulging as his thoughts swirled. If this was indeed a suggestion, it was far too crude. He was not the sort to indulge in baseless desires, nor was he a man of debauchery. After a brief moment, the Crown Prince closed the reports, his face impassive as he exited the study. He intended to discern her true intentions. Having finished steaming the buns, Yunkui decided to return to her side chamber to rest, as the Crown Prince was still in the study, attended by Chao Yuanlu. And she was not needed at the moment. Perhaps his sudden anger today would mean she would not have to serve him at night? Yunkui lay on the bed, nibbling on a celestial peach bun while pulling out a fire prevention manual hidden beneath the mattress to study. After all, times had changed. The Crown Prince now engaged in affectionate displays, and one could never predict when he might draw her into his embrace. From past experiences, she realized that although she excelled in theoretical knowledge, her practical skills were lacking, leading her to surrender easily, akin to the soft-shelled crab he had described. If mere kisses could lead to such helplessness, what would happen later? Would she not be utterly subdued? She could not allow herself to be so submissive. In any case, there was no harm in learning more. However, just as she turned to the second page, the celestial peach bun in her mouth suddenly lost its flavor. The jade peaks of the woman in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to the steamed buns in her hands. The likeness was truly striking, and turning the page only reinforced the similarity. She hadn't realized it at all while making them. In fact, she'd even thought her culinary skills had improved. Yunkui felt a surge of heat rushing to her head, her entire body breaking into a sweat. Would His Highness notice? If he saw that plate of peach-shaped buns, what would he think? Would his mind wander into indecent thoughts? Would he assume she was trying to seduce him? She found herself utterly unable to calm down, squirming restlessly on the bed in sheer mortification. Ah! Her emotions were indescribable, a mix of overwhelming embarrassment, a tinge of bashfulness, and even a faint, illicit anticipation of the Crown Prince's reaction. Would he be angry? Would he bite her again, just as he had that morning? Her fingers brushed against the small red mark beneath her collarbone, recalling the press of his cool lips, the scorching heat of his breath, the sharp sting of his teeth sinking in, that intoxicating blend of pain and pleasure that sent her pulse racing and blood boiling. Burying her face in the blankets,
Yunkui muflet askream.
before she could fully compose herself, Deshan's voice came from outside, knocking lightly. Miss, are you asleep? His Highness is summoning you. Please freshen up and come quickly. A vein throbbed at her temple as she bolted upright. After a hasty wash, she hesitated over her undone hairstyle. Redoing it would be troublesome, and she rather liked how it looked. Perhaps she could leave it as it was? If the prince was angry, surely it wouldn't be over this. She did trust old Nanny Yen's advice one more time. Seated on the divan, the Crown Prince flipped idly through a book when the girl crept in, still wearing those ridiculous twin buns, her eyes downcast as she bowed meekly. A cold smirk curled his lips, his gaze glacial. Upon returning to his chambers earlier, he discovered she had already taken the liberty of leaving, first teasing him with those suggestive peach buns, luring him in only to vanish. Truly, her clumsy attempts at playing hard to get were almost laughable. Who taught you to make these? His tone was icy. Yunkui peeked up cautiously, her peripheral vision catching the 2 remaining buns on the porcelain plate. 2 left. He definitely noticed. The prince's expression darkened further. So she was doing this on purpose. With feigned innocence, she replied, this servant made them herself. How did your highness find the taste? He must have liked them. Or else why would only 2 remain? The crown prince. Oh no. If he has already eaten so much, will he still have room for mine? Abruptly, the prince stood, fists clenched, his gaze sharp and heavy. Yunkui stumbled back in alarm, staring up at him with wide, helpless eyes. The big bad wolf is about to devour the little white rabbit, wah. Gritting his teeth, the crown prince glared at her. Dealing with someone like her, pinning her down and teaching her a proper lesson would only play right into her hands. Instead, he turned the candlestick beside him, and a hidden door slid open behind the folding screen. Gripping her wrist, he pulled her inside. Yunkui's eyes widened in disbelief. The Crown Prince's chambers have secret passages. Chapter 34. In the secret chamber of the Qingguang Hall, individuals of royal blood, treacherous ministers, and the most formidable assassins have all been confined here, yet none have ever emerged unscathed. For her to be made to reflect in such a place is, in itself, a form of elevation. Before departing, the Crown Prince cautioned her, do not move recklessly. This chamber is fraught with traps. Even the slightest disturbance of a seemingly ordinary brick may unleash hidden arrows, piercing your neck. Yunkui's face turned ashen, and she withdrew her outstretched hand, clenching it tightly within her sleeve. Her voice trembled with a hint of grievance. I do not understand why your highness is angry, nor why I am being confined. I shall never prepare delicacies for you again, and I will never make your treats again. The Crown Prince was momentarily taken aback by her retort, his expression darkening further upon comprehension. He had initially entertained the notion of sparing her, should she humbly plead for forgiveness. But her audacity ignited a blaze of fury within him. You have crossed the line time and again, daring to offend me repeatedly. Do you truly believe I will not take offense? In the past, his indulgence had led her to believe she could speak and act without restraint. Today, not only did she harbor lewd thoughts, but she also dared to tempt him with those enchanting peach buns, as if he would be ensnared by her wiles. If he did not curb her audacity now, she would surely become insufferably arrogant by dawn. The Crown Prince observed her drooping rabbit ears and tightly pressed lips, then turned his gaze away. If you remain unaware of your transgressions by tomorrow, continue your reflection. Only when you comprehend your errors will I consider your release. Your Highness. As the door closed, the light in the chamber dimmed, leaving only the flickering candlelight in one corner. Yunkui, furious, stamped her feet, but recalled his warning about the traps and hesitated to move further, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Fortunately, the chamber was far less terrifying than the torture room outside, devoid of the overwhelming stench of blood and cries of anguish. Alone in this space, with no tormentor to interrogate or lash out at her, she gradually acclimated to the silence and found it less frightening. This small, dark room reminded her of a rather risky tale she had once read, wherein two brothers vied for the affections of a heroine. The heroine, originally destined to marry the younger brother, was hidden away by the domineering male lead, confined in a small chamber and subjected to daily torment. Though she had long forgotten the details, the sight of the torture bed and chains before her brought back memories of the scandalous illustrations from that story. The imagery of the heroine bound by iron chains, blindfolded, with a whip brushing against her delicate waist, made Yunkui's cheeks flush with warmth. The terrifying instruments of torture in her mind transformed into mere playful toys. She shook her head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. Contemplating them further would only lead to discomfort. Perhaps it was better to curse the Crown Prince. It was more in line with her current mood. He demanded her reflection, yet she could not fathom what she had done wrong. Was it her fault for witnessing his absurd dream, thus causing him embarrassment? Or was it her creation of those peach buns? Even if he misconstrued her intentions, believing her actions to be deliberate, did it warrant such punishment? Of course, should he ever discover her true thoughts, her taunts, her desires, her irreverence, she would have no defense to offer. Such sentiments were indeed sinful. Upon leaving the chamber, the Crown Prince encountered Xiao Yuanlu, who was waiting anxiously at the door, trembling as he knelt before him. "It was I who permitted Miss Yunkui to prepare some delicacies for your highness, believing you had not dined sufficiently. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." The Crown Prince shot him a cold glance. "Did you also instruct her on the manner of those delicacies?" Xiao Yuanlu's face flushed crimson. "That was not the case. However, I assure you, the young lady harbors no ill intent. She merely wished to draw closer to your highness." He knew his master to be exceptionally astute, especially since returning from the northern frontier. A mere word or expression from those around him could reveal truths invisible to others. Those who had faced punishment were indeed guilty. But Xiao Yuanlu, with decades of experience in the inner court, recognized Yunkui's character clearly. Surely the Crown Prince could see that she had only spoken out of turn once. Otherwise, she was the epitome of obedience and kindness, having never entertained thoughts of harming him, even under duress. Yet the Crown Prince insisted on punishing her. Xiao Yuanlu sighed. "That chamber is a place where even the heavens do not respond, and the earth offers no solace. She is but a young girl, timid as a seedling. Can she withstand such terror? How rare it is for a young lady to show concern for you. Treasure it quietly. Should you frighten her away, you may come to regret it." The Crown Prince clenched his fists at Xiao Yuanlu's boldness, his voice icy as he commanded, "Leave." With no choice but to comply, Xiao Yuanlu took his leave. The Crown Prince sat alone upon the couch, massaging his temples. The deceptions and intrigues of the past 2 decades had trained him to mask his emotions, rendering him adept at navigating life's challenges without revealing his feelings. It had been a long time since anyone had stirred his emotions so deeply, even he himself could not comprehend why. Perhaps it was the indignation of being so brazenly disrespected by a mere maid. Or perhaps it was the unfamiliar intimacy that made him instinctively wary. He had witnessed too many sycophantic flatteries and betrayals from those closest to him, leading him to guard his emotions closely against those outside his circle. Isolation at such heights is chilling, especially for one in his position, surrounded by wolves, uncertain of the dawn. He had no need for false flattery to fill the void in his life. Yet, her presence was unique. The distinct scent of sunflowers she carried eased his headache. Her audacious words shocked and irritated him, yet they also reminded him of the invigorating essence of an unmasked existence. Thus, her occasional jests and jibes did not genuinely enrage him. What truly unsettled him was any deliberate attempt at intimacy, the sensation of being deftly manipulated by her words, and the mounting frustration from her frequent provocations. Pressing his fingers to his brow, he recalled her tightly pressed lips and the expression of grievance she wore as he departed. Could she have truly been brought to tears? This chamber was soundproof. Even the most anguished screams would not penetrate the outer walls. Should one be confined here for days on end, Utterly severed from the outside world, the weight of fear and pressure could drive even the most resolute to madness. Though she was audacious, she was still a naive girl, likely weeping and begging for mercy within those walls.
Yet,
To release her after merely an hour would suggest he was fickle and lacking authority. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on her. She had never acted with decorum. Had he not known this from the start? In a world where everyone sought to bring him down, she alone coveted his very being. Believing that even in her direst moments, seeking solace in his presence could render her life complete. Was this not a form of purity in its own right? His gaze fell upon the coal-burning furnace in the room, and he sighed deeply. The chill of the midwinter month was harsh. Should he turn back and allow her to freeze, he would find himself wasting precious medicine to treat her. With a heavy heart, the Crown Prince rose and adjusted the candle holder. Stepping softly into the inner chamber, he first heard faint murmurs akin to dreamy whispers, muffled, tinged with a delicate sob. An inexplicable tightness gripped his heart as he swiftly located the small figure curled in the corner of the dimly lit room. The young girl huddled on the floor, arms wrapped around herself, trembling slightly, her incoherent whimpers barely audible. The Crown Prince's brow furrowed as he bent down to lift her. In the flickering candlelight, he saw her tightly shut eyes, flushed cheeks, and the glistening dampness at the corners of her lashes, evidence of tears. Pressing the back of his hand to her forehead, he exhaled in relief at the absence of fever. Calling her name yielded no response, so he gathered her into his arms and carried her back to his quarters. As she nestled against him, she instinctively shrank away, murmuring weakly, "Your Highness, don't." He pressed her head firmly against his neck, his gaze cool and detached. "Don't what?" Placed upon the bed, she immediately burrowed into the warmth of the silk quilts. The prince studied her flushed face, uncertain whether she was ill or merely asleep. Just as he considered summoning the imperial physician, she shifted restlessly, her voice thick with sleep. "Your Highness, don't."
Don't spunkwikwi.
The word struck him like a spark to dry tinder, igniting a dark, unnameable fire within him. His jaw clenched as he fought the surge of emotion, his restraint fraying. Unable to resist, he delivered a light swat to the curve of her hip. "Wake up." The sting of pain, coupled with the prince's icy tone, pulled Yunkui from the depths of her dream. Unlike the imagined lash of his whip, this sensation was undeniably real. Her lashes fluttered open, revealing the familiar warmth of his chambers, bathed in golden candlelight. Then she met his storm-dark eyes. Her heart lurched, her tongue nearly stumbling over her words. "Your Highness." Suppressed fury laced his voice as he ground out, "Dreaming?" The memory of her dream flooded back, and she dared not confess. Softening her tone, she deflected, "Does this mean your Highness has forgiven this servant? Am I allowed to return?" A humorless smirk curved his lips. "Tell me, what did you dream of?" She hesitated, feigning pitiful innocence. "I dreamed your Highness punished me, forced me to confess my wrongs. I was terrified." There was no way she could admit she dreamed of being bent over that punishment bench, writhing beneath his whip. The Crown Prince exhaled sharply, his fingers curling into fists. He had worried she might be frightened, that she would weep and beg for mercy, that she might repent and vow obedience. Yet here she was unchanged, her mind still brimming with shameless fantasies. A wave of frustration and helplessness washed over him. Perhaps this was simply her nature, incorrigible, irreverent, her thoughts forever wandering into the obscene. But one question burned in his mind. Was it only in his presence that she indulged in such depravity? Or did she harbor these thoughts for others as well? Had she ever entertained such filthy imaginings with the sixth prince? Or those guards she had once met in secret? Chapter 35. The resplendent stained-glass windows shielded the chamber from the howling winter winds outside, while the brocade beneath her felt softer than an infant's delicate skin. From the icy stone floor of the secret chamber to this warm, luxurious canopy bed, Yunkui still felt as though she were dreaming as the man pressed her down with domineering kisses. His lips and tongue carried an imperious dominance, descending upon her with relentless pressure, nipping and sucking at that tender, vulnerable territory with varying intensity. She had no strength to resist, only able to clutch tightly at his waist. The Crown Prince, adorned in fine silks and jade belts, his noble bearing peerless, She could even distinctly feel the coiled serpent patterns embroidered in shadow upon his robes, lying dormant against his powerful, taut frame like a dragon lurking in the abyss. Moments ago, in that secret chamber, she had cursed him countless times, swearing never to let him kiss her again. Yet now, with their bodies pressed together and their lips entwined, all those vows were forgotten. Wretched man, always tempting me. Hearing this silent curse in her heart, the Crown Prince's breath grew heavier. His teeth pressed down sharply, biting her lip with deliberate force. Yunkui's eyes instantly shimmered with tears. Your Highness, it hurts. His thin lips withdrew slowly, his dark gaze lingering on those luscious, trembling lips. They parted slightly, releasing fragmented gasps, like a ripe cherry bitten open, its crimson nectar seeping forth. His thumb lifted, pressing and kneading the swollen flesh, the glossy sheen of moisture spreading under his touch. Yunkui didn't he know what he intended, only that his obsidian eyes burned with hidden fire. Swallowing nervously, she instinctively flicked her tongue out, trembling as it brushed against the rough pad of his finger. Their eyes met, both frozen in surprise. Unlike the heated entanglement of their kiss, this was different, like being licked by a soft, timid rabbit. The sensation of that warm, damp caress against his skin sent an unexpected tremor through him. The Crown Prince's breath grew scorching as his damp fingertips trailed down her neck. The girl's skin was smooth as polished jade wrapped in silk, her collarbones leading to the soft curves concealed beneath delicate robes, marked faintly with the traces of his passion from the day before. His fingers lingered over the lingering bruise. His tone deceptively calm. Why did you make those peach buns for me today? Yunkui felt a slight discomfort from his fingertips' caress, the searing sensation accompanied by an elusive itch, gradually permeating her very veins. Unable to contain herself, she shivered. Upon realizing that he still harbored concerns about this, a sense of grievance welled up within her. Surely, your Highness does not believe I acted with intent? The delicacies I prepared turned out this way. They may not be visually appealing, yet they are edible. I never anticipated that my efforts would lead to an unintentional outcome. Truly, it was not my intention. It was only when I revisited the fire prevention diagram that I realized their resemblance. The Crown Prince paused momentarily, then let out a cold scoff. After the evening meal, there was little time to spare before returning to his quarters to wash up, yet this individual still managed to find time to peruse the fire avoidance diagram. Naturally, while such behavior was rather perplexing, it was, in her case, entirely plausible. It was neither a deliberate attempt at seduction, and the Crown Prince's gaze softened slightly as he continued to inquire. Knowing her skills were rather mediocre, why would she still choose to do this for me? Yunkui pursed her lips and murmured, this humble servant merely wished to please your Highness, hoping for a kinder disposition toward me. The Crown Prince replied coolly, since I have allowed you to remain, I shall not dispose of you lightly. Perform your duties dutifully. There is no need for flattery. Lowering her lashes, Yunkui responded in a subdued tone, this servant overstepped. It shall not happen again. In his 20 years of life, never had anyone dared sulk in the Crown Prince's presence. Even the Emperor treated him with deference. His expression darkened momentarily before her contradictory thoughts reached his ears. If not for the chance to touch those sculpted abs a few more times, I wouldn't have bothered making pastries to please you. The Crown Prince. He shut his eyes, exhaling slowly in an attempt to regain composure. How foolish to have overestimated her. Despite repeated lessons, she remained unchanged, her schemes nothing more than base desire. Irritation flared within him, his grip tightening until she gasped, her delicate cheeks flushing a deep, intoxicating pink. His breath scorching, he bent low, his lips tracing a slow, deliberate path down the curve of her neck, forcing her to arch in surrender. His tongue is so hot. It hurts when he bites here. Don't bite, just lick. This is unbearable. Her breathless whimpers, fragmented yet potent, drifted to his ears like scattered embers, each one igniting an unquenchable fire within him. So she was not merely a temptress. She played strategist as well, ensnaring him while guiding his every move. His throat bobbed as his mouth found the hollow of her collarbone. Yunkui trembled, her body pliant, fingers twisting helplessly until her knuckles whitened. Yet each time she neared collapse, he adjusted his touch with precision, granting her fleeting reprieve. Truly, a prince is born different. But why must his robes be so intricate? This belt one to yield. Where am I to place my hands? Dazed. She barely registered the sharp click of metal unfastening beside her ear. Her fingers hesitantly brushed his waist, only to find the stubborn sash had come undone of its own accord. She blinked vacantly, her small fingers exploring one by one, and upon encountering the firm and taut contours at her waist, she immediately dove in with the grace of a fish finding its way through water. Oh, I've touched the abs. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces for pieces. It truly seems there are indeed 8 pieces. Uncertain, let me count again. Just as she reached the 3rd count, her wrist was abruptly seized and pinned against the bed. The man's smoldering crimson eyes bore into her, his breathing ragged and uneven. Haven't you touched enough? Her delicate face had long turned crimson, and her almond-shaped eyes appeared shrouded in a misty veil. When she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle. I am unable to restrain my emotions, and I certainly did not mean to offend your highness. I beseech you to pardon my transgressions. Should you dare to do so again. The crown prince released her wrist and spoke in a deep voice. Sleep now. I have indulged you enough for today. Yunkui adjusted her collar and rose to remove his garments. Upon noticing the jade belt at his waist had been unfastened, she felt quite taken aback. Logically speaking, it should not have been so easily undone. Could it be that he did it himself? She cast a dubious glance at the crown prince, only to receive a sharp reprimand, causing her to cry out in pain. Your Highness! The crown prince cast a fleeting glance in her direction, causing her to instantly retreat in dismay. However, as she assisted him in removing his outer robe, she took the opportunity to examine him closely, contemplating that should a similar occasion arise in the future, it would indeed be more convenient to undress. When it was her turn, she pondered whether to release her coiffure. Caught in a moment of indecision, when the crown prince commanded, "It's time to rest," Yunkui then delicately removed her hairpin and attire, cautiously lying down on the inner side of the bed. Noticing her distance, the crown prince effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. Yunkui gazed at the man so near, disbelief washing over her. Her eyelids fluttered as her gaze trailed down his open robe. Just as her small hand was about to reach out, she was softly admonished by the man. Do not move your hands.
Dangui replied.
Am I truly such a person? Indeed, haha.
Well,
if I shan't touch it, then I shan't. She buried her delicate face against him. The maiden's smooth, warm skin pressed close as the crown prince tilted his head back with a gasp, his fingers tightening involuntarily. Yunkui felt something nudge her aside. Glancing up, she saw the hardened muscles bulging along his tensed forearm. Dangui, how am I supposed to sleep like this? It's like resting against stone. The crown prince cast a displeased downward glance at her before slowly releasing his grip, allowing the congested muscles to relax and swiftly regain their supple resilience. Yunkui nestled comfortably against his neck, with a contented sigh, her delicate features softening as she drifted into slumber. Yet her dreams transported her to an unusual scene. There stood the crown prince in a study attending to state affairs, while her dream self lingered nearby, adorned with a pair of fluffy rabbit ear hair ornaments that seemed utterly incongruous within the solemn grandeur of the hall. Instead of grinding ink as a proper attendant might, she idly nibbled on celestial peach buns until drowsiness overtook her and she slumped across the prince's desk in sleep. Then, in her dream, she beheld the crown prince, one hand holding a scroll, the other absent-mindedly stroking the rabbit ears atop her head, his fingers tracing them again and again. A reflexive shiver ran through Yunkui, and she awoke to find an actual hand resting upon her head, her once neat coiffure now thoroughly disheveled. Did he tousle it while I slept? So Lady Yan was right. He truly does have a fondness for rabbit ears. And yet he feigned indifference, calling this hairstyle commonplace and unremarkable, all the while sneaking touches in my sleep, even in dreams. At the phrase feigned indifference, a faint twitch flickered at the prince's temple before he calmly withdrew his hand. Oh no, he's awake now. I mustn't expose him, or I'll be banished to that dreadful little chamber again. Resolving to feign sleep, Yunkui squeezed her eyes shut. The crown prince observed her poorly executed act, her tightly closed almond eyes, her pursed lips, and found himself both exasperated and amused. With a light touch, He brushed aside the stray locks obscuring her face, revealing her soft, radiant features. Yunkui fought the ticklish sensation along her cheek, forcing herself to remain still. The prince's thumb grazed the flushed corner of her eye as his voice, low and measured, broke the silence. The crown prince is risen. Yet his bedchamber attendant still slumbers. What punishment does this warrant? Heavens, what is he doing now? Should I wake or not? Biting back her nerves, she prepared to flutter her eyes open in a convincing display of drowsy awakening, only for the bed curtains to abruptly descend, dimming the light within. The soft shuffle of slippers reached her ears. Peeking through one barely opened eye, she glimpsed the prince's tall, indistinct silhouette through the sheer fabric. Such a fine figure. And so fragrant. He summoned Deshan to attend to his morning ablutions, a tacit permission for her to laze abed a while longer. Assured that no further commands would come, Yunkui settled into her pretended slumber, stealing a moment's rest before seizing the opportunity to rise once the prince had departed. After his morning meal, the crown prince proceeded to the Hall of Reverent Illumination to review covert reports delivered by his shadow guards. Qiao Yuanlu presented tea and ventured. On New Year's Eve, His Majesty will host a banquet in the Hall of Morning Sun for his ministers, ostensibly a welcoming feast in your highness's honor. All officials of the 5th rank and above shall attend with their families. It would be prudent for your highness to consider the matter of selecting a crown princess. In recent years, Emperor Chunming's own sons, Princes Jing, Chun, and Sheng, had all taken wives and sired heirs, while the 4th prince's betrothal had already been settled. The crown prince's prolonged absence on campaign had previously served as justification to delay his marriage, with the excuse that he would choose a bride upon his return.
Now,
having come of age and recovered from grave injury, any further postponement would invite censure upon the emperor. Chapter 36. Qiao Yuanlu understood that the crown prince had kept his distance from women over the years. 3 years prior, Emperor Chunming had mentioned selecting a consort for him, but the ongoing conflicts in the northern borders had delayed such matters until now. With the crown prince's arrow wound healed and his head ailment alleviated, the time for marriage was imminent. However, the crown prince's notorious reputation and volatile temperament, coupled with his chronic afflictions, deterred many noble families from considering him suitable, as if the Eastern Palace were a portal to doom. Nevertheless, several officials favored by the late emperor stood by the crown prince, and he had a few capable generals in the military whose unmarried daughters would make commendable candidates for the position of crown princess. Qiao Yuanlu cautiously observed him and inquired. Traditionally, one first chooses a primary consort and 2 secondary consorts. Your Highness, do you have anyone in mind? It would be prudent to settle this matter promptly to ensure the continuation of your lineage, lest your already infamous reputation be further tarnished by childlessness. He even harbored concerns that if this continued, both the emperor and empress might tarnish the crown prince's name with rumors of impotence, which would surely sway even the neutral officials, let alone those who staunchly supported him. Upon hearing the word impotence, the crown prince cast a cold glance in his direction. Unaware that his thoughts had been overheard, Qiao Yuanlu assumed the crown prince was reluctant to take a wife or concubines. Your Highness, your marriage cannot be delayed any longer. As for Miss Yunkui, no matter how fond you are of her, she is merely a palace maid. For the sake of your own interests, he sighed. When the crown princess enters the palace, bestow upon her a title, be it a favored lady or a talented one, and grant her the riches and affection she deserves. It would not be considered unjust. The crown prince lowered his gaze, betraying no visible emotion. The late emperor and empress had both passed away, and the throne had fallen into the hands of others. He had struggled to reach this point, understanding better than anyone the significance of heirs to the realm. He also knew that as long as he remained the heir apparent, a crown princess would eventually be established. Yet he was not like Emperor Chunming, who needed to rely on a well-populated harem to curry favor with officials and unite various factions. The late emperor had held the world in thrall, yet he had only one wife. In his quest to reclaim the throne, the crown prince relied on a legitimate bloodline, his loyal troops, political strategy, and military prestige. He also intended to gradually unveil the truth about Emperor Chunming and his cohort's treasonous actions, exposing their hypocritical facade to the world. As for the power of the imperial in-laws, while it might hold significant sway for some, it was of little consequence to him. He had no clear image of his future crown princess in his mind. But he was certain he would not marry a woman who trembled at the sight of him, or those who sought to exploit the Eastern Palace's influence to elevate their family without a shred of genuine affection for him. He desired neither a compliant puppet nor a woman bound by rigid propriety devoid of any charm. If he could not find the right one, he would rather remain single. As for Yunkui, her delicate, enchanting visage surfaced in his mind, and he shut his eyes. She was a mere palace maid. Yet she had audaciously approached him in such a manner. If he were to elevate her status, wouldn't she become insufferable? Not to mention her mind was clouded with desires unlike those of ordinary women. Now that she shared his bed, she could hardly restrain herself. And if he were to indulge her further, she would surely cling to him incessantly, demanding his affection. He could not allow her to become too spoiled. As the New Year's Eve banquet approached, news of the Crown Prince's impending selection of a consort spread quickly, and even Yunkui caught wind of it. Suddenly, many began to regard her with sympathetic glances. Perhaps they felt pity for her, serving the Crown Prince without a title, or perhaps they were concerned about how she, as the sole companion of the Crown Prince, would fare under the reign of a true mistress of the Eastern Palace. Yunkui felt little turmoil within. After all, she was merely a maidservant, tasked with serving a master. If fortune favored her with a generous sovereign, she would merely appreciate the extra rewards. The only regret she harbored was that the dashing and delectable Crown Prince would soon belong to another. The Crown Prince, observing her carefree demeanor, found it somewhat tiresome. That night, within the silken confines of his chamber, he gazed at the tearful young maid beneath him and, feeling a rare impulse of kindness, asked, "Do you not wish to ask for something in return?" Yunkui's eyes twinkled with mischief. "What can this servant possibly desire that your highness cannot provide?" The Crown Prince sensed something amiss, and the next moment, he heard her brazen thoughts. "I wish to consume your highness entirely." He scoffed, realizing her audacity. Yet today was different. He would not take her life. Since he had genuinely asked, Yunkui seized the opportunity and pinched his sleeve, saying, "This servant indeed has a request." The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, beckoning her to continue. Yunkui fidgeted in his embrace, eventually voicing her thoughts. Other noble ladies frequently reward their servants, and even the Empress is known to bestow gifts. "I have served your highness for so long, yet you have never. No gifts, and you confiscated the 1,000 taels of silver. Even if not gold hairpins or bracelets, a few gold seeds would suffice." The Crown Prince was taken aback. While others sought recognition and elevation for their families, she seemed solely motivated by desires for wealth. "Do you truly need so much silver while serving in the Eastern Palace?" he queried, having investigated her background and learned she had severed ties with her family, escaping with no one to support her, and had no means to spend while within the palace. "It's different," Yunkui replied with a smile. "Having money brings peace of mind. Even if I don't spend it, just seeing it makes me feel at ease." She winked at him, but the Crown Prince remained unresponsive. "Not only do you withhold food, but you also refuse to give me money. So stingy." The Crown Prince's expression turned cold as he restrained her hand from wandering towards his abdomen. "Enough. It's time to sleep." Yunkui withdrew her hand in disappointment. After a long pause, she sighed and asked, "Your Highness, if the Crown Princess does not favor me, would you send me away?" The Crown Prince's expression darkened as he countered, "Do you wish to leave?" In the past, even the slightest misstep before the Crown Prince could cost one their life, and naturally, Yunkui had longed to escape. Yet now, she found herself uncertain. She recalled tales where favored courtesans were cast out when their mistresses grew jealous. The unfortunate ones might end up as laborers, in brothels or worse. This thought saddened Yunkui. If only the Crown Prince would grant her some means of support, she might leave with dignity. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's face darkened further. There was no possibility of her departure. Now that she had entered the Eastern Palace, they were bound together. Having offended both the Empress and the heir of the Ningde Marquis, there was no refuge for her outside the palace. Where could she possibly go? As Yunkui pondered her chances of escape, she sensed a sudden chill in the air. The cool touch of his jade ring grazed her neck, sending shivers down her spine. It felt as if she were back in the early days of her arrival at the Eastern Palace, fearful and trembling, always worried that with one misstep, The Crown Prince might snap her neck. The Crown Prince traced the kiss marks on her fair skin, gazing into her tear-brimmed almond eyes, filled with fear. Her petite, soft form trembled in his grasp, and he thought, as long as she obeyed him, he would protect her. In this world, only he possesses the ability to shield her. Yet, in an instant, the prince's dark, brooding eyes flickered. That delicate little hand trembled as it reached towards his chest, softly caressing it. Her voice as gentle as a handful of water. "Your Highness, please do not be angry." Yunkui had indeed learned to read between the lines. Upon hearing her inquiry about whether he would send her away, the prince's expression immediately darkened. Could it be that he wished to keep her? Regardless, the prince was displeased, and it was best to soothe him. "Your chest is quite firm. I wonder how many more times I can touch it in the future." "Never mind, I shall indulge myself for now." Though the prince was infuriated by her unabashed thoughts, he ultimately chose to endure. A timid little girl, after all, still harbored fear of him and possessed enough insight to know how to placate him. That was sufficient. The next morning, when Yunkui awoke, she found her bedside empty. As she attempted to rise, she was jolted by a cold, hard object pressing against her waist. The prince's bed was the softest and most even. When had such a large foreign object appeared? Could it be a weapon? Surely. No one wished to harm her. Trembling, she lifted the covers, and upon seeing that stone, her pupils widened in shock. Such a large gold ingot, weighing at least 2 pounds. Yunkui's hands trembled as she picked up the hefty gold nugget, astounded into silence. Who, then, sought to bribe her to assassinate the prince? This was far too conspicuous. They had brought the gold ingot directly to the prince's dragon bed. Or perhaps this was the reward the prince had bestowed upon her after she had requested a favor last night? A gold ingot weighing over 2 pounds. Yunkui's heart raced, her palms clammy with sweat. Throughout the day, no one emerged to attempt to bribe her or threaten her with poison. In the evening, as she attended to the prince, she still felt lightheaded, her vision blurred. To be safe, she knelt before him and confessed, "Your Highness, I have unexpectedly received a windfall today, and I am as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, fearing someone wishes to use me to poison you." The prince raised an eyebrow. "Oh, where is the ill-gotten gain now?" "Ill-gotten gain?" Yunkui felt uncertain at his words. Although the treasure was in her possession, the mastermind had yet to approach her. Perhaps it would be wise to wait and see if the person would come to her. She could then assist the prince in capturing them. The prince lowered his gaze, a smile playing on his lips. "Very well, I shall see your capabilities." Yunkui nuzzled against his arm, smiling coyly. "Before that, may I take custody of the treasure?" The prince closed his eyes, striving to ignore the warmth pressed against him, and merely uttered a noncommittal "hmm." In that moment, the delicate, rosy lips of the young girl unexpectedly pressed against his. I shall see how firm those lips truly are. Chapter 37. Yunkui did not impulsively plant that kiss. She came thoroughly prepared, perhaps driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. During her afternoon repose, she once again slipped into the amorous dreamscape of Marquis Ningda's heir and consort Yu. In the past, witnessing such intimate embraces, though she never deliberately averted her gaze, a maidenly bashfulness still lingered within her. The unbridled scenes unfolding before her, coupled with her proximity, even knowing it was but a dream, stirred a nervous flutter, as though fearing discovery. Yet this time, emboldened, Yunkui stepped forward to observe and learn at close quarters. She knelt by their bedside, near enough to glimpse the glistening strands of saliva between their lips. Every intricate detail, the sinuous dance of tongues, the wandering placement of hands, the audible swallows, the faintest whispers escaping their joined mouths, she absorbed with rapt attention. As for the Marquier's lips, an inexplicable discomfort arose within her, prompting her to avert her gaze. Though undeniably handsome, surpassing even the palace guards in comeliness, her standards had been irrevocably heightened by the Crown Prince's peerless elegance. Ordinary charm no longer held sway over her. The sight of him drenched in sweat, heaving with exertion, struck her as almost vulgar. Nevertheless, her clandestine study bore fruit. Kissing, she deduced, was a reciprocal pursuit, a playful chase where tongues explored, savored, and claimed. Having mastered the theory, Yunkui sought to practice with the Crown Prince. Hearing her thoughts, His Highness arched a brow, intrigued by her newfound knowledge. He reclined languidly upon the bed, watching with amused indulgence as she initiated her experiment. The moment their lips met, Yunkui's palms grew damp with nerves. Holding her breath, suppressing a tremble, she tentatively traced the cool curve of his lower lip with the tip of her tongue. The air between them thickened, humid with shared warmth. Pausing, she lifted misty almond eyes to gauge his reaction. The Crown Prince regarded her with detached composure, his lips parting slightly. "Is this your token of gratitude?" he murmured. Yunkui's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her tone imbued with a playful yet alluring charm. "Does your highness desire such a token of gratitude?" Before he could respond, her pulley teeth lightly nibbled at his moist lips, as if savoring a piece of soft sponge cake. After this playful tasting, her tongue teasingly pressed against his teeth. Yet her efforts were in vain. The man remained utterly unmoved. A flush of embarrassment and frustration crept over her. In her dreams, the heir of Ningde Marquis had been most cooperative, but the Crown Prince seemed determined to humiliate her. Biting her lip, she shot him a reproachful glare tinged with indignation, desperately trying to recall the next steps from her dream. But how could she dare replicate the intimate gestures Consort Yu had performed with the Marquis's heir? On the Crown Prince? Then again, she had already touched him freely, pinned him down, and forced a kiss upon him. What more did she have to fear? The prince listened as she murmured words of encouragement to herself, recounting her past heroic deeds repeatedly. Just as he grew curious about her next move, a warm breath suddenly brushed against his ear. The girl exhaled softly, her moist tongue gently caressing his earlobe. The prince's breath hitched, feeling as though a slender serpent had flicked its tongue at him, or like a tiny flame had ignited beside his ear, swiftly growing into an overwhelming blaze. Yunkui noted the flush on his ear and felt a secret satisfaction. It turned out that even the most composed individuals had their vulnerabilities. Mischievously, she extended her soft, slippery tongue, slowly tracing the outline of his ear, her pulley teeth grazing him inch by inch, while her warm breath delved deeper into his ear. Observing his expression, she saw the depth of his gaze, dark and turbulent like thick ink, concealing many things she could not comprehend beneath those unfathomable pupils. She bit her lip, about to laugh, but her body suddenly tensed. Before she could react, he had flipped her over, pinning her down. Meeting his ink-like eyes, her heart raced furiously. Realizing it was time to lighten the mood with some playful banter, she mimicked the tone of the Marquis of Ningde's son and boldly teased, "What is this, your highness? Can you not bear it any longer? This is merely the beginning." The Crown Prince was nearly driven to laughter by her antics. His large hand seized her slender waist as his moist, delicate lips descended upon hers. Before Yunkui could even contemplate resistance, his tongue had already invaded her mouth. After several lingering caresses, her body melted entirely, every finger rendered limp with surrender. Especially when that damp tongue traced delicate circles along her earlobe and the sensitive curve of her neck, her cheeks flushed crimson, her entire being burning as if set aflame, yearning to curl into herself. "Is this the skill you've mastered?" The man's voice exuded a seductive warmth. Might he refine his allure before the next encounter? As for her, was she not already honing her skills? It was evidently he who failed to cooperate. Yet the Crown Prince has indeed made progress today. She gasped softly, recalling the Marquis of Ningde's heir frequently inquiring of Consort Yu amidst their intimate moments. Was this too taught to you by the old emperor? She too imitated the behavior, inquiring, "Your Highness, when did you acquire such skills? Did you practice with other maidens?" As the words fell, her earlobe was fiercely bitten by someone. Yunkui instinctively hunched her shoulders, tears welling up in her eyes. Yet, she was not taken aback. In her dreams, the noble heir of Ningde would ask this very question, to which the jade consort would playfully retort, "What of the Meng family? You and she share nights of passion. Else how could you have sired a pair of children?" The Meng family, she mentioned, was likely the consort of the heir apparent. As predicted, after Yupin finished speaking, the man couldn't withstand the provocation and immediately took the bait. The ensuing scene needs no further elaboration. Lost in her recollections, she remained oblivious to the man before her, suppressing his breathing, his dark phoenix eyes smoldering with restrained intensity like an impending storm. Yet before the Crown Prince could act, A delicate little hand unexpectedly pressed against him first. Even Yunkui herself didn't comprehend what she had done. Her hand moved faster than her thoughts. Emboldened by sudden audacity, her mind went blank, and by the time she realized, it was too late. What followed was an unprecedented shock. His Highness the Crown Prince was indeed extraordinary. The overwhelming magnitude she felt in her palm gave her crystal clear understanding without even needing to see his expression. She was doomed. Utterly doomed. Though she had harbored some expectations in her heart, she had hesitated to take action. Firstly, because during 2 accidental encounters, she had gained a vague impression, though never seen with her own eyes, she knew it must be magnificent. Secondly, having witnessed it many times in dreams, she understood this matter didn't necessarily bring ecstasy to everyone. What if others found bliss while she suffered unbearable pain? That would be a self-inflicted torment.
But now,
she not only touched it but also felt that searing entity continuously expanding in her palm. In almost an instant, her delicate hand was on the verge of being unable to contain it. Her fingertips trembled, and before she could retract them, they were ensnared by the man's rough, large hand, firmly pressed against his side. Yunkui was on the brink of tears. "Your Highness, it was not my intention. It's over." Will he perhaps say at this moment, "You ignited the flame. You must extinguish it yourself?" The Crown Prince, Yunkui, with tear-filled eyes, timidly suggested, "How about this? I could let your Highness touch mine as well, and then we would consider it even." The Crown Prince mocked disdainfully, "Only now do you understand fear." Dangui, feeling wronged, explained, "This servant has always been loyal to your Highness and has maintained a heart of reverence." The Crown Prince scoffed, asserting, "If you truly possess such reverence, you would not alternate between calling yourself the servant and referring to me as I." Yunkui found herself firmly grasped by his wrist and pressed back, utterly unable to move, rendered entirely at his mercy. The delicate pink outer garment slipped from her slender shoulders, revealing a crimson undergarment embroidered with begonia blossoms. The maiden's full bosom rose and fell gently, like tender begonia branches trembling in the cold wind. The Crown Prince's throat moved slightly as his fingers trailed slowly downward from her snow-white neck. Yunkui felt the icy jade ring glide over her heart, then continue downward, its cold, unyielding texture brushing against warm, supple flesh, sending shivers through her. When the ring was warmed slightly by the heat of her lower abdomen, the discomfort eased somewhat, and her quiet sobs gradually subsided. But then the ring ventured somewhere she had never imagined. Her entire body tensed instantly. "Your Highness," the Crown Prince smirked, "did you not wish to settle the score with me?" Yunkui, the kind of settling she had in mind, was certainly not this. The skin here seemed even more sensitive, making the jade ring feel even colder. The slightest touch sent goosebumps rippling across her body. Yet he paid no heed, continuing to trace slow, deliberate circles with the ring. When Yunkui had once rested her head upon his arm, she had studied this ring carefully. The dark jade itself carried an air of solemn authority, engraved with intricate dragon patterns, a motif reserved only for emperors and crown princes, along with scriptures she could not decipher. Now, those very scriptures pressed against her, alternating between light and heavy strokes. Yunkui trembled uncontrollably, her fingers clutching the sheets beneath her in desperation. The Crown Prince remained unmoved. With just the slightest pressure of his fingertip, her tears spilled forth in large drops. "Your Highness, I admit my mistake." Truthfully, he wasn't certain whether others reacted this way, or if she was simply too sensitive, weeping at the slightest touch. Yunkui buried her face in the bedding, sobbing softly. "I'm so useless. What? I'm completely worthless." The Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh. This girl was truly a paper tiger. He had barely begun, and she was already falling apart, utterly unreliable. He lifted the corner of the quilt, revealing her disheveled face, then casually held the ring before her. Yunkui reached out with trembling fingers, and he slid the glistening jade onto her hand. Rising, he was about to summon Shun to tidy up when he glanced back at the small, fragile figure curled beneath the sheets. Changing his mind,
he called for 2 maids instead.
These maids had been carefully selected for their discretion and loyalty. Entering silently, They kept their eyes respectfully lowered as they straightened the bed, daring not to make any unnecessary sound. Yet when they glimpsed the marks upon the silk bedding, they couldn't help but exchange astonished glances. His Highness hasn't even removed his robes. How did this happen? This young lady is far too delicate. How could she already? Trained in the inner palace. They were not ignorant of such matters. A mere whiff told them it was not the Crown Prince's doing. If not his, then it could only belong to this bedchamber maid. The maid in pale robes lifted the quilt to cleanse Yunkui, but the sight of that flawless, supple skin made even her breath catch. Chapter 38. Yunkui nestled beneath the covers, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, hesitant to reveal herself. Upon hearing the Crown Prince instructing the attendants to leave, she quietly exhaled in relief. Just as she intended to rise and retrieve a silk handkerchief, the bedding was suddenly lifted, and a warm cloth was gently placed upon her. To her astonishment, the Crown Prince himself had taken it upon himself to assist her in wiping her down. Her cheeks burned with shame, and the cloth's touch upon her skin sent tingles of discomfort coursing through her, leaving her unable to scratch the itch. Biting her lip in restraint, she murmured, "Your Highness, I can manage on my own." Not only was she merely a bedchamber maid, but it was also an unspoken rule that even the Crown Princess herself should not have the prince serving her in such a manner. If Aunt Wei were to witness this, she would surely lecture her repeatedly on propriety. This was indeed the first time the illustrious Crown Prince had ever attended to anyone. In the past, before he possessed the ability to read minds, it mattered little. However, now the cacophony of thoughts surged around him, and although the servants dared not express their opinions openly, their murmurs of discontent echoed in his ears. He was unwilling for the affairs of the bedchamber to be a topic of gossip, even in the silent thoughts of others. Moreover, should anyone glimpse her in such a disheveled state, it would reflect poorly upon him. The Crown Prince remained silent, his expression somewhat grim, leaving Yunkui with no choice but to submit to his ministrations. Yet, the moment the cloth brushed a sensitive area, she couldn't help but flinch. He pressed her down, preventing her from moving, which only intensified her trembling. Why is it taking so long? What could he possibly be looking at? It itches so badly, it's unbearable, she thought. The prince reprimanded her sternly. You've sullied my bedding, and yet you dare to move? Yunkui could only grip her fingers tightly, averting her gaze from him, her hand clutching the damp ring, the cold sensation seeming to linger upon her skin. She couldn't fathom why she felt this way. Even in dreams, Yujin and Aunt Bai seldom acted in such a manner. Even when men exerted themselves, they did not seem to lose composure as she had. She had just witnessed him wipe his hands for an eternity, and the bedding had been completely changed anew. What perplexed her even more was that she had initiated this interaction, naively believing she could employ the myriad of newly acquired knowledge, yet he remained as composed as ever, unfazed by her clumsiness. It was akin to an overly eager man who, after shedding his trousers, could not last even 2 breaths before succumbing. Utterly unacceptable. The Crown Prince, maintaining his composure, continued his task. Unlike her, who could indulge in the pleasures of the fire-dodging illustrations and dream about them, he had to be precise, ensuring he was not left ignorant and unable to perform. As she recalled the damp ring in her grasp, she slightly turned to offer it for him to clean as well. The prince raised an eyebrow at the wet piece of jade, saying, "Why not clean it yourself?" With no handkerchief at hand, she couldn't possibly use the Crown Prince as bedding to wipe it. His gaze darkened. "Are you not adept at licking?" Yunkui's face reddened to her ears. That was not," she stammered, but curiosity got the better of her. Instinctively, she leaned closer to her lips, extending her tongue to taste the water on the ring, finding it devoid of flavor, yet faintly sweet. She bit her lip, then turned to meet the prince's intense gaze, offering the ring with a coy look, saying, "Would your highness like to try?" In a fit of anger, he pulled the entire quilt over her head, concealing her face completely. Realizing what she had just said, Yunkui stifled a laugh beneath the covers. However, as she giggled, a sudden thought struck her, and her smile froze. Just from a mere ring, and I'm already in this predicament. How will I manage moving forward? Woe is me. The following morning, the head eunuch of Qianqing Palace, Tang Fugui, arrived with a message. The Emperor, Chunming, requested the Crown Prince's presence at the welcoming banquet 5 days hence, on New Year's Eve. The Crown Prince had never intended to decline the invitation. Given that the Emperor had punished the Empress and the Prince of Qian and was now hosting this banquet, he surely aimed to make a statement before the ministers. It was an opportune moment to showcase their unity amidst the crowd. The Crown Prince turned to Yunkui and said, "You shall accompany me to the New Year's banquet." Yunkui was taken aback but responded with a hesitant yes. The prince likely wished for her to see more of the world, providing her with new experiences to enrich her dreams, lest she continued dreaming of illicit affairs or romantic encounters with the Crown Prince himself. The Crown Prince's cold gaze suddenly flicked toward her, causing Yunkui's heart to skip a beat. She harbored a suspicion that he had somehow gained the ability to discern her thoughts, as he seemed to unerringly catch her every misstep. Qiao Yuanlu, perceptive as he was, had gleaned some insights as well. Firstly, the prince was concerned about a sudden bout of illness during the banquet, which could lead to a loss of composure before the ministers, a situation that had previously occurred during a sacrificial ceremony, where he had barely managed to maintain his composure amidst a terrifying fit. With Yunkui by his side this year, he could at least find some relief. Secondly, the prince held Yunkui in high regard. Bringing her to the grand banquet served as a reminder to those families interested in vying for the position of crown princess that she was his favored concubine, thereby ensuring her protection. As New Year's Eve approached, with the Empress and the Prince of Qin confined, the Emperor entrusted the organization of this year's banquet to concubine Yin. As the mother of the fourth prince, she was eager to take charge, even summoning him to Changchun Palace for a briefing. Once they were alone, concubine Yin instructed her son, "You must perform well before His Majesty at this banquet. It would be ideal if you could select 2 supporting concubines as well." The fourth prince chuckled helplessly. "Mother, you are too eager. I have yet to marry." The Emperor, in his efforts to win favor with the officials, had chosen many suitable young women from prominent families to enrich the harem, destined for his sons, all of them daughters of noble lineage. The fourth prince's intended bride was the legitimate second daughter of the Pingchong Marquis household. Besides, this is the Crown Prince's celebration. His selection of a bride is of utmost urgency. Concubine Yin lowered her voice. "The choice of Crown Princess is a delicate matter for both His Majesty and the Empress. A girl of too high a status is unacceptable, yet too low is equally so. Especially now that the Crown Prince has recovered, Kunning Palace is even more anxious. When the two of them are engaged in their subtle competition, you and I might just find our opportunity to rise. The family of Prince Jing is of humble origins, and Prince Jing is frail. It is your turn now." The fourth prince finally took her words seriously, nodding in agreement. The banquet soon arrived. On this day, Yunkui donned the most inconspicuous maid's attire, striving to diminish her presence. In truth, serving alongside was not particularly challenging. However, her position was undeniably awkward. Being merely a bedchamber maid placed her in a position that could not be elevated. Earlier, outside Donghua Gate, officials had already regarded her with disdain. And now she was to face the most prominent royal relatives and high-ranking officials of the Great Zhao, perhaps even the future crown princess. How would they perceive her? Ideally, she wished for the evening to pass without incident. As dusk enveloped the Chaoyang Hall, the hall was aglow with thousands of glass lanterns, illuminating the entire chamber with a brilliant radiance. A row of intricately carved screens depicting noble women partitioned the seating for men and women, with one side adorned in brocade robes and jade sashes, while the other featured ladies with elegant hairstyles and fragrant garments, all gradually taking their seats. Yunkui followed closely behind the crown prince, her gaze drawn to his imposing figure clad in a dark blue robe embroidered with golden dragons, exuding an air of authority and intimidation. As the crown prince entered the hall, the entire Chaoyang Palace fell into a hushed silence, with everyone promptly rising to greet him, bowing respectfully. Almost immediately thereafter, Emperor Chunming made his entrance, prompting the court officials and noble women within to again clasp their hands in salute, shouting "Long live the Emperor." The Crown Prince's desk was positioned at the most distinguished spot to the lower left of the imperial throne, appearing almost like a united front, signifying that both were rulers of the realm, a statement of the emperor's stance before the court officials and royal family. Yet, turmoil brewed within him. For 2 decades, he had rightfully ascended to the throne, governing the world with celestial favor, receiving accolades from officials and adoration from the populace. Nevertheless, some members of the royal family still regarded Emperor Jingyu as sovereign, holding the crown prince in contempt, as if he were a usurper. Especially upon seeing the crown prince adorned in a dragon robe, Emperor Chunming's outward composure belied the tempest of fury within. The crown prince, sensing his ire, merely smiled in response. Delicacies were served one after another, and Emperor Chunming raised his cup, inviting the nobles to drink in celebration of the crown prince's achievements. In the recent victory at the northern borders, the crown prince had captured 7 cities from the northern Wei, safeguarding the realm and repelling the enemy 1,000 miles away. A feat that truly benefited the state of Dezhou. The noble lords raised their cups in congratulation, but the name of the massacre, which instilled fear in many unaware nobles and ladies, was carefully avoided by Emperor Chunming, who refrained from clarification. As the music and dance unfolded, the crown prince attentively absorbed the myriad voices around him, while Yunkui knelt behind him, her focus entirely on the exquisite dishes and the performances at the banquet. Meanwhile, beyond the screen, numerous gazes from the ladies were cast toward the crown prince, intentionally or otherwise. Although obscured, his innate nobility, dignified bearing, and commanding presence unmistakably conveyed a singular truth. The crown prince was indeed, as the rumors foretold, fully recovered. Particularly today, the ladies' section was presided over by consortine, with the empress and the crown prince's mother being penalized and confined, barred even from attending the New Year's banquet, leading the assembly to weigh the implications. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the imperial throne would undoubtedly pass to the crown prince, with Emperor Chunming destined to bequeath it to him. Regardless of his fierce temperament or lingering afflictions, he remained the crown prince, the future sovereign. The position of crown princess still promised unparalleled glory. However, many were perplexed as to why the crown prince would be accompanied by a lowly palace made of dubious standing in such an illustrious setting. Was he truly so infatuated that he could not bear to part from her? Not only were the noble women puzzled, but the courtiers beside the crown prince also exchanged whispers. The crown prince gazed across the table, locking eyes with the stern-faced air of the Ningde Marquis, who, after a moment's surprise, quickly raised his cup in salute. The crown prince twirled the golden goblet in his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The heir of the Ningde Marquis clenched his fist discreetly, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Tonight was the opportune moment to confront the crown prince. He could not afford to miss it. He summoned a trusted aide and whispered a few instructions. The crown prince appeared oblivious, yet he keenly observed everything. Amidst the discussions among courtiers regarding the absence of the empress and the crown prince's uncle, the political dynamics, bureaucratic grievances, and domestic intrigues, an abrupt and delicate cry pierced the air. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments softened, and the drums surged, as a man clad in a beast-patterned mask, his robust physique on full display, led a group of valiant men, bare-chested, to perform the resounding Lanning King's March. Top der Golmkumen du Hexa Yunkui. Serving in the depths of the palace, had never before witnessed such a magnificent banquet, nor had she ever observed such a vigorous and exhilarating performance by formidable warriors. The resounding drum beats, the powerful movements, and the robust muscles truly opened her eyes and stirred her blood. As she marveled quietly to herself, she suddenly felt a chill creeping up her back. Upon regaining her senses, she found the crown prince's dark and brooding gaze fixed coldly upon her. Her heart quivered slightly. "Your Highness, what is your command?" The crown prince rapped his fingers on the table, instructing her to shell the hazelnuts for him. Yunkui glanced at the large bowl of hazelnuts before him, her tongue stumbling.
How many should I shell?
"Finish these first," the crown prince replied. Yunkui was taken aback. He seldom indulged in culinary delights, and such snacks as hazelnuts and almonds were usually untouched by him. Today, however, he required her to shell an entire bowl. Reluctantly, she cast a glance at the lead dancer adorned in a bronze mask, but then lowered her head and began her task. Cheers erupted from the banquet, prompting her to look up, only to unexpectedly meet the crown prince's icy stare once more. A suspicion began to brew in her mind as she whispered, "Does your highness forbid me from watching the dance?" "Is this merely a dance?" he retorted. "Isn't it?" She replied weakly, "They perform openly, and everyone watches openly." I cannot simply blind myself. You are a maidservant in my bedchamber, the Crown Prince coldly reminded her. Where in this gathering would a woman like you stare intently at men? Defiantly, Yunkui craned her neck to peer across the screen. She refused to believe that amidst the rousing music and thunderous drums, none of the hundreds of concubines and noble women would dare lift their heads. How could they endure such temptation? To her surprise, her gaze fell upon the sixth prince not far from the table. He had not anticipated seeing Yunkui today and raised his hand to greet her. However, the next moment, the Crown Prince's frosty glare swept over him, causing the sixth prince to hastily retract his hand and feign conversation with the fourth prince. The Crown Prince slowly shifted his gaze away, internally grinding his teeth. Yunkui was now more convinced than ever that the Crown Prince would not allow her to look at other men, not the sixth prince, nor even the muscular performers. To hide away and not let anyone see, yet not permit me to look at others. Is this the magnanimity expected of the Crown Prince? If you were willing to show yourself to me daily, would I be curious about others? Yunkui puffed her cheeks. But upon seeing the Crown Prince's clenched fist and the prominent veins on the back of his hand, she quickly shrank her shoulders, obediently lowering her head to continue shelling the hazelnuts. At the front of the women's seating area sat the noble ladies and higher-ranked concubines. Only a few princesses dared to openly admire the men's bare-chested performance, while the rest of the women kept their heads lowered in hushed conversation. The wife of the Marquis of Wuning sat with her married daughter, Jiang Qingxi. The Marquis had fought valiantly in the past and was greatly favored by Emperor Jingyu.
Now,
Both father and son served as the Crown Prince's right-hand men in various military campaigns. Jiang Qingxi had married the fourth-grade official Shen Yinyu last year and had since received a noble title. As palace maids moved back and forth, refilling the teacups of the noble ladies, one maid accidentally spilled tea, wetting Jiang Qingxi's sleeve. The maid, terrified, knelt down to wipe it off. "Madam, forgive me. It was not intentional. May I take you to the side hall to change your clothes?" In the cold winter, the damp fabric clung uncomfortably to her skin. So Jiang Qingxi explained the situation to her mother, stood up, and followed the maid to the side hall to change. Upon entering, she was greeted by a sweet and cloying fragrance, with red charcoal burning in the stove, making the room feel as warm as spring. Yet, Jiang Qingxi felt a slight dizziness, perhaps due to the lack of fresh air, but she paid little heed to it. The maid guided her inside and retrieved a pre-prepared gown for her to change into. For this grand banquet, the favored concubine had arranged over 10 outfits, anticipating the possibility of spills from the noble ladies. During the New Year's Eve banquet, there had been numerous accidents, and it was wise to be prepared. As Jiang Qingxi unfastened her gown, she felt no chill. Instead, her body grew increasingly warm and numb. Gradually, her vision began to blur, and her limbs lost their strength. Sensing something was amiss, she called for her maid, but the maid, who had been right behind her, was nowhere to be found. Anxious, she attempted to find someone, but suddenly her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the floor. The maid who had spilled the tea immediately moved her to the bed. Meanwhile, the performance continued, and the table before the Crown Prince was laden with exquisite delicacies. Yunkui finished shelling the last hazelnut, dusted her hands, and inadvertently spotted a familiar face among the serving maids. It was Shan Tao, whom she had shared a sleeping quarters with in the kitchen. Shan Tao put down the dish she was serving and winked at Yunkui, who smiled back, her gaze following Shan Tao as she left. To her surprise, Shan Tao waved at her as she reached the palace door, likely inviting her to step outside for a chat. It had been 2 months since Yunkui had last seen her, and she lamented that she had no opportunity to exchange pleasantries in front of the Crown Prince. Pushing the bowl of hazelnuts towards the Crown Prince, she said, "Your Highness, I have finished shelling." The Crown Prince responded with a mere showing no immediate inclination to eat. Yunkui cautiously observed his expression and, with a bright smile, ventured, "Your Highness, I spotted a familiar face from the kitchen. May I step outside to speak with her?" The Crown Prince glanced at her and, unusually in a good mood, permitted her. "Go ahead." Filled with joy, Yunkui thanked him and hurriedly lifted her skirts as she dashed out. The Crown Prince signaled to Qingge behind him. Qingge understood immediately. "Your Highness, rest assured. I will send someone to protect Miss Yunkui discreetly." The Crown Prince furrowed his brow at this. wanting to say something but ultimately waving his hand for the matter to be dismissed. At the women's seating area, Yupin stood up to bid farewell to the favored concubine. Today, fearing the ninth prince might see the crown prince and become frightened, Yupin had not brought him out but had instructed a maid from Baohua Palace to take him to the Imperial Garden to see the lanterns.
He should have arrived by now.
As the favored concubine presided over the women's seating area, her status second only to the empress. She adopted an unusually haughty demeanor and admonished, "The ninth prince has a mischievous temperament. You must discipline him strictly. Once he recovers, he should be taken to the Eastern Palace to apologize to the crown prince." Yupin felt displeased but obediently acknowledged her words. From a distance, the crown prince noticed Yupin rising and immediately gestured for Qiao Yuanlu to send someone to follow her. As the wine flowed, someone hurriedly entered the hall. The individual lingered near the crown prince's seat for a moment before finally approaching him, unable to contain themselves. "Your Highness, I am a servant from Chaoyang Palace and have urgent news to report." The crown prince raised an eyebrow with interest. "Oh." The young eunuch hesitated, lowering his voice as he struggled to utter the words, "Your maidservant was caught in the side hall with a performer in a compromising situation by Chief Steward Lin. You must go and see." Surprisingly, the crown prince remained composed, showing no signs of agitation at the revelation that his favored concubine had been caught in a scandal. The young eunuch, taken aback, urged, "Your Highness, Chief Steward Lin is waiting for you to resolve this personally. The crown prince cannot simply ignore this scandal and proceed as if nothing has happened." The crown prince exhibited an appropriate display of urgency and anger, rising to issue orders. "Lead the way." Across from him, the heir of the Ningde Marquis narrowed his cold eyes as he observed the crown prince's departure from his seat. Over the years, both the empress and his father had exhausted nearly every possible scheme to deal with the crown prince: assassination, poisoning, and various unscrupulous tactics, yet all their efforts had ultimately proven futile. Today, he had laid a meticulous trap in the side hall, and after tonight, the crown prince would undoubtedly become a target of public scorn, abandoned by all. Clenching the wine goblet in his hand, he calculated that the time was ripe, intending to summon the Chunming Emperor and Marquis Wuning to witness the unfolding drama. However, a trusted aide rushed in, drenched in cold sweat, whispering urgent news that made the heir's expression change dramatically, nearly crushing the goblet in his grip. What had transpired? The noble Lady Yu had initially gone to the Imperial Garden to seek the ninth prince, but while passing through the corridor, she was inadvertently jostled, and her garments became soiled, leading her to the side hall. "Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to keep a close watch, and there are also individuals obstructing the crown prince's path. For now, the side hall remains secure, but Lady Yu is inside, entangled with the disheveled dancer. I cannot risk bringing her out. I must await your command." The heir of the Ningde Marquis's face contorted with cold fury, his features nearly twisted in anguish. And he immediately clenched his fists and stood, "Seal off the side hall at once. No one is to approach. Furthermore, divert the crown prince's attention. No. Send Qilian and his men over. We must act tonight. The crown prince cannot be allowed to live." He found it impossible to remain calm. The crown prince must not witness the scene unfolding in the side hall. If he hurried there now, there was still a chance to rescue her. The Hehuan powder was beyond remedy. He could not leave her to be sullied by a lowly performer. He was intimately familiar with the Chaoyang Hall and could easily conceal her there. Yet, he was unwilling to wait any longer. Regardless of whether it was mere happenstance or a deliberate scheme, the moment the crown prince perished, chaos would ensue at the banquet, and all matters would unravel effortlessly. Clenching his hands tightly, he inhaled deeply and pushed open the grand doors of the side hall, only to hear the delicate moans of a woman within. He recognized that voice all too well. It was indeed her. Swiftly extinguishing the incense in the burner, he hurriedly maneuvered around the screen, revealing Lady Yu, flushed and languid, sprawled upon the bed, while the dancer had vanished without a trace. Wait, the dancer? A chill coursed through the air of the Ningde Marquis as he realized something was amiss. Where were the steward Lin and the dancer? None were present. The daughter of Marquis Wuning, Jiang Qingxi, was also absent. Not a single attendant lingered in the room. Only Lady Yu remained. In an instant, he feared he had been lured into a trap. Was it the crown prince? Or perhaps the Chunming Emperor. But their affair had been so clandestine, even the Empress was entirely unaware. His father knew only fragments of the truth and would never divulge such information. A sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his skull, as if cleaved by a sharp blade, causing darkness to cloud his vision and cold sweat to break forth from every pore, overwhelming him with a tidal wave of fear and wrath. At that moment, the woman on the bed trembled, softly calling his name. Huaichuan, is it you? Huaichuan felt as though his entire being quaked as the taut string within his mind snapped. Chapter 40. Yunkui's mind was a blank. She was oblivious to when His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived and how much she had lost. Perhaps it was everything. Otherwise, how could he wear such a grim expression? Yunkui even discerned the sound of his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fist. Is my luck truly this abysmal? To speak ill of others and be caught in the act, how could His Highness not flay me alive? With a mournful expression, she stepped forward, pleading softly, Your Highness, I did not mean it that way. Please allow me to explain. The Crown Prince's gaze bypassed her, coldly fixating on Li Meng behind her. Li Meng immediately knelt down, exclaiming, Your Highness, please forgive me. I was patrolling outside the Chaoyang Palace when I happened to exchange a few pleasantries with a fellow townsman. I was previously unaware that Yunkui was someone close to you. The Crown Prince cast a fleeting glance at him from his elevated position, his tone indifferent. Are you aware now? Li Meng's face was filled with trepidation. Yes, I am guilty. The Crown Prince's expression was cold and forbidding, his words devoid of compassion. You have abandoned your post and clandestinely met with my bedchamber maid. According to the law, you shall be punished. Yunkui hastily interjected, Your Highness, it was not a clandestine meeting. We merely encountered each other by chance. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Li Meng abruptly lifted his head, staring in astonishment at Yunkui. He had never imagined that this girl was not only a maid beside the Crown Prince but also a maid of the bedchamber. Surely, she must have already been favored by the Crown Prince. If it were not for her beauty and innocent demeanor, would I even bother to engage in such conversation? Truly a case of reaping what one sows. Upon hearing this inner thought, the Crown Prince's expression darkened to an inky hue. The captain of the guards, Gua, rushed over upon receiving the news, immediately bowing in respect to the Crown Prince before glancing at Li Meng. Is this palace made not the enchanting beauty from the same hometown, who is infatuated with him, as Li Meng described? The prince closed his eyes, concealing the tumultuous anger within his gaze. With but a few terse words, he delivered his verdict. Neglect of duty, resulting in 40 strokes of the rod. Yunkui stared at him in disbelief. Your Highness. She merely exchanged a couple of words with someone. How could that warrant 40 strikes? 40 lashes. Could a man survive such torment? Li Meng felt the blood in his veins turn to ice as he desperately kowtowed, pleading, Your Highness, spare my wretched life. The humble servant and she merely encountered each other by chance, never crossing any boundaries. The Crown Prince, unwilling to elaborate further, glanced at Gua, who immediately clasped his hands in submission and ordered the arrest of Li Meng for punishment. Dangui, terrified, turned pale at the sight of the Crown Prince's stern countenance as he turned to leave. She hurriedly pursued him, pleading, Your Highness, I truly did not meet with him in private. You cannot impose such a punishment. The Crown Prince remained impervious, an aura of menace surrounding him that instilled fear. Yunkui felt a pang in her nose, reminiscent of the ruthless Crown Prince she had once known. With no other recourse, she boldly grasped his sleeve, imploring, Your Highness. Taking a deep breath, the Crown Prince finally halted his strides. Yunkui clutched his sleeve tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Your Highness, I did not intend any disrespect towards you. I had not finished speaking before you intervened. If you are punishing him because of me, I... The Crown Prince turned to face her, his expression almost chillingly cold, causing Yunkui to falter in her words. After a long silence, he coldly smirked. What do you propose? Yunkui trembled as she spoke, helplessly saying, You may punish me. It was wrong of me to meet with the guards in secret and to discuss your faults behind your back. I have neglected the rules and forgotten my own station. If punishment is what you desire, then let it be upon me. The Crown Prince replied sternly. Do you think I would refrain from punishing you? All your debts are recorded here with me, and the day of reckoning shall come. Yes, this humble servant has erred and deserves punishment. But Li Meng is innocent. I beg your highness for mercy. Yunkui knew not what thoughts lay in Li Meng's heart, yet in her eyes, such severe punishment seemed unjust. The crown prince cast her a frigid glance. Having known him but a few days, how can you claim his innocence? Or do you mean to say that you have long harbored feelings for him, and it was loneliness that severed the bond between you two? The crown prince suddenly recalled that during the interrogation her thoughts about the future were rather simple. She desired to marry a robust and valiant guard, living the latter half of her life without a shred of shame. The guard she spoke of, was it that Li Meng? Did she wish to wed Li Meng? Although Li Meng possessed an unsightly visage and malevolent intentions, his physique could indeed be described as robust. He recalled that night when he interrogated her about whom she had once dreamt of. Amidst the lengthy list of names she uttered, there was her fellow townsman, the guard Li, which naturally referred to Li Meng himself. She had also dreamt of Li Meng. The words recently uttered by Guo were of questionable veracity. However, it was evident that Li Meng believed she had once pursued him ardently, being infatuated with him, and had boasted about their connection to others. The crown prince, with eyes tightly shut in contemplation, reopened them to reveal a tempest of suppressed fury. Dangui, taken aback by his crimson gaze, hastily shook her head in protest. No, we have hardly met on a few occasions. He only learned of my presence in the Eastern Palace today. Regardless of the frequency of their encounters, the crown prince would undoubtedly investigate further. Consumed by wrath, he coldly curled his lips. Having met only a handful of times, you dare to defend him as if to shield him from punishment? Before Yunkui could voice her rebuttal, she was abruptly interrupted by the man. In your eyes, I am nothing but a predatory beast, ruthless and merciless. If it comes to it, I would take his life, and what could you possibly do about it? At that moment, Yunkui comprehended the true meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. She clenched her fist, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palm, and gritted her teeth as she said, So, Your Highness, are you implying that I am destined to remain in the Qingguang Palace for eternity, forbidden from meeting any man? That every man who has ever come into contact with me must be condemned to death by your decree? The crown prince's expression darkened further, enveloped by a long-unseen aura of fierce wrath. Should he dare to utter another word, I shall immediately command his execution. Beside him, Chao Yuanlu shook his head in silent counsel, indicating that since His Highness merely imposed the punishment of the bamboo rod, he had no intention of condemning him to death. If he truly wished to strike him down, such a fate would not require these words. Yunkui bit her lip tightly, ultimately refraining from speaking further. Chao Yuanlu, unable to perceive the unspoken thoughts, shared Yunkui's sentiment that their prince's punishment was somewhat excessive, yet he did not dare to voice his concerns openly. Instead, he cautiously shifted the conversation. Your Highness, if we delay any longer, we shall miss the splendid performance ahead. Yunkui, still lost in her feelings of indignation and grievance, instinctively returned to the present at the mention of a performance. What splendid performance! The crown prince spoke coldly. Your master and mistress are putting on quite a show. Yunkui was utterly bewildered. Since when did she have a master or mistress? Chao Yuanlu was equally perplexed, having never heard of the connection between the heir of Ningda and Yunkui. The crown prince cast her a cold glance, stating, You may accompany your fellow townsmen to face your fate. The choice is yours. Aware that she could not oppose such authority, Yunkui reluctantly decided to follow. In the Chaoyang Hall, Emperor Chunming, noticing the crown prince's absence, summoned Tang Fugui to inquire about the young prince's whereabouts. He also wished to take this opportunity to discuss the selection of the crown princess with the crown prince. The Chunming emperor had pondered this matter for several days and already had a few names of young ladies in mind. Among them were the daughters of two former supporters of the crown prince. Their union would merely serve to embellish the crown prince's standing. Thus, they were worthy of consideration. Additionally, there were several noble ladies whose fathers held compromising positions under the Chunming emperor's scrutiny, or who had already been implicated in corrupt practices by the Yunui. With orders for their arrest pending, marrying their daughters into the Eastern Palace would not provide any advantage to the crown prince. and the Chunming Emperor could seize the opportunity to apprehend them all at once. There were two candidates presented by the Ministry of Rights whom Emperor Chunming was unwilling to leave for the Crown Prince. Instead, they could be betrothed to the 5th and 6th princes. The others, though not from illustrious families, were daughters of respectable and upright households, suitable to be bestowed as consorts to the 2nd and 4th princes. Just as Tang Fugui was about to report, his disciple Wang Zhe entered with a bow and announced to Emperor Chunming, "His Highness the Crown Prince has sent word that an intriguing spectacle awaits in the side hall and requests your Majesty's presence to witness it." Perplexed, Emperor Chunming frowned. What kind of spectacle could the Crown Prince possibly wish to show him? His expression darkened as he rose immediately and set off, arriving at the side hall even before the Crown Prince. At the foot of the steps, Xiao Yi, a trusted guard of the Crown Prince, stood with 2 maidservants and a manservant in custody, though their mouths were gagged with cloth. Emperor Chunming recognized one of them, a maid from Consort Yu's residence in Baohua Palace. His face paled with suppressed fury as he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Xiao Yi saluted and replied, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince discovered that Consort Yu and the heir of Ningda Marquis were engaged in an illicit rendezvous here tonight. He ordered these servants detained to await your Majesty's judgment." Emperor Chunming nearly staggered, his expression twisting with cold rage. "Preposterous. Whether it is preposterous or not, your Majesty need only enter to see for yourself." A cool, indifferent voice sounded from behind. Turning, Emperor Chunming saw the Crown Prince, clad in dark gold robes embroidered with coiling dragons, stepping unhurriedly through the moon gate. Clenching his fists, the Emperor suppressed his towering wrath. "Is this the spectacle the Crown Prince wished to show us?" The Crown Prince smiled faintly. "Does your Majesty hesitate to enter for fear of what you might witness?" Furious, Emperor Chunming kicked open the doors of the side hall. The sounds of intimate passion within ceased abruptly. Chao Yuanlu swiftly ordered attendants to extinguish the incense in the burner. Just as he moved to open the windows for ventilation, the sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Qin Ge reacted instantly, apprehending the heir of Ningda Marquis as he attempted to flee through the window and dragging him before Emperor Chunming. Disheveled and panting heavily, the young Marquis bore vivid scratch marks on his neck. Emperor Chunming's eyes blazed as he kicked the man to the ground, then stormed inside to overturn the screen. Amidst scattered hairpins and the unmistakable traces of passion, the wanton woman on the bed was none other than Consort Yu. Emperor Chunming's blood boiled with fury. "Shameless harlot, have you no decency?" In his 20 years on the throne, the emperor had always maintained an image of grace and composure, his emotions carefully concealed. Yet now, for the first time, he trembled with rage, his dignity shattered by the overwhelming storm of betrayal. The heir of Ningda Marquis struggled to his knees, his mind racing. Trembling, he pointed at the Crown Prince. "Your Majesty, I beg you to see the truth. This is the Crown Prince's scheme. My manservant was bribed to lure me here. He seeks my death, to sow discord between your Majesty and the Empress, to turn you against my father. Do not be deceived into slaying a loyal subject." Emperor Chunming laughed bitterly through clenched teeth. "You defile the imperial harem, fornicate with our consort, and dare call yourself loyal?" Regardless of any hidden motives, the pair had been caught in the act, their adultery undeniable, an unbearable humiliation to the emperor's dignity. Yunkui, who had accompanied the Crown Prince, stood dumbfounded. So, the master and mistress the Crown Prince had spoken of were the heir of Ningda Marquis and Consort Yu? Chapter 41. As the intricately carved window opened, a chilling breeze swept in, rousing Yu Pin from her slumber. In a flurry, she hastily donned her garments, trembling as she knelt upon the ground. The heir of Ningda Marquis was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, resentment and anguish intertwined within him. He lamented the misstep of the day, for he had meticulously laid out an elaborate trap, crafting strategies at every turn. Even the daughter of Marquis Wu, Jiang Qingxi, was a carefully selected noblewoman, a legitimate daughter of the Marquis's house, with her father and brothers being loyal ministers and valiant generals under the Crown Prince. Her husband held a prestigious position among the 9 ministers, possessing considerable esteem among the civil officials. Should the Crown Prince take but a single step into the side palace, It would be all too easy to accuse him of the heinous crime of defiling another's wife. In such a scenario, how could the father and son of Marquis Wu ever maintain their loyalty to him? The memorial in the hands of the Commissioner of Transmission could utterly ruin his reputation, leaving him despised by all. Yet he remained baffled as to where things had gone awry. Not only was he counter-accused, but he had also unwittingly implicated Consort Yu. Kneeling before Emperor Chunming, the heir of the Ningda Marquis lamented with anguish, "Even if I possessed 100 times the audacity, I would never dare to engage in such impropriety with your Majesty's consort in the Chaiyang Hall during the grand banquet for the court officials." The incense in this hall had been laced with aphrodisiacs beforehand. Both Consort Yu and I fell victim to this vile concoction. "I beseech your Majesty to see the truth with discerning eyes." At this moment, the Crown Prince suddenly spoke. "Do you truly lack the courage?" On the 21st day of the second month in the 15th year of the Jining reign, His Majesty performed the sun worship ceremony at the altar. "Where were you and Consort Yu on that day?" The words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the noble consort pale as a ghost. Her once vacant and dreamy eyes suddenly narrowing, her body trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, the previously evasive heir of the Marquis of Ningda was left in sheer astonishment, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. The year of Zhengning 15. A vague thought flickered in the mind of Emperor Chunming, yet he dared not delve deeper, instead demanding in a grave tone, "What on earth has transpired?" The Crown Prince kindly reminded, "Your Majesty may not recall that the beloved consort was diagnosed with pregnancy in the 5th month of the 15th year of the Jining era." The heart of Emperor Chunming trembled faintly, and a wave of furious emotion surged into his eyes, nearly causing him to falter. The Crown Prince exchanged a glance with the outside, and Qin Go promptly brought forward Zhu Wu, the attendant beside Xia Huaichuan, to the court. The Crown Prince commanded, "Speak the truth regarding the events of that day." The cloth in Zhu Wu's mouth was torn away, and he immediately trembled as he testified. "On the vernal equinox of the 15th year of Jining, Your Majesty offered sacrifices to the sun at the sun altar, while the Empress and numerous consorts proceeded to Longzong Temple to pray for the 8th prince. At that time, Consort Yu was still a noble lady, and due to a sudden chill, she remained in the palace. The young master, concerned for her, stealthily entered the Baohua Palace during a moment when fewer eyes were upon him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Prince Ho of Ningda was immediately enraged, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, my attendant has already been bribed by someone. How can his words be trusted?" The Emperor Chunming, his molars nearly ground to dust, fixed a piercing gaze upon Zhu Wu and commanded, "Continue your discourse." Zhu Wucai boldly continued, "At the end of March, the noble consort Yu discreetly conveyed a message to the heir, indicating that the monthly cycle had been delayed, and she dared not summon the imperial physician for a pulse diagnosis. It was only then that the heir managed to bribe the esteemed physician Zhou Xingyan of the Imperial Hospital, publicly postponing the timeline of Consort Yu's pregnancy by a month, to conceive successfully at once. This heir is indeed remarkable. The thoughts within the palace varied. Some were ablaze with anger, others gripped by panic and fear, some cowed by the emperor's wrath, while others pondered their escape. Amidst this cacophony, one voice stood out as particularly jarring. Dangui, still reflecting inwardly, suddenly met the heavy gaze of the Crown Prince, causing her heart to stumble in trepidation. Could it be that he truly knows what I am thinking? She shrank back slightly, continuing to peer into the palace hall. Tang Fugue beside Emperor Chunming cautiously remarked, "Consort Yu indeed gave birth to the 9th prince before completing 9 months of pregnancy." Trembling uncontrollably, Consort Yu crawled forward on her knees, clutching desperately at the hem of Emperor Chunming's robe. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, "Your Majesty, please believe me, Shoer is your child. He is truly your child." Emperor Chunming's gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of any lingering warmth. He still remembered, Consort Yu's belly had been unusually large, and the 9th prince weighed a full 7 pounds at birth. Zhou Xingyan had attributed it to her voracious appetite during pregnancy. At the time, lost in the joy of fatherhood, the emperor had believed it was his deceased 8th prince returning to him. Without a shred of doubt, he had doted upon this plump, fair-skinned youngest son to the marrow of his bones, even bestowing upon him the name Shou, praying for his health and longevity.
But now,
The very delight that had once filled his heart had transformed into towering fury. He yearned to tear the adulterous pair limb from limb, to scatter their remains to the winds. He stifled his emotions and suddenly recalled that Zhou Xingyan had seemingly encountered some misfortune and had passed away. The prince's path states, Zhou Xingyan was responsible for all the medical records concerning Yu Pin from her pregnancy until the time of her delivery. However, after the birth of the 9th prince, he tragically perished in a carriage accident while returning home in mourning. The heir of the Duke of Ningda bellowed. His death was an accident. It has nothing to do with me. Zhu Wu spoke tremulously. On his journey back home, Dr. Zhou was ambushed and silenced by someone sent by the young master, orchestrating this unfortunate incident. The young master of Ningda, Ho, glared at him fiercely. You have been by my side for a decade. I have treated you well. Why would you betray me? The Crown Prince smiled slightly. It mattered not if the heir refused to acknowledge it, for he had another companion. As his words lingered in the air, Qin entered the hall, carrying a squirming little chubby child. Upon hearing the child's cries, both Yu Pin and the heir of the Duke of Ningda lifted their heads almost in unison, their faces reflecting a shared expression of fear and panic. Mother! Father! The 9th prince wept and cried out, having been abruptly seized while admiring the palace lanterns in the imperial garden. Upon entering the hall, he was met by the crown prince and the same guard who had once taken him riding. Overwhelmed with terror, the 9th prince burst into tears, seeking refuge from his father and mother. Yet, the usually benevolent visage of his father was now clouded with fury, his gaze cold and detached. Meanwhile, his once resplendent mother knelt on the ground, her face stained with tears, utterly disheveled. Why has it come to this? The crown prince disregarded the 9th prince's cries and struggles, his piercing gaze abruptly shifting to the kneeling woman, Consort Yu. Tears brimming in her eyes, Consort Yu lifted her head, only to shrink instinctively beneath the frigid, oppressive stare that seemed to seep into her very bones, chilling her to the core. The crown prince's voice was soft, yet laced with an icy finality. You have committed an unforgivable sin by consorting with another man. Yet the child is innocent. The 9th prince has known only his majesty as his father and has been cherished by him for 5 years. If you confess the truth, I shall persuade his majesty to send the boy far beyond the capital, to an estate where he may live in peace. Otherwise, even if his majesty wishes to spare him, I will not tolerate any taint upon the imperial bloodline. You know well what I am capable of. Consort Yu trembled violently, her eyes drowning in despair. No. Please. Shower is truly his majesty's blood. A faint, cruel smile curled the crown prince's lips, his dark eyes seething with a bloodthirsty menace as he enunciated each word with bone-chilling precision. A grown man can endure 3,000 cuts before death. The 9th prince is but a child. I wonder how many strokes it would take? As these words were uttered, nearly everyone in the hall gasped in shock. Consort Yu collapsed weakly, her mental defenses crumbling in an instant. Yunkui's heart clenched with anxiety. Your Highness. The crown prince's expression was icy and indifferent, devoid of any warmth. Consort Yu's face was etched with despair, yet like a drowning person grasping at straws, she suddenly knelt before the crown prince. Your Highness. He is innocent, he's just a child. Please, no. I'll tell you everything. The heir of Ningda Ho, frantic with panic, grasped her delicate shoulders. Consort Yu. Don't believe him. He's deceiving you. The 9th prince could not comprehend their words, nor understand why he must die. His father's gaze was icy, while his mother wept inconsolably. What had happened? He clung to Consort Yu's arm, pleading, Mother, why must Shower die? Shower doesn't he want to die? What is happening? Consort Yu's heart shattered with each venomous word from the crown prince, as though daggers carved into her soul. She knew death was inevitable, for herself, for Xie Huichuan, and countless others. Yet she could not abandon her child, not even for the faintest sliver of hope. Wrenching free from Xie Huichuan's grasp, she collapsed before Emperor Chunming, kowtowing desperately. Your Majesty, this concubine admits her crimes. Punish me as you will, but spare Shower. He is but 5 years old, raised under your favor. The emperor kicked her hand away, fury blazing within him. You vile adulteress. You dared betray me. Maddened, he seized a guard's blade, and swung at her throat. Yunkui averted her eyes. The sickening sound of steel parting flesh reached her ears. When she dared look again, the floor was awash in blood, and a woman's anguish scream tore through the air.
Huichuan.
Xia Huichuan had taken the blow meant for Consort Yu. The emperor shut his eyes. The truth undeniable, Xia Huichuan's sacrifice, Consort Yu's desperate cry of his name. Twisted by agony and hatred, Xia Huichuan's final gaze upon Consort Yu was tender. She cradled his bloodied form, trembling, her hollow eyes hardening with resolve. Stroking the 9th prince's head, she turned to the Crown Prince. Your Highness, keep your word. Before Yunkui could react, a strong hand pulled her aside. Another blade struck flesh. Blood pooled anew, and the 9th prince's wails pierced the air. Mother! Mother!
Don't die.
Consort Yu had followed Xia Huichuan in death. The child's shrieks echoed, the metallic stench of blood thick in the chamber.
Dangui stole pale saken.
Those strangers to her, she had seen them in dreams, now lifeless before her. Even the 9th prince's true origins were a revelation from her visions. Their deaths were not entirely separate from her. A chill gripped her limbs. She longed to flee. The emperor glared at the corpses, his refined features contorted. A pair of adulterous dogs, united even in death. The 9th prince knelt amidst the carnage, small hands tugging at his father's robes. Father, why didn't you save Mother? The emperor watched coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth. Chapter 42. Just as he took a few steps, a figure suddenly rushed out from the palace, pushing aside the guards blocking his way, and with a thud, he knelt before the Crown Prince. It was none other than Zhu Wu, the loyal attendant of Xia Huichuan. Your Highness, you promised that if I spoke the truth to implicate the young master, you would grant me the antidote and spare my life. Do you still stand by your word? The Crown Prince looked at him with amusement. Has His Majesty not declared that all those in the know would be executed on the spot? You not only possess knowledge, but have also acted as an accomplice, personally delivering messages between your young master and Consort Yu. Even if I wished to save you, His Majesty would not allow it. Zhu Wu's eyes were filled with panic and disbelief. Your Highness, you promised to spare my life. You cannot go back on your word. I have already betrayed the young master for you. For me? The Crown Prince chuckled lightly. Were you not doing it for your own life? His smile belied a chilling tone. You must have heard how I dealt with those spies from the Eastern Palace. Why would you think I would save a traitor like you? Yunkui, hearing this, cast a cautious glance at him. This is a warning about the fate of betrayal, lest I be bribed by others. The Crown Prince remained silent. Zhu Wu's eyes blazed with fury, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Your Highness, are you not afraid that I might die from poison in prison, claiming it was you who poisoned me to threaten me, thus framing the young master? When did I ever poison you? The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean that so-called 100 poison pill? I deceived you. It was merely a hazelnut, peeled by one of my palace maids. How did it taste? Zhu Wu felt as if struck by lightning. A hazelnut? Dangui murmuret. To trick someone with a hazelnut and claim it was a poison pill, Your Highness truly is cunning. Zhu Wu clenched his jaw tightly, his features contorted in agony. At the time, he had been completely unaware, and that large poison pill had been thrust into his mouth unexpectedly before he could even taste it. The Crown Prince had claimed it was a 100 poison pill, saying the young master had already been captured, and that if he confessed the young master's crimes, he would receive the antidote and be spared. It turned out to be nothing more than a hazelnut. He had been deceived. With a roar of rage, Zhu Wu swung his fist at the Crown Prince, but before he could fully rise, Jingo kicked him over, and 3 armed guards swiftly restrained him on the ground. The Crown Prince regarded him coldly. You poisoned my palace maid, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Yet you dare come to me for mercy? Yunkui gazed at the Crown Prince in stunned silence. So it was indeed the young master of Ningda Marquis who poisoned me. Is Your Highness taking revenge for me? All right, I take back my earlier words. The Crown Prince is not cunning at all. He is a good person. Zhu Wu, face down, struggled in vain, cursing, You are deceitful and treacherous. May you meet a terrible end. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, Jingo swiftly stuffed cloth into his mouth and with a swift motion, broke Zhu Wu's arm, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain. The Crown Prince seemed to have grown accustomed to such insults and curses, expressionless as he withdrew his gaze and stepped out of the palace. Yunkui felt an odd sense of loss as he released her hand. The cool night breeze brushed against her damp palm, making her shiver slightly. "Are you angry again? Why don't you hold my hand anymore?" Yunkui hurried after him, observing his casually resting hand behind his back, hesitating to reach out. "Forget it. Who am I to dare hold the Crown Prince's hand? Am I courting death?" She trailed closely behind him, murmuring, "Why does His Highness still deceive people?" The Crown Prince remained cold and unresponsive. Yunkui bit her lip, cautiously asking, "Your Highness, you just promised Consort Yu that you would protect the 9th Prince's life and raise him in the countryside. Surely that was not a lie as well?" The Crown Prince's cold voice replied, "What do you think?" Yunkui lowered her head. "This servant does not know. The man who could use a hazelnut as a poison to trick Zhu Wu into testifying against the young master could very well employ the same method to deceive Consort Yu into revealing the truth." Recalling the chilling words the Crown Prince had uttered earlier about Lingqi, she felt a lingering fear down her spine. Indeed, the 9th Prince had bullied her, and she harbored no fondness for him, yet she could not fathom the extreme torture inflicted upon a 5-year-old child. After all, he was not at fault, nor had he the power to choose his parents. Having grown up without parents herself, Yunkui understood the pain of such a loss, let alone the 9th Prince, who had lost both his parents overnight, the loving emperor who had cherished him. It was not only a matter of identity, but also a threat to his very life. They walked in silence. The palace was adorned with lanterns and decorations for the new year, a day that should have been the most festive of the year. However, with the turmoil at Chaoyang Hall, royal heirs confused, and the emperor enraged, many would lose their lives for it.
Tonight,
The fireworks and sky lanterns at Taihe Gate would likely not be released. Yunkui recalled her time working in the kitchen supervisor's office, where every New Year's Eve, after the palace feast, the cooks would bring out leftover ingredients for them to enjoy a hot pot meal. The steaming meat would drive away the winter chill, and they would gather together, laughing and celebrating another year of safety in the blood-soaked palace, as if it promised hope for the coming year. This year, however, she was serving in the Eastern Palace, and though she had narrowly escaped death, it was far less festive than before. Even on New Year's Eve, the Eastern Palace was devoid of any celebratory atmosphere, cold and desolate as it usually was. "Your Highness." Unable to suppress her feelings, she gazed at his tall figure adorned with the dark blue embroidered gold dragon pattern, but before she could contemplate further, he had already reached the East Huamen. 2 tall figures stood beneath the palace wall, one robust and imposing, the other slender and upright. Upon seeing the Crown Prince return, they immediately stepped forward, bowing in respect. "Your servant pays respects to your Highness." The older military officer was none other than Marquis Wu Ning, who expressed his gratitude. "If it were not for your Highness's foresight in discovering Xia Huichuan's plot and rescuing Qing Xi from danger, the consequences would have been unimaginable." The Crown Prince nodded and turned to Shen Yinyu. "Is Madame Shen well?" Shen Yinyu had just finished calming his wife, and even the remnants of desire lingered in his eyes. "Your Highness, fortunately, the transfer was timely. The herbal medicine was not too deep, and she has returned home to rest." Shen Yinyu clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your timely intervention, Your Highness." The Crown Prince replied, "Xia Huichuan aimed to target me, yet I have inadvertently implicated her in this calamity. There is no need for thanks." Yunkui silently followed the Crown Prince, piecing together the conversation of the 3 men, understanding the underlying events. It turned out that the young master of Ningda Marquis had intended to set a trap for both the Crown Prince and this esteemed gentleman's wife. But the Crown Prince had discovered the scheme in advance, turning the tables and exposing the truth of the young master's illicit relationship with Consort Yu, resulting in the birth of the 9th Prince. Had His Highness not discovered it in time, it would have been him and Lady Shen caught in bed today. His Highness's reputation is already tarnished. If the heir of Ningda Marquis had succeeded this time, he might have been forever remembered as the most licentious crown prince in history. The Crown Prince remained silent. While Marquis Wuning and Shen Yinyu were discussing matters concerning the 9th Prince with the Crown Prince, they noticed his absent-mindedness, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward the palace maid who served him at night. Exchanging a glance, the 2 men cupped their hands in farewell. The palace gates will soon be locked. We shall not delay your highness's rest any longer, and will take our leave." The crown prince dismissed them. Upon returning to Qingguang Palace, the crown prince suddenly declared, "You need not attend me tonight. Reflect on your actions." Yunkui. He was still furious over Li Meng's matter. "Fine, no night service then. At least it's not the dark confinement chamber. As for reflection, I'll return to my own quarters. But not a single moment of genuine remorse will cross my mind." The crown prince fixed her with a cold stare. Yunkui lowered her head, feigning meek obedience, and retreated with a bow. After washing up, she lay down on the creaky wooden bed, only to find it uncomfortably hard. Truly, it was easier to descend from luxury than to ascend to it. Having grown accustomed to the layered brocade mattresses upon the sandalwood bed in Qingguang Palace, her own tattered cot now felt unbearable in every way. When she had first moved here from the communal sleeping quarters, this space had seemed spacious and comfortable. Yet in barely over a month, her standards had already been spoiled. Yunkui retrieved her large gold ingot from the bottom of her chest and placed it beside the 10 taels of gold bestowed by the Empress, spreading them across the bed like a large ingot giving birth to 5 smaller ones. These were her treasures. Inspected without fail each time, she returned to her side chamber, her family, her very lifeline. If she ever had the chance to leave the palace, this gold could buy her a grand courtyard, enough to live out the rest of her days in comfort. But when would that day come? She felt lost about the future, uncertain when the crown prince might cast her aside or how his future consort would treat her. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Yunkui, are you asleep?" It was Chief Eunuch Chao's voice. Yunkui hurriedly hid the gold ingots and rose to open the door. "It's so late. What brings you here?"
Gao Zu answer my Wamli.
"Tonight is New Year's Eve. The young lady should go and keep His Highness company." Yunkui hesitated before whispering, "Is this your idea, or His Highness's command?" Chao Yuanlu replied, "If this servant has come to summon you, it is the unspoken wish of His Highness." Yunkui pressed her lips together. "But he's still angry with me." Chao Yuanlu coaxed gently, "How could that be? His Highness adores you far too much to truly hold a grudge." After a moment's thought, Yunkui asked, "Chief Eunuch Chao, do you know of Li Meng, the guard His Highness punished with 40 strokes? Will he survive?" Chao Yuanlu reassured her, "Do not worry, young lady. His Highness acts with impartiality. He does not abuse his authority for personal vengeance."
Dangui fronet.
"Personal vengeance?"
Gao Zu ansai.
"Can you not see it? His Highness favors you. When he saw you laughing freely with another man, even discussing his faults, that was what angered him." Yunkui muttered under her breath. "And yet, he took me to the side palace to witness the fate of Consort Yu and the heir of Ningda Marquis, a clear warning to the monkey by slaughtering the chicken." Sweat beaded on Chao Yuanlu's forehead as he struggled to defend his master. "Tonight, the heir of Ningda Marquis sent word, attempting to lure His Highness with the claim that you were secretly meeting an actor, urging him to catch you in the act. Though His Highness did not believe it, he feared the heir might harm you in secret and thus dispatched guards to protect you." Chapter 43. Yunkui entered quietly, and upon noticing Deshun's gaze, she hastily gestured for him to be silent. Deshun discreetly glanced at His Highness, who remained blissfully unaware with his eyes closed. He then handed the silver vessel to Yunkui and cautiously retreated behind the screen. The surface of the water shimmered with rising mist, revealing the crown prince's bare torso. His broad, firm shoulders emerged from the water, while his powerful arms rested casually at the edge of the pool, showcasing well-defined muscle lines. Yunkui swallowed hard, her face filled with admiration. At that moment, the man suddenly spoke. "Why have you stopped?" Startled, Yunkui nearly lost her grip on the silver vessel in her hand. Hastily, she scooped up a pot of hot water and gently poured it along the man's shoulder. The steaming droplets cascaded down the taut, pale contours of his skin, disappearing into the water from the fullness of his chest. Yunkui's fingertips glided over the sinewy veins of his arm, a sense of secret satisfaction blooming within her. "You concealed it during the medicinal bath, but now it has fallen into my hands. In this moment and scene, one ought to compose a poem. His Royal Highness is most formidable, with a chest as strong as iron and bronze. Today I am fortunate enough to touch it. It brings me greater joy than feasting on meat." The Crown Prince snickers. Upon hearing this sound of laughter, Yunkui was so startled that cold sweat broke out on her brow. She held her breath and cautiously scrutinized his expression, relieved to see that he still had his eyes closed, indicating that he had not noticed the change of person behind him. Is this individual truly mad? A sudden cold chuckle escaped her lips during the bath.
You startled me.
She scooped another ladle of water, letting it cascade down the prince's collarbone. The sharp, prominent Adam's apple slid beneath her palm, sending a delicate shiver through her. Having spent most of her time in the palace among eunuchs, she rarely encountered such an exquisitely alluring throat. Though the imperial guards were towering and robust with pronounced Adam's apples, their necks, weathered by sun and rain, bore a swarthy hue. In the past, she might have found such rugged masculinity appealing, but now, with His Highness the Crown Prince as a paragon of perfection, those sweat-drenched, darkened necks held no allure for her. She far preferred this pristine yet potent masculinity. Her gaze drifted downward, where the shimmering pool water revealed a sculpted waist leading to 8 perfectly defined abdominal muscles, each carved like the finest jade. Yet his chest and back bore scars from the battlefield, some arrow wounds she had personally tended to, now healed with tender pink flesh, while others, inflicted by unknown weapons, remained uneven, testaments to past brutality. The sight stirred a mix of awe and admiration. These were no blemishes, but rather the marks of a blade tempered in bloodshed, each scar a badge of valor and glory. Beads of water clung to those wounds, lending them an inexplicable allure. As her eyes trailed lower, the deepening waters obscured much, like shadowy reefs rising from turbulent seas, both thrilling and daunting. Ah, to slide down His Highness's shoulders, to lose myself in the valleys of his muscles. To ride upon, lost in her reverie, her wrist was abruptly seized and yanked downward. With a startled stumble, she plunged into the water, instantly drenched. The rabbit ear ornaments at her temples drooped damply as she surfaced, disheveled and wide-eyed, meeting the prince's ink-dark, phoenix-like gaze. When did His Highness realize I was here? The Crown Prince scoffed. If I were truly so foolish as to remain oblivious to the presence of another behind me, I would have perished countless times by now. Yunkui wiped the droplets of water from her face, realizing that His Highness was well aware of my arrival, yet chose not to inform me. Instead, he took advantage of my momentary lapse in attention to pull me into the depths. Do you find this amusing? The prince smirked. You still dare to feel wronged. From the moment she arrived, her gaze was fixated upon him, as if she longed to scrutinize and touch every inch of him. He bore it without complaint, yet she still had the audacity to feel aggrieved. Yunkui found herself treading water, her feet feeling somewhat unsteady. After just 2 hesitant steps, her foot unexpectedly slipped, causing her to lean back precariously. Fortunately, a strong and capable hand grasped her arm just in time, preventing her from plunging into the water. Heart still racing, she clutched his arm tightly, regaining her balance. Concerned about his potential displeasure, she ventured to inquire, "Might I hold onto your Highness's arm to avoid falling?" "Crown Prince, is it possible? Haven't you already become accustomed to it?" she thought. "Then may I rest my hand upon your waist?" The prince gazed at her with a profound intensity and inquired, "What brings you here? Were you not instructed to return and reflect?" Yunkui's gaze landed upon his robust and firm chest. She licked her lips and said, "I have come to attend to His Highness's bath. I was merely hoping to catch a glimpse of your abs, but I did not expect you to be bathing, so I sneaked in for a little indulgence." The Crown Prince spoke in a low voice. "Have you chosen to disregard my words?" Yunkui hurriedly replied, "This servant has reflected upon her actions upon returning. I should not clandestinely meet with the guards, nor should I gaze upon the dancing performers. Henceforth, I shall steadfastly remind myself that I am but a servant of your Highness, with my eyes and heart devoted solely to you, who cannot utter sweet words." Yunkui noticed his tightly pressed lips and the piercing intensity in his gaze, feeling a tremor of unease. "These words come straight from the depths of my heart. Your Highness, do you doubt their sincerity?" The Crown Prince let out a cold smile, his molars clenched tightly. Yunkui spoke softly. "I must express my gratitude to your Highness. Just now, Lord Qiao informed me that you took special measures to ensure my safety. Had it not been for your protection in the side hall today, His Majesty might have silenced us. Furthermore, The heir of Lord Ningda had previously poisoned me, and your highness has avenged me in this regard. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently followed a droplet of water gliding down his Adam's apple. It was impossible to ignore such a sight. Before her stood a man whose physique could only be described as perfect, who could control their gaze. Certainly she could not. With her cheeks flushed, she softly offered, "To repay your highness's kindness, may I assist you in cleansing your body?" The crown prince gazed at her with an inscrutable expression. Yunkui assured him, "This servant will be far more cautious and meticulous than Deshan, and will certainly attend to your highness well." Although his demeanor was unfriendly, he ultimately refrained from obstructing her, allowing Yunkui to boldly extend her hand towards his chest. The crown prince observed the fabric of her dress clinging closely to her form, his Adam's apple subtly shifting as he inquired, "Do you intend to serve me dressed in this manner?" Yunkui glanced down at her soaked jacket and skirt, thoroughly drenched inside and out, heavy with water. Having come in secret, she hadn't brought spare sleeping garments. Would she have to? The thought seemed rather improper. Hesitantly, she attempted to climb ashore, her servant's attire being inconvenient. Perhaps it would be better to let Deshan assist. Before she could take 2 steps, the crown prince seized the nape of her neck and pulled her back. Her back pressed against the tiled edge of the pool as their positions reversed. Trembling, Yunkui lowered her head, her face flushed crimson. With his own hands, the prince peeled away her drenched outer robe. Beneath it, her snow-white undergarment, rendered nearly transparent by the water, vividly revealed the vibrant pomegranate embroidery of her inner garment. He discarded the soaked underlayer carelessly outside the pool, his gaze returning to trace every inch of her form. The maiden's cheeks burned pink, her delicate, jade-like skin flushed and dewy from the warm waters, as soft and yielding as fine honey cake or freshly peeled lychee, tender enough to bruise with the slightest pressure. The prince pinched lightly where delicate bone met supple flesh, leaving behind 2 stark marks upon the blushing silk of her skin. He curled his lips in a low chuckle. After all these years serving in the palace, "It hasn't toughened your skin? Already blushing?" Yunkui muttered under her breath, "You're too rough." She could even feel a warm, damp heat between her thighs, as if something had been coaxed out by his slightest touch, not the pool water, but rather something she had tasted before, that substance from the jade ring. Instinctively, her gaze flickered to the obsidian ring adorning his finger. Solemn and dignified, luminous yet understated, so exquisitely crafted that the overlapping scales of the dragon motif left an unmistakable sensation against the skin. Suddenly, she dared not reach out, much less cleanse him. Her legs, weakened by the water, trembled beneath her, forcing her to brace against the brick wall behind her for support. With a helpless glance, her dampened hair clung to her cheeks, her shimmering eyes veiled in mist, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. The next moment, a warm fingertip lifted her chin, and the man's heated lips descended upon hers. Chapter 44. Yunkui, who has never been adept at swimming, found herself adrift in the water for an extended duration, her body becoming light and feeble, her limbs swaying like wild vines, floating aimlessly. In search of some semblance of support, she could only cling tightly to him. At this moment, "He should not mind where I touch him," she mused. "But you did ask me to stay." Yunkui's delicate hand rested on his waist, her fingertips brushing against his warm, firm abdomen, gently caressing it. Unlike the burly men she was accustomed to, the prince's skin was pale and clean, devoid of the grime that typically accompanied rougher men. His slight obsession with cleanliness ensured he remained pristine, complemented by daily baths and the meticulous care given to his garments by a dedicated laundry staff, leaving no trace of wrinkles on his robes. This was a man whose very presence exuded an enticing allure. Yet, in the water, her fingers slipped uncontrollably, inadvertently making contact with the young prince. Her palm trembled as she hesitated, still not fully committed to her ministrations, when his breath became increasingly fervent, his tongue pressing heavily against her palate. Already dazed from his kisses, enveloped by the water, she felt as if she were but a floating reed, entirely dependent on him. His rough palm pressed against her soft skin, sensing every delicate tremor. Unable to resist her persistent attempts to wash him, he grasped her lower back firmly and lifted her from the water. With her feet suddenly suspended, she gasped in surprise, the slippery pool bottom vanishing beneath her, leaving only the warm currents of water. The disorienting sensation of losing her balance and feeling helpless surged over her, compelling her to wrap her arms around his neck. Their eyes locked, and she saw the deep desire swirling in the depths of his dark gaze. "Do you not think you owe me an explanation?" Yunkui felt as if a sensitive nerve within her was being pressed tightly, eliciting a shudder that made her toes curl. She took a soft breath, her cheeks flushed, thinking to herself, "I did not mean to serve you." The prince smirked. "You come and go as you please. I see you are quite bold." The petite girl in his grasp weighed no more than a weapon, and he had long yearned to claim her. With a firm motion, he gradually elevated her, knowing precisely where to find her. Yet, as soon as they touched, her entire body instinctively arched, her fingers gripping his shoulders tightly, a cry escaping her throat. That ring and the young prince are truly incomparable. Though they had merely begun to explore one another, she felt utterly defenseless, unable to fathom how such an ill-matched pairing could ever come to fruition. While she had witnessed much in dreams, her sense of modesty had prevented her from scrutinizing those moments too closely. Yet, during particularly intense episodes, she could faintly discern their outlines. As for the illustrations in books, they paled in comparison to the prince himself. It was as if she had struck a hard reef while swimming, the blood seeping into the water, causing her to gasp in pain. Before long, tears streamed down her face, her lips swollen and red. Wah! The typically composed prince now bore a sheen of sweat on his brow. For him, this was not a difficult task. But it was the first time he feared injuring her through his fervor, especially given the cacophony of her whimpers. His breath grew heavier, and he felt the sweat trickle down his back as he finally managed to set her down, only for her to bite his shoulder in protest. The prince glared at her, his eyes dark with intensity. Gradually, her inner turmoil transformed into a singular focus on their lips, her mind blank and devoid of coherent thought, reduced to instinctual cries for release. Having studied military strategy since childhood, no manual had ever instructed him on how to retreat from a challenge. The louder the enemy roared, the more he felt compelled to press forward. Deshun, perceptive as ever, discreetly retreated, leaving two palace maids stationed at the door. They exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed, trembling with trepidation. How could anyone dare to display such a lack of decorum before the prince? It appeared as though he were administering punishment. Those in his presence always tread lightly, speaking cautiously, fearful of inciting his ire. Yet this maidservant seemed to defy all expectations, her behavior utterly reckless. They feared that if the prince were to become enraged, she might never speak again. Time passed, and the distant sounds of firecrackers echoed in her ears, intertwining with the tumultuous waves on the water's surface, jolting Yunkui from her reverie. Eventually, her consciousness began to return, and she realized it was the new year. She had officially transitioned from a nominal maidservant to a true consort in the prince's court. The experience had been far from pleasant. The once luscious lychee had been crushed into pulp, its juices spilling forth as her tears. Yunkui lay dejectedly against his shoulder, her voice hoarse and barely audible. "The illustrations are deceiving, and dreams are lies. There is no happiness in this. None at all." Hearing her heartfelt lament, the prince furrowed his brow. Throughout his life, he had succeeded in every endeavor, studies, martial arts, warfare. Yet today, he found himself despised by a mere girl. It was a blow to his pride, and he could not help but bite her earlobe, asking in a low voice, "What do you think of me?" Yunkui winced at the pain, reluctantly murmuring, "Your Highness is strong and mighty." "Nonsense," he retorted, his jaw clenched as he released a heavy sigh. The water was no longer suitable for cleansing, so he ordered fresh water to be prepared, ensuring that both of them were thoroughly washed clean of any filth. He then wrapped her in a large robe, cradling the soft creature in his arms and carrying her back to his chambers. Yunkui winced, unable to straighten her back, her limbs limp and weak. It was evident her sides were sore from the earlier encounter. "I never want to be held again, and I shall never again touch those abdominal muscles." The prince found it incomprehensible that, despite being in control, she bore the brunt of the experience, suffering more than he had. Hiding beneath the covers, Yunkui curled into a ball, turning her back to him. After crying for some time, she gradually calmed down, and the distant sounds of fireworks sparked a memory of Qiao Yuanlu's words. Biting her lip, she turned to him, inching closer, though still hesitant from their earlier experience. "Your Highness, it is New Year." Her soft voice brushed against his ears, and the warmth of her delicate skin reminded him of the earlier intimacy shared in the bathing chamber. The prince swallowed hard, suppressing the desire hidden in his depths, and gently inquired, "Do you enjoy the New Year?"
Yunkui notte de agerli.
Of course. Every year, during the New Year's Eve banquet, the palace bestows rewards. And after the grand feast, the kitchen staff can finally take a moment to breathe. Most importantly, I grow 1 year older, drawing closer to leaving the palace. How could I not be happy? Upon hearing her thoughts of leaving the palace, the prince's expression darkened slightly. Unexpectedly, the soft, delicate body pressed against him, cautiously wrapping her arms around his. "Your Highness." The crown prince lowered his gaze and beheld her dewy apricot eyes shimmering with fragmented light, her cherry-red lips parting gently as she spoke. "May you find joy every year, and may all your endeavors prosper." His heart, long sealed away, stirred unexpectedly at her words. The notion of joy felt elusive and distant, as if it had always been at odds with his existence. He had never embraced the tradition of welcoming the new year. Each lunar New Year's Eve and the following day were spent in solitude, the arrival of spring holding no more significance than any other time of the year. The attendants serving him dared not voice such sentiments, while the courtiers and soldiers under his command often resorted to flattery and pretense, their true intentions veiled. In this world, he was indeed an anomaly. Countless eyes were fixed upon his status as heir, many secretly wishing for his demise. He had navigated his way to this point through a thicket of thorns, abandoned by many. Yet, unexpectedly, on this New Year's Day, someone nestled softly beside him, her eyes clear and untainted, as she uttered, "May you find joy every year, and may all your endeavors prosper." He remained silent for a prolonged moment before recalling something, casting a half-smile in her direction. "How many guards have you conveyed this sentiment to?" Chapter 45. Yunkui was taken aback by his sudden question and immediately swore by pointing to the heavens, "I have only spoken to His Highness."
Ha ha. How could that be?
The crown prince's expression instantly darkened. Yunkui replied, "Or shall I present my sincere heart for your highness to examine? After all, it costs nothing to flatter." Serving in the imperial palace, she thrived by relying on her beauty and honeyed words. Compliments flowed effortlessly from her lips, for empty praises took nothing from her. As for the guards she acquainted, though not outright seducing them, she never stinted on lavish praises. A few sweet words sufficed to delight them and etch her presence in their memories. Whether sincere or feigned, all was for securing her future beyond these gilded walls. She yearned for purpose beyond the palace, for steadfast reliance, an end to her rootless existence. Like Aunt Bison, she dreamed of wedding a beloved, one who'd shelter her from storms and indulge in rapturous nights of pleasure. Of course, her words to the crown prince now sprang from genuine devotion. Who could have foreseen that merely 2 moons prior, she'd trembled for her life, grateful each dusk that her head still graced her shoulders? Becoming the prince's bedmate had drawn relentless schemes, bribes, even poison, leaving her balanced daily on the knife's edge. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the dread had ebbed. Now, she reclined beside His Highness in tranquil ease. His occasional teasing held no menace. She dared demand rewards, and he'd indulge her with gold ingots. When wronged, he remembered, avenged her. By tonight, that lofty and aloof prince, who had kept others at bay, has indeed consumed her entirely. In the past, such a scenario would have been unimaginable. Now that her status as the imperial concubine was confirmed, she and His Highness were bound together like grasshoppers tied to the same string. Only by firmly clinging to the crown prince's favor could she secure her prosperity and survival. The maiden widened her almond-shaped eyes, endeavoring to appear utterly sincere, though the prince had already seen through her pretense with a single glance. His lips curled into a cold smirk. Her docile obedience wasn't directed at him as a person, but rather at the power, wealth, and striking looks he possessed, assets that allowed her to cling to him, seek his protection, and occasionally indulge in the pleasure of his handsome features. Had any guard possessed such advantages, she would likely have fluttered her lashes at them just as eagerly. The prince thought of Li Meng and countless others. When she had confessed the names of those who visited her dreams, the list of guards alone had stretched to 8 or 10. He closed his eyes, suppressing the heavy bitterness darkening his gaze. Yunkui's heart quivered. His Highness wasn't so easily deceived. Just last night, he'd ordered Li Meng beaten 40 strokes. Proof that her past weighed heavily on his mind. No amount of honeyed words would make him trust her now. She nestled closer against his chest. Your Highness? The prince's jaw tightened, and he chose to remain unresponsive. Yunkui boldly leaned in to embrace him, her voice sweetly calling out, Your Highness. The Crown Prince's phoenix eyes remained shut, yet he could vividly perceive the maiden's delicate, boneless form pressed tightly against him. It evoked memories of the supple, silken softness in the bathing pool earlier, like freshly peeled lychees, bobbing amidst turbulent waves. Unaware of the peril, Yunkui mistook his silence for lingering displeasure. Gathering her courage, she planted a resolute kiss upon his lips. The prince's breath hitched abruptly. In one fluid motion, he seized her wrist and reversed their positions, pinning her beneath him. Only when Yunkui felt the unyielding pressure against her thighs did realization dawn. When had his Highness become so awakened? A faint ache began to emerge beneath her, evoking memories of her body being ruthlessly assaulted in the pool, nearly falling apart. A sense of fear washed over her, yet her cheeks flushed slightly. I merely wish to convey to you that those individuals have never occupied my thoughts. Your Highness should possess confidence. I am constantly in your presence, day in and day out. Having now personally felt your formidable presence, how could I possibly regard anyone else? The prince's thin lips curled into a sly smile, his gaze sharp. So, before encountering me, you had your sights set on many others? Yunkui has come to realize that no matter how adeptly she responds, His Highness the Crown Prince always manages to uncover a flaw, catching her off guard. Of course not, she pouted. I am not someone who would settle for just anyone. The Crown Prince grasped her chin, his dark gaze fixed intently upon her. Be mindful of your station. In the future, such words may only be spoken to me, and your eyes should hold only me. Should I discover a second Li Meng? Yunkui, frightened, hurriedly clutched his hand, exclaiming, How could I dare? The Crown Prince clenched his molars, contemplating that such thoughts were unacceptable. Dangui remarquet. You forbid me from seeing the guards and even from entertaining such thoughts. I must say, you are being rather overbearing. Merely praised you a couple of times, and you've revealed your true nature once more. Oh, wicked prince. The Crown Prince's eyes churned with inky darkness, his breathing growing increasingly labored. His palm clasped the slender, snow-white nape as his thin lips pressed down upon hers with crushing weight. Between their lips and teeth came delicate whimpers. She timidly opened her misty, dazed eyes. Just that one coy, trembling glance reignited the barely suppressed desire within him. The grip at her waist tightened abruptly. Biting her lip, she shivered and weakly pushed against him. Your Highness, I truly can't endure any more. Yet his arms were unyielding as iron, immovable by her feeble resistance. What followed was another tempestuous onslaught. The Crown Prince was convinced that the bathing pool was hardly an ideal place for indulgence, especially for her first time. The floating sensation robbed her of security, and he, unfamiliar with restraint, only grew more ravenous upon hearing her muffled curses in his mind. Thus, neither was fully satisfied. He left wanting, and she suffered. It would have been far wiser to attempt this upon the bed, the most primal, universal, and foolproof setting. Yet the outcome was not as smooth as he had envisioned. Earlier, the warm waters had at least eased the friction, but now, after countless grinding motions that left him drenched in sweat, obstacles remained. Her face was streaked with tears, her consciousness wavering, her throat too hoarse to utter a sound. Yet in her mind, she cursed him relentlessly. The Crown Prince, too, was vexed, but he could not simply withdraw. It was not until deep into the fourth watch that he finally released her. Yunkui clutched the bedding beneath her, her fingertips blanched from the strain, her body limp as melted wax. Before this night, she had been a vibrant sunflower swaying in the breeze. Now, she was but a pitiful blossom battered by storms, trampled into the mud beneath carriage wheels. Though fleeting pleasure had flickered amidst the ordeal, it was swiftly drowned beneath towering waves, barely worth recalling. Behind her, the man seemed to have calmed at last. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into slumber, faintly aware of someone tending to her, yet she lacked the strength to react, surrendering to their ministrations. In her dreams, she found herself upon another bed. The woman pinned beneath the man was unfamiliar, her face flushed, eyes blurred with tears, her pale arms clinging desperately to his waist. As for the man, Yunkui stepped closer for a better look, and recognition dawned. It was none other than Minister Shen, the commissioner of transmission she had seen outside Donghua Gate the previous night. A scholar by origin, Minister Shen possessed jade-like refinement, his demeanor elegant and composed. Though his frame lacked the brawn of military men, his lean form moved with measured grace. Each motion deliberate enough to set his wife's heart aflutter, leaving her breathless and enthralled. He even caressed her cheek tenderly, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, praising her, soothing her fears. He inquired after her every sensation, adjusting his pace accordingly, now swift, now slow. Lady Shun wept with pear blossoms cascading down her rain-drenched cheeks. Her face flushed like a blooming crabapple, calling out sweetly for her husband. Yunkui also shed tears, tears of envy. How can everyone be so blissful? How can someone be so tender? She had once assumed that military officers and guards, towering and formidable, must naturally excel in certain ways, while scholars, frail and delicate, lacking even the strength to bind a chicken, would surely disappoint in the bedchamber. Yet to her surprise, Minister Shen, despite being a civil official, was not only distinguished in demeanor but also remarkably skilled between the sheets, far from the feeble and inept scholar she had imagined. Lady Shen truly feasts well. The Crown Prince, a light sleeper, was soon roused by the clamor of her thoughts. To think she had dreamed of Shen Yinyu, even comparing him to other civil officials in her mind. Was he truly inferior to Shen Yinyu? He had always regarded Shen Yinyu as an upright and principled gentleman. Who would have thought he indulged in such licentious dreams? His expression darkened as he glared at the petite figure turned away from him, itching to discipline her immediately. He reached out and turned her toward him, but the sight of her flushed eyes and nose reminded him of how she had wept beneath him, breathless with sobs. Swallowing his displeasure, he settled for a light bite on her reckless lips as punishment. The little maid whimpered in her sleep, instinctively trying to wriggle free from his embrace. But the man remained immovable, and she, lacking strength, soon ceased struggling, nestling obediently in the crook of his arm. At dawn, De Shun entered to assist with the morning ablutions. Peering discreetly through the layered curtains, he clicked his tongue. The Crown Prince had already risen. Yet the young lady still slumbered deeply. She must have been thoroughly exhausted the night before. His Highness is truly gifted by nature. Yet at his vigorous age, shouldn't he be refreshed and invigorated after such affairs? Why the stern expression? Did the lady fail to please him? Hearing his thoughts, the Crown Prince shot him a cold glance. Was it you who let her in last night? De Shun's heart skipped a beat. This servant. The Crown Prince's voice was stern. Without my orders, you dared admit someone into my private chambers. What punishment do you deserve?
De Shun waited anxiously for judgment.
Expressionless, the Crown Prince declared, 3 months' salary forfeited. Let there be no next time. De Shun bowed in acknowledgement, only allowing his face to fall once he reached the corridor. Chao Yuanlu, however, was delighted. Patting his shoulder, he chuckled. You did well. I'll secretly compensate what was deducted. Consider it New Year's money. De Shun brightened at once, offering hasty thanks. When Chao Yuanlu entered the chamber and saw his master's grim expression, he couldn't fathom the reason. After a pause, the Crown Prince spoke. Summon Shen Yinyu to the palace. Chao Yuanlu was stunned. But it's New Year's Day. Why summon him so early in the morning? Chapter 46. At the dawn of the new year, officials of the Great Zhao dynasty were granted 5 days of respite. Last night, an unforeseen incident occurred at the Chaoyang Hall. Shen Yinyu never anticipated that his wife would fall prey to a sinister trap set by the heir of Ningde Marquis, nearly tarnishing her pristine reputation. Fortunately, the Crown Prince intervened timely, averting a grievous outcome. Though swiftly removed from danger, his wife had still inhaled a trace of aphrodisiac. Jiang Qingxi, born into nobility and ever poised even in the most intimate moments, displayed an unprecedented ardor last night. Shen Yanyu found this side of her utterly enchanting. After tenderly soothing her distress, he indulged in a rare night of abandon, assuming that the elders would show leniency given the previous night's turmoil. He had hoped to linger lazily in bed this morning. Yet, to his surprise, the Crown Prince summoned him at daybreak, reluctantly leaving his alluring and clinging wife behind. Shen Yanyu donned his official robes and hastened to the palace. As it was a day of rest, the Crown Prince did not convene in the Chongming Hall, his usual chamber for state affairs. Instead, he arranged a game of chess in a side chamber of Qingguang Hall, awaiting Shen Yanyu's arrival. Upon entering, Shen Yanyu bowed deeply and saluted. "Your humble servant pays homage to your highness." Clad in dark blue leisure attire, the Crown Prince slightly raised his hand in acknowledgement.
Rise.
"I fear my summons may have been ill-timed. Pray tell, have I disturbed you, Minister Shen?" Shen Yanyu hastily remarked, "It is my fortune to alleviate your highness's worries. How could it be considered a disturbance? You are well aware that the timing is not opportune." Before I departed, Qingzi was reluctant to let go. The Crown Prince coldly curled his lips, were it not for his ability to hear unspoken thoughts. He might have believed that the Grand Secretary he had painstakingly elevated was an epitome of self-discipline and propriety, radiating an aura of righteousness. Instead, he discovered that Shen Yanyu was but a mortal man, ensnared in the allure of gentle affections. Emerging from humble beginnings, Shen Yanyu had once achieved the distinction of being the top scholar in the imperial examinations. The Crown Prince had recognized his integrity and composure, thus discreetly promoting him.
Now,
Before he had even reached the age of 30, he had already ascended to the esteemed ranks of the 9 ministers. Traditionally, the memorials from various regions of the Great Zhao were compiled and presented by the Grand Secretariat. However, with the cabinet now serving as the administrative nucleus and the ascension of Emperor Chunming, who had reinstated the Ministry of Rights and the Imperial Guards, the reliance on the Grand Secretariat to convey local sentiments and report on state affairs had significantly diminished, diminishing its former prominence. Though Shen Yanyu was not favored with substantial authority, he adeptly utilized his position to gather reports from all corners, fostering open channels for discourse and discerning the undercurrents of sentiment, thereby promptly verifying the various deceptions among officials and nobles under Emperor Chunming's governance. Outsiders were only aware of Shen Yanyu's familial connection to the Marquis of Wuning, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that he had long been the Crown Prince's confidant. Setting aside other matters, Xia Huichuan's strategy of employing Madame Shen to sow discord in their sovereign-subject relationship was indeed a masterstroke. The Crown Prince discreetly observed him. Realizing that appearances could be deceiving, clad in official robes, Shen Yanyu exuded an air of cold authority, unmarred by the dust of worldly affairs, making it difficult to reconcile with the image of the gentle and passionate figure from Yunkui's dreams. The Crown Prince raised his hand, signaling for Shen to sit. Shen Yanyu nodded in acknowledgement as the two took their seats to engage in a game of chess. The Crown Prince, clutching the black pieces, fixated on the board, while Shen Yanyu reported on the management of last year's significant disasters across various regions of the Great Zhao, mentioning a few corrupt officials against whom they had gathered evidence. He also succinctly summarized the major cases handled by the Imperial Guards over the past 2 years. The Crown Prince listened with casual indifference and finally smiled. "Enough of state affairs for today. Let us converse about family matters," Shen Yanyu replied. "During the New Year festivities, you wish to pass the time in the East Palace with idle chatter?" The prince, feigning indifference, casually remarked, "If I am not mistaken, Miss Shen is 28 this year." "Is she not?" Shen Yanyu, "Indeed. Crown Prince, why did you delay your marriage until last year?" "In my recollection, I recall the time when the esteemed scholar Shen was adorned with flowers, parading through the streets, captivating the attention of numerous noble families seeking suitable matches, and even garnering the interest of His Majesty's 2 princesses." Shen Yanyu's expression grew serious. "So, it was a test of my loyalty." He pondered over a chess piece for a moment before stating, "The reason I have yet to marry is twofold. First, my duties are demanding, leaving me little inclination for matrimony. Second, I have not encountered anyone who stirs my heart. Coming from humble origins, I entered the court not for personal gain, but to realize my ambitions and serve the people. Fame and fortune hold little significance for me. And I would never seek to ascend to greatness by marrying a princess or by ingratiating myself with the powerful, thus forsaking my humble beginnings. The Crown Prince chuckled. So, does this imply that Madame Shun is the one who holds your affections? Shun Yanyu felt that the Crown Prince's words were laden with meaning, and she could not fathom why he had suddenly mentioned his wife. Is it possible that Qingzi had intentions of selecting a crown princess? Given that both my father-in-law and my wife's brother serve the crown prince? Did Prince Ho of Ningda deliberately exploit Qingzi to entrap the crown prince for this very reason? However, he could be certain that there had never been any improper interactions between his wife and the crown prince. The crown prince spoke after a pause. I hadn't expected an offhand question to cause such misunderstanding. There's no need for tension, Minister Shin. I merely asked out of casual curiosity. Not wishing to complicate matters further, the crown prince shifted his tone. It is I who shall soon select a consort. Yet, these years of campaigning south and north have left little room for matters of the heart. Hearing of the deep affection between you and your wife, I sought but a word of advice. Shun Yanyu exhaled softly in relief. Between my wife and me, it was a matter of serendipity. The Office of Transmission had long opened its channels for public grievances, allowing subjects to report injustices and unlawful deeds. During his tenure as a counselor there, Shun Yanyu once received a petition from the common folk, exposing the corruption of officials in charge of charitable institutions, embezzling imperial provisions, neglecting duties, and even causing the deaths of the disabled under their care. He presented the accusation before the throne, and once the truth was uncovered, the guilty officials met their deserved punishment. Not long after, he received a letter of gratitude, penned by the same hand as the initial petition. The delicate strokes of the woman's handwriting adorned paper infused with orchid fragrance, its surface embossed with subtle floral patterns. Holding it to his nose, he caught the faint, lingering scent of orchids. In truth, he had already discerned her identity upon receiving the first petition. The origin of the stationery, the handwriting, the connection to the charitable institution, there were too many clues, making it effortless to trace. Clutching that letter, he sat in silence through the night, his heart resolved. Over the next 3 months, several families seeking marriage alliances with the Marquis of Wunning's household found themselves entangled in scandals, either exposed for keeping mistresses with child or besieged by distant relatives demanding recognition. Upon learning of these affairs, the Marquis's household naturally refused to plunge their daughter into such predicaments, rejecting each suitor in turn. 3 months later, Shun Yanyu personally sought her hand in marriage. He recounted the tale of the letter to the Crown Prince, though the scheming behind the scenes remained unspoken. The Crown Prince listened, his expression unreadable. He had long known Shun Yanyu to be a man of cunning, yet never imagined even his marriage had been meticulously orchestrated. Lady Shin, charitable and wise, is a blessing to you, the Crown Prince remarked with a faint smile. At the mention of his wife, the young minister's gaze softened with tenderness, recalling the previous night's intimacy, her shy reticence, her delicate beauty, unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Especially when her slender, snow-white legs wrapped around his waist, he would have gladly perished in that moment. The Crown Prince listened impassively to these unspoken, indecent thoughts, his fingers calmly moving chess pieces across the board. In contrast, Shun Yanyu's strategy grew noticeably restless. Let us just finish this game and leave. Though Shun Yanyu sought to concede, the Crown Prince prolonged the match deliberately, dragging the match until noon, ample time to hear every vivid detail of the minister's salacious recollections. In the end, the Crown Prince claimed a narrow victory and rose with a smile. Minister Shin, your marital harmony gladdens me. Today, I have kept you from your wife's company for too long. Maintaining his composure, Shun Yanyu bowed. Your Highness honors me. Finally, I can leave. I must buy some jewelry to appease Qingzi. By the way, we should replenish the supply of sausage casings and ointments as well. The Crown Prince contemplated these unfamiliar items with an inscrutable expression. Upon returning to his chambers, the little maid was still lazily slumbering. Outside the door, 2 attending maidservants fretted over her recklessness, fearing that such audacious indulgence would provoke the prince's displeasure. Last night, she wailed loud enough to shake the heavens. Not only did she fail to serve His Highness, but she even had the gall to let him attend to her washing. And now, She dares to sleep past noon without rising to assist His Highness with his morning ablutions and meal. How does she dare? She isn't even a consort yet. Once the crown princess enters the palace, if she continues with such impropriety, being beaten to death would be a lenient punishment. Who knows what rank His Highness intends to bestow upon her? If she were truly favored, why hasn't she been granted any title by now? The crown prince frowned slightly and coldly dismissed them before stepping into the chamber alone. Just as he was about to haul the drowsy little maid out of bed, he suddenly recalled the thoughts he had overheard from Shen Yunyu during their chess game earlier. If she isn't awakened by this hour, then trace kisses along the ticklish spots behind her ear and down her neck. That should rouse her eventually. The prince's brow darkened in fury. What a shameless and dissolute scoundrel! With slender fingers, he drew aside the bed curtains. The delicate girl lay curled into a small ball, nestled deep within the quilts. Her long, curled lashes rested heavily upon the faint shadows beneath her eyes, her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, her nose dainty, and her lips of vivid crimson. The prince swallowed thickly, then leaned down to brush aside the stray locks framing her ear. His lips grazed the flawless, pearl-like skin of her earlobe in a feather-like kiss. Chapter 47. Cloud Mallow suffered greatly through the night, only drifting into slumber as the fifth watch approached. Normally at this hour, palace maids would already be rising to wash. Yet she lay utterly spent, unable to lift even a finger, her eyelids weighted like lead. During the night when he drew her into his embrace, she hadn't even the strength to resist. Come morning, she faintly perceived the crown prince stirring from bed. To his credit, he showed some mercy by ordering the servants not to disturb her rest, allowing her to continue sleeping undisturbed. Time slipped away unnoticed until she felt an odd tickling at her ear, as though something damp were slowly tracing its contour. Instinctively, she hunched her shoulders, burrowing deeper into the bedding. Then came that same creeping sensation along her neck. Still with closed eyes, she reached to scratch, only to encounter something cold and unyielding. Her fingers explored its contours, giving an experimental pinch. The man finally lifted the chin she'd been absently mauling. Still not rising? Yunkui hunched over, her body still aching faintly beneath her, utterly unwilling to move. Your Highness, forgive this lowly servant's incompetence. I am unworthy of bearing your Highness's majestic vigor. The crown prince felt a throbbing pain at his temples. By all rights, after such intimacy, she ought to have nestled against him with tender affection. Or at least realized the impropriety of sleeping until noon and hurried to rise, cleanse herself, and return to her duties. Instead, here she was unmoving unless prodded, too indolent even to feign courtesy before the exalted crown prince. He pinched her earlobe lightly, deliberating for a moment before speaking. In the case of Marquis Ningda's defilement of the imperial harem and the confusion of the royal lineage, you merit the foremost credit. Combined with your service last night, you have earned a reward. What would you desire? Last night, I attended to you in such a manner. Does it not count as an accomplishment? Although Yunkui had been subjected to harsh bullying, harboring resentment in her heart, she felt a twinge of guilt when it came to discussing her contributions. Shall I seize this opportunity to request a bit more reward? Do you still desire some exquisite jewelry? The jewels bestowed by His Highness the Crown Prince are undoubtedly not the commonplace trinkets found in ordinary shops. One can only speculate that he may not be fully aware of their worth. Should he casually bestow upon me a pearl of immeasurable value, I would be fortunate indeed. The crown prince furrowed his brows, inquiring, Is it that you see nothing but gold and jewels?
Yunkui replied,
It seems I haven't said anything at all. The crown prince, with a smile that is both enigmatic and playful, inquires, Do you not wish to indulge in a moment of arrogance, seeking a position of favor alongside me? For the past 2 decades, he has harbored no thoughts of marriage, nor has he ever entertained the idea of taking a concubine. It is a surprise even to him that he has taken a liking to such a bold and audacious girl with impure thoughts. Although the experience was not entirely pleasant, it can be considered an indulgence on his part. He is not stingy when it comes to rank, it is merely a title. As long as she remains obedient, he does not mind offering her a taste of sweetness. As for the appointment of the crown princess, there is no rush. The Eastern Palace is fraught with wolves, and he has much to accomplish. This is not the time to indulge in romantic sentiments. The officials of the Zhan family are urging him to marry and produce heirs. Yet, he remains uncertain whether he can ultimately prevail. Even if he were to father offspring, there is no guarantee they would not become a second version of himself. It is wiser to ascertain the truth, reclaim power, and stabilize the realm before considering marriage and progeny. At that moment, he overheard the little girl whispering to herself, "Is he planning to make me a noble consort? Never mind, I certainly do not wish to become a thorn in the side of the future crown princess, only to be dealt with as soon as I enter the palace." Although the bedchamber maidservants hold a lowly status, they are not recorded in the royal registry. Thus they should be able to pack their belongings and depart at any moment. In the future, should your highness grow weary of me and the crown princess seek to deal with me, I shall not wait for their words. I shall take the initiative to flee with my wealth, far away, with those golden treasures by my side. I could purchase a few handsome men to guard the estate in the future, take in a son-in-law, and live a life of luxury with servants at my beck and call. Having made up her mind, Yunkui hastily spoke, "Your Highness, before she could finish. Her gaze inadvertently met the prince's eyes, dark and cold as ink, causing her heart to shudder violently. "Your Highness? Just a moment ago, you inquired about the position I desired. How could it have changed so abruptly? Could it be that you are testing me? Did you presume that I am ignorant of the world's vastness, foolishly aspiring to ascend the branches and become a ruler, only to be met with disdain? Oh heavens! Bear witness, I truly never wished to be a sovereign." She smiled at him sweetly. "Your Highness, I would not dare." However, to her surprise, his expression remained unyielding. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and a chilling coldness gleamed in his eyes. Fearing he might doubt her sincerity, Yunkui swore by the heavens, "I shall certainly remember my place and never indulge in foolish fantasies." The prince gazed at her carefree demeanor and coolly remarked, "In that case, splendid indeed." Yunkui softly replied, "If your highness insists on bestowing something upon me, then I shall dare to speak my mind, but I hope your highness will not take offense." The crown prince's face resembled frost as he spoke. "Pray, elaborate." Yunkui cautiously replied, "As a humble servant in your esteemed presence, I am perpetually anxious. Should I err, and you or the crown princess wish to impose punishment upon me, I beseech you for a favor. If you do not wish to see me, simply send me far from the palace. I assure you, I shall never again intrude upon your sight, nor become a hindrance to you both." The crown prince chuckled coldly. To send her away from the palace, acquire a few guards, and perhaps even take a son-in-law, wouldn't that align perfectly with her desires? He coldly remarked, "Rest assured, should that time come, I shall handle matters impartially, ensuring that you do not escape unscathed." Yunkui. How infuriating, to turn against me right after waking. On New Year's Eve, the imperial banquet unveiled the scandalous affair between the heir of Ningda Marquis and consort Yu, who had borne his illegitimate child. Emperor Chunming, enraged beyond measure, secretly ordered Lu Chu, the commander of the imperial guards, to conduct a thorough investigation. Several of consort Yu's personal maids were subjected to brutal interrogation, their testimonies aligning perfectly with Zhu Wu's confession. For years, the emperor had lavished affection upon this mother and child, only to discover one had betrayed him in adultery while the other was not his own blood. Suppressing towering fury, Emperor Chunming barely restrained himself from exterminating the entire Ningda Marquis' household and the Yu family, 9 generations and all, to preserve the dignity of the imperial family. Every palace servant who had witnessed the disgraceful scene in the side hall that night, save for the attendants taken away by the crown prince, was quietly silenced by the emperor's command. Having reigned for over 2 decades, Emperor Chunming prided himself on diligent governance, benevolence, and unwavering dedication. Yet in the eyes of many elder ministers, he remained merely a placeholder sovereign, ever ready to yield the throne to the crown prince. The crown prince, though reviled by multitudes, retained the loyalty of Emperor Jingyou's old faction with but a single virtue. Meanwhile, the slightest flaw in Emperor Chunming's jade-like perfection invited relentless censure from these very critics. Thus, whether in self-cultivation, household management, or state affairs, the emperor permitted himself no missteps that might furnish tongues with fodder. Yet now, the adulterous pair, Xia Huichuan and consort Yu, had embroiled him in this sordid scandal. not only humiliating him personally, but exposing his grave negligence as ruler in permitting such debauchery within the inner palace. This must never become public knowledge. When he uttered the word silence before the Crown Prince that day, it was a declaration. Should the prince persist in pursuing the matter, forcing its exposure, the emperor would shed all pretense and strike first to eliminate the threat permanently. For years, the Ningde Marquis' household had abused their imperial kinship to tyrannize the populace, seizing lands and extorting wealth while the emperor turned a blind eye. United against their common foe, the Crown Prince, the Marquis had also handled many unsavory tasks for Emperor Chunming. But now, consumed by wrath, the emperor cast aside all considerations of past favors. Commanding the imperial guards to enumerate 10 capital crimes against the Marquis, he ordered the household confiscated and its members imprisoned. Merely punishing the Ningde Marquis would draw undue attention. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Chunming purged numerous corrupt officials one by one. The Yu family naturally numbered among those swept from court. Those ministers who had toasted the emperor at the New Year's Eve banquet could never have imagined that before the holiday's end, they would receive edicts stripping them of office and property. Emperor Chunming had known from the very beginning about the verbal betrothal between Consort Yu and Xia Huichuan, which had later dissolved without consequence. Xia married another. Consort Yu entered the palace, and the emperor had never probed further into the matter. Yet he never imagined the two would remain entangled in their old affections, deceiving the heavens and crossing the seas to engage in illicit relations, even bearing a child together. The adulterous pair had the audacity to commit dual suicide before his very eyes. Exterminating their families was too lenient a punishment. As for the 9th prince, once the apple of Emperor Chunming's eye, he now evoked nothing but seething hatred. The emperor had no shortage of heirs. This child's very existence was a mistake, a disgrace that had shattered imperial dignity. For now, the boy was confined, awaiting disposal once the storm surrounding the Marquis of Ningde's household had passed. Yet despite the emperor's ruthless suppression of the scandal and the fabricated charges meant to bury the shame, whispers of the affair between the Marquis heir and Consort Yu spread like wildfire. Not only did it reach the empress' ears, but even the imperial concubines began murmuring among themselves. Overnight, the house of Ningde crumbled. The empress, still under house arrest, and Prince Chun were both aghast. The empress was gripped by terror and regret. How could her nephew, so brilliant yet so foolishly ensnared by lingering passion, commit such an unforgivable crime? Had she known, she would never have urged him to marry another. Still confined, her repeated pleas for an audience with the emperor went unanswered. She understood the depth of this humiliation to the imperial family. The 10 fabricated charges were mere pretext. The emperor intended to eradicate the house of Ningde entirely. Having been his consort for over 2 decades, she knew his temperament well. Were she not the empress and mother of his children, he might not have spared even her. With her maternal clan as support now lost, the only path forward was to eliminate the crown prince, the emperor's greatest thorn, so that Prince Chun might regain favor. But the emperor, consumed by fury, would not grant her an audience to plead for her family. He seethed at the crown prince for leaking the scandal. Within days, it had permeated both court and harem. He could silence the servants who witnessed the events, but not the murmurs of the masses. That day, the emperor summoned Lu Qi, commander of the imperial guards. The usually composed sovereign burned with wrath, his gaze murderous. The crown prince has overstayed his welcome. I have tolerated him long enough. Lu Qi, whose face was half concealed by a bronze mask due to disfiguring burns, exuded an aura of menace. Few had ever seen his true visage, and even court officials spoke of him in hushed tones. Known only as the emperor's savior, he had risen to command the imperial guards, wielding immense trust. The emperor's voice was icy. He has uncovered traces of you. If you do not kill him, he will eventually expose the truth of that year. You have lurked by my side for 20 years, waiting for the day the crown prince falls, so you may be ennobled, rise in rank, cast off your mask, and live openly under your true name. This time, there must be no mistakes. Lu Qi clenched his jaw and bowed. Your servant obeys. For the first time in her life, Yunkui went over 10 days without seeing the crown prince. Officials streamed in and out of Chongming Hall daily, and she faintly heard of numerous households being purged, including the Marquis of Ningde's, likely tied to the heiress scandal. Yet these courtly upheavals held no relevance to her. Valuing her life, she dared not breathe a word. Chapter 48. Upon hearing the sound, the Crown Prince could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Did her unspoken desire for one more time imply what he thought it did? After a few days without summons, she had comfortably remained in her chambers, not setting foot in the Qingguang Hall for half a month. Were she and Qiao Yuanlu not acquainted well enough? She had never thought to inquire about the reasons, spending her days in a routine of eating and sleeping. As the Crown Prince contemplated this, his gaze turned cold, and he addressed Qiao Yuanlu. What is the purpose of summoning her? Qiao Yuanlu hastily concocted an excuse. Deshun has been dispatched to the Internal Affairs Office. There are insufficient hands in Qingguang Hall, and I feared inadequate service, hence I took the liberty of inviting Miss Yunkui. I went to fetch her, and you did not utter a word of objection. Yunkui lowered her head in discontent. So it turns out the Crown Prince had no intention of calling me to serve, and I was merely elated for nothing. The Crown Prince's eyes flickered slightly. Elated? He forced a smile and replied indifferently, what purpose would she serve by coming? Yunkui responded, I can attend to your needs. I can serve you at night. The Crown Prince's gaze darkened. It felt as if a delicate hand had gently scratched his heart, a subtle itch spreading through his veins, even causing a certain part of his body to swell faintly, nearly overwhelming him. He averted his gaze, his tone flat. This evening, I shall leave the palace.
And you may accompany me.
Yunkui's face lit up with joy. Leave the palace? But tonight is the Lantern Festival. It must be bustling outside. I can go out to enjoy the lanterns. Since the beginning of the new year, Emperor Chuming's fury had led to the downfall of numerous officials, including the once favored uncle of the emperor. Rumors of scandal surrounding the heir of the Ningde Marquis and his concubine circulated, and the palace maids, aware of the circumstances, understood that this was not the time for lavish celebrations. Thus, the usually vibrant Taihe Gate and Imperial Garden were devoid of festive lights. Upon mentioning the palace exit, the Crown Prince observed the girl's bright apricot eyes sparkling with excitement, her cherry lips curving into a radiant smile. The begonia-red dress she wore accentuated her snow-like skin and porcelain neck. Such beauty would surely attract countless gazes. However, he intended to travel incognito, wishing to avoid drawing attention from the populace. The Crown Prince frowned. I have official matters to attend to. Simplicity suffices. Your attire is too ostentatious. Yunkui touched her hairpin, glancing at her seemingly ordinary dress. How could it be considered flamboyant? The Crown Prince ordered, prepare to leave. But I have no suitable attire for leaving the palace, Yunkui protested. Returning to her quarters, she rummaged through her belongings. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 10, she had never stepped outside the Forbidden City, and her trunk was filled with standard palace garments, along with a few dresses gifted by the late empress. Yet, the Crown Prince deemed them too showy. Just as she contemplated settling for an old outfit, a knock resounded at the door. It was Lan Xiao, a maid from Qingguang Hall. Lan Xiao entered with another maid, carrying a thick bundle of dresses. These are gifts from His Highness for you. Some are prepared by the Internal Affairs for the palace maids, and this particular one, His Highness instructed you to wear tonight when leaving the palace. Yunkui, astonished, accepted the garments and, once the maids departed, eagerly spread them across her bed. To her surprise, there were 6 complete outfits. Among them were 4 warm winter garments and 2 lighter ones suitable for early spring. She examined the outfit meant for her exit, a simple yet elegant lotus pink skirt adorned with silver-embroidered camellia patterns. The other dresses were made of exquisite fabrics in various colors, wisteria purple, deep blue, apricot yellow, and snow blue, creating a dazzling array. Rarely presented with the opportunity to leave the palace, she had feared she would have to wear tattered clothes, yet the Crown Prince had been extraordinarily considerate. Yunkui donned the lotus pink skirt and joyfully made her way to the Donghua Gate, where she spotted a magnificent ebony carriage standing solemnly against the night. 2 glossy black horses pulled the carriage, adorned with ornate hexagonal glass lanterns at each corner, while the bronze beast head bells seemed to echo the cold, dignified presence of their master. Yunkui hesitated, unsure of how to approach. Qiao Yuanlu approached and smiled. Miss, please board. His Highness awaits you inside. Yunkui was taken aback. Me? Get in the carriage? What was her status to ride in the same carriage as the crown prince? She had assumed she was merely to follow alongside. Qiao Yuanlu gestured encouragingly, "Please go ahead." With trepidation, Yunkui climbed aboard, lifting the dark blue cloud-patterned curtain to find the crown prince resting with his eyes closed on the soft cushions, clad in a black gold brocade robe. A dark jade belt cinched at his waist, his demeanor imposing and regal. The crisp chime of the bells heralded the carriage's slow progress toward the imperial street. Yunkui quietly settled closer, her gaze drawn to the intricate golden patterns embroidered on his sleeves. "Did you not promise to avoid attracting attention? Here you are, draped in finery while I wear something so plain. Are you afraid I might overshadow you? Nonetheless, given the abundance of exquisite dresses you provided, I shall reluctantly forgive you. I must say, it seems you have grown even more handsome during our days apart, though I wonder if your skills have improved. Should you continue to act recklessly and discomfort me, my favor may wane." The crown prince. As the carriage glided into the marketplace, the cacophony of voices enveloped them, vendors calling out, children laughing, and the vibrant lights spilling in through the curtain. It had been 6 or 7 years since she last set foot outside the palace. Everything before her felt like a long-lost delight. The crown prince opened his eyes, observing the little girl resting her chin on the window, her pale lotus-pink dress swaying gently in the motion of the carriage. Illuminated by the soft glow of the candles, the silver camellia patterns flickering like a serene painting under the moonlight. Yunkui sensed a gaze upon her back and turned to meet the crown prince's deep, unfathomable eyes. In that moment, her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly tongue-tied, she stammered, "Your Highness, did you personally select those dresses for me?" The crown prince's gaze shifted away, pondering her thoughts. "Dangui, oh." Listening to the approaching sounds of merriment, she inquired, "What business brings you out tonight, Your Highness?" The crown prince replied coolly, "Official matters." Yunkui asked, "Then must I accompany you the entire evening?" The crown prince retorted, "What do you think?" Noticing her downcast expression, he added, "What? Do you wish to neglect your duties and frolic on your own?" Yunkui hastily denied, "I harbor no such intentions." The crown prince lightly tapped his knee. "Would you like to see the lanterns?" Since that New Year's Eve when she left the Chaoyang Hall, she had lamented the absence of the Taihe Gate's fireworks and sky lanterns, indicating her fondness for festive lights. He intended to travel incognito tonight. Bringing her along was hardly a burden. Yunkui nodded eagerly. "I have brought some silver. May I purchase a few things?" The crown prince inquired, "What do you wish to buy?" Seeing his lack of outright refusal, she beamed, "Naturally, I wish to procure some items suitable for a girl. Of course, I shall buy some things that a girl would love, such as cosmetics and hairpins. The late empress had gifted her plenty, and the quality in the palace was no less than that outside. Moreover, given the crown prince's preference for simplicity, she rarely used those powders and fragrances. Thus, she intended to buy her beloved novels during this rare excursion. The most important thing is to purchase some delightful items to discuss the interplay of yin and yang with His Highness. Haha. The prince clenched his fists, appearing somewhat awkward. "You wish to buy storybooks?" Yunkui chuckled sheepishly. "Did you manage to guess that? You are still rather naive, dear prince." The princess' eyes dimmed slightly. She often entertained peculiar nicknames for him. Previously, she referred to him as Big Shot, living king of hell, and even had the audacity to address herself as I, yet he had never taken offense. However, the title dear prince stirred a peculiar sensation within him, akin to the gentle caress of a soft feather. He suppressed the murky emotions swirling beneath the surface and said, "Storybooks are strictly prohibited within the palace. Where did you come across such materials?" Yunkui replied candidly, "The authorities turn a blind eye. The enforcement is lax. Often, palace maids will send young eunuchs out to procure them, and I borrowed some to read." Fearing his disapproval, she quickly added, "It's not just me. Everyone takes turns reading them. By the time they reach me, they are often in tatters." The same applied to the fire avoidance diagrams. The prince, maintaining an official demeanor, remarked, "Since these are forbidden texts, I cannot make an exception for you." Yunkui felt a flicker of annoyance, but recalling her need, she donned a smile. "Then why not assist me in purchasing them, Your Highness? The prohibition applies to us lowly servants. If you were to buy them, who would dare question you?" The prince scoffed, "You are quite clever." Yunkui boldly leaned closer, winking at him. If you purchase them, allowing me to borrow them for a couple of days, I could acquire some knowledge to alleviate your burdens. Fully aware of her ambiguous intentions and flattering demeanor, the prince nonetheless found his gaze involuntarily shifting away as he issued a few commands. The carriage came to a gentle halt at an alleyway at the end of the royal street, not far from the largest bookstore in the capital, the Qiao Zhizhai. The prince signaled to the casually dressed Chao Yuanlu, who promptly handed Yunkui a purse of coins. Yunkui was astonished as she accepted the bulging pouch filled with silver ingots. The prince remarked casually, since I am the one buying, it would be unreasonable for you to spend your own money. Overjoyed, Yunkui leapt 3 feet into the air. Thank you, your highness. The prince then instructed Dishun, go assist her in loading it onto the carriage. Yunkui thought, load? Does His Highness think I intend to purchase an entire library? However, since the prince had spoken and provided the silver, she felt no hesitation. Upon arriving at Qiao Yunkui raced to the section of storybooks, purchasing every popular title available, then discreetly summoned the shopkeeper to one side. The shopkeeper, having seen much in his time, immediately deduced her intent upon noticing her flushed cheeks and fidgety demeanor. Seeing her generous spending, he promptly presented the prized possession of the store. Yunkui secretly flipped through a couple of pages, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. It contained over 100 different poses. Moreover, it was far clearer than the shabby illustrated books she had previously perused. The shopkeeper assured her with a thump of his chest, rest assured, young lady, with this treasure of the store, your harmony with your beloved will be divine, as if you are floating on air. Yunkui waved her hand grandly. I'll take it. Chapter 49. The night of Lantern Festival. The entire Imperial Street was adorned with a myriad of fiery trees and silver flowers, bustling with crowds like a tide. Lanterns of various shapes and sizes hung throughout the street, creating the illusion of a radiant river of light from afar. As Yunkui took a few steps forward, the dazzling array of stalls instantly captivated her attention. The rabbit lanterns, sugar paintings, and clay figurines that adults deemed only interesting to children were, to her, filled with novelty and fascination. During her childhood at her uncle's house, she had never possessed a rabbit lantern of her own. Expressing a desire for one only earned her disdain and reproach. Even gazing longingly elicited scornful remarks from her aunt. She dared not ask for such things, nor did she dare to dream, even believing that to desire was a sin. This fear and timidity haunted her throughout her youth. She felt a pang of sympathy for the 9th prince, perhaps out of shared experience. For her aunt had informed her that she too was the child born from her mother's infidelity, a child who had no right to make demands. Her aunt often claimed that the household had spent all their wealth on her upbringing, urging her to be sensible and filial. Later, she learned that the money had largely gone to her cousin's gambling debts. The so-called filial piety her aunt spoke of was a guise for her to become a concubine to the old steward, to earn a hefty bride price to clear her cousin's debts and allow him to marry a beautiful girl from the town. Yunkui did not wish to comply. She longed to escape to a place where no one knew her, even if it meant begging on the streets, where at least some kind-hearted children might toss her leftover candied hawthorns. Entering the palace, no matter how bleak her circumstances, she would not be pointed at and called a bastard. She could gradually save some gold and silver, laying the groundwork for a better future. The Crown Prince, noticing her unwavering gaze fixed on a vendor making sugar paintings, remarked, if you wish for it, buy it. Who knows when you might have the chance to leave the palace again. Yunkui slowly returned to her senses. Then I shall buy it? The Crown Prince, observing the faint redness in her eyes, softly replied, yes. Yunkui felt her pouch, smiling shyly. I only brought a tale of gold. The common vendors might not have changed. What do you think, your highness? Her intentions were transparent, and the Crown Prince helplessly stated, I am not so stingy as to deny you a sugar painting. Yunkui's face lit up with joy. Thank you, your highness. Would you like to have some? The Crown Prince replied, I do not eat. Seeing Qin Go approach as if to report an important matter, she decided to queue up herself. Qin Go bowed to the Crown Prince and whispered, I have inquired with an informed craftsman. The lighthouse at Qian has been poorly constructed, lacking crucial structural support. With tonight's strong winds, it will surely collapse within an hour. The Crown Prince's expression turned serious. Is the personnel arrangement complete? Qian nodded. It is already arranged. In half an hour, we'll have the water mirror stage begin its performance to draw the crowd away from the lighthouse. The guards are already discreetly positioned to ensure the safety of the citizens and prevent casualties. The Crown Prince commanded, "You go supervise it personally." Qian immediately took his leave. After finishing her sugar painting, Yunkui returned to find the Crown Prince's demeanor icy and could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, what has happened?" He turned to her. "It does not concern you." His words trailed off as his gaze landed on the sugar painting in her hand, which did not depict the usual flowers, birds, or historical figures, but bore a striking resemblance to Qiao Yuanlu, glancing between the sugar painting and the Crown Prince, noted the resemblance in his nose and lips. "Miss, is this sugar painting of His Highness?" Yunkui twirled the painting in her hand and blinked innocently.
I do not know.
"I asked the vendor to paint a handsome man for me, and he crafted it on a whim. Do you think it resembles His Highness?" As she spoke, she took a bite from the head of the sugar figure right in front of the Crown Prince. He felt a dull ache form in his head. Qiao Yuanlu was at a loss for words. This girl was audacious beyond measure. The group strolled leisurely through the market, with Yunkui holding a rabbit lantern in her left hand and savoring her sugar painting and candied hawthorns in her right, contemplating purchasing more fruits and sweets. Each time she wished to buy something, she would first glance at the Crown Prince's expression. If he remained silent, she felt emboldened to proceed. Before long, Qiao Yuanlu and Deshun were laden with goods. Feeling a bit embarrassed for drawing from her modest savings, she decided to buy a box of pastries for both of her companions as a token of gratitude. Qiao Yuanlu winked at her, and she understood that he hoped she would also buy a gift for the Crown Prince. But what could she possibly buy? The Crown Prince lacked for nothing, was discerning, and would likely disdain any common sweets she could afford. The Crown Prince subtly shifted his gaze away from her, focusing instead on the distant lighthouse at Qian. The Ministry of Works had engaged in shoddy construction year after year, and this year they even used inferior bricks and timber from previous years to cover up their negligence. The officials, driven by greed, exploited the laborers, ultimately compromising the quality of materials and the wages of the craftsmen. The towering lighthouse, standing at 100 feet, was fraught with peril, yet throngs of pedestrians below remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster, lost in the festivities of the season. Yunkui spotted the lighthouse from afar and excitedly tugged at his arm. "Your Highness, let us go see the lighthouse." He restrained her. "Do not go." Yunkui stared at him, taken aback by the coldness in his expression, which she had not seen in a long time. His chilling voice stirred an unfamiliar anxiety within her. Have I been too presumptuous, angering him? The Crown Prince, catching her unspoken thoughts, momentarily lost his focus, then suppressed the chill in his eyes, taking her soft, delicate hand in his. "Let us go watch the performance." His warm palm enveloped her hand, sending waves of sensation coursing through her, especially where he touched her, igniting a flurry of sparks in her veins. As the melodious strains of the water mirror stage filled the air, Yunkui's tumultuous thoughts gradually settled. The warmth of his hand was unmistakable, and as she instinctively attempted to withdraw her fingers, he held on tightly, his gaze fixed on the stage where a pair of star-crossed lovers exchanged tender glances. Initially, Yunkui found nothing particularly remarkable about the performance until she heard the male character call the female Lady Yu, and the weeping woman repeatedly utter Xiaolang. A sense of familiarity washed over her, and she soon heard someone in the crowd exclaim, "This is the son of the Duke of Ningda and the palace's Lady Yu." This revelation sent ripples of shock through the audience. Hadn't the Duke of Ningda's estate been confiscated due to 10 grave offenses? Was it possible that the affair between the Duke's son and Lady Yu had been discovered by the Emperor? I know this. The Xie family and the Yu family are related by marriage. The young master of the Xie family and Lady Yu were childhood sweethearts. Later, when the elder Xie became the imperial uncle, he rose in status, forcing the young master to abandon Lady Yu for another, which is how she ended up in the palace. Have you heard? The 9th prince is actually the son of the young master of the Xie family, and he is currently imprisoned by the emperor. Do not speak such nonsense. How can it be nonsense? The Duke of Ningda is the current imperial uncle and his son a favored figure at court. For their estate to be seized overnight, It is clear that this matter is anything but simple. The citizens buzzed with speculation, and the passionate scenes unfolding on stage captivated a growing audience. Compared to the lighthouse that can be admired year after year, the public is far more intrigued by the closely guarded secrets of the royal family. Groups of commoners flock to the water mirror platform, drawn by the commotion. In no time, the platform is teeming with people, many of whom are unaware of the unfolding events. They simply see a crowd and rush over to join in. Meanwhile, the once bustling Qiandu men beneath the lighthouse is now nearly deserted. Yunkui is led by the Crown Prince to a secluded spot near the Magpie Bridge. Listening to the lyrics from the opera stage, her heart filled with unease. Hadn't His Majesty sealed the Chaoyang Palace on New Year's Eve? How could such news have spread beyond the palace walls? With a stage set for performance so soon, wouldn't this become common knowledge after tonight? The Crown Prince tightly grips her hand, yet his gaze is fixed in the distance, seemingly oblivious to her concerns. Following his line of sight, Yunkui notices the lighthouse swaying slightly in the wind, initially thinking it was a trick of her eyes. However, as realization dawns, her complexion pales. Your Highness, that lighthouse. Before she can finish her thought, the Crown Prince's expression sharpens, and he immediately signals the guards in the shadows to disperse the crowd near Qiandu men. At this moment, the cacophony of voices could easily incite panic and lead to a stampede. Thus, the guards can only forcefully evacuate the area under the pretense that it is unsafe to linger beneath the tower. As the crowd begins to scatter, dozens of guards swiftly erect a barrier 2 men high, completely concealing the area within 10 paces of the lighthouse. The onlookers, still perplexed by the unfolding scene, suddenly hear the majestic tower emit a chilling, grating creak amidst the fierce winds, followed by the sounds of bricks crumbling and wooden beams splintering. The enormous dragon and tiger lantern, which adorns the tower, teeters precariously in the gusts. A shrill voice pierces through the crowd. Is the tower about to collapse? The tower is falling. This cry acts like a stone thrown into boiling oil, igniting a wave of turmoil. People gaze into the distance, and indeed, they see the towering structure swaying in the wind, debris cascading down, and the supporting beams letting out terrifying rending noises. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the opulent lighthouse suddenly collapses with a thunderous roar. It is as if the earth itself is quaking, with stones, lanterns, and timber flying in all directions, and the fallen tower igniting into a fierce blaze. Amidst the chaos, gasps and collisions are inevitable. Fortunately, most of the debris is contained by the barriers, with only a few splinters and dust reaching the spectators below. The guards in the shadows rush to extinguish the flames, while the Imperial Guards step forward to calm and disperse the crowd, preventing injuries from trampling. Yunkui watches in horror as the towering lighthouse crashes down before her, her mind racing with a singular thought. Had she insisted on playing beneath the tower, she would have surely perished in the ruins. As she snaps back to reality, her gaze meets the man standing protectively in front of her. Behind them, Deshun shares her shock, both shaken by the near tragedy. While Chao Yuanlu understands that the Crown Prince had already anticipated such a disaster, having placed measures in motion well before the new year, ensuring that everything Chapter 50 Yunkui nestled within the embrace of the Crown Prince, surrounded by the cacophony of the populace's clamor, the sounds of combat, and the clash of weapons, all intertwining chaotically. Soon, the dull thud of blades piercing flesh mingled with the tumult. Having spent much of her life in the depths of the palace, she had never witnessed such a visceral scene of slaughter. Yet, inexplicably, hidden in the strong arms of the man, it felt as though there was nothing to fear. She vaguely surmised that the Crown Prince had anticipated the collapse of the lighthouse, prompting his decision to leave the palace. The timely diversion of the citizens by the soldiers must have been orchestrated by him as part of a covert strategy, prepared well in advance. He had even patiently accompanied her for a while, which was a testament to his astute planning. "Your Highness is truly remarkable," she exclaimed. The Crown Prince gently brushed her rabbit ears. The girl, it seemed, was not without her wits. A group of citizens by the Magpie Bridge had retreated to a safe distance, likely having heard the black-clad figure shouts, realizing that the tall, resplendent figure by the bridge was none other than the Crown Prince. Their astonishment and fear eclipsed even their dread of the lighthouse's collapse. "It is the prince. He has left the palace. Surely, He is responsible for the lighthouse's fall. He intends to slay us all. He is mad, a lunatic who revels in murder. What atrocities might he not commit? Upon overhearing this discourse, Yunkui felt a surge of indignation. She turned towards the most vociferous among them, a man clad in green, and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? It was His Highness who saved you. Had it not been for him, you would have been crushed by the lighthouse. Instead of expressing gratitude, you slander him." The Crown Prince had long grown accustomed to such vitriol. During his years away from the capital, he was well aware of how Emperor Chunming and the Empress had conspired against him, leaving him no room for self-defense. What surprised him, however, was that this girl was willing to engage in a public dispute on his behalf. The green-clad man, having discerned the source of her voice, boldly replied, "Did you not hear? The Crown Prince is tyrannical and unjust. He must be punished. These black-clad heroes are here to uphold justice, and today, we shall see the Crown Prince and you, Demoness, meet your demise." Before Yunkui could retort further, a firm grip tightened around her waist, and her rabbit lantern was suddenly snatched away. By the time she registered what had occurred, the lantern's wooden handle had been thrust into the throat of one of the black-clad figures. "Oh, dear. My lantern," she lamented, as the Crown Prince furrowed his brow and murmured, "I shall return it to you." Yunkui had no time to respond, for 4 or 5 more black-clad assailants charged towards them, weapons drawn. In a flurry, she yanked the least valuable silk flower pin from her hair and thrust it into the Crown Prince's hands. "Your Highness, use these as concealed weapons. Make sure to return this one too, preferably with a gold hairpin," he replied with a hint of resignation as he took the pin. With a swift motion, several hairpins flew from his hand like arrows, striking down the foremost black-clad attackers. "Impressive!" exclaimed Yunkui, her admiration evident. The leader of the black-clad assassins, having noticed the shift in their fortunes, exchanged glances with his 3 companions. He charged forward, while the others quickly flanked from the sides and rear. The Crown Prince skillfully kicked aside the wrist of one attacker on his left, simultaneously securing Yunkui's waist with one arm, while his other hand wielded his sword to parry the assaults from the rear and right. Before her stood the formidable leader of the assassins, clad entirely in black, his face obscured by a dark scarf, save for his chilling black eyes that bore into her. After a brief exchange of glances, he raised his sword and lunged at her. Yunkui trembled in fright, cold sweat trickling down her back. "This is it. I truly might lose my life this time." Yet, just as the blade drew perilously close, the Crown Prince suddenly pivoted, his sword flashing as he deflected the fierce attack, engaging the assassin leader in combat. Yunkui cautiously took refuge behind him, witnessing the Crown Prince's martial prowess for the first time. His movements were agile and powerful, his strikes fierce and elegant, surpassing the theatrical displays of the palace entertainers. Amidst her anxiety, her heart surged with exhilaration. She could even feel the tension in his muscles as he executed each maneuver, tightening and releasing in a rhythm of combat. How formidable! No wonder he could keep me occupied all night. At every heart-stopping moment, when she felt her life was at stake, the Crown Prince was there to deflect the lethal blows aimed at her. However, the black-clad attackers grew increasingly aggressive, adopting an all-out offensive strategy, launching relentless and deadly strikes. Unfortunately, her presence had become a burden. Upon realizing the Crown Prince was protecting a liability, the assailants shifted their focus, their cold blades now aimed directly at her. "Please, no. I haven't even had the chance to properly enjoy my treasured possession. I cannot perish here." Dozens of glinting sword edges converged, and in terror, Yunkui shut her eyes tightly, feeling herself being lifted and moved frantically, surrounded by a whirlwind of flashing blades and fierce combat. Several times, she felt the blade brush perilously close to her cheek, only to be deflected by the Crown Prince's quick reactions. As more black-clad figures joined the fray, the ferocity of the attacks escalated. Amidst the cacophony of clashing weapons, Yunkui suddenly heard a muffled grunt from the Crown Prince, her heart plummeting. "Your Highness, are you injured?" The Crown Prince clenched his teeth in silence, his form momentarily faltering before he swiftly withdrew his sword from the chest of his opponent and re-engaged with the advancing attackers. Fortunately, Qin Ge and his men arrived just in time, dispersing much of the enemy force. The black-clad assailants, now overwhelmed, began to falter, ultimately succumbing to the skilled guards of the Crown Prince. The leader of the assassins, feeling increasingly isolated, found himself cornered by Qin Ge and Luo Zhang. With no retreat left, he leaped into the air, vaulting over a tall tree. Qin Ji's arrow flew past him, barely grazing his leg, and in an instant, the man vanished without a trace. Yunkui clutched the Crown Prince's arm, her gaze scanning his form, finally noticing the blood seeping from a wound at his waist. Her eyes filled with moisture as her voice trembled with urgency. "Chao Gonggong, His Highness is injured." Everyone rushed forward to assess the situation. The Crown Prince's complexion was pale, yet he merely stated, "It is a minor injury. It is nothing to worry about." The attackers had been fierce, their skills honed, intent on taking his life. Fortunately, he had sensed the impending collapse of the lighthouse and brought sufficient guards and secret protectors. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to withstand the lethal blows from dozens of skilled assassins. Chao Yuanlu supported the Crown Prince, saying, "Your Highness should return to the carriage." General Qin quickly summoned Dr. He. Qin Ge nodded in compliance. Dr. He Belan, nearby attending to patients, arrived promptly upon hearing the news. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. He quickly staunched the bleeding and applied medicinal dressings, effectively treating the injury. As news of the casualties from the lighthouse collapse filtered in, Yunkui found herself unable to check on the Crown Prince's condition, her heart filled with worry. Inside the carriage, the Crown Prince's chief guard, Yu Han, was briefing them on the arrangements for the injured citizens. Regarding the group of assassins, Yu Han speculated, with the death of the heir to the Duke of Ningda and the Duke still imprisoned, the only ones capable of deploying such skilled assassins against you must be. The leader of today's attackers resembled a member of the Jinui. The Crown Prince's expression turned icy as he caught the sound of lamentations from outside. "I wonder how His Highness is faring. It seems I have injured my abdominal muscles." The Crown Prince. Yuhan intended to report on the matters concerning the water mirror platform, but the Crown Prince interrupted. "You remain to handle the subsequent affairs. We shall report together tomorrow." Yuhan immediately realized that the prince was injured and losing blood. It was indeed inappropriate for him to disturb the prince's rest with further conversation. So he hastily took his leave. Once Yuhan departed, the Crown Prince lifted the curtain of the carriage and gazed at the young girl with a furrowed brow. Softly calling, "Yunkui." Yunkui quickly raised her head. "Your Highness, did you call for me?" The Crown Prince replied affirmatively. "Come here." Yunkui nodded and hurriedly stepped into the carriage. The interior still bore remnants of blood's metallic scent, and Yunkui recalled the blood and cloth that the physician had brought out earlier. Her heart felt constricted, and her throat tightened. "Your Highness, are you all right?" The Crown Prince's complexion had improved somewhat as he looked at her. "Is this your first time witnessing me injured?" It was certainly not her first time, but previous injuries had never involved her. Today, however, he had been attacked while escorting her out of the palace. Had she not been a burden, the prince's remarkable skills would have allowed him to escape unscathed. Yunkui spoke softly. "Your Highness did it to save me." The Crown Prince replied, "They sought to harm me. Directing the blade towards you was merely a tactic to unsettle me. Why should I, of all people, cause the Crown Prince to falter?" Yunkui bit her lip. "I thought you might use me as a shield." The Crown Prince. "If I take you out of the palace, I must ensure your safety." While he spoke thus, it was rare for any lord to risk injury to save a mere palace maid. Reflecting on the earlier chaos, Yunkui still felt a tremor of fear. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that the Crown Prince had been protecting her throughout. She had braced herself to be thrown like a flower pin to fend off an assassin. But such a fate had not befallen her. This fostered a delusion within her, as if she could forever remain sheltered behind him, with him shielding her from all peril. As long as he was present, she harbored no fear. The Crown Prince swallowed slightly, and after a prolonged silence, suddenly inquired, "What were you discussing with those people at Magpie Bridge today?" Yunkui recalled the slander from the commoners below the bridge, her face scrunching up. "Your Highness just saved them, yet they bite the hand that feeds them, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart." The Crown Prince scoffed. "Am I to be considered a good person?" "Certainly not." The girl's dark, sparkling eyes blinked at him. "After today, you are a hero in my heart, saving lives. I cannot stand by while they defame you, and I must retort. Seeing his expression soften, Yunkui glanced at his injured waist. Your Highness, may I take a look at your injury? She harbored no illusions. The Crown Prince understood her intent and knew it had already been bandaged. There was little to see. Yunkui insisted. I want to see how severe it is. I wish to check if my abdominal muscles have been harmed. Please, let me see. The Crown Prince, with no alternative, reluctantly began to slowly loosen the jade belt around his waist. Chapter 51. Within the dimly lit confines of the carriage, Yunkui knelt before the Crown Prince. Observing his lingering discomfort, with a gentle resolve, she assisted him by setting aside the ink jade belt he had unfastened and deftly unbuttoned his garment. The cotton cloth enveloping his wound was tinged with a faint hue of crimson, obscuring half of his abdominal muscles. As Yunkui delicately brushed her fingers over the skin beneath the bandage, she noted the absence of any excess flesh. The area radiated a subtle warmth beneath her touch, tightening with each caress. It is fortunate that the young prince has not sustained any injury, she remarked. Yet, the waist and abdomen have been wounded, making it challenging for me to engage in any strenuous activities for a while. It appears I must allow time for recovery, he replied, his words trailing off. The Crown Prince realized that her concern was not solely for his well-being, but stemmed from the understanding that such an injury could impede their intimate encounters. Thus, it seemed she did not harbor an aversion to that particular aspect of their relationship. She even felt a tinge of anticipation for their next encounter. Otherwise, upon seeing him today, she wouldn't have silently prepared herself in her heart to serve him at any moment, even purchasing the shop's most prized treasure, evidently desiring to explore its mysteries together with him. Though he failed to satisfy her that New Year's Eve, surely he couldn't be entirely without merit. She had traced every contour of his body with her fingers, even leaving scratches down his back with her nails. Yet he bore it without complaint. For a fleeting moment, her eyes shimmered like rippling waters, clouded with desire, her voice trembling sweetly, sticky and damp against his palm. Unaware of the man's increasingly smoldering gaze, Yunkui's fingertips traced the defined ridges of his form as she whispered softly, "Does it hurt, Your Highness?" The Crown Prince fixated on her kneeling posture, his voice husky. Such a minor injury is hardly significant. Yunkui swallowed hard, reassured. With a waist so slender, yet so powerful, I desire to taste. The books say that tasting well greatly aids. As her thoughts meandered, suddenly something lifted her delicate arm. Yunkui stared blankly at that unexpected gesture, and upon regaining her senses, her face flushed crimson. "Your Highness, you." She hesitantly raised her gaze, only to find the man's eyes as dark as a bottomless abyss, seemingly ablaze with an endless, hidden fire. Just the weight of his gaze made her feel weak. Upon reflection, it was not her ineptitude. After all, the thing that had left her in such a state was rather formidable, and beneath that splendid robe, it was no less impressive than her own slender arm. Her voice trembled, a mixture of fear and an uncontrollable thrill. "I shall never find fault with you again, Your Highness." The Crown Prince's gaze deepened. "Dare you still find fault with me?" Yunkui pressed her lips together, acknowledging her previous lack of understanding. "From now on, I shall diligently attend to His Highness. The objects are indeed remarkable. Otherwise, why would it be proclaimed in literature that men take pride in them and utilize them to captivate the hearts and minds of women? A figure as magnificent as Your Highness should serve as a paragon for all men, yet it appears the essence eludes them. With the treasured artifact of the establishment, I am certain I can achieve greatness and guide Your Highness to the pinnacle of success." The Crown Prince grasped her wrist, his voice slightly hoarse. "So today, do you intend to walk away without a care?" Yunkui, taken aback, felt a flush of embarrassment. "But Your Highness, this is not appropriate, is it? I hold no objections. However, you have sustained an injury in a most precarious area. I fear that should you indulge in the exuberance of New Year's Eve, the wound may reopen, and both Lord Chao and the military physician shall cast blame upon me." The Crown Prince gazed intently at her, inquiring, "Do you not frequently consult the fire avoidance diagrams? Are you unaware of how to attend to me?" As soon as the words fell, countless images of little figures entangled in a struggle immediately surfaced in Yunkui's mind. Just as she was about to respond, a sudden realization struck her. "How did you know that I often view fire escape diagrams?" Could it be that he knows what I have tucked beneath my sheets, hidden under my pillows, and stowed away at the bottom of my chest? Yunkui recalled that after being poisoned with the 7-day powder, the Crown Prince had presented her with a pear soup containing the antidote the very next morning. This clearly demonstrated that nothing could escape his discerning gaze. He had likely known all along about the erotic illustrations concealed within her chamber. With the incriminating evidence lying in plain sight within her bedchamber, denial was futile. Yunkui could only attempt to justify herself. Those illustrated manuals were originally given to me by Aunt Wei, as palace maids in charge of attending to His Highness. It is only natural that we must not remain entirely ignorant of intimate matters. Otherwise, how could we properly serve Your Highness? Though, I must admit, I have perused them rather sparingly. The Crown Prince, pfft, Yunkui. Your laughter is making this unbearably awkward. Yunkui bit her lip and murmured, I do possess a few such items in my chambers, though I've tucked them away discreetly. I predominantly peruse romantic novels, those erotic illustrations. I've always been too bashful to examine them properly. The Crown Prince arched an elegant eyebrow, the corners of his lips curling knowingly. Indeed. He chose not to expose her pretense, merely remarking with amusement, You appear remarkably well-informed, my lady. One might surmise you possess innate talents in such matters. A delicate flush blossomed across Yunkui's cheeks as she whispered demurely, Your Highness flatters me. It's not that I'm unwilling to serve you. But here in this jostling carriage, with all this relentless rocking, my mouth being rather petite, I fear my teeth might accidentally graze the young prince. After a momentary stupor, the Crown Prince's countenance underwent a fascinating chromatic transformation, oscillating between ashen pallor and crimson embarrassment. I appear to have gravely underestimated you, he conceded inwardly. The direction of her thoughts hadn't even occurred to him. Originally suppressed emotions could no longer be contained, and at this moment, he lost composure. His palm tightened into a fist, the prominent veins pulsating subtly, before he forcefully seized her wrist. In an instant, the vivid warmth of their contact felt like a delicate current radiating from the point of contact, the tingling sensation spreading infinitely through their veins, causing both of their breaths to quicken. On New Year's Eve, during the solitary bathing, did you not know what to do? Yunkui's face flushed with warmth, her fingertips trembling involuntarily, gradually tightening amidst her anxious quaking. The Crown Prince took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse, yet imbued with an air of commanding severity. Before disembarking at the East Huamen, if you fail to produce results, I shall have to impose a penalty upon you. You have half an hour remaining. The memory of that New Year's Eve, when he kept her occupied until the 4th watch, flooded her mind. A sense of urgency washing over her. She was not afraid of his punishment, but rather of the prospect of being unable to conclude matters midway, leaving so many people waiting outside for her. Given her understanding of the Crown Prince, it is highly probable that he would merely observe from a distance, reveling in her embarrassment. The carriage progressed slowly along the street, its swaying frame concealing all the enchanting nuances of the surroundings. Yunkui had performed arduous tasks in the imperial kitchen, possessing considerable strength in her hands. However, even she could only endure for a short while before she began to tire. The young prince swelled with indignation in her grasp, the moisture at the tip of his tongue glimmering with a fierce and perilous light under the dim candlelight, reminiscent of a predatory beast lurking in the shadows, narrowing its menacing eyes, exuding an air of latent aggression as it fixated upon her. Yunkui dared not meet its gaze, fearful that she might be consumed by the creature's viscous tears in the next moment, yet she felt compelled to soothe it, attempting to establish a rapport in her mind. Your Highness, you must recognize me, do you not? You say you are so overweight and unattractive. It frightens me a little. Just as she finished her thoughts, the little prince seemed to respond, pulsing vigorously in her palm. Her hand ached, and she nearly lost her grip. Goodness, did you really hear me speaking? Such a clever young prince. Without mentioning your plumpness and lack of charm, you embody the robust and vigorous spirit of masculinity. From now on, we shall be the best of companions. In light of the diligent efforts I have devoted to attending to your needs, I trust you will treat me kindly in return. Now, do make haste and reveal yourself. Yunkui moved her wrist back and forth, feeling utterly exhausted. However, the young prince showed no signs of improvement. She began to contemplate giving up. Your Highness, perhaps we should consider ceasing this endeavor? As they approached the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince's expression darkened, his countenance reflecting an intensity that could almost be felt. Deep within his eyes lay a profound yearning, and his voice emerged hoarse. There remains but the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yunkui felt a deep sense of despair, utterly exhausted and collapsing at the feet of the Crown Prince. I am so tired, she lamented. The Crown Prince, suppressing the urge to overpower her, spoke in a low voice. Find a way on your own. The carriage swiftly altered its course, transitioning from the slightly bumpy streets to the wide and smooth palace path. They had traversed this very route when exiting the palace, and Yunkui knew that beyond 2 gates lay the Dangui gate. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as her progress stagnated. She could faintly hear voices outside. The guards at the palace gates were signaling for passage. With her eyes misty, she looked up at him with a mixture of longing and urgency. The Crown Prince's gaze was thick with desire, tempered by immense restraint. As her movements grew more frantic and tense, his breath became erratic, his pupils darkening like a beast ensnared in a cage, yearning to break free. Time slipped away, and Yunkui contemplated the moment when their carriage halted at the Dangui gate, envisioning the Crown Prince disheveled while she remained awkwardly kneeling inside, vulnerable to the scrutiny of his loyal guards, who might label her a seductress ensnaring the prince. The thought of the Crown Prince sustaining injuries to protect her sent her heart racing. She could hardly wait. With a determined bite of her lip, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against the proud little prince. He had anticipated her boldness, yet when her soft, warm lips met his, he could not help but feel the blood rush to his temples. He tilted his head back, breathing heavily, and closed his eyes. As the carriage came to a gentle stop, Yunkui successfully completed her daring task. The situation was undeniably awkward. She knelt there in a daze, her face flushed and her garments stained. Eventually, the Crown Prince leaned down to wipe her cheek clean. Yunkui's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression bewildered and somewhat aggrieved. The Crown Prince's fingertip brushed against the flushed corner of her eye, and he spoke softly. All right, I shall take you back to the palace. He quickly adjusted his robes, then swept the disoriented young lady into his arms, wrapping them both within his large, heavy cloak as he rose and carried her from the carriage. The cool night breeze revived Yunkui's senses, and she hastily pushed against him. Your Highness, won't this aggravate your injury? Please set me down. Ignoring the astonished, worried gazes of the onlookers, he whispered to her, Do not worry. While I am here, no one will dare speak ill of you. Yunkui pursed her lips. Am I concerned about what others say? That is certainly the case, she thought. I fear for your wound. The Crown Prince's gaze lowered coolly. If you struggle again, I may indeed sustain further injury. Yunkui immediately ceased her movements, gripping his robe tightly, her head bowed as she murmured, I must be quite heavy. After all, these. She regretted her words, recalling how he had effortlessly held her in the bath for nearly an hour during the New Year's Eve celebration. His strength was not a concern. The Crown Prince paused, a thought crossing his mind. He turned to Dashun and commanded, Move the books she purchased to the Qingguang Hall. Yunkui gasped, My treasured collection. Perhaps that is unnecessary. She awkwardly struggled. Your Highness, your interests lie in matters of state. My trivial books might sully your refined taste. However, the Crown Prince remained unfazed, asserting, The common people are my subjects. I must lower my stature to understand their preferences and empathize with their hardships. Chapter 52. The areas of her body that remained unclean felt sticky and uncomfortable. She bit her lip, afraid to move, worried that he might aggravate his wounds or dirty his precious robe, even though it was already soiled. He had carried her for quite some time, her cheek pressed against his firm chest, and she could feel the strong, steady rhythm of his heartbeat. It was a sensation reminiscent of being sheltered by him amidst the clashing of swords and the chaos near the Magpie Bridge, warm, secure, and powerful, causing her tense body to gradually relax. Your Highness, it has been a while since we last met. Why have you summoned me today? The soft, delicate voice of the girl emanated from her chest. The Crown Prince felt that this gentle tone, much like her touch, easily constricted his breath and set his heart racing. Do you not wish to see me? He queried. Yunkui pursed her lips. I fear you might think me presumptuous. only daring to obediently wait in the side chamber for your call. If you do not wish to summon me, I must reflect on whether I have erred in some way. After speaking, she looked up at him again, cautiously probing. You took me out of the palace to see the lanterns and bought me storybooks, but now you wish to take them away. Is it your intention to have me serve you indefinitely in the Qingguang Hall? The Crown Prince replied with unyielding conviction. I am merely concerned that you may become too absorbed in those tales and stray from the right path. With me here, you will surely temper your enthusiasm. Yunkui lowered her eyelashes. I see. If reading storybooks leads one astray, then my homeland must be that very path. As they walked, the Crown Prince stated, the East Palace enforces strict discipline. If these banned books are discovered in your quarters, I would be unable to protect you. Dangui retorted, indeed. How can one safeguard me from the blades of assassins yet fail to protect me from the discovery of a few storybooks? You accuse me of being presumptuous. Yet you openly carry me back in front of everyone. Tomorrow, word shall spread throughout the East Palace. I too wish to live modestly, but how can one remain inconspicuous? The Crown Prince silently listened to her thoughts without responding. Since he had taken her to sit beside him, the guards and attendants in the East Palace, possessing even a modicum of perceptiveness, lacked the audacity to mistreat her. As for her imagined position as Crown Princess, that was an entirely distant notion. Matters of rank were incomprehensible to her. Even if he wished to grant it, she would not dare to accept. It would be better to discuss such matters when the dust settled in the court. Upon their return to the Qingguang Hall, he laid her upon the couch and immediately noticed the stains on her pale pink garment, even spotting some on her neck. No wonder she had felt so wronged earlier. He took a handkerchief and gently wiped her neck, his fingers brushing against her delicate skin and translucent earlobes, his gaze darkening slightly. Shall I have someone come to assist you with cleaning? Yunkui hurriedly shook her head. No need for anyone else, just as she spoke. She realized that his abdominal injury was indeed stained with blood, and a fine sheen of cold sweat had formed on his forehead. Panic surged within her. Your Highness, allow me to fetch a military doctor. As she began to rise, he pressed her down. It is merely a small wound. Cannot you bandage it and stop the bleeding? He said, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Yunkui nodded earnestly. I shall bandage it for you. She disregarded her own dirtiness, first cleaning her hands with a handkerchief before retrieving the wound medicine, slowly removing his outer robe. Upon seeing the bandage soaked in bright red blood, a wave of nausea washed over her, her fingers trembling slightly as she unwrapped the bandage. Why did you insist on? She began, but was suddenly interrupted by his sharp intake of breath as he winced in pain. Did I hurt you? She asked quickly, softening her touch. The Crown Prince sat on the couch, his dark robe open at the chest, revealing a muscular torso and a narrow waist. With each breath, his abdominal muscles tensed noticeably. This is quite enticing. Who could be so handsome even while injured? Her genuine urgency and concern were palpable, yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to his well-defined abdomen. The sight of blood against his sculpted torso was particularly striking, and she fought to steady her trembling hands as she gently pressed a cotton cloth against the wound, applying the medicine afterward. After treating the wound, she swallowed hard, gently blowing on the already clotted injury. However, the soft breath across his lower abdomen elicited an unexpected response. In disbelief, she watched as he began to rise, recalling the fatigue from earlier in the carriage, and she fled, stammering, I shall change my clothes. The man's gaze bore into her, his dark eyes swirling with emotion. He sighed deeply, taking a long moment to regain his composure. When she returned, having washed her soiled garments and cleaned herself, she found that Deshan had already tended to the Crown Prince. She hesitated, wondering if the Crown Prince wished for her to stay the night. He glanced at her. What do you think? But your Highness's body cannot endure any more strain, and yet, I have yet to see my treasured possession. The Crown Prince shot her a cool glance, causing Yunkui to withdraw her head, quickly nestling into the wooden bed. This night was indeed tumultuous. She had attended the Lantern Festival, witnessed the Lantern Tower collapse, and subsequently faced an assassination attempt, all the while enduring half an hour of exhaustion in the carriage. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had no intention of overexerting her. Perhaps he is willing yet unable, she mused. The Crown Prince remained silent. Had it not been for her evident fatigue from the evening's events, he might have been inclined to demonstrate his true strength. Yunkui, utterly exhausted, closed her eyes and soon drifted into slumber. The shadows of the assassination attempt at the Lantern Festival haunted her dreams, replaying the moment when the assassin leader swung his sword towards her. Yet in her dream, the Crown Prince failed to block the strike, and the blade plunged directly into his chest. When she next lifted her head, the assassin's mask had been removed. Revealing Yunkui felt a lingering dread upon recalling that terrifying visage. She raised her hand to gesture, revealing that his right cheek bore the marks of a previous injury, seemingly charred by flames. The imperial edict proclaimed his name as Fengyu. The Crown Prince's expression instantly turned grave. So it was he. The truth, once shrouded in layers of obscurity, now emerged as if the clouds had parted. The assassin of this night, disfigured by fire and perpetually donning a bronze mask, was none other than Lanyue Qian, the commander of the Jinui. Furthermore, the traitorous General Zhao Yong, who had conspired with the enemy during the Battle of Wolf Mountain, was likely the same individual. 2 decades had rendered the remnants of that conflict nearly impossible to trace, and all evidence of the past had long since been obliterated. For 3 years, he had delved deep into the northern frontier, meticulously unraveling the dusty threads of evidence, leading him to discover that the Battle of Wolf Mountain had indeed been a covert alliance between the late Emperor's General Zhao Yong, Fengyu, and the Northern Wei, and that Fengyu had not perished on the battlefield but had gone missing. The Crown Prince had been seeking this individual for a year. Even upon his return to the capital, he had deliberately mentioned Fengyu's name in front of Emperor Chunming, believing that if the emperor harbored any guilt, he would inevitably reveal some reaction, thus allowing the prince to ascertain the man's whereabouts. Yet, to this day, the shadow guards had yielded no results. It turned out that the most perilous places often appeared the safest. Lanyue Qian had served loyally before the court for over a decade under the guise of the Jinui commander, his name echoing throughout the realm. Yet, due to his disfigured appearance and the changes over 20 years, even his colleagues in court had failed to recognize him. Observing his expression, Yunkui sensed that this man was far from ordinary. Had she inadvertently unraveled yet another mystery? Much like her earlier dream concerning the heir of the Ningda Marquis and his affair with the imperial concubine, had she once again succeeded? The Crown Prince's gaze was sharp and icy, yet Yunkui understood that this frigid demeanor was not directed at her. She whispered, "Your Highness?" As the prince connected the dots, his gaze softened, instinctively ruffling her hair. "You truly are my lucky star." Yunkui's heart danced with joy. "Have I helped you again, Your Highness?" The prince replied, "Indeed." She then mused, "Does this mean I can expect a reward?" A smile danced at the corners of the prince's lips. "What would you desire?" Yunkui pondered carefully. "I have an idea that would both assist you and ensure my own safety." The prince, though not privy to her inner thoughts, sensed something amiss. She continued, "If Your Highness truly wishes to reward me, perhaps you could appoint me as a lady-in-waiting? I could serve in any of the 6 departments of the palace: attire, cuisine, or accommodations. I propose the Department of Accommodations, dedicated solely to your nightly comforts. Should you yearn for my presence or wish to summon me into the dreams of any, a simple call would suffice, and I would be most obliging. Being a lady-in-waiting would not only elevate my status and salary beyond my previous station, but it would also grant me a rank that even the Crown Princess would think twice before disregarding. In this way, I would thrive within the palace, and upon leaving, I would hold a prominent position among the aristocracy." However, as she spoke, she noticed the prince's expression growing increasingly cold, causing her heart to race with unease. She hastily amended, I do not insist on becoming a senior lady-in-waiting right away. Starting as a 7th-rank attendant would be acceptable as well. After all, I am still quite young." Chapter 53. Emperor Chunming spent a sleepless night. He was aware that Lanyue Qian would make his move during the Lantern Festival tonight. Personally leading a group of skilled subordinates, he had assembled dozens of experts, which certainly granted him a fighting chance. The Crown Prince's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. Yet his chronic headaches remained a persistent vulnerability during combat, particularly in the cacophonous atmosphere of the Lantern Festival, which could readily trigger his affliction. The previous volley of arrows had struck him severely while he was incapacitated by his headaches. Tonight's Lantern Festival presented a similar advantage of timing and location. However, Emperor Chunming could never have anticipated that before any news from Lu Qian arrived, he would first hear of the collapse of the Lantern Tower at Qiandu Gate. Xue Jingji, the Minister of Works, along with his fellow aides, rushed into the palace to plead for forgiveness. Upon learning that there had been no significant casualties, only a handful of officials and commoners sustaining minor injuries, the emperor felt a profound sense of relief. Yet, when he discovered that the Crown Prince had already identified the tower's latent dangers and had orchestrated a covert evacuation of the populace before the collapse, his emotions grew increasingly complex. He even harbored doubts about how the Crown Prince managed to lure so many people to the water mirror platform. Could a mirror play truly attract half the citizens from the Imperial Street? The official responsible for the Lantern Tower's construction had just returned from Qiandu Gate, fully aware that he would soon face dire consequences for his negligence. Beads of cold sweat poured down his face as he stammered out a response. The performance featured the illicit affair between the heir of the Duke of Ningda and the favored concubine. At these words, Emperor Chunming felt darkness encroach upon his mind. After a brief moment of stunned silence, rage surged through him, and had he not clenched his fists tightly to maintain his composure, he might have collapsed. The courtiers knelt and implored, "Your Majesty, quell your anger." Yet, the emperor found it impossible to calm his fury. The sovereign, who had remained unperturbed for 2 decades, now resembled a furious lion. He strode forward and delivered a forceful kick to the shoulder of the official, spitting out an enraged reprimand. "You have lined your pockets with ill-gotten gains, blinded by greed. What of the law? What of my dignity?" The force of the kick sent the official crashing to the ground, unable to rise, trembling as he begged for mercy. The others prostrated themselves, their foreheads pressed to the floor, trembling in fear, too terrified to meet the emperor's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Chunming struggled to contain his overwhelming wrath, slowly sorting through his thoughts. The Crown Prince, fully aware of the impending disaster at the Lantern Tower, had failed to notify the Ministry of Works for timely repairs or alert the capital's guards in advance. Instead, he allowed the tower to collapse while orchestrating events in the shadows, crafting a scandalous performance to divert the populace, thus preventing casualties while simultaneously sullying the emperor's reputation and enhancing his own. What a masterstroke it was for the Crown Prince! Clenching his fists tightly, Emperor Chunming suppressed his fury, refraining from executing these corrupt officials on the spot. When Lu Qian returned to report, the emperor already knew that the assassination attempt had failed once again. Lu Qian limped into the hall, nursing an injury to his right calf, and knelt with difficulty, saying, "Your servant." Before he could finish, Emperor Chunming swept aside a mountain of memorials stacked before him, declaring, "Useless." Lu Qian promptly prostrated himself, pleading, "I did not anticipate that the Crown Prince would be so prepared tonight." The emperor's face darkened as he paced furiously. "What use are you to me? You failed to uncover the dangers of the tower, and you know nothing of how many men the Crown Prince brought forth or what schemes he plotted in the shadows. Do you truly believe he ventured out tonight merely to amuse a lady?" Lu Qian hastily replied, "It was my oversight. I beseech your Majesty to impose punishment." However, the Crown Prince indeed shielded that palace maid from beginning to end, which allowed me an opportunity to injure him. The emperor was uninterested in such details. In the past, he could have taken pleasure in the Crown Prince's injury and contemplated the political ramifications, but now he was no longer inclined to wait. Besides the final remnants of their mutual decorum, the Crown Prince had delivered too many unexpected surprises over the past 3 months. The purging of the Eastern Palace had sent spies, tortured to death, back to Koan-Ning Palace, inciting widespread gossip among the court and palace. The truth behind the livestock deaths during last year's sacrificial rites had been exposed, forcing Prince Chun to relinquish his trusted confidant during the New Year's banquet. Knowing full well of Xia Huichuan's affair with the Yu clan, the Crown Prince had shamelessly compelled him to intervene, catching them in the act before all eyes, and now he had made the emperor's private disgrace public knowledge. Recalling the royal secrets he had painstakingly endeavored to conceal, now fodder for public gossip, flames of rage consumed Emperor Chunming. Wishing he could tear the Crown Prince to shreds, he could silence the servants of the Yangyang Palace, but he could not silence the voices of the people present today. Exterminating everyone who had witnessed the events was impossible. The Crown Prince understood this well. aiming to tarnish the emperor's reputation and reduce the once mighty sovereign to a laughingstock among the populace. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in the emperor's eyes as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I care not what methods you employ, eliminate him swiftly. If he does not perish, it shall be you and I who meet our end." Lu Qian's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he accepted the command. As for the collapse of the Lantern Tower, should it not be thoroughly investigated and punished? Emperor Chunming knew he could not face the people, and his reputation as a wise ruler would be questioned by both ministers and commoners alike. Xue Jingji, the Minister of Works, was his trusted advisor, and now, following the tower's collapse, all involved officials from the ministry would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. With Xue Jingji at the forefront, Emperor Chunming ordered the Yunui and the Dali Temple to conduct an in-depth investigation into the cause of the collapse, ultimately identifying several officials who had embezzled maintenance funds, used inferior materials, and delayed payments to the craftsmen, leading to their demise. Xue Jingji was dismissed and investigated. The left aide was punished with 3 years of salary reduction and a demotion. The right aide, having pocketed illicit gains, faced 80 lashes and exile to the frontier, while the official responsible for the Lantern Tower's construction was sentenced to confiscation of property and execution. Another official and 3 supervisors who had embezzled over 100 taels of silver faced confiscation of their assets and execution in the autumn. With the Ministry of Works inundated with affairs such as construction, forestry, water conservancy, and land reclamation, and with the Ministry of Revenue, previously managed by the Duke of Ningda, now leaderless, the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to recommend 2 officials to fill the vacancies in both ministries. These 2 men had previously been discreetly demoted by Emperor Chunming during the Crown Prince's campaign against Northern Wei, and now the emperor had no choice but to summon them back to the capital. The promotion and appointment of officials ultimately represented the struggle between Emperor Chunming and the Crown Prince. Once the Crown Prince was eliminated, the emperor could gradually remove his supporters among the court. However, having recently dealt with the officials led by the Duke of Ningda, the emperor faced a tumultuous court atmosphere, with everyone gripped by fear. After careful consideration, Emperor Chunming instructed the Yunui to disseminate the information that the collapse of the Qiandu Gate Lantern Tower was, in fact, a calculated move by the Crown Prince to eliminate his adversaries. Only by toppling these officials from the Ministry of Works could the Crown Prince elevate his own trusted allies. Rumors swiftly spread among the ministers and the populace. Those already intimidated by the Crown Prince's power believed the claims wholeheartedly, and public opinion quickly turned against even the 2 officials recommended by the Crown Prince. Of course, in accordance with the emperor's long-held disposition of duplicity, he maintained the facade of a harmonious uncle-nephew relationship in public. On this day in the imperial study, as discussions unfolded, the Crown Prince leisurely observed Lu Qian's slightly limping right leg and remarked, "Is your leg still not healed?" Lu Qian replied, "I beg your pardon, Your Highness." In the wake of his recent injury to the right leg, Lu Qian publicly declared that it was due to a fire in his backyard, where a falling beam burned him. He has been recuperating at home for half a month and still struggles with mobility. The Crown Prince remarked with a smile. Commander Lu demonstrates unwavering dedication to His Majesty, enduring grave injuries yet remaining diligent in service. I hold him in high regard. He then turned to Emperor Chunming and added, "However, given Commander Lu's current mobility issues, it may not be prudent to assign him further responsibilities. Your Majesty should consider promoting new talent." At this, Emperor Chunming instinctively grew wary. Lu Qian was known for his reliable handling of affairs, and entrusting certain matters to others made the emperor uneasy. The Crown Prince continued, "Though that may be the case, should others observe, they might think there is no capable person at your disposal. Moreover, the Imperial Guards, being the emperor's personal troops, symbolize royal dignity, and the promoted individuals have always been distinguished and imposing. I have a candidate in mind. Would your Majesty be interested in hearing?" His words were laced with veiled criticism, subtly undermining Lu Qian's appearance. Had it not been for the fact that only the sovereign and Lu Qian were privy to his private matters, Emperor Chunming might have suspected the Crown Prince had uncovered something. In recent days, the court had been tumultuous, with the Crown Prince elevating several officials, a tactic the emperor had grown accustomed to. Yet, the Crown Prince's arguments were consistently sound, making it difficult for the emperor to reject them without giving rise to gossip. Emperor Chunming smiled and inquired, "Whom does the Crown Prince wish to recommend?" The Crown Prince replied, "The champion of the martial examination from the first year of the Tianqi era, Yu." He then cast a significant glance at Lanyue Qian. "Surely, Commander Liu is familiar with this individual?" Despite the half-mask obscuring his face, the Crown Prince noted Lanyue Qian's pupils quiver ever so slightly. "Yu 20 years ago. He served as a deputy general under the former emperor and was held in high esteem," Lanyue Qian recalled. "Why does the Crown Prince specifically mention him before me? Others may not recognize me, but Yu might." Lanyue Qian strove to suppress the unease stirring within him. "As I understand it, during the Great Northern Border conflict, the emperor enforced accountability, and Yu was demoted by 2 ranks. He should currently hold the position of a captain in the Pengcheng Guard." The Crown Prince replied, "Given Yu's talents, it is a disservice to confine him to the role of a captain. The Imperial Guards are in need of a deputy commander, and Yu has previously served as an official within the Guards, making him well-suited for the position." Had the Crown Prince not mentioned him, Emperor Chunming might have nearly forgotten Yu, recalling only a tall and graceful figure who once flourished in the capital. Following the former emperor's severe injury and subsequent demise, the emperor had used accountability as a pretext to demote his commanders and exile others, including Yu. The Crown Prince's sudden promotion of this individual undoubtedly aimed to secure his own influence within the ranks of the Imperial Guards. Emperor Chunming stated, "There is no rush regarding the selection of the Imperial Guards." The Crown Prince interjected, "Is it truly that the Imperial Guards lack personnel? Or does your Majesty doubt my ability to appoint worthy talents?" His lips bore a smile, yet the depths of his dark eyes held no trace of mirth. Emperor Chunming clenched his fists, suppressing his rising anger, and replied, "The Crown Prince knows I harbor no such intentions." The Crown Prince asserted, "Yu served under the former emperor, achieving remarkable military accomplishments at a young age, rising to the rank of deputy general. He has committed no significant misdeeds yet has faced 20 years of stagnation. The one deserving scrutiny may not be me, but rather your Majesty." The corners of the emperor's eyes twitched slightly, and after a prolonged moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If that is the case, then let it be as you say. Promote Yu to the position of deputy commander within the Imperial Guards, and he shall return to the capital to assume his duties immediately." Chapter 54. Yunkui felt utterly embarrassed, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide herself in. "Why is it that every time I ramble, I get caught by him?" However, Momo wore a look of surprise, not expecting His Highness the Prince to personally visit her in the inner chamber. She quickly bowed to pay her respects. The prince stepped forward to assist her up and graciously dismissed her need for formalities. "Has your Highness's injury healed?" Momo inquired. "I am well, Momo, do not worry," the prince replied. Momo nodded, understanding the precarious position he held and the need for constant vigilance moving forward. The prince continued, "And how is your health, Momo?" "I am well," Momo said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, a sense of regret lingered in her heart, fearing that one day she might depart this world and miss witnessing the prince marry and ascend to the throne. "That will not happen," the prince reassured her. Momo took his words as a promise and asked if he had someone special in mind. The prince fell silent, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yunkui, the carefree girl who was secretly admiring herself in the mirror. He discreetly averted his eyes, stating, "You need not worry, I have my own plans." Momo, perceptive as she was, sensed an unusual undercurrent in that glance. Over the years, she had observed the prince's temperament. No matter how accomplished or virtuous a lady might be, he had never shown any genuine interest. He remained indifferent to those he did not favor, regardless of their noble lineage or anyone's earnest counsel. It was quite daunting that even the esteemed princesses of Emperor Chunming and the daughters of high-ranking officials were respectful and timid in his presence. Only this maid, though appearing shy, always spoke of the prince with bright smiles and bashful laughter, having kept this young girl by his side for so many years. If he did not harbor affection, why would he allow her to serve him so closely? For the first 20 years, there were no maids permitted near him in the Qingguang Palace, yet this one seemed to wish to stay by his side every night. Even now, she could not rest easy, diverting her path just to see her. Surely, it was not merely for the sake of visiting her. Momo recalled how the late emperor and empress Huigong shared a deep bond, Whenever they were in the Qianqing Palace, the emperor would change his attire and tie his hair, with Empress Huigong never letting anyone else assist her. Even when busy with state affairs, he would always join her for meals, rushing to see her upon returning from battles, without even removing his armor. The prince listened silently to her musings, and after a long pause he said, "Momo, you should rest early. I will take her away now." Yen Momo snapped out of her reverie and quickly nodded, "Yes." The prince turned to leave, and Yunkui hurriedly gathered her belongings to follow him. Yen Momo watched the pair from a distance, sighing inwardly. If not for her knowledge of Yunkui's unfortunate childhood and her years spent in the palace, how could one so radiant, with bright eyes and fair skin, possibly belong to a common family? In terms of beauty, she matched the prince perfectly, even if her family background was humble. It mattered little as long as the prince was fond of her. Seeing that delicate face, Yen Momo felt an inexplicable familiarity, suddenly recalling a name. Yet, how could that be? There were countless similar appearances in the world, and how could unrelated individuals share a bloodline? Yunkui followed the prince out, sensing his expression was somewhat displeased. After some thought, she deemed it necessary to clarify her earlier words. "Your Highness, I was merely trying to cheer Yen Momo up when I spoke like that. She has been eagerly anticipating your little highness. I have no such intentions myself. Actually, I find myself somewhat interested too," she added. The prince was brought back to reality by her mentioning of the little highness, realizing she was indeed referring to the genuine little highness. The ancient wisdom of one who associates with vermilion will turn red, and one who associates with ink will turn black was indeed not without merit. He succinctly responded with a non-committal and his expression quickly returned to normal. However, Yunkui was left confused. What does that mean? Are we to proceed tonight or not? After dining and cleansing, Yunkui returned to the warm pavilion of Qingguang Palace. She had become a frequent visitor, and with the prince's permission, Chao Yuanlu had specially designated an eastern warm pavilion for her within the palace. This arrangement allowed her not only immediate access but also her own space, making her movements within the palace less constrained and not impeding the prince's official duties. More importantly, the box of novels she had purchased was quite unsightly on the prince's desk, yet it fit perfectly in her warm pavilion. It was a haven free from interruptions, and while the prince bathed, she secretly took out her prized possessions to read. In truth, she had been secretly perusing them multiple times over the past few days. During the Gui water period, an inexplicable restlessness coursed through her, as if she yearned for the prince's body more than usual. Yet, knowing her monthly cycle prevented her from being too provocative, she could only glance at her treasured items for solace. Yunkui selected several simple postures that required minimal effort, or actions that looked strenuous, yet could still bring pleasure. After the prince finished his bath, Chao Yuanlu discreetly presented the items he had been sent to procure. "The 2 items you requested have been acquired, Your Highness. This lubricant will aid in smoothness. Your Highness's needs are indeed unique compared to ordinary men, and this will be quite beneficial." The prince accepted it without changing his expression, then glanced at the somewhat familiar item on the tray. "This is the sheep intestine casing that Miss Yin used to feed you medicine earlier." Noticing the prince's expression shift, he quickly added, "Miss Yin was assisting in the kitchen at that time, and could not have known this item has other uses. It is typically utilized by women after childbirth, or by those not in a hurry to conceive. It seems, at present, Your Highness does not require it." The prince recalled how Yunkui had used the casing to administer his medicine, and his expression became complicated as he turned his gaze away, saying, "Just set it aside for now." Yunkui memorized a few postures before returning to assist the prince with changing for bed. He opened his arms, allowing her to remove his robe, but all she could hear was her internal monologue reciting the movements. "Lying on your back, legs raised high, resting on both shoulders. The female form open and relaxed, 8 shallow, 2 deep." The prince's eyes darkened, his breathing deepening, yet he found it inappropriate to scold her, for she was merely thinking aloud. As the outer robe fell away, only a pale blue inner garment remained. Yunkui, adept as ever, slipped her hands beneath the fabric, revealing the healing wound, now adorned with tender new flesh. Her fingertips brushed over it, the muscles tightening slightly, the previously smooth contours becoming even more defined and pronounced. She relished this, especially knowing that the prince would react to her touch, tightening at the slightest contact, which filled her with a mischievous delight. Moreover, the prince no longer seemed to conceal himself as he had before. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. Or perhaps the affectionate embraces they shared had fostered a deeper bond. When she occasionally playfully touched him, he no longer flew into a rage. Yunkui smiled, glancing up at him, noting that the prince's injury was healing rapidly, suggesting he could move freely now. Her unspoken thoughts were as clear as day. Yunkui noticed the little highness stirring beneath the garment, questioning whether she was mistaken. Her waist suddenly tightened, and before she could process it, he swept her off her feet. The curtains fell, cloaking the chamber in half-light. The man's soft lips descended upon her, leisurely teasing along her supple, moist lips, sending a shiver through her, leaving her momentarily dazed and blank. She clutched the sheets tightly beneath her fingers, acutely aware of the man's scorching breath against her chest, leaving behind marks that bore his claim. Ticklish and uncomfortable, she was pinned firmly beneath him, unable to squirm. She knew this was merely preparation. The Minister of Transmission, Lord Qian, was renowned for his expertise in this domain, leaving Lady Qian utterly bewitched and ensnared each time. Yunkui even wondered if His Highness the Crown Prince had sought tutelage from Lord Qian. She could sense the deliberately restrained restlessness and longing within him. Yet it was rare to witness such patience. Each kiss, each caress sent tremors coursing through her. Gradually regaining her senses, she began silently reciting the incantation she had just learned, fearing her mind would go blank when the moment arrived. But barely 2 words in, the man's breath suddenly deepened, and he bit down sharply on the tender flesh of her waist, the pain forcing her to curl her legs instinctively. The Crown Prince's gaze darkened as he studied the mark before rising to retrieve something. The sudden warmth of his touch sent a shiver through her entire body. Whatever he applied made her feel as though she were floating on water, like a delicate petal drifting weightlessly. Trained in martial arts from childhood, the Crown Prince was no mere dandy like the noble sons of the capital. His skills were honed in the brutal clashes of the battlefield. His spear moved like a dragon surging from the sea, each strike carrying the force of 1,000 June, cleaving waves and splitting the heavens, sweat falling like rain in the heat of battle. Even now, a master lingered by his side, offering guidance. Though this master was hardly reliable herself, her theoretical knowledge was ample. Whenever he faltered, he could hear her frantic protests in his mind, this way and that, though he listened half-heartedly, occasionally adjusting based on her expressions. In the end, he found his satisfaction. Tears streaked Yunkui's flushed cheeks as she buried her face deep into the bedding. The sensation was indescribable. She was like a well, dug deeper and deeper until clear water finally gushed forth from the earth. It was a cause for joy, though the digging had been fraught with urgency and pain, mingled with an ineffable exhilaration. In her dazed state, she heard him murmur, "Villager, would you like a taste of your well's water?" Instinctively, she licked his finger. Whether it was psychological or not, after all, she had expended tremendous effort. The water tasted inexplicably sweet. But as her consciousness gradually returned, she replayed his words in her mind, and a cold clarity washed over her. Well, water? How did he know what she was thinking? Suspicion flooded her as she stared at him. "Your Highness, you..." The heavy desire in his eyes faded slightly as he glanced at her indifferently, his voice slightly hoarse.
What?
Yunkui was deeply convinced this man possessed some mind-reading ability. How else could he so effortlessly unravel her thoughts every time? She scrutinized his expression, silently chanting in her mind, "You're invincibly huge." The man remained unfazed, his demeanor unreadable. Unconvinced, she thought again, lies. "You're small." The smallest. The Crown Prince abruptly yanked the sheets away, causing Yunkui to yelp in surprise, nearly tumbling off the bed. Expressionless, he tossed the soiled bedding into the brazier, watching it burn to ashes. Dangui. 2 palace maids slipped in silently to tidy up, none daring to question why the newly laid, exorbitantly expensive cloud-patterned brocade had been reduced to cinders. Chapter 55. Yunkui felt that something was amiss. When he mentioned the well water, her suspicions deepened. Now, upon hearing him recite the incantation, her confusion intensified. How could he possibly know that she had been silently chanting the incantation in her heart all along? Before she could even voice her questions, the man had already begun to tenderly kiss his way down the side of her ear. She shivered with delight, instinctively drawing her shoulders up as she attempted to push him away. "Your Highness, do you not perceive what occupies my thoughts?" The prince's expression darkened. "Is your mind truly so difficult to decipher?" Yunkui once again found herself engulfed in self-doubt. After all, the art of mind reading was shrouded in mystery, appearing only in the peculiar tales she had perused. Were it not for the recent series of uncanny coincidences, she would hardly have entertained such notions. If he truly possessed the ability to read minds, then surely he had already heard the various impudent thoughts she had harbored about him in her heart. From the very first glance at the Crown Prince, she began to covet his physique. During their shared repose, her mind was nearly consumed with fantasies of caressing his sculpted chest. The royal bath rituals required no elaboration. In her imagination, she could devour him from head to toe, leaving not even bones behind. She was acutely aware of her own depravity. Were these carnal thoughts ever materialized, the Crown Prince would cease to be royalty, but rather become the most cherished consort Xiao of Empress Kuehua, the sovereign ruler of Dezhou. Why not bestow a title upon her? Is it fear of her becoming arrogant due to favoritism? The Crown Prince. This was indeed the first time he had heard such a statement. Not only did she frequently refer to herself as we in her thoughts, but she also feared that he would become arrogant due to her favoritism, merely granting her a concubine's title. Very well, indeed. He suppressed the simmering anger within, yet his fingers could not restrain their force as they fiercely squeezed the soft snowball, causing Yunkui to bite her lip tightly. "Your Highness," the prince admonished her in a hushed tone. "Focus." His warm breath brushed against her ear, inducing a shiver down Yunkui's spine. She endeavored to calm herself, indulging in self-deception, convincing herself that the notion of mind-reading was merely a fabrication. Otherwise, on the very night he awakened from his grievous injuries, he could have condemned her to death for treachery, rather than allowing her to live until this day. It is either that His Highness is exceedingly astute, or she inadvertently let slip a secret in her moment of bewilderment, which he happened to overhear. Indeed, it must be so. Yet, she remained uncertain and, in a tentative tone, inquired, "Your Highness, how do you know the few phrases that linger in my heart?" The prince suddenly decided not to acknowledge it, curious to see how audacious she could truly be, and to discern the degree of authenticity behind the flattery and sycophancy that had been directed towards him. He altered his statement. "What books did you purchase during the Lantern Festival? Do you truly believe that I am unaware?" Yunkui's face flushed momentarily, and she instinctively denied. That was a gift from the shopkeeper for being a frequent customer. Perhaps it was a mix-up. Indeed, it must have been a mistake. The Crown Prince scoffed coldly. "How many times have you perused it these past few days, and how diligently have you studied it? I may feign ignorance, but I shall not be entirely uninformed." Yunkui became increasingly perplexed. Could it be that while she was reading, she had inadvertently vocalized her thoughts? Surely not. The man did not allow her to continue her thoughts. Instead, he seized her waist and initiated a new tempest of fervor. Yunkui, who had been lying sideways, was compelled to bend forward, relentlessly pushed toward the head of the bed by the overwhelming waves. He grasped her delicate limbs and forcefully dragged her back, leaving her in a state of disarray, her pupils nearly losing focus, utterly stripped of the ability to think, with no regard for her own feelings. What treasures of the establishment, what secrets, all proved inadequate. Just when she thought she could finally rest after being utterly exhausted, he ensnared her once more, lifting her legs. Yunkui was completely overwhelmed, her body swaying violently with his vigorous movements, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Even her cries altered in tone, her eyes shimmering with tears, pleading pitifully. Yet it was all in vain. He merely uttered, "Try a few more times, for you said so yourself." She sensed that his desires were not only fervent, but tinged with a certain vengeance, as if he sought to consume her entirely, flesh and bone, without respite. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had to attend court at the break of dawn, which could not be delayed. After a final pat on her soft behind, he reluctantly relented. Yunkui finally escaped a calamity, collapsing in tears upon the bed. A careless remark had been taken to heart by him, who then acted upon it tirelessly. leaving her the one to bear the consequences. She bit her lip tightly, silently vowing to be more cautious in her words and actions from that day forward, never again to speak recklessly in the presence of others. The queen, confined within the confines of Ning Palace, finally received the news today of the execution and the exile of the entire Xie clan, including the decapitation of Duke Ningda. After numerous pleas, Emperor Chunming finally visited her in the palace. Despite years of marriage, he displayed an unprecedented indifference. The imperial decree had been issued, rendering any hope of reversal futile. The queen knelt before him, beseeching with a heart full of anguish. Huaichuan's crimes are indeed unforgivable, and his death is hardly lamentable. I implore your majesty to remember the bond between us as husband and wife and spare my brother's life. He is unaware of the circumstances. Over the years, he has devoted himself tirelessly to the grand affairs of state, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to your majesty. With the passing of my brother, how am I to find my footing in the imperial harem henceforth? Without the support of their maternal clan, the second and sixth brothers find themselves utterly isolated and defenseless. Would this not inadvertently benefit the crown prince? Your majesty, please do not fall into the trap set by the heir apparent. The majesty of the emperor is not to be trampled upon, particularly in the heart of the reigning sovereign, where reputation holds paramount significance. Allowing no room for dissent or doubt, Xie Huaichuan brazenly trampled upon the dignity of the emperor. How could Emperor Chunming possibly show him mercy? The empress did not even dare to utter a word regarding the ninth prince, only daring to plead on behalf of the Duke of Ningda. However, the expression on Emperor Chunming's face grew darker when I initially welcomed the Yu family into the palace. No one informed me of the profound bond shared between the two since childhood. Do you truly believe that Ningda Ho is unaware? Thus, the Meng family was entirely summoned, and Xie Huaichuan, even inebriated, called out the name of Yu Pin. Ningda Ho was present at the scene and insisted that the Meng family maintain utmost discretion. Here lies my esteemed minister, a truly loyal and unwavering Duke of Ningda. The queen did not anticipate that Lord Ningda was indeed aware of the underlying circumstances. However, she could not disregard her brother or her family. Thus, she could only kneel in supplication. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. My brother, too, is mindful of the royal dignity and has forbidden the Meng family from disseminating this information. Surely, the events of New Year's Eve were orchestrated by the Crown Prince. Moreover, within that side hall, aphrodisiacs were ignited. Your Majesty must recognize that this is a scheme to sow discord, devised by the Crown Prince himself. He intends to remove one of your Majesty's most trusted confidants, seeking to tarnish your Majesty's illustrious reputation. Emperor Chunming roared. Flies do not alight on an unblemished egg. If they were innocent, how could they be caught in the act by me? There is also Lao Jiu. I have pampered him for a full 5 years. For 5 years, I have been kept in the dark by them. Had it not been for the exposure of disgraceful deeds, would I not have been destined to raise another son for a lifetime? The queen knelt weakly upon the ground, her voice trembling. Your Majesty. Having shared the same bed for over 20 years, she was most acutely aware of the warmth and kindness that veiled the cold and ruthless heart concealed beneath her partner's gentle facade. Yet, deep in her heart, she knew all too well that the true culprit behind the Xie family's beheading and exile was none other than the Crown Prince himself. As long as the Crown Prince remains unvanquished, all that she, the Prince of Chun, and Emperor Chunming desire shall dissipate like morning mist. Yunkui slumbered until high noon before languidly fluttering her lashes open. Yet the slightest movement of her limbs sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through her battered frame. When Lanyue entered to attend her morning ablutions, the maid's cheeks flushed crimson at the sight before her. The disheveled tresses, swollen ruby eyes, and the porcelain skin of shoulders and neck marred by constellations of telltale marks. The fragmented whispers that had drifted from the chamber the previous night now took on vivid meaning in her mind. To receive the Crown Prince's nocturnal favor and still dare linger in the imperial bed until midday, truly, this woman was unprecedented in all of history. Setting down her tray, Lanyue murmured, His Highness left medicinal salve. Might this humble servant apply some for the young mistress? Yunkui assumed it was about the red marks on her body and agreed, without much thought. To her shock, Lanyue lifted her skirt directly, causing her to recoil in alarm. The sudden movement tugged at the lingering soreness, sending waves of pain through her. Unaccustomed to being attended to in such a manner, the idea of bearing that intimate area to another was mortifying. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured, "I'll do it myself." Lan Xiao had no choice but to set the ointment aside. Yunkui scooped a bit with her fingertip, though she couldn't quite see the affected area clearly. The swollen flesh felt feverish to the touch, and as the cool salve soothed the burning ache, she couldn't fathom how such a delicate place had endured his relentless intrusion. She recalled that he had used something the night before, certainly smoother than their first encounter on New Year's Eve. Initially, she had even experienced an unprecedented pleasure, but then, for reasons unknown, a few probing questions about his thoughts seemed to have darkened his mood again. The man was as unpredictable as the wind, resuming his merciless torment without pause. Lost in these thoughts, the freshly treated area grew warm, an unexpected dampness betraying her. Blushing furiously, she hastily wiped herself clean with a handkerchief. After applying the ointment and sipping some porridge, Yunkui regained a measure of strength and clarity. Her mind circled back to the rumors of his mind-reading abilities. If he truly lacked such power, how is it that he always seemed to pierce through her innermost thoughts with uncanny precision? Pondering this, she resolved to test him further upon his return. That evening, footsteps echoed outside the hall. Yunkui perked up, eager to investigate, but the moment the tall, imposing figure of the Crown Prince appeared, her traitorous legs trembled faintly beneath her. The Crown Prince regarded her impassively. "Did you apply the medicine?" Yunkui swallowed. "Yes." Mind voice activated. "Ridiculous. I'm perfectly capable, running, jumping, completely unbothered by something as trivial as that. Does His Highness truly think so little of me? Medicine? Unnecessary." Recalling how utterly pliant she had been the night before, the Crown Prince scoffed inwardly. "Very well. Let us dine." Yunkui. At the table, she ladled a bowl of mica soup and offered it to him. "Your Highness, this broth soothes the throat. Eunuch Chow mentioned it benefits your headaches. I laced it with aphrodisiac. Go on, drink up." Her eyes widened as the Crown Prince took a sip without so much as a flicker of expression. He actually drank it. Does he really not hear my thoughts? Just to be safe, she steeled herself and ventured another silent taunt. "We find your service lacking, Consort Xiao. Perhaps some self-reflection is in order? The guards outside surpass you in every—" Before she could finish, a sharp clink shattered the quiet. The Crown Prince set down his bowl with deliberate calm, his gaze darkening as it pinned her in place. "If you've lost your appetite, we may resume our earlier activities." Dangui. Chapter 56. The fear that enveloped her last night far surpassed any doubts she harbored regarding the Crown Prince's ability to read minds. Yunkui dared no longer to probe recklessly, opting instead to grasp her bowl and eat in silence. Why does it seem as if he can read minds yet also cannot? I have uttered so many audacious thoughts in my mind, yet he has let them slip by so nonchalantly? He even tolerates being called Xiao Guifei? What step did I falter on? She muttered anxiously to herself, only to be caught off guard by the Crown Prince's icy glance. Her legs weakened, and she felt an overwhelming urge to plead for mercy. "Spare me. Your Highness," in comparison to the mystical art of mind-reading, her own life took precedence. If he were to toy with her recklessly for another night, she might truly lose her life. Yunkui's delicate face twisted in distress, her hoarse voice tinged with a slight nasal tone. "Your Highness, may I take my leave to rest in the Eastern Chamber tonight?" The Crown Prince was unyielding. "No." Yunkui was compelled to seek a compromise. "Then I shall rest in the warm pavilion. Should you require anything, I am at your service." After a brief contemplation, the Crown Prince unexpectedly declared, "Tonight, accompany me out of the palace." Yunkui's eyes brightened instantly. She could venture beyond the palace walls once more. However, memories of the Lantern Festival came flooding back, seeing the collapse of the Qian Men lighthouse and enduring a harrowing assassination attempt. It was her first experience of fleeing amidst blades and chaos, and she remained haunted by it. The Crown Prince glanced at her and reassured, "Do not worry. You will be safe by my side." Yunkui thought, "I haven't even spoken yet. Is this another instance of mind reading? Or does he merely perceive my discomfort and deduce my recollection of the previous incident?" With a heart full of suspicions, She returned to the warm pavilion and changed into a convenient apricot pink dress suitable for leaving the palace before proceeding to the East Hua Gate to board the carriage. Yet, her lower body still ached severely, making it a struggle to sit on the plush cushions. Especially when the carriage began to jolt, memories of the Lantern Festival rushed back to her. She had caused quite a mess, and her face had ended up smeared. Yunkui instinctively licked her lips. That wretched thing was both plump and ugly. She could barely take a bite without nearly dislocating her jaw. It was incomprehensible how the women in those fire-evading illustrations managed to consume it. Like a long candied hawthorn, it was not unpleasant in flavor. But the thought of swallowing the entire thing. Yunkui truly could not fathom the difficulty. The Crown Prince, eyes closed, concealed in the shadows, felt a throbbing at his temples as he heard her thoughts wandering, contemplating how to approach him. A warmth coursed through him, and he found himself regretting his decision to bring her out of the palace, unsure who was truly being tormented. He lifted the carriage curtain, revealing the chill of spring nights, allowing the cool breeze to dissipate some of his restless thoughts. The cold air jolted Yunkui into awareness. If he can read minds, then he must have heard those intimate, even lascivious thoughts I just had. Panic surged within her as she cautiously scrutinized his expression. From her vantage point, she could only see his composed profile as he gazed out of the window, his lips taut, his features sharp, emanating an air of authority and severity. As her gaze traveled lower, his dark robes appeared grand and rigid, shrouded in the dim candlelight, hiding any signs of discomfort. Only then did Yunkui exhale a quiet sigh of relief. I was just pondering how to approach the Crown Prince, and he remained utterly unperturbed. This mind-reading notion must be unfounded. Perhaps it is wise to exercise caution and restraint. Better to avoid reckless thoughts altogether. What if I were to speak audaciously in my mind, and he were to overhear? I would surely meet a grim fate. Enough of these thoughts. Restraint and caution. Restraint and caution. The Crown Prince clenched his fists, his earlier calm now stirred once more. Meanwhile, she seemed unabashed, her gaze wandering downwards as if to probe further. Had he known this would occur, he would never have revealed his mind-reading capabilities, sparing himself from her endless internal inquiries. Her almond-shaped eyes blinked innocently, glancing back at him. He gritted his teeth, a surge of anger igniting within him, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Locking his gaze onto her audaciously bold face, his voice low, "If you dare to gaze at me again, it shall be your own undoing." Yunkui, seated upon him, instantly felt his burgeoning response, her body trembling involuntarily, and she dared not move. Reflecting on his words, he had said gaze rather than think, suggesting that merely looking at him provoked such a reaction. Was he truly that sensitive? Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination. To her surprise, the Crown Prince had brought her to a place of indulgence and revelry. Entering through a concealed side gate, the sounds of raucous merriment echoed from within, a cacophony of laughter, singing, and the clinking of cups, accompanied by the exquisite strains of silk and bamboo instruments, hinting at the opulence that lay just beyond the wall. She suspected she knew this place, having been deceived by a brothel madam after escaping her uncle's home during her childhood. Starved for 3 days, a lavishly dressed woman had approached her, claiming to empathize with her plight and offering to take her home, where delectable dishes awaited. She had even remarked on Yunkui's beauty, wishing to adopt her as a daughter. Perhaps the hunger had clouded her judgment, for she had eagerly followed the woman, only to realize her folly and flee 3 times, narrowly escaping with her limbs intact. Looking back, those escapes had been fraught with peril. Had she failed, her life would have been irreparably marred. The Crown Prince listened in silence, an inexplicable emotional turmoil stirring within him, as if gripped by an unseen hand. He tightened his grip, then took her warm, delicate hand in his, swallowing hard. "Follow me." Yunkui's thoughts were disrupted by his sudden touch. His warm palm enveloped her hand, sending a tingling sensation racing from her fingertips to her heart. They traversed a narrow, secretive passage, and she couldn't help but inquire, "Your Highness, why have you brought me here?" "Once we arrive, you shall understand," he replied. Yunkui thought to herself, what purpose could he have in bringing a girl to such a place? Surely, he does not intend for me to witness the carnal acts of others? Surely, He does not seek to impart wisdom on me from the women of the brothel, criticizing my own inadequacies? The Crown Prince merely tightened his grip on her hand, leading her through the passage until they reached a concealed door, revealing a refined private room. Qiao Yuanlu and Qin Gu stood guard outside, leaving only Yunkui and the Crown Prince within. Yunkui glanced at the screen behind which lay a neatly made pine bed, and she couldn't help but wonder if the Crown Prince had brought her here to sleep. Was he weary of the bed in the Chengwang Hall, seeking a more atmospheric resting place in this brothel? The Crown Prince sighed softly, twisting a mechanism beside him, revealing two small peepholes in the wall. The sounds of lively chatter and clinking glasses from the neighboring room drifted through the holes. He gestured for her to come closer. Following his cue, Yunkui leaned against the wall, peering into the adjacent chamber. To her astonishment, there indeed was something to behold. Around an ebony round table sat a dozen men, each adorned with jade crowns and brocade robes. The table was laden with delicacies on jade plates, the air thick with the aroma of fine wine. Graceful courtesans with powdered cheeks and alluring figures nestled against them, their laughter punctuated with titles like Minister and Your Excellency. Yunkui cast a puzzled glance at the Crown Prince. His gaze remained fixed on the scene before he finally spoke in a measured tone. The host is the prefect of Shuntian. To his left in the dark blue brocade is the Vice Minister of Personnel. To his right, the Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review. The one in purple is the Director of the Ministry of Personnel, and the man in russet narrow sleeves is the Commander of the Eastern City Garrison. As he introduced them, Yunkui swiftly memorized their faces, until her attention involuntarily drifted toward the Vice Minister of Personnel's companion, whose ample bosom swayed conspicuously. Her breath hitched, mouth suddenly dry. That S impossibly large, far bigger than mine. The Crown Prince, her stare unbroken. Yunkui's jaw slackened further as the prefect of Shuntian tucked a ripe red cherry into the woman's cleavage. The fruit burst instantly under the pressure. Its juices smeared across flesh skin before the vice minister eagerly licked it clean. Yunkui, the Crown Prince, meanwhile, the Chief Justice's companion had filled the hollow of her collarbones with wine, dancing between the officials as a living goblet. None hesitated to sip directly from her. As for the Eastern City Garrison commander, Yunkui had initially assumed him abstinent, untouched by the debauchery, until a disheveled beauty emerged from beneath his table, her face glistening. Yunkui, your highness brought me here to critique my inadequacies? To have me learn these arts of seduction? The Crown Prince averted his eyes stiffly. Memorize their faces. Tonight, you'll see if your efforts bear fruit. Realization dawned. These officials harbored secrets, and Hiti brought her to identify them. The venue was indeed enlightening. He retreated to the divan with a cold command. Return once you've memorized them. Yunkui whispered. So many faces, I'm struggling. Yet she continued watching, enthralled. How does one even bend like that? She attempted a similar arch, failing spectacularly. And while her own curves were soft, they lacked the compressive force required for cherry annihilation. After prolonged observation and mounting embarrassment, she finally turned away, only to meet the prince's obsidian gaze. Her heart lurched. He can't possibly read minds, right? If so, every depraved thought just now. A soft knock interrupted her panic. A servant announced, Your Highness, refreshments. Enter. Eunuch Qiao Yuanlu stepped in, bearing a crystal bowl overflowing with cherries on a red lacquer tray. Noticing Yunkui's fixation, he smiled. These are tribute cherries from Jiangnan. A delicacy for your highness and the lady. Chapter 57. The undercurrents between these two individuals left Qiao Yuanlu somewhat perplexed. What puzzled him even more was the presence of Yunkui in such a private and significant gathering. Those in attendance were all trusted confidants of Emperor Chunming, individuals he had promoted over the years. This assembly included officials from the Ministry of Personnel who oversee appointments and transfers, the Dali Temple, which adjudicates major criminal cases, the Shuntian Prefecture, responsible for local affairs, and the Wuqing Military Command, which maintains public order in the capital. It was evident that the emperor's temper had been unpredictable this year, leading to turmoil within the court, especially after the collapse of the Lantern Tower during the Yuan Shao festival. Although the Ministry of Works bore primary responsibility, other departments represented by the officials present also faced repercussions. After much busyness, they had finally seized an opportunity to unwind at the Zuihua Tower. Unbeknownst to them, this bustling pleasure district was, in fact, a property under the Crown Prince's name. Here, the whispers of high-ranking officials, merchants, and common folk alike spilled over with every cup exchanged, revealing court intrigues and hidden agendas. After ascending the throne, Emperor Chunming had fortified his control over key governmental departments by promoting loyalists, leaving few officials untainted. While it was understandable for the Crown Prince to confront these individuals in person, bringing a lady along raised questions. Was he seeking amusement, requiring her presence for entertainment? Regardless of his intentions, Chao Yuanlu had prepared everything. He ensured that the prince and the lady had ample clothing and bedding, along with various items to enhance their experience, including those commonly used in the Zuehua Tower. At that moment, the Crown Prince was interrupted by Qin Go, who had matters to report. He gestured for her to bring over some cherries and suggested she rest in the Baisha cabinet. Yunkui, not daring to intrude on his official duties, took the cherries and quietly entered. The Baisha cabinet, draped with silk screens, offered a secluded sanctuary. Inside, there was a Wangwali wooden bed, a soft couch, and a writing desk, complemented by a gilded, carved brazier and a flower table. As Yunkui settled onto the couch, she plucked a ripe cherry, savoring the sweet juice that burst in her mouth. Being the Crown Prince's personal maid had its advantages. Her meals included royal delicacies, even the fruits and pastries offered at court. Recalling her time at the Imperial kitchen, where such rare treats were first presented to the emperor before being distributed to concubines and noble officials, she felt fortunate to enjoy them directly now. After a few cherries, she couldn't help but think of the voluptuous beauty next door and glanced at her own figure. The past few months of indulgence had visibly enhanced her appearance, particularly her bosom, which, while not as voluptuous as that beauty, was certainly fuller than before, capable of securely holding a cherry. Curiosity piqued. She squeezed a cherry between her hands, but just as she was experimenting, a sound from the screen startled her, causing the cherry to roll away. "Your Highness, you returned so soon?" she exclaimed, having thought they would be in discussion for a while longer. The Crown Prince's gaze fell upon the cherry's unexpected position, and he, recalling her previous thoughts, furrowed his brow slightly. Yunkui's cheeks flushed crimson. Being caught in such an embarrassing act made her wish to disappear. She turned her back, attempting to retrieve the cherry, but was abruptly embraced from behind, his grip firmly restraining her wrist. "Are you also inclined to play this game?" he asked in a low tone. Naturally, Yunkui denied it, lowering her head and weakly asserting, "If I said it accidentally fell in, would you believe me?" His dark eyes glinted with mischief, suggesting, "If you wish, I could certainly give it a try." "Your Highness, perhaps you should listen to what I'm saying." "It was an accident. I'm exhausted." Though she had tried, the sensation had been painful, and she had refrained from hurting herself further. The prince, however, was oblivious, methodically exploring the situation. She clenched her sleeves tightly, unable to suppress a soft moan. In that moment, he seized a cherry from a crystal cup and pressed it against her lips. "No eating," he instructed in a hushed tone. Yunkui gazed at him with a sense of grievance. "There are others outside," he reminded her. Instantly, she recalled that Chao Yuanlu and Xingo were still guarding the entrance, rendering her mute and her eyes damp with unshed tears. The prince regarded her tear-filled eyes, questioning, "What need had I to let you in here? Is this not a predicament of your own making?" His actions persisted, causing her to tremble, her teeth chattering. Time slipped away, and with a splattering sound, the cherry juice stained her delicate attire. The prince's warm lips grazed her skin, methodically savoring every drop. Once she finished swallowing, he licked the sweet juice from her lips, observing her dazed expression and the tears that flowed freely. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "Have you lost your wits?" He then delicately extracted the cherry pit from her mouth with his finger, leaving her astonished and vexed. How is it that he knows everything? She thought, recalling how the Crown Prince often praised others, prompting him to say, "You are not without merit yourself." "Is this how one compliments someone?" she retorted, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. "I wish to return to the palace. I wish to bathe." This time, the prince was accommodating. "Very well, let us return," he agreed. He had initially brought her along merely to familiarize her with certain discreet plans and desires he harbored, hoping to glean insights from her dreams. In the past, She had uncovered secrets about the heir of the Ningda Marquis and the identity of the beautiful concubine, as well as the commander of the Yunui, all through her visions. Especially during his absence from the capital these last 3 years, many matters had been buried, leaving no trace to investigate. Even though he possessed the ability to read minds, there were certain secrets that individuals often resisted recalling, fears they dared not entertain. For instance, while he could approach Xia Huaichuan would not divulge his secrets through silent thoughts. It was precisely during such moments that dreams held significance. The prince noticed her soiled garments and frowned, commanding someone to bring in warm water, while the clean dress prepared by Chao Yuanlu was also put to use. Yunkui briefly washed herself and, upon seeing the distinct red marks on her chest, couldn't he help but curse him inwardly. The prince gazed at her intently, inquiring if he should assist her in washing. Yunkui hastily turned away, stammering, I'll do it myself. Emerging from the dressing room, she saw her own attire mercilessly cast into the furnace, instantly feeling a pang of regret. Those garments could have been washed and worn again. Several pieces had already been torn by him, which could have been mended, yet he had thrown them into the flames without hesitation. They were quite valuable. Even if she had the money, she wouldn't be willing to purchase such exquisite dresses. The prince, however, questioned, Who will wash them? Yunkui retorted in anger. I will wash them myself. He handed her a damp garment, still unburned, saying, Take this back with you. Yunkui's expression was one of despair. After all, it was the prince's doing. The prince replied, You desired this. I merely facilitated your wish. Yunkui exclaimed. You are truly insufferable. In the carriage on the way back, Yunkui sat at a distance from him, lifting a corner of the curtain to feign interest in the scenery outside, hoping the cool night breeze might alleviate the warmth on her face. The prince closed his eyes to rest, but upon hearing the clamorous market noises outside, he suddenly recalled something and lifted the curtain to look out. Yunkui observed him issuing some command, and the carriage gradually came to a halt by the roadside. Shortly thereafter, Chao Yuanlu returned, hurriedly parting the curtain, and Yunkui was instantly illuminated by a rabbit lantern. She reached out to take the lantern, her face lighting up with joy as she asked, Is this a gift from the prince? Grasping the wooden handle, she suddenly remembered purchasing a lantern identical to this one on the Lantern Festival, only for the prince to use it as a projectile, claiming he would return it to her. After so long, she had only recalled the thrill of that night and forgotten all about the rabbit lantern. She was surprised he still remembered. She pursed her lips and deliberately said, Thank you, Master Chao. The prince shot her a cold glance. Chao Yuanlu smiled as he handed her the candied hawthorn, stating, This is also at the prince's behest. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. The carriage began to move again. The rabbit lantern cast a warm yellow glow within the dim carriage, illuminating the prince's tense visage. The girl, with a face radiant as blooming flowers, leaned in closer, gently pecking his lips with her sweet, candy-coated ones. Chapter 58. The sugary glaze clung to his lips as the crown prince reached to push her face away, yet failed. Yunkui planted another fervent kiss upon his mouth. Thank you for remembering my lantern, Your Highness. Don't forget my hairpin and silk flowers, she murmured playfully. The crown prince chuckled lowly, his large hand cradling the back of her head as he leaned down to capture her glistening, honeyed lips. The confined space grew thick with stifled air, their scorching breaths entwining until he had devoured not only the sugar dusting her lips, but every last trace of sweetness from her mouth. Only when the carriage halted outside Dangui Gate did he finally release her, flushed, teary-eyed, lips swollen from his relentless attention, her fingers clenched white-knuckled as she suppressed untoward sounds. Ugh. Even the candied hawthorn doesn't taste good anymore, she whimpered. Fortunately, the palace paths were dimly lit, shielding her disheveled state from prying eyes. Upon returning to Qingguang Hall, Yunkui collapsed onto the bed, her mind foggy from exhaustion. The faces of the officials she had glimpsed earlier blurred into obscurity, replaced by an incessant refrain, Cherries, cherries, cherries. The crown prince massaged his temples, vexed by the ceaseless echoes of her thoughts, yet equally unsettled by his own restless agitation. After an hour of attending to state affairs, he returned to find her already asleep. With a measured exhale, he lay beside her. Yunkui slept deeply, blissfully so. In another sense, intoxicatingly so. Too drained to dream of anything else, her mind replayed that moment behind the emerald gauze curtains, the searing roughness of his palms, the icy brush of his jade ring against her skin, the plump cherries crushed between soft mounds until their juices spilled. He had even placed one in her mouth, forbidding her to bite, or else, leaving her struggling to swallow even her own saliva. She awoke with tear-stained cheeks and a lingering flush. As if sensing her consciousness, the Crown Prince slowly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, and she ducked her head in embarrassment, whispering, "I didn't dream of those officials last night." The Crown Prince exhaled heavily, his eyes faintly bloodshot. Sharing a bed meant enduring every vivid replay of her dreams. Dawn had yet to break. "It's fine if you didn't," he rasped. "Clear your mind and rest a while longer. Dangui notte de honestly. This time I'll really focus." He patted her head, then rose to douse himself in cold water once she drifted off. Yet in the days that followed, Yunkui remained trapped in cherry-laden fantasies, each dream bolder, each version of herself more brazen than reality, where she usually tempered her boldness out of deference to his status. Her dream self knew no such restraint, feeding him cherries with her lips, sharing wine mouth to mouth, clinging to him with shameless hunger. And every time he shut his eyes, she began squeezing cherry juice anew. At last, he punished her thoroughly, hoping to scour the fruit from her mind, only for her dreams to shift to him, turning her over relentlessly through the night. Thus, the Crown Prince suffered sleepless torment at her pillow, his eyes streaked with fatigue. By morning court, officials whispered behind his back, "Has His Highness fallen ill again? It appears to be an onset of the illness. Could it be that the previous severe injury has not yet healed? This body has not been well for merely a few days. It seems it may falter once more." Even more absurdly, Qiao Yuanlu was also filled with concern over this matter, prompting him to summon He Bailing that very day to take his pulse. He Bailing discerned the situation at a glance, noting that His Highness was afflicted by excessive yang heat and internal turmoil. "Should I prescribe a remedy to quell the fire and soothe the spirit, or shall His Highness devise a means to alleviate it himself?" The prince, in a state of resignation, ultimately permitted him to prescribe a remedy. As for the act of venting, it constituted an inescapable cycle. The more fervently he desired, the more she appeared in his dreams, entwined with him in intimate embraces, only to find herself invading his dreams in return. This relentless loop left him restless throughout the night. Upon the prince's return from court, Yunkui discerned a solemn demeanor and surmised that he had encountered a challenging matter during the council. Coupled with her lack of progress in her dreams, her expression reflected her unease. Feeling equally powerless, she served him with utmost caution, striving to recall the officials she had encountered at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Yet, whenever the prince lay beside her, their breaths mingling and skin touching, she found it impossible to dream of anyone else. All her visions were filled with tender moments shared with him. The prince, recognizing the need to divert his attention, resolved to investigate a matter of concern. Coincidentally, the secret guards had uncovered allegations of embezzlement against Lin Cheng, the deputy inspector of the Pingzhou Military Preparatory Office. Lin Cheng, a trusted official promoted by Emperor Chunming, was likely deemed a potential ally in the event of a palace coup, given Pingzhou's strategic position as a support to the capital. Thus, the prince decided to leave the capital discreetly to investigate this individual. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Qiao Yuanlu expressed deep concern. "Your Highness's health has been precarious. It would be wiser to keep Miss Yunkui by your side." The prince frowned, replying, "It is inappropriate to bring her along while I leave the capital to investigate. My departure aims to grant her a few days of tranquility. Persistently being in each other's presence only serves to torment us both." However, such matters were not suitable for public discourse. "But you have already taken people to the Drunken Flower Pavilion, and after the significant incident on the Lantern Festival, did you not similarly take others to the Lantern Market? What then is inappropriate?" Qiao Yuanlu pondered internally, but dared not voice his dissent. Instead, he insisted, "This journey from the capital will take no less than 3 to 5 days, and possibly as long as 10 days to half a month. If the prince's ailment were to flare up, the consequences would be dire." After all, there had been several instances where the prince encountered unexpected misfortunes during battles, and those venomous arrows at the year's end had struck when his affliction had taken hold. Observing the prince's wavering resolve, Qiao Yuanlu hastily added, "Let the Guard Qian bring along several more hidden protectors to accompany Miss Yunkui, ensuring her safety and preventing her from falling into peril." The prince lowered his gaze and contemplated for a moment, suddenly realizing that bringing her along might not be such a bad idea after all. During lunch, Yunkui received the news, her face alight with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Your Highness intends to take me out of the capital? Crown Prince, there is no need to bring anything. We shall depart right after lunch." Yunkui, filled with excitement, grasped his arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Where shall we go? Are we not bringing any clothes? When will we return? Where shall I sleep if I do not return? Is there no need for bathing and changing?" With a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, the Crown Prince slowly withdrew his arm from her grip, uttering but a single phrase, "It is unwise to draw attention to my covert visit." Yunkui hastily finished her meal, quickly returning to the side chamber to prepare a small bundle. This marked her very first excursion beyond the capital since entering the palace. In the past, she never dared to even imagine such an opportunity. However, the Crown Prince remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing about their destination. Nevertheless, as long as they were departing from the capital, it was implausible that they would return within half a day. Perhaps they could even wander for 10 days or more in the outside world. Yunkui was filled with joy, almost wishing to bring along all her beautiful garments. Yet, fearing it might hinder the Crown Prince's duties, she hastily packed only 2 outfits. Concerned about the long journey ahead and the potential for idleness, she selected 2 books of tales to pass the time. She must also bring her golden pouch, for she intended to purchase many items. She felt uneasy leaving it in the side hall, yet carrying too much gold with her raised concerns about the lack of proper safeguards. Ultimately, after much deliberation, she decided to take only 2 small gold ingots and a handful of silver coins, securing the rest in the warm chamber of the Qingguang Hall. In the prince's palace, even those with ulterior motives would not dare to intrude. Ultimately, she gathered an abundance of belongings, filling a large basket. Observing her prolonged delay and the accumulation of unnecessary items, the prince nonchalantly snatched the bundle from her and tossed it to Shun, declaring that nothing was required. He took her by the hand and proceeded towards the Dangui gate. Despite her struggles, Yunkui was unable to reclaim her belongings. Upon reaching the gate, she noticed 2 carriages stationed along the palace road. The prince pointed to the carriage draped in blue silk and instructed, "You shall take the one at the rear." Yunkui was taken aback. "Shall we not share a carriage, Your Highness?" The prince fixed her with a penetrating gaze. "Why do you ask? Dangui hesitated. Are you afraid I might become too familiar with you inside the carriage? Yet you seem quite comfortable, do you not?" The prince silently gritted his teeth. "I have official matters to attend to." Yunkui quickly nodded, "Then I shall not disturb you, Your Highness." With a lift of her skirts, she hurried to the rear carriage. Upon lifting the curtain, she discovered that everything was prepared within. Tea, snacks, and novels were all readily available, alongside 2 sets of fresh garments. Moreover, upon spotting cherries on the table, her eyes twitched. "Is Your Highness hinting at something?" Unbeknownst to her, these provisions had been arranged solely by Qiao Yuanlu. Although Pingzhou was merely half a day's journey from the capital, Qiao Yuanlu was concerned about potential mishaps. Wishing to avoid a repeat of the incident during the Lantern Festival, when the prince had to carry her out from the carriage wrapped in his cloak. Just before boarding, the prince happened to overhear Qiao Yuanlu's thoughts and shot him a cold glance, leaving Qiao Yuanlu feeling inexplicably uneasy. Inside the rear carriage, Yunkui found the bed even more spacious and comfortable than her previous accommodations. After consuming half a bowl of cherries and reading for a while, she decided to lie down and catch up on sleep. Last night, the prince had playfully teased her several times in her dreams. In her slumber, he remained formidable, leaving her unable to resist his advances, which resulted in her waking up still feeling exhausted. The carriage swayed gently, and soon her eyelids became heavy with drowsiness. Time passed unmeasured, and when she finally awoke, night had fallen, and the lights of the city had begun to illuminate the surroundings. Pingzhou, a military stronghold and vital hub for both land and water transportation, thrived with bustling trade as travelers from the south and north flocked in. The daytime clamor had not yet dissipated. The city was ablaze with lights, and shops lined the streets, offering a dazzling array of goods while vendors called out incessantly. The entourage halted outside a local private estate. The prince summoned Yunkui. Having rested for half a day, she appeared refreshed, devoid of any signs of travel fatigue. Believing they would spend the night in this tranquil garden, she was surprised when the prince presented her with an ornate box. With a hint of suspicion, she opened it to find silver notes gleaming within, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Your Highness, what is this?" The prince replied casually. "This is 3,000 taels in silver notes. Tonight, I shall allow someone to accompany you to the market. Aside from brothels and gambling houses, you may explore freely. Spend these 3,000 taels before returning." Yunkui was left in stunned disbelief.
Who am I?
Where am I? This must be a dream. The prince frowned and flicked her forehead lightly. "Are you listening?" Overwhelmed with emotion, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Unable to contain her excitement, she rose on her toes and swiftly pecked his chin. "Your Highness, this is no dream." Chapter 59. Never in her life had Yunkui seen such an abundance of silver notes. In her humble beginnings as a menial laborer in the imperial kitchen, her annual stipend had been a mere 6 taels of silver. Only after years of service did it rise to 8 taels last year. Meanwhile, the palace maids who attended the imperial bedchamber received 24 taels annually. She had only drawn 3 months' wages before being reassigned. Though food and clothing within the palace were provided, there were always careless mistakes that led to deductions from her meager earnings. As a low-ranking maid, she rarely encountered noble consorts or received lavish rewards. Unlike those who served in intimate capacities, such windfalls were negligible at best. Occasionally, she would entrust others to purchase novels or snacks from outside the palace, further depleting her savings. Over the years, she had barely managed to accumulate 30 taels in total. It wasn't until her transfer to the Eastern Palace that her fortunes improved slightly. Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince bestowed occasional gifts, gradually swelling her modest treasury. Yet she was far from wealthy. The last time someone had offered 1,000 taels in silver notes to bribe her into harming the Crown Prince, that sum alone had been the largest she had ever laid eyes upon, though she was ultimately forced to surrender it. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of frugality, fortune would rain from the heavens? Not only did she now possess 3,000 taels, but she was also expected to spend it all in a single night. How could there be such an unreasonable demand? She wouldn't even dare to dream of something so grand. Fortunate was I, for I was not blinded by the allure of fleeting benefits. Otherwise, I would have long since become a lost soul under the dominion of the Crown Prince, and would not be enjoying the good days I have now. The Crown Prince dispatched 2 remarkably skilled female shadow guards to accompany and protect her, one named Huai Zhu and the other Huai Qing. Clad in the ordinary attire of maidservants, they appeared no different from common folk. It was only during their conversation that she learned the two had served under Qin Ge for a decade. With permission granted, Yunkui cautiously pinched Huai Zhu's upper arm, discovering, to her astonishment, that the muscle was firm and well-defined, exuding strength. With 3,000 taels of silver notes in hand, Yunkui resolved to indulge and invited the two to dine at the bustling Wangjiang Tower in Pingzhou Prefecture. However, upon glancing at the menu, her jaw dropped in disbelief. The restaurant's signature dishes did not have a price below 2 taels of silver. A dish of mountain-cooked lamb commanded 20 taels, while abalone, sea cucumber, deer tendons, and shark fin soared to an astonishing 50 taels. She had encountered these delicacies on the imperial banquet menu,